The rich rely on technology. The poor rely on mutation. Ding! It is detected that the host is a loser with no car, no house, and no girlfriend, and the body is about to undergo random mutations. Labor Day is coming. The system has launched a limited time offer. 1 yuan. Do you want to choose random mutation? Ding! Random mutation successful. At that time, I was sitting in an office building, eating a 30 yuan lunchbox, holding my cell phone in my hand, and paid 1 yuan with a look of disdain on my face. At this moment, I felt my body begin to change quietly. The system prompt sounded, and a loud reminder came from my mind. What? This is actually true. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Since I have mutated, I might as well become a Superman who protects world peace. The aura of the king of the universe Frisia is actually mine. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, and I couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, mutation is the best shortcut to reach the peak of life. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The eyes have mutated successfully. I was imagining myself becoming Frisia, the supreme king of the galaxy, but suddenly I was stunned. Only the eyes were mutated? Doesn't this mean that he can destroy everything with heat vision? Excited, I quickly turned my gaze to the lunchbox in my hand, ready to test my new ability, Super Invincible Titanium Alloy Lightning Sight. However, to my disappointment, there was no scene of thermal vision destroying the lunchbox. Instead, a message appeared on the screen. Frozen chicken legs that have been frozen for 80 years, worth 20 cents. I was stunned. What I saw was unbelievable. My eyes had become so weak that I could no longer react. How could I become a pillar of the country that safeguards world peace? Just when I was falling into deep self-doubt, I was thinking about how to turn this grief and anger into strength so that I could at least enjoy the last delicious chicken leg. However, when I thought that this chicken leg was actually frozen meat from World War II that had been frozen for 80 years, I felt a sudden chill in my heart. After all, I spent 30 yuan to buy a deluxe meal. How could I encounter such a black-hearted merchant? The lunchbox owner is really unreliable. I was so angry that I threw the lunchbox into the trash can, but I felt unwilling to do so. Just as I was about to turn around, I inadvertently glanced at the fish tank next to me, and suddenly a string of data appeared in front of me. The fish tank is worth 88 yuan and has no repair value. This piqued my interest a bit, and then I looked at the abandoned office chair next to me. Another string of data emerged. The office chair has repair value. The degree of damage is 30%, and the estimated price after repair is 20 yuan. I immediately chose to refuse the repair, and I couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that this mutation is still useful, and it can actually see this information. As my eyes gradually adjusted, I began to look at everything around me and discovered that all objects have two attributes, reparable and non-reparable, as well as their inherent value and potential value after repair. Suddenly, I had an idea and wondered if I could see people's information. So I turned and looked at my colleague Lao Zhou next to me. In an instant, as if I had discovered a new continent, Lao Zhou's basic information immediately appeared before my eyes. Not only that, I also found out that he had been secretly keeping a female student without telling his wife at home. I turned to look at Xiao Zhao again and found that he had secretly saved some private money recently, hiding it without telling his wife, and was going to have a foot bath to relax. Then, my eyes fell on the person in front of my workstation, Li Wenjun. Name, Li Wenjun. Age 33. Height 158. Weight 60. Measurements 70-67-70. Appearance 50. Battery charge 400. I scanned the data and analyzed it calmly. I couldn't help but admire him. He is indeed a senior employee in the company with extraordinary experience. Just as I was still thinking, suddenly a sweet and slightly coquettish voice came into my ears. Oh, I said we don't have a date tonight. Okay, see you tonight. I didn't need to turn around to know who was being coquettish. Wang Sang, a little princess. She was the same age as me and joined the department at the same time. I casually glanced at Wang Sang's information. Name, Wang Sang, age 24, height 157, weight 53, measurements 83-58-80, appearance 60, charging 999, secret thing, plastic surgery. The fact that she had plastic surgery made me a little disappointed, but the 999 charging value made me admire her even more. No wonder so many male colleagues like to help her from behind. At this moment, The sound of high heels stepping on the ground suddenly came from the office, and the department manager, Zhou Mei, walked over aggressively with documents in her hand. As soon as she spoke, her tone was sharp. Yi Jun, what the hell are you doing? Your business is not good, and your documents are poorly written. I suppressed my dissatisfaction and responded calmly. I understand, Manager Zhou. I will improve. Zhou Mei smiled proudly, with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. It was obvious that she enjoyed the feeling of taming her employees in front of everyone. She continued loudly. Zhou Mei, don't keep useless people under my command. If you don't want to do this, just get out. The colleagues who were originally watching the fun immediately lost interest when they heard that Zhou Mei was targeting everyone. Whether it was lunch break or mealtime, everyone lowered their heads and started to concentrate on their work. Seeing that she had successfully warned everyone, Zhou Mei turned her attention back to me and asked coldly, "Then tell me how I can change it?" I frowned slightly and looked at her. As expected, a string of data appeared next to Zhou Mei. Name, Zhou Mei. Age 29, height 173, weight 55, measurements 97-60-94, appearance 93, charging 0. Secret matter, embezzlement of public funds for consumption many times, but failed to fill in time. This string of data left me speechless. Zhou Mei seemed to notice my distraction and said in a bad tone, "It's already this late, and you're still in a daze?" I calmly shook my head and responded, "Supervisor, I am observing and reflecting carefully." Zhou Mei raised her eyebrows. A sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said contemptuously, "Then reflect on it first. You know the consequences if your performance does not meet the target next month." After saying this, she left in a hurry, wearing high heels. I looked at her back and sneered in my heart. Now that I know your secret, sooner or later, you will fall in my hands. At this moment, I know that my first task is to skillfully use this pair of mutated eyes. I can't always think about being Superman, but I have to learn how to use it to reach the peak of my life and make a fortune. Finally, the long-awaited bell rang, and I quickly packed up my things and rushed out of the office almost immediately. It seemed like someone was calling my name from behind, but I remained unmoved and kept walking quickly. Sisterly, Zhou Mei has a regular meeting this afternoon. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Wang Sang watched me run towards the door and asked Li Wenjun in confusion. How could he know? I told him a long time ago. Li Wenjun frowned, obviously dissatisfied with this behavior. This young man is really unreliable. A younger colleague nearby joked, maybe he won 5 million and will come to the company tomorrow to fire Zhou Mei. Who do you want to fire? Suddenly, a cold female voice came from the office. Zhou Mei walked into the staff room, wearing high heels with great aura, and the surroundings instantly became quiet. The young man who was joking just now immediately sat back in his seat, his body tense, as if he would disappear into the air in the next second. Zhou Mei looked around the office and confirmed that she didn't find the person she was looking for. She finally exploded in anger. Who can tell me where Yi Jun went? Her voice became louder and louder, and no one in the office dared to speak. Where did Yi Jun go? She repeated again, the anger in her eyes almost swallowing up the entire space. Finally, a timid colleague whispered, "He ran away after get off work." Run away? Very good, very good. Zhou Mei leaned on the table angrily, her arms trembling slightly. He'd better pray that he wins 5 million and comes to fire me tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm ready for his squid. Meeting. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone got busy, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. But I had already slipped out of the company. As for the regular meeting and Zhou Mei's anger, what did it have to do with me? I completely forgot about it and walked on the road with a relaxed mood. At this time, my system made me curious again. This system can be changed at will. As long as I observe a person or object, its panel will appear in front of me. I can hide or close these panels at will. Hey, what's the use of this system? I looked at the pedestrians around me, feeling helpless. Some pedestrians' panels showed their secrets. Wang San, the child next door, is his biological son. Can I threaten him with this? I looked at Wang San's body shape. Although I'm also over 180 centimeters tall and have a little muscle, I'm still a little behind him. Besides, the consequences of blackmail are not small. If he calls the police, I will go to jail. Alas, other people's systems can give them money. Why is it so miserable when it's my turn? I couldn't help but sigh and continued walking towards my rental house. My rental house is located in a village in the city. Although my salary is not low, I send most of it back home to help support my family and try to save as much as possible on my own. I got off work early today, so I decided to walk around the neighborhood and test the system a little more. While strolling on the street, a burst of hawking sounds attracted my attention. A peddler was selling all kinds of jade and scrolls at a stall. He exaggeratedly shouted as he was selling, "My welcoming pine is an authentic work by the Qing dynasty painter Wang Zuxian. I'll sell it for 20,000 yuan." There were a few people gathered around, and even an old man in a sweatshirt and shorts was bargaining with the vendor. "Your product is an authentic Wang Zuxian work. I might as well buy a poster. Will you sell it for 20 yuan?" The price was bargained so fast that the vendor was a little overwhelmed and replied, "Uncle, this is the real Qing dynasty. It's from the Qing dynasty. This paper looks old at first glance. It's only 15 yuan a piece in the wholesale market, and you can still make 5 yuan." The old man hit back without any hesitation. I glanced at the scroll curiously, and the system immediately displayed the data. Modern replica scroll. Value: 13. No restoration value. It was indeed a fake, and the price was even cheaper than I thought. Just as I was about to walk away, a golden light flashed and my eyes lit up. A string of golden data appeared. Tang Bohu's white crane playing in the water. Worth repairing, damage degree, 70%, repair value, 20 million. How is this possible? My eyes quickly locked onto the damaged scroll in the corner of the stall, which was the source of the flashing golden light. I suppressed my excitement, pretended to be calm, and observed my surroundings, trying not to attract the attention of the vendors. The people around were still watching the vendor and the old man bargaining, and no one paid any attention to me. Finally, the old man sold it for 25 yuan, but the vendor was obviously unwilling to give up. "I can take this painting home to use as window paper. If I won't sell it for 25 yuan, will you sell it for 28 yuan? Sell." The vendor had obviously given up on bargaining. I walked over and picked up a pig pendant from the vendor's stall. 28 bucks. Take the painting and the pendant together. The vendor was stunned. This young man was better at bargaining than the old man. After calculating the cost, he might as well sell it to the old man at a lower price. "Okay, I'll give it to you." The vendor wrapped the scroll helplessly and handed it to me. I took the pendant and said calmly, "This painting hasn't been wrapped yet. Find me something to wrap it up." The vendor looked stunned, but still managed to find a piece of worn paper to wrap up the painting. I took the wrapped scroll and turned to leave. The vendor watched me go away and sighed. He must have been thinking, business is so hard these days. But when I reached the corner, I suddenly quickened my pace. I hurried back to my small rented house, holding the scroll. This house was renovated from an old house. It is less than 20 square meters in area, but it is cleverly divided into 3 parts: bedroom, kitchen, and toilet. Although the space arrangement is crowded, it has a unique sense of home. When I got home, the first thing I did was to carefully put away the painting I just bought. I closed all the doors and windows and drew the curtains, as if I wanted to lock myself in this small dark room and immerse myself in my own world. I carefully unwrapped the package containing the scroll. The replica painting in front of me actually makes me feel distressed because of the vendor's careless and rough packaging and some extra tears. This cost me a lot of money. I couldn't believe how much this painting was worth. Throwing the crude imitation aside, I carefully unfolded the damaged fragment and placed it on the desk. It was almost in tatters, and the details of the picture were blurred. I turned on the system, and a line of words flashed on the screen. Tang Bohu's white crane playing in water. Worth repairing. Damage, 70%. Value after repair, 20 million. Do you want to repair it? My heart moved, and I confirmed the repair without hesitation. At this moment, the broken scroll seemed to be given life. Halos of various colors flowed on the picture, and gradually, the scene in the painting began to become clear. I stared at the scene blankly, unable to believe my eyes. As the light faded, an almost perfect picture appeared before our eyes. In the painting, a fairy-like white crane is walking lightly by the tranquil lake, its slender claws lightly touching the water, stirring up layers of ripples. The whole painting is vivid and lively, and the rhythm of ink and wash fully demonstrates its extraordinary temperament. Finally, the restoration was completed, and I came to my senses, but before I had time to be happy about the beauty of the painting, my body suddenly felt dizzy, as if all my strength had been drained away. I leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. It took me a long time to recover. Maybe I had been working overtime late into the night and my body couldn't take it anymore. However, I have to put my physical discomfort aside for now, because more important things are waiting for me today. I looked at the painting that had been restored to perfection, and I couldn't help but feel excited. Then I thought, since I already have this priceless work of art, I should make good use of it. I picked up my phone and quickly opened the largest search engine in China. I typed in the words, Tang Bohu White Crane Playing in Water, and the results came out quickly. Tang Yin, March 6th, 1470 to January 7th, 1524. Courtesy name Bo Hu, nickname Ziwei, alias Lu Ru Jusher, native of Jinshan County, Liangzhou. A famous painter, calligrapher, and poet in the Ming Dynasty. He was good at painting birds, animals, and landscapes. His representative works include white cranes playing in water and rain washing the roots of mountains. 12 of his works are kept in the National Museum. Unfortunately, his masterpiece, White Cranes Playing in Water, has long been lost to the public. After reading this, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Tang Bohu. How could I forget him? The great painter who became a household name because of Tang Bohu points to autumn fragrance. I suddenly felt as if I woke up from a dream, and a surge of joy rose in my heart. The value of this painting is self-evident. I quickly checked the latest transaction price of Tang Bohu's works, 15 million. Suddenly, I had a clearer understanding of the value of this painting. I, who had no interest in art before, began to feel that the white cranes and the lake were incomparably beautiful. It was almost 7 p.m. Normally, I would go out for dinner or order takeout. But today is different. I decided to cook and make myself a simple dinner, a bowl of instant noodles with 2 boiled eggs. After eating, I washed up, lay down on the bed, and fell into a contented dream. The next morning, the alarm clock rang on time, and I jumped out of bed. My head felt heavy. Although the dream I had last night was very interesting, it also made me sleep uneasy. Oh, I have to go to work again. I sighed and began to sigh out of habit. But soon, I realized, no, I have to skip work today. Thinking of yesterday's adventure, I felt an unprecedented sense of pride. At this moment, I finally decided not to procrastinate and skip work. This is something I have always wanted to do, but have not had the courage to do. I'm a little tuned, washed up, changed into a casual suit, carefully trimmed my beard and hair, and looked like an elite urban white-collar worker. Then, I picked up the painting, White Cranes Playing in the Water, wrapped it carefully, and prepared to go. Destination, Suzhou's largest antique shop, Wanbao Pavilion. Just in case, I decided to take a taxi from my doorstep and go straight to Wanbao Pavilion. After more than an hour's driving, the online taxi stopped in front of a luxurious building. This building is located in the city center, 3 stories high, and is made entirely of wood. It has a yellow glazed tile roof and a blue-white stone base. The wooden beams on the exterior walls are painted with gold lacquer and carved with auspicious patterns such as dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns. Various statues of exotic animals are hung under the eaves. Although I am not picky about architectural aesthetics, when I saw this building I couldn't help but blurt out, "It's rich." After getting off the bus, I received a reminder of a 189 yuan charge. Wow, that's expensive. I felt bad for the fare, but I still calmed down and walked into the store. The next test has just begun. I walked to the door of the store, and standing in front of it was a pair of playful twin sisters. They look very similar, with delicate oval faces, beautiful eyebrows and eyes. They are not tall, but have curvy and well-proportioned bodies. They wore cheongsams and Chinese doll-like buns on their heads, and looked particularly cute and delicate. When they saw me, they almost simultaneously smiled sweetly and shouted, "Welcome to Wanbao Pavilion." Looking at the sisters, I couldn't help but smile. The boss of Wanbao Pavilion is really a capable person. Walking into the store, I was once again amazed by the luxury here. The space on the first floor is very spacious, almost as big as half a football field, but it is very cleverly designed to make it look neither empty nor crowded, and the space is used just right. The wooden shelves around are filled with various cultural relics and antiques. I started the system to check. Modern high-quality imitation bronzeware. Value, 20,000. High-quality imitation of Yin Jinxing's calligraphy. Value, 5,000. After a quick look around, I saw a mixture of real and fake items, but none of them seemed to be particularly valuable. The most expensive piece is flowers, birds, landscapes, and mountain scroll. Value, 1 million. After comprehensive observation, I have a general understanding of this place. It looks luxurious, but in fact its acquisition capacity is limited. I wandered around the store for a while, still carrying a package, which made me look a little special. Not long after, a staff member came over. "Sir, do you need any help? Who is the person in charge here? I have something I want to trade." I said, "Wait a moment, I'll go get the manager." The clerk looked at me and thought that I was well-dressed and had an extraordinary temperament and looked like a big customer, so he didn't ask any more questions and went to ask for someone directly. Soon, an old man wearing a long gown and a mandarin jacket and with 2 goatees walked out from hidden door. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at me. "Young man, what business do you want to discuss with me?" I glanced at him calmly and activated the system. Zhou, E. Age, 58. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Secret, raise an illegitimate child. Special skill, treasure appraisal. When I saw the special skills displayed by the system, I was inspired. It seems that this system still has many functions waiting for me to discover. I looked at the old man calmly, weighed the scroll in my hand, and asked, "How about we talk somewhere else?" The old man's eyes followed my movements and fell on the scroll. His heart moved, and then he smiled and said, "Okay, follow me." After he said that, he led me into the secret door. After entering, I saw that the space here was very spacious. There were 2 octagonal tables in the room, on which tea sets were displayed. There were carved beams and painted walls, and an air of wealth and luxury was overwhelming. The old man invited me to sit down. "Young man, take out your things and let me see them." I placed the scroll in front of him and whispered, "Please." The old man carefully unrolled the scroll, spread it out, and examined it carefully. After a moment, he put the scroll away again and said with a hint of regret, "What a pity that such a fine work is a copy." "Imitation? Are you sure?" I narrowed my eyes and looked directly at the old man. The old man answered confidently, "I've been in this business for decades. If I can't even recognize a replica of White Crane playing in the water, I should have been eliminated long ago." One could almost hear his confidence in himself in his words, almost swearing to the heavens. I sneered in my heart. If I didn't have the system in my hand, today's transaction might have failed in the hands of this old man. In that case, I won't sell this painting. Goodbye. Just as I was about to get the painting, I heard a shout. "Wait, young man." The old man's voice sounded calmly at this moment. "Although this painting is just a replica, it is still a very fine replica. If you are willing, I can pay you $100 for it." I smiled slightly, with a hint of sarcasm on my face, but I didn't stop collecting the painting. Forget it, forget it. I won't sell it. I might as well take it back and burn it. I might as well make the money from you." The old man's face changed slightly, and he quickly advised, "What? Burn it? No, no. Do you think my offer is too low? Then how about I add another 20 yuan, 120 yuan? I noticed a subtle change in the old man's expression, so I stopped collecting the painting, looked directly at him, and said in a steady tone, "Old man, take a closer look at this painting and make a new offer." At this time, the old man seemed to realize his misconduct and said with a smile, "Haha, I didn't expect that I would be fooled by a young man today. Okay, I'll take a closer look." Zhou Lauer picked up the painting, unfolded it, and took a closer look with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect to see such a good original Tang bohu painting. He carefully studied every stroke of the painting, completely immersed in it, as if forgetting everything around him. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but secretly admire in my heart that this old fox is so cunning in his first-rate acting skills. However, I did not let him continue to appreciate it and simply collected the scroll. Zhou Lauer raised his head and saw the half-smile on my face. Then he suddenly realized his mistake. "Now, are you willing to talk to me seriously about the price, old man?" "Of course. Don't worry. We at Wanbao Pavilion will definitely give you a satisfactory price." The calmness on Zhou Lauer's face had long disappeared, replaced by a polite attitude, as if he had instantly transformed from an old fox into an honest waiter. I was slightly surprised. Who would have thought that this old fox could instantly turn into a pug? In fact, when the old man realized that this painting might be a genuine work of Tang Bohu, he made up his mind to take it back to Wanbao Pavilion. Regardless of whether he can be deceived or not, he is already accustomed to the tricks in this business. However, the young man in front of him is obviously knowledgeable, so he has to deal with it in a different way. Who says an old fox can't turn into a pug? In order to survive, it's okay to learn to meow like a cat. I laughed in my heart. At this time, the old man sat down with me. He smiled and asked, "Young man, how much do you plan to sell this painting for?" I squinted my eyes and responded calmly. Old man, please give me a price first. The two of them had a tacit understanding, and neither of them was willing to reveal their cards first. After a brief standoff, we reached a compromise. Both parties simultaneously entered the price on their phones. 10 million. 30 million. Seeing my price, Joe Lauer said slowly, Young man, don't you think this price is too outrageous? I picked up the tea bowl, took a sip, and responded casually, Old man, your price is not cheap either. Recently, Tang Bohu's rainforest bamboo was sold at an auction for 15 million, and White Cranes Playing in Water is Tang Bohu's masterpiece. Old man, the offer of 3 million is probably not sincere enough. Joe Lauer's face changed slightly, and a trace of embarrassment flashed his eyes. But your offer of 30 million is really ridiculously high. There is no precedent in the industry for a painting by a famous Ming Dynasty artist for 30 million. The old man smiled and responded, Young man, I won't be polite with you. I will cut the offer of 30 million in half to 15 million. Seeing the old man raise the price again, I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. If the system hadn't estimated the price to be 20 million, I would have been shocked by this generosity. Since the old man is so generous, I will make some concessions and lower the price a little. 28 million. Joe Lauer's expression became more and more ugly. He already understood that this boy was not an ordinary person and was obviously knowledgeable. After a heated debate, we finally decided on a transaction price of 22 million, which was even 500,000 higher than the system's estimate. After the transaction was completed, Joe Lauer finally realized that he might have fallen into a losing business. However, facing the smiling me, he did not show much displeasure. Never mind. Just consider it as a loss-making deal for me and a friend like you. Joe Lauer took out a business card from his bag and handed it to me. My name is Joe E., and people in the industry call me Joe Lauer. I am currently the general manager of the Shutter branch of Wanbao Pavilion. If you have good goods in the future, you can always contact me. I took the business card solemnly and replied with a smile. My name is Yi. It's an honor to meet you, Manager Zhou. Okay, Brother Yi, let's go and handle the handover procedures. My polite response made Zhou Lauer smile with satisfaction. After all, the price tug-of-war just now made him a little embarrassed. We walked to the trading office of Wanbao Pavilion and went through all the formalities. When 22 million was transferred into my account, I felt a sense of ecstasy. Am I rich? After the transaction was completed, Zhou Lauer and I walked out of the gate of Wanbao Pavilion. In July in Shudu, the scorching sun shone on my skin, instantly bringing me back to reality. Brother Yi, take care. Next time you have any good stuff, remember to look for me. Zhou Lauer said goodbye with a smile. I smiled and said, Okay, Manager Zhou, you don't have to send me off. I'm really lucky this time. There's no other good stuff out there. I guess it'll be hard to see you again. Zhou Lauer smiled, turned, and entered the Wanbao Pavilion. I turned on my phone and called an online taxi. The car came quickly and took me home. When I got back to the rental house, I threw myself on the bed and turned over several times, secretly rejoicing in my heart. I'm rich now. I have to give some money to my parents. I also have to buy myself a car. It would be better if I could move to a better place to live. Just as I was immersed in the joy of getting rich, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone without looking at who was calling. You left early because of a meeting yesterday, and you were absent from work again today. If you don't want to do this anymore, just tell me, and I'll fire you immediately. Zhou Mei's furious voice came from the phone. I couldn't help but laugh. Manager Zhou, I really don't want to do this anymore. What? You want to resign? Zhou Mei was sitting in her office. When she heard what I said, she jumped up in anger, and her voice became louder. Her slender eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Anger flashed in her almond-shaped eyes, and her snow-white neck was tense. Yes, I resign. Please give me a resignation form, and I will go to the company to sign it later. When I said this, my heart was full of determination and toughness. After hearing what I said, Zhou Mei's anger exploded even more. She wanted to say something angrily, but I hung up the phone directly without giving her a chance to refute. She was so angry that she could only hold her stomach and take deep breaths, making heavy gasps. What are you looking to go and complete the resignation procedures for your team? I don't want to see him in the company tomorrow. Zhou Mei saw Zhang Yuka still standing in her office, staring at her stupidly. The sight of this fat, bald, middle-aged man standing there really made her feel sick. She pointed at him and started to curse. Okay, Manager Zhou, I'll be there right away. Zhang Yuka's face turned red, and he seemed to have something to say, but he suppressed it. Get out. Zhou Mei gave an order, and Zhang Yuka ran out in a hurry, as if he had been pardoned. After I hung up the phone, I went to the bathroom to tidy up my clothes, then called a taxi and prepared to go to the company. When I arrived at the company, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which was the afternoon working time for my colleagues. As soon as I entered the door, everyone's eyes were immediately focused on me. I walked briskly to my workstation and began to pack up my personal belongings, completely ignoring the various looks from people around me. As I was packing my things, Li Wenjun, the big sister in the company, turned around and said to me with concern, Xiaoyi, are you really going to quit? It's not easy to find a job nowadays. Listen to my advice. Go apologize to Zhou Mei and stay and work hard. Wang Sang, who was painting her nails, said sarcastically, Sisterly, please stop trying to persuade me. Marshal Yi is a very capable man. He won't stay in a place like this. With their start, people nearby came over one after another, talking at once. Did Yi Jun win 5 million? Is he here to fire Zhou Mei? Don't worry, you have a good education and ability. It will be easy for you to find a job when you go out. It's good to be young. People like us with families have to endure the bullying every day. Okay, everyone, we are all colleagues. Take care of yourselves from now on, and see you later. I didn't respond much to these advices, jokes, and greetings. This is the modern workplace. When you work together, you can say a few nice words, but when you leave, you don't care about anything anymore. Since everyone is destined to have no friendship in the future, there is no need to waste too much emotion. Oh, I'm here. Come here. I'll help you with your resignation. Zhang Yuka's face was flushed, and he looked very proud, which surprised me. If he hadn't confirmed that he had no grudge against me, I would have thought that he was so happy because of my resignation. It seems that there are other reasons for his excitement. Zhang Yuka handed me the signed resignation form and asked me to go to other departments to complete the procedures myself. I took my resignation form and went to each department one by one. In the end, all I needed was the signature of my superior. Arriving in my supervisor's office, I adjusted my expression and knocked on the door. Come in. A clear female voice came, and I pushed the door open and walked in. Zhou Mei was sitting at her desk, looking down at a document. She was still wearing that neat little suit, with a white silk lining faintly visible. Her posture at the desk made her plump breasts even more charming. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but swallow. Zhou Mei looked up and saw me, and her cold expression instantly turned into a sarcastic smile. Hey, isn't this me who won the lottery? What do you want from me? You need to sign the resignation form. What if I don't sign? You can go to the labor bureau and sue me. Anyway, I won't let you get the money. Zhou Mei smiled. She was obviously trying to embarrass me on purpose. She had already found my resume, which showed my hometown address. My parents were ordinary workers, and there was nothing special about the other parts of my resume. The only thing that was acceptable was my academic qualifications. She secretly thought that a guy from a small place, with no money and no background, who quit his job after 1 or 2 years, deserved not to get paid. Zhou Mei obviously wanted to take this opportunity to bully me. She smiled smugly, her face full of provocation. Oh, in that case, I won't be in a hurry. I smiled and said calmly, then turned and walked out the door. Her smile froze instantly. Manager Zhou, I suddenly remembered something about you. 800,000. I stopped at the door, as if I suddenly thought of something, and turned around to look at Zhou Mei. 800,000? What 800,000? Zhou Mei was stunned for a moment, not reacting at all. Manager Zhou, did you forget it yourself, or do you think I forgot it? I continued with a smile. 800,000? 800,000! She screamed in astonishment. How did you know? I didn't answer her, but just smiled and continued. Since Manager Zhou is unwilling to sign today, I will come to you to sign when you are free. After saying that, I closed the door and left without looking back. Stop. Come back here. Zhou Mei was almost hysterical, but she still didn't dare to stop me on the spot. She knew that she had embezzled 800,000 yuan of public funds some time ago, although she did it very secretly. If this matter were to be exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. She paced around the office, thinking about how to handle the situation. Is it just me she has to beg? She was so angry that she almost gnashed her teeth at the thought of having to bow down to an employee she could control at any time. I put away my resignation form, feeling relieved. Seeing Zhou Mei in such a mess today, I felt really relieved. However, I wonder when she will come to her senses and sign my resignation form. A new day has begun. This morning, I was too lazy to get up early and slept until 10 o'clock on a weekday. After getting up, I looked around the room. The room was small. The paint on the wall had started to peel due to moisture. The furniture was old and a little moldy. Even the toilet next to the bedroom exuded a bad smell, and the hawkers downstairs could be heard constantly. In fact, until yesterday, I never paid much attention to these details. Maybe it's because I don't have time to care about it. I'm exhausted from the busy work every day. For me, this place is just a place to sleep. Besides, my salary doesn't allow me to be picky about these things. But today, I suddenly feel that everything here makes me uncomfortable. I have to change places. To be honest, I'm a typical young person. Even if I have money, I will not save it and not spend it. I will spend it when I need to. 22 million is a fortune that many people would find difficult to accumulate in their lifetime. Even if those chosen ones won the 5 million jackpot, they would only get more than 3 million in the end. And now I have 22 million in cash in my hand, so I can really do what I want. I've decided to go look at the house. So I took an online taxi and drove out of the urban village. The estimated fare was 88 yuan. I glanced at my phone and couldn't help frowning. This fare is too expensive. I have to buy a car as soon as possible and drive it myself. I thought about it and felt very smart. Soon, the online taxi took me to the scheduled location, Garfield Trading Center, a national chain of housing trading centers. After entering the door, most of the employees were busy in front of their computers or making phone calls. There seemed to be no special atmosphere. After all, this is daily work, and finding houses and contacting customers to view houses has become a routine. Today is the internet age, and many real estate agents have become accustomed to working online. I walked in the door and immediately attracted the attention of most of the older salespeople. Today I wore a simple short-sleeve shirt, shorts, and a pair of sneakers, with a youthful smile on my face, looking like a college student. So, their first reaction is, she must be poor dressed like this. She has poor temperament. It must not be good. And she takes an online ride-hailing car. She is so poor. So, no one greeted me immediately. I couldn't help but smile and prepare to leave. However, just as I turned around, I suddenly heard a petite voice calling me. Hello, are you selling or renting a house? I stopped. Standing in front of me was a little girl in a uniform suit. She has a small and charming face, an oval face, curved eyebrows, big bright eyes, a slightly upturned nose, a cherry mouth, and a hint of baby fat on her face. She looks like a shy little white rabbit. Her appearance was like a summer breeze, gentle and natural, instantly pulling me out of the greasy atmosphere of those old salesmen. At this point, some data flashed through my mind. And ran, age, 22, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 50 kilograms, measurements, 95, 63, 95, appearance, 85, experience, 0, evaluation, 80, secret, afraid of dogs. And Ran had just graduated and had been working for a few months. Although she had not had any performance results, she still received me with a try-it attitude. Seeing her coming up, other colleagues began to whisper. She looks smart, but she can't even speak clearly. What could she accomplish? He didn't even show any sign of respect. Is this person here to give you money? You're not trying to take advantage of the young, handsome guy's wealth to flirt with him, are you? Stop talking. If she leaves in anger after you say that, do you have to take care of the company's hygiene? Seeing in Rand's timid look, I felt a little tender in my heart and asked with a smile. I want to buy a house. Do you have any suitable recommendations? Although the sound was not loud, the office was not big, and everyone could hear it clearly. It's over now. That stupid girl is so lucky. Don't worry. Maybe the handsome boy is teasing her. He doesn't even have a brand name on him. How can he look like someone who buys a house? The original timidity on Rand's face was gradually replaced by a hint of excitement. Although she didn't know how to express it yet, her face flushed. I have, sir, you need. She was a little incoherent. I looked at her flustered look and couldn't help laughing. Tell me slowly first. Let's sit down and talk. Okay. She nodded shyly, took me into the reception area, and poured me a glass of water. The two sat on the sofa, and Enran spoke first. My name is Enran. What is your name, sir? Yi Jun. I answer briefly. Hello, Mr. Yi. Do you have any specific requirements? For example, budget, room type, environment, etc. Mizzen, I need a house with a good environment, preferably with a garage and basement, and it should be renovated so that I can move in as soon as possible. As for the price, I can accept anything under 12 million. According to the housing prices in Shudu, I estimate that 12 million yuan can buy a good house. Since we are moving, we have to choose a good one. After all, moving is not easy. When Ran heard my request, her eyes sparkled. If she could close this deal, she wouldn't have to worry about her life for the next 6 months. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. She took out her mobile phone, opened the background, and started preparing the property information. After a while, Ran came to me with the prepared information. Mr. Yi, I have 2 houses that meet your requirements. Oh, tell me about it. She took out her phone, sat next to me, and began to introduce them to me one by one. The first one is in the villa area in the city center. It has a basement and a garage on the ground floor. It is a single-family villa. The house is new and the developer has already decorated it. You only need to add furniture and appliances to move in. The surrounding greenery is good, the transportation is convenient, and the facilities are complete. The price is 11.28 million. After reading it, I calmly said, continue. The second one is in the suburbs. It's a second-hand house. The owner is selling it because he wants to immigrate. Compared with the first one, the location is slightly worse, but it is a small villa with a separate door and a basement and a garage. It has 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, and is quite private. The surrounding greenery is good, but the facilities are not that rich. The owner of this house also gave away furniture and appliances. The price is 13.2 million. I was a little tempted by the second house, which had good privacy and came with appliances and furniture. But after hearing the final offer, I immediately felt depressed. It was 1.2 million more expensive than my budget, but it was still acceptable to me. Didn't I say within 12 million? I was a little displeased, and Rand seemed a little stunned, but she still added, however, if the full amount is paid, the owner is willing to sell it for 10 million. She didn't realize that even if many people are rich, it is not easy to raise 10 million in a short period of time. Despite this, she insisted on recommending this house. I resisted the urge to pat her on the head and said with a smile, let's go and look at the house. Chapter 7. House worth 10 million. See a house? Which one? And Rand didn't react for a moment. The second one is a single-family villa. But that price is not. Having said this, Rand covered her mouth and stared at Yi-jun with wide eyes. Let's go, missin'. Yi-jun took and ran out of the meeting room. Yi-jun asked and ran for the address and called an online taxi. The Garfield Housing Transaction Center is right next to the main road. The car arrived soon, and Yi-jun took and ran in the car. Did you see that? A hoodlum who rides an online ride-hailing car came to our place and pretended to be rich. This vixen thinks she's lucky. She's stupid. Yi-jun and his friend's actions turned into rumors in the eyes of these people. The car arrived at the destination in about 20 minutes. Although it is in the suburbs, the transportation to the city center is very convenient. And Ran had the key here, so she opened the door of the villa and took Yi-jun in. The structure of the whole house is European style, and the overall design is simple and practical. And Ran led Yi-jun in and introduced him. This house is less than 5 years old, and the furniture and appliances are all kept new. The owner bought all the famous brands. Each house is reasonably sized, with high space utilization, good lighting, and ventilation. And this basement can store a lot of groceries and can even be converted into a room. And Rand took Yi-jun around the entire house and explained the situation in every place in detail. During this period, Yi-jun also turned on the system and scanned the furniture and electrical appliances in the house. Just as Rand said, they are well maintained, some of them even have no damage at all and may have never been used. These furniture and appliances alone are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, so I can say I have picked up a great bargain. What do you think, Mr. Yi? After Rand introduced the situation, she looked at Yi-jun with expectant eyes. Very good. When can the contract be signed? After Yi-jun personally inspected the house, he was very satisfied. I don't want to lower the price any further. If I do, the owner might not want to bother with me anymore. The handover process will take 3 days, and you have to pay a deposit in the early stages. And Rand explained the whole process in a rush. Yi-jun listened quietly, then took another taxi and took and ran back to the Garfield Housing Trading Center. After returning, Rand prepared some contract documents for Yi-jun to review and sign. The documents are typed freshly, and all colleagues are watching them. A curious person took a look and paid in full for the villa. It's no use. This person thinks there's something wrong with his brain. Everyone in the company was now absent-mindedly doing their work, glancing at Yi-jun, who was sitting at the front desk signing a contract, and at Ran, who was on standby beside Yi-jun, until Yi-jun swiped the payment app and heard the voice broadcast. Happy treasure received 1 million yuan. This clear and familiar female voice was like a sharp blade, breaking the turtle shell in which everyone was curled up. Then take care, brother Yi. Come over in 3 days to pay the final payment and take over the house. And Ran said to Yi-jun with a smile. Sure, missin'. If you have any questions, just tell me on the software. Yi-jun put away the contract receipt and smiled at Ran. During this period, Ran had taken the initiative to exchange contact information with Yi-jun. Yi-jun did not stay here for long. The online car-hailing vehicle that had arrived earlier had already arrived at the door, so Yi-jun got in the car and left. As soon as Yi-jun left, Garfield House Trading Company suddenly became lively. Some good people have come up. Sister-in, congratulations on your grand opening. Which apartment are you selling? It's the villa on the outskirts of the city. What? You sold that apartment? It was 13.2 million. We haven't had such a big deal in years. When the people around heard this, many of them couldn't help but pound their feet and stamp their chests. The god of wealth was clearly standing at the door today, but I lost the opportunity. 13.2 million. The commission is more than 100,000. This amount of money is a huge sum for any working class person. 13.2 million? No, it's 10 million. Mr. Yi paid the full amount. And Ran didn't know whether she said this intentionally or unintentionally. As soon as the words fell, the scene fell into dead silence. This apartment has been here for a long time, and everyone is very clear about the situation. Commission is taken from the full amount due to the customer's special contract. Enron can get a commission of more than 200,000 yuan for this order. And Ran looked at the silent crowd in front of her and quietly went to finalize Mr. Ye's contract. Oh my God, what kind of world is this? Do fools have good fortune? Forget it. Don't let that girl do the cleaning alone anymore. Let's take turns. Yes. It may not be her turn yet. With this order, her performance is enough to upgrade. As for Yi-jun, he didn't think so much about it. I just think that girl looks fresh and honest, and it's obvious that she has just entered society and doesn't have much experience. Although buying a house is something you still need to find someone with experience. But the house that this girl recommended to him was exactly what he needed. At this time, Yi-jun had already arrived at the car market, and today he decided to buy both a car and a house. Become a winner in life. Arriving at a 4S store of a world-famous car brand, Yi-jun was greeted immediately as he entered the door. Sir, how can I help you? I'm here to look at cars. Please introduce me to the mid to high-end price cars you have. Yi-jun spoke briefly and to the point, without revealing too much emotion. In places like this, you have to act like a big shot so that people will treat you like a big shot. The male receptionist straightened his expression and felt that his chance had come. Take Yi-jun to the exhibition hall inside. Introduce as you walk. This Mustang SL uses the latest technology from Country D and is equipped with the latest driver assistance functions. The interior design. Yi-jun listened to the shopping guide's introduction while opening the system to scan himself. Mustang SL. Value 800,000. Damage 1%. No repair value. Reparable status. Seeing this string of numbers, Yi-jun was stunned for a moment. Can it be repaired? Excuse me, I just remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Yi-jun said goodbye to the shopping guide in a hurry. Oh, what? The shopping guide, who was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood just now, was dumbfounded, thinking that he had met a hidden rich man today. Who knows he is here to have fun? Seeing Yi-jun walking out, he couldn't hold it in anymore. You are pretending to be your uncle. Yi-jun ignored the angry shopping guide. Instead, they entered the location on the online car-hailing reservation site and waited for pickup. Should a used car trading market? Chapter 8, Zhou. Shall we talk? Should a used car trading market is the largest second-hand car market in Shidu. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Yi-jun arrived here by online taxi. It was crowded and bustling inside. The huge venue is filled with all kinds of vehicles at a glance. If I were to choose by myself, I would probably get nothing by the evening. But the shopping guides here are so smart. From the moment Yi-jun got off the online taxi, several of them immediately noticed him. Although this young man is dressed simply, his appearance and temperament show that he is an elite talent. I came here by taking an online taxi, as I don't have a car. These young people with a little money in their pockets have always been high-quality customers in the used car market. There are still trading rules in such a large market, and shopping guides received customers one by one in a queue. A man who looked very capable walked towards Yi Jun amid the envious eyes of his colleagues. "Hello, sir. How can I help you? I need a second-hand, high-end car." Yi Jun directly stated his purpose. When he saw the repair option on the new car's data panel at the 4S store, he suddenly realized that he didn't need to buy a new car at all. With the system, all you have to do is find a suitable used car to repair. After buying a house, you still have to save your own money, and wouldn't you be a fool if you didn't use the convenience provided by the system? Second-hand luxury cars. The smile on the shopping guide's face deepened. This area has always been the one with the highest profit and commission in the second-hand car market. It seems that he is really lucky today. "Yes, sir. Please follow me." The shopping guide enthusiastically took Yi Jun to the parking square. Soon they arrived at an area where various high-end cars were parked. "Sir, this is the parking area for our second-hand luxury cars. Take a look. What kind of car do you like?" Yi Jun opened the system and scanned it. Maybachs. Value, 1 million. Damage, 50%. Repair value. Estimated price after restoration, 3 million. Confirmed to repair. Banyo Dastuk. Value, 1.2 million. Flying Speed Worker. Value, 3.2 million. As his gaze moved, Yi Jun's face showed a hint of melancholy. Expensive. It's too expensive. This price is far from Yi Jun's estimate. These second-hand cars are still able to be driven on the road normally. In addition to the value of the brand, the price is also a level higher than the general new mid-range sedan. The shopping guide looked at the young man who was looking at the car by himself, with a hesitant look on his face, without saying a word. My heart skipped a beat, as the price of this second-hand luxury car might be a considerable burden for this young man. He promptly opened his mouth to remedy the situation. "Sir, there is no suitable car model here. Can I take you to another place to look?" Yi Jun nodded slightly and said, "Do you have any high-end cars that cannot be driven normally?" "To be honest, I am an artist, and I bought them for a modern art exhibition." The shopping guide had never encountered such a customer before, but thought that artists were all strange. But the customer is God. The shopping guide quickly recalled the market's inventory, and soon a look of joy appeared on his face. "Yes, sir. Follow me." After saying that, the shopping guide took Yi Jun to a large warehouse and opened the door of the warehouse. A gust of dust blew in his face, and Yi Jun quickly dodged. Only when the dust settled did Yi Jun see the whole scene clearly. The warehouse is about the size of half a football field and is filled with many vehicles. Unlike the square outside, the vehicles inside all have major defects, such as half of the body missing, most of the front of the car missing, or being twisted and deformed. "Sir, we have some vehicles here that have been involved in major accidents. We regularly check to see if they can be repaired or their parts recycled. If they have no value, we will send them for scrapping." "Okay, I'll take a look myself first." Yi Jun turned on the system again and started scanning. Dion Fire. Value, 10,000. Damage degree, 96%. Repair value. Estimated repair price, 300,000. Confirmed to repair. Merlin Faithwef. Value, 20,000. Estimated repair price, 600,000. Seeing this series of data, Yi Jun's face gradually showed a smile. This price-performance ratio was exactly what he needed. Yi Jun did not rush to make a decision and began to wander around in the pile of garbage. The shopping guide followed him closely, introducing the situation of the relevant vehicles. While Yi Jun perfunctorily asked the shopping guide about the prices of these cars and compared them with the system prices, he was scanning the conditions of the vehicles. When the shopping guide was almost done with the tour and his mouth was dry, Yi Jun suddenly stopped. A completely twisted, deformed, and dusty vehicle was standing in the corner. "Got it. Bugatti X6. Value, 500,000. Damage degree, 80%. Reparable status. Estimated value after restoration, 22 million. Confirmed to repair." "What's the price of this car?" Yi Jun asked casually, looking at the car. The shopping guide took a weary look at the car and checked the system price. 400,000. 400,000? Your car is in such bad shape. Isn't this price too outrageous? When Yi Jun heard the shopping guide's words, he immediately showed a look of disapproval on his face and refuted it. The shopping guide looked at the vehicle information registered at the transaction center and said, "This Bugatti X6 was a top-of-the-line supercar that was smashed by a rich second-generation racer. The parts alone are worth hundreds of thousands. And the engine of this car is intact, and the main value is concentrated on the engine. The shopping guide introduced the condition of the vehicle with a serious look. You can take the engine. I'll use it for exhibition. Give me another quote. Yi-jun said nonchalantly. I just think this car crash is quite unique and it fits my artistic style, but my budget is limited. But there has never been such a transaction. Aren't you going to dismantle all the parts here? You can keep the engine for yourself. The car shell is in such a state that it can only be sold to a scrap metal collector for 2 yuan per pound. The shopping guide fell into deep thought when he saw the car that had been smashed to such an extent that it was almost unrecognizable. He could not deny that what Yi-jun said made sense. Please wait a moment. I will ask my superior for instructions. After saying that, the shopping guide went to the side to make a phone call. Yi-jun looked at the damaged sports car and a smile appeared on his face. After a while, the shopping guide came back. The higher-ups have agreed. We'll keep the engine for ourselves. The casing and other parts can be sold to you for 50,000. 50,000? How about a little cheaper? How about 30,000? Yi-jun said with difficulty. No way. I can give you 5,000 less at most. 45,000. 40,000 packages delivered. One price. Yi-jun quickly proposed an intermediate price. Ugh. The shopping guide gritted his teeth. He didn't expect this person to be so difficult to deal with, but there was money to be made after all. After paying the deposit, Yi-jun suggested waiting for his situation to be determined before arranging the goods, and this was agreed. Yi-jun completed another task and left the market with satisfaction. At this time, the text message ringtone of the mobile phone rang, and Yi-jun took out his phone to take a look. Let's talk. Chapter 9. Young woman Zhao Jingxian. Yi-jun looked at the message and the sender. Zhou Mei. A sneer appeared on his face, and he replied. No time. Zhou Mei was sitting in her office at this time. She mustered up her courage to send that message, but what she got in return was the words, I don't have time. She was so angry that she almost broke her teeth. Then when are you free? Zhou Mei suppressed her anger and sent another message. How long will it take for you to figure out your current identity? Yi-jun replied after a while. Zhou Mei almost smashed her phone when she saw the message. It was really too much. Zhou Mei was extremely angry, and a strong anger appeared on her charming face. But after venting her anger, she lay down on her office chair helplessly. What is my current identity? Zhou Mei said to herself with a helpless smile. After Yi-jun sent the last message, he didn't receive a reply from Zhou Mei for a while, so he stopped paying attention to her. It's interesting that this woman still dares to be so arrogant today. When Yi-jun thought of this, a happy smile appeared on his lips. Go home. After 2 days at home, these 2 days can be said to be the most comfortable 2 days Yi-jun has had since work. Sleep until you wake up naturally every day, eat what you like, and buy what you like. He also transferred hundreds of thousands of yuan to his family, saying it was a bonus from the company. His family was so happy that they kept saying that he was very capable. Yi-jun certainly can't just bring his family over to live a good life together now. Firstly, the money came too strangely, and secondly, things like the system are best known only to himself. Wait until you have found a reasonable source of money for yourself before bringing your family over. Today, Yi-jun was still lying in bed thinking about where to go to continue spending money when a phone call came in. It's Enron. Hello, Brother Yi. This house requires you and the owner to sign a document together. Are you free today? Yes, you can arrange it. Then let's meet at the City Housing Transaction Center at 1 p.m., Brother Yi. Okay. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi-jun arrived at the hall of the Municipal Housing Transaction Center a little early. After all, a gentleman cannot keep a lady waiting. After a while, Ran was seen bringing a lady to the Housing Transaction Center to meet Yi-jun. Ran wore a simple white t-shirt and distressed jeans today, which perfectly highlighted her tender curves as a young girl without losing a touch of feminine charm. She saw Yi-jun at a glance, and came over with the people around her with a smile on her pretty face. Brother Yi, this is Sister Zhao, the owner of the villa. Sister Zhao, this is the buyer of your house, Brother Yi. And Ran introduced the two parties. Hello, Zhao Jingxian. A slightly lazy voice sounded, and at the same time, a plump and well-maintained hand stretched out in front of Yi-jun. Yi-jun looked at the woman in front of him. She had burgundy curly hair, a dignified oval face, light makeup on her face, a charming look between her eyebrows, and a pair of charming almond eyes with a faint bluish tint, adding a touch of laziness. She was wearing a red silk dress that stuck to her skin, revealing her curvaceous figure, and a pair of black rope-bound sandals. Zhao Jingxian. Age, 32. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 9.5.6, 5.95. Appearance, 83. Experience, 3. Secret, my divorced husband is a glass man. The world is so big and full of wonders. It seems that Sister Zhao has not had an easy life. Hello, Misa. Yijun also stretched out his hand, shook hands lightly with Zhao Jingxian, and then let go. This Xiao Yi is quite good at talking. Just call me Sister Zhao. I am too old to be called a lady. Zhao Jingxian was obviously pleased by Yijun's address, and her face looked a little happier. Okay, Sister Zhao. Thank you for taking this trip today. Yijun followed suit and did not insist on calling her Miss, otherwise it would seem glib. It's no trouble at all. You're willing to pay the full amount for the house, which saves me a lot of trouble. Zhao Jingxian casually lifted the curly hair that fell by her ear and said, Shaoan, please help us with the formalities. If we can sell this house sooner, I'll have one less worry. As Zhao Jingxian spoke, she pulled out a box of ladies' cigarettes from her bag, took out a slender cigarette, and was about to light it when she looked around. It seemed that this place was a no-smoking area. She showed a bitter smile on her face, put away the cigarette, and smiled apologetically at Yijun and Ran who were waiting for her. Sorry, I'm used to it. Let's start the formalities. Yijun felt that Sister Zhao might not be in a very good mental state, but this was not something he could solve, so he did not bring it up and followed and ran to go through the formalities. Now, as long as the formalities are complete, these offices can handle the work very quickly, and the procedures can be completed within an hour. When both parties needed to sign and put their fingerprints on the document, the moment Zhao Jingxian put her fingerprints on the document, she felt as if she had been redeemed. The slight melancholy on her face turned into indifference, and there was even a faint smile on the corners of her mouth. And Rand said with a smile, Okay, Brother Yi, you just need to pay the balance, and the house will be yours after the property certificate comes out. Yijun asked, When can I move in? This. And Rand turned her eyes to Zhao Jingxian. It can be done today. I'll go pack the last few things. Xiaoya, come with me. I'll give you the room key. You can change the lock yourself later. Zhao Jingxian said indifferently, but she made it clear that she wanted to draw a clear line between herself and this house. Brother Yi, what do you say? And Rand looked at Yijun. Then I'll go with Sister and Yijun also wanted to move quickly. After all, there was still a truck waiting to be transported over. Okay then, Brother Yi and Sister Zhao can go together. I'll leave first, and Rand said goodbye to the two. And Rand left, leaving only Yijun and Zhao Jingxian. Zhao Jingxian gently hooked Yijun's arm with her hand. Let's go, Xiaoya. Okay. Yijun was stunned by the sudden physical movement. He was dazed for a moment and got into the car driven by Zhao Jingxian. Along the way, Yijun did not take the initiative to speak, but Zhao Jingxian brought up a few topics, all of which were small topics that did not involve privacy. The two of them chatted back and forth, and Lu Cheng did not feel awkward. Arriving at Zhao Jingshuan's villa, Yijun noticed that the weather was not right, with dark clouds gathering. However, despite the heat of Shidu, the dry land seemed to be waiting for a rain of moisture. Zhao Jingxian looked at Yijun's expression as if she could read his mind and said with a smile, I will pack up and leave soon, or I can give you a ride, and you can stay here for a night. Anyway, the house is yours. Yijun felt a drop of rain falling on his face and began to think seriously about what Zhao Jingxian said. Zhao Jingxian opened the door and looked at Yijun, who was still standing at the door. She said coquettishly, Why don't you come in? It's raining heavily. The rain seemed to respond to Zhao Jingshuan's words and suddenly got heavier, gushing down like tap water. Chapter 10. Mature young woman, luxury car is coming. The rain outside was getting heavier, as if it wanted to feed the long dry earth. Zhao Jingxian entered the room and first took out a pair of flat sandals from a shoe cabinet and put them on, then freed her feet from the tight black ropes of her high heels. After entering the house, Zhao Jingxian seemed to become more casual. She greeted Yijun with a smile. Xiao Yi, feel free to look around. This is your house. I'll go get something. After saying that, she went upstairs with a graceful step. Yijun did not follow him up, but walked around the villa casually. Last time, and Ram brought me here, and it was quite rushed. Now I'm shopping alone, and the things I see are a little different. Yijun found that this villa was incredibly new and did not look like it had any signs of life at all. Although the tableware in the kitchen was covered with dust, according to the system's detection, None of them had been used. Yi-jun found that the double-door refrigerator in the kitchen was ajar and wanted to close it. Yi-jun walked to the refrigerator and was about to close the door when a strong fragrance attracted Yi-jun. There are all kinds of wines, beers, red wine, vodka, whiskey, Moutai. Some wines are not suitable for storage in the freezer, but the owner obviously doesn't care about these details. Some of the wine was full, some was half drunk. If Yi-jun didn't know that this villa belonged to a woman, he would have thought that this was an old drunkard's wine cabinet. Yi-jun couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he thought of the secrets of Zhao Jingxian revealed by the system. Such a charming and seemingly glamorous beauty actually met with such a misfortune and could only drown her sorrows in alcohol. Yi-jun was looking at the refrigerator full of wine and sighing, when suddenly he heard a charming voice. "Why are you looking at these wines, Xiaoya? I want to have a drink with Sister Zhao." Zhao Jingxian leaned against the door. Her eyes were seductive, her red lips were slightly curled, and she looked at Yi-jun with a smile. Sister Zhao." Yi-jun felt a little embarrassed and was about to explain why he was misunderstood as having done a bad thing by peeking into someone else's refrigerator. Stop talking. I can't take these wines away. Have a drink with Sister Zhao, and I'll leave these wines for you." Zhao Jingxian didn't care much about Yi-jun looking through the refrigerator. She walked over to Yi-jun and stood in front of the refrigerator. "Xiaoya likes to drink beer, red wine, or white wine." Zhao Jingxian took out a bottle of Feiqian Matai and looked at Yi-jun with charming eyes. "Sister Zhao, isn't it inappropriate to drink like this?" Yi-jun was somewhat at a loss, meeting such a beautiful woman who invited him to drink in a villa. Zhao Jingxian uttered an interjection lazily, staring straight at Yi-jun. Yi-jun's face flushed from being stared at, and he reluctantly agreed. "Okay, I'll have a few drinks with Sister Zhao. What do you want to drink?" "Let's take the white one Sister Zhao has in her hand. This bottle is mine. I'll get you a new one." After a while, the two of them were sitting opposite each other at the rosewood dining table. Both of them had a bottle of Feiqian Matai and a wine glass at hand. There were some peanuts, braised food, and other snacks randomly placed on the table. They were found by Zhao Jingxian from the corner of the refrigerator, and their freshness was questionable. Zhao Jingxian filled her own glass with wine and raised it to look at Yi-jun. Yi-jun helplessly filled his own glass of wine, and only then was Zhao Jingxian satisfied. "Come here, Xiaoya. Sister Zhao will toast you first. You buying this house will help me get rid of a worry." Zhao Jingxian spoke and drank the wine by herself. Yi-jun felt embarrassed to just sit there, so he drank it all in one gulp. Although the 53 proof Feiqian Matai is a sauce-flavored liquor with a mellow and aftertaste, it cannot withstand being drunk mouthful by mouthful. Yi-jun was caught off guard and almost choked. Zhao Jingxian looked at Yi-jun's posture and smiled charmingly. "Xiao Yi, this won't do. Don't be fooled by your sister Zhao's huge refrigerator full of wine. Those wines are just for show. This white wine is my favorite. Come and have some snacks. I'm going abroad tomorrow, and today is my last day in China." Zhao Jingxian refilled her glass as she spoke, her words filled with desolation. "Then let me drink this cup to Sister Zhao. I'll drink it." Yi-jun also filled his own glass with wine and toasted Zhao Jingxian. "Okay, I like bold men like you." Zhao Jingxian drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. After 2 rounds, Zhao Jingxian saw that there were not many appetizers on the table, so she called and ordered some dishes. "Yi-jun and I had dinner at the villa here." The two of them clinked glasses and had a pretty pleasant chat. Zhao Jingxian did not mention much about herself, but simply told Yi-jun that she had ended a marriage that was in name only. "I may settle down abroad this time. Xiaoya, you will be the last person I see in China. Come on, have 2 more drinks." Zhao Jingxian began to urge Yi-jun to drink, and it was difficult for him to refuse. By the end, there was a lot of food left over, and not a drop of the 2 large bottles of white wine was left. Zhao Jingxian went up the stairs with a blushing face, entered the bedroom, and closed the door. Yi-jun felt his physical condition and knew that he definitely couldn't go home now. He just curled up on the sofa in the living room and fell asleep. The rain is still falling outside, and the night is long. The next morning, Yi-jun opened his eyes with difficulty under the sunlight. The sunshine after the rain was particularly bright, but Yi-jun's head was dizzy. This is not the aftereffect of drinking. There is no such thing as a hangover from drinking Feiqian Matai. "Sister Zhao, Sister Zhao." Yi-jun shouted with a hoarse voice, but no one answered. Yi-jun looked at the blanket covering himself. This thing definitely wasn't here yesterday. "Is it Sister Zhao?" Yi-jun lifted the blanket, got up from the sofa, and found that his clothes were intact except for a few wrinkles. At this time, he found a large bunch of keys placed on the mahogany coffee table in front of the sofa with a note underneath. Xiaoya, I have to catch a flight, so I can't say goodbye to you in person. I'm very sorry about this. Thank you for staying with me until we were drunk last night. I will remember this friendship. Life is long. I hope we will meet again. Zhao Jingxian stayed. See you again if we're destined to meet again. I hope this fate will come true. Yi-jun held the note in his hand, smiling and talking to himself. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang, and Yi-jun pressed the answer button. Hello. The storage of the car you bought has expired. If you continue to store it, you will need to be charged again. Do you want to continue to store it or arrange for it to be shipped? Let's ship it over today. Chapter 11. Testing of Superpowers. Confirm to repair. Yi-jun issued a command in his mind to confirm the repair. Suddenly, the car body was covered with halos of light. The scratches on the car body were smoothed out after the halos, revealing its original brilliant luster. At the missing rear wheel, a halo of light gathered and dispersed, and a brand new tire reappeared. The twisted car body gradually began to restore its smooth and handsome shape in the halo. Seeing the scene again, which he had seen once before when restoring white cranes playing in the water, Yi-jun was still shocked by this magical sight. When restoring ancient paintings, the objects are relatively small. But this time, the restoration of this car is even more shocking, almost a miracle. Yi-jun was in a good mood as he watched the vehicle being repaired. Sudden, a familiar tearing and dizzy feeling rushed into Yi-jun's mind. Pain. It hurt so much. Yi-jun suddenly fell to the ground, feeling as if his whole body was being torn apart. He remembered this feeling, which was the same feeling he had when he restored white cranes playing in the water last time. But this time the impact was at least several times stronger than the last time, and big drops of cold sweat dripped down Yi-jun's head. He looked at the vehicle in front of him that was still emitting a halo. He could already make out its original appearance, but there was still a halo flowing on it. Yi-jun couldn't care less at this point. He couldn't stand up. He had to go out. His body and consciousness told him that if this tearing feeling continued, he will die. He will definitely die. Yi-jun moved slowly on the ground, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, and he finally crawled to the garage door. He forced himself to stand up and was about to touch the garage door switch. At this moment, the light of repair stopped. Yi-jun was like a puddle of mud. In the end, his hand failed to touch the switch, and he fell in front of the door. A Bugatti X6 with a cool appearance is quietly staying in the garage, together with its owner. Yi-jun woke up. He wanted to speak, but found that his voice was completely hoarse. Yi-jun still remembers the unforgettable feeling just now, the pain of hovering on the brink of death. Until now, Yi-jun still couldn't get rid of the tearing feeling in his head. He felt the short-sleeved shirt he was wearing, which was already soaked with his cold sweat. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. 3:28 nachts. I went into the garage to start repairs at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which means I've been unconscious for more than 10 hours. Yi-jun had already understood when he fainted that this repair came at a price. I didn't grasp the price well this time and almost died here. I just woke up from a coma, and my brain no longer has the tearing feeling it had before. I've been lying on the ground resting for more than 10 hours, but now I can't fall asleep. He now had to do something he had been neglecting. Test how to use your system functions correctly. If something uncontrollable happens again like this time, repairing something will almost cost a life. Then this system is not a treasure, but an unstable bomb. After Yi-jun simply filled his stomach, he began the test. Yi-jun found various objects of different sizes from home. First, Yi-jun broke the teacup, then turned on the system. Broken teacup. Value, 0. Damage, 70%. Estimated value after repair, 300. Confirm to repair. Confirm the repair. Soon the repair light completed the repair, and in the blink of an eye, a complete teacup was repaired. Yi-jun didn't even feel his own consumption. The teacup was broken more than 10 times before it was repaired. Not even feeling tired, Yi-jun narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. Yi-jun continued to experiment with various things. Finally found some rules for repair. Things with low repair value will basically not affect you and can be repaired very quickly. For items with a slightly higher repair value, the repair speed will be slower, but it will not affect one's own spirit. The total value of repairs in one day cannot exceed the critical value. Yi-jun repeated the test several times on the items used as test pieces one by one. Just as he realized that the feeling of mental tearing was about to appear, Yi-jun quickly stopped. Yi-jun roughly calculated that the total value of the things he had repeatedly destroyed and rebuilt should be around 22 million. An example of this algorithm is that if a TV is damaged once and repaired again, its value is 50,000. Repeat this 10 times, and the value of the repair will be $500,000. Yi-jun thought of the first time he felt dizzy when he was repairing the white cranes playing in the water, worth 20 million. At that time, the value of my daily repair was 20 million. When I repaired the Bugatti X6 for the second time, the value of the repair exceeded the load I could bear, so I fainted. But being able to repair things with a total value of 22 million today shows that my abilities have improved. The key to the upgrade was to forcibly repair the supercar. Yi-jun was quite satisfied with the conclusion he had reached after spending a day's hard work. It's just that some problems in the system have not been further explored. For example, how can a repair system repair things of higher value? If this happens every time, I won't have enough lives. Now that he had a better understanding of the system, Yi-jun felt more at ease. After completing these tests, Yi-jun finally had time to look at his spoils. Yi-jun came to the repaired Bugatti X6. The beautiful, streamlined body is like a quiet beast, ready to go, full of power and explosiveness. Compared with the previous modeled and peeling body, it is now as good as new, with a dark silver luster that is low-key and luxurious. Yi-jun found a key and a bag of documents on the hood. It was obvious that this was done by the system. He picked up the documents and keys, pressed the switch on the key, and the vehicle responded instantly. With a click, the door unlocked. Yi-jun opened the car door and sat in the seat. The leather seat is perfectly ergonomically designed. Yi-jun adjusted the angle of the chair and sat down comfortably. Then he opened the stack of documents. Various certificates and relevant information of the vehicle, as well as photo information. Yi-jun said that he had some resentment towards the system before, but now he is completely convinced. Restoring the vehicle is close to miraculous, and it comes with a key. The most important thing is this stack of documents. Without this stack of documents, this car is considered an illegal taxi and cannot be on the road at all. The used car market sells this car shell as junk, and these information are not included. Moreover, even if it is provided, re-registering the license plate with the original information will attract attention. Apart from the time when he almost lost his life, this system can be said to be comprehensive. I have confirmed the result that I almost lost my life for. Yi-jun also left the garage with a little relief and returned to the villa for a brief rest. Chapter 12. Manager Zhou's phone call. By the next afternoon, Yi-jun came to the garage and started the car. The system also filled up the car with gas, and the after-sale service was really good. With a unique and powerful roar, the sports car started. The road from a villa to the main road is sparsely populated. Yi-jun lowered the roof of the Bugatti X6, turning it into a convertible sports car, and sped down the road. It felt like a lightning bolt with the wind in the forest blowing against my face. Yi-jun felt really great, an unprecedented stimulation. Even his not-so-clear brain became a little clearer. After getting on a main road, Yi-jun raised the roof of the car and slowed down. After all, no matter how rich you are, you will be caught by the police if you speed and drive dangerously. Soon, Yi-jun drove the car into the urban village and went to his own rental house. He got out of the car, locked it, turned around, and went upstairs, completely ignoring the crowd watching. But Bugatti! You must have seen this on TV. What Bugatti? There are BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes, right? But I think this car is worth at least hundreds of thousands. The guy who was driving just now must be the guy who lives on the third floor. Did he win 5 million? You can't buy this car for 5 million. Obviously, there are still many people who understand cars. In this era, people can't afford to eat pork, but it is quite easy to watch pigs run. Soon the topic changed from discussing cars to discussing people. Where did the handsome guy on the third floor make his fortune? Yi-jun returned to the rental house, collected his clothes and documents, and left. I have lived here for 2 years after graduation and bought some things, but now I already have better things, so I will leave it to the right person. Yi-jun took one last look at the shabby little rental house, closed the door, and turned to leave. When we got downstairs, a group of people gathered by their cars, discussing something. Please let me go. Yi-jun spoke calmly, his voice was not loud, but the crowd fell silent instantly. Yi-jun walked forward with his bag, and the crowd automatically made way for him. Brother. Some people wanted to join the conversation, but stopped talking midway when they saw Yi Jun's indifferent expression. Yi Jun had no interest in chatting with these people, so he started the car. Hearing the unique roar of the sports car, the people around quickly made way for the car. The sports car took Yi Jun and disappeared from people's sight at a rapid speed. Yi Jun drove out of the village in the city and felt like something in his mind was liberated. Turn on the music, and the professional-grade car audio system brings you the ultimate music experience. How many times have I been met with cold stares and ridicule? Forgive me for my unruly and free-spirited love of life. After returning home, Yi Jun put away the things he brought, lay on the sofa, used the home theater, and ordered a movie. Just when I was watching the exciting part, a phone call came. Who is it? Yi Jun was disturbed from watching the movie and was very unhappy. It's me, Zhou Mei. A hoarse voice containing many emotions came over. Hey, Manager Zhou, it's almost time to go to bed. Why are you in a mood to call me at this time? When Yi Jun heard that Zhou Mei actually called him, a playful smile appeared on his face. I want to ask, what did you mean by 800,000 last time? Zhou Mei's voice was very calm, but if you listened carefully, you could still hear a slight tremor in it. Oh, is that all you want to ask, Manager Zhou? For something like 800,000 yuan, I think you should just ask Manager Zhang from the finance department. What's the point of asking a small employee like me? At this time, Zhou Mei was wearing silk pajamas and sitting on the sofa in her home. Hearing Yi Jun's words, he suddenly got up from the sofa. Her bare face was filled with fear, like a panicked little white rabbit. How much do you know about this? Zhou Mei's voice became cold and serious. Before making this call, she still retained a glimmer of hope, but Yi Jun's answer shattered her fantasy. He already knew that she had embezzled public funds, and his words hinted that he was ready to expose the matter to her at any time. I already know everything you don't want me to know. If Manager Zhou still can't adjust his attitude, I may not be the only one who knows. What do you want? Zhou Mei's voice suddenly became much softer. That depends on Manager Zhou's sincerity. I understand. As long as you promise not to tell anyone about it, we can discuss everything. Zhou Mei's voice was as gentle as water at this moment. Well, let's meet at the entrance of Building B of Xinguang Building at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. I'll just wait for Manager Zhou's sincerity. I will definitely be there on time. Yi Jun hung up the phone and felt like laughing. When had he ever seen that tomboy speak to him so gently like she did today? On this side, Zhou Mei heard Yi Jun hang up the phone and smash the phone on her bed. She squatted on the sofa with her hair disheveled, her arms wrapped around her legs, her bare white feet exposed, and she sobbed softly. The humiliation I suffered today must be taken back. What time is it now? Yi Jun began to remember that he seemed to have something else to do, and when he looked at the time, it was 5:40 in the afternoon. I might be late, but it doesn't matter. Yi Jun packed up slowly and drove out. Suddenly, I remembered that when I was late for work before, Zhou Mei would fly into a rage and pull me out to scold me in front of the whole company. But I'm late today. What will happen to her? When Yi Jun thought of this, a happy smile appeared on his face. 6:20 p.m., in front of Building B, Xinguang Building, Shudu. Zhou Mei was still wearing her familiar professional attire, the same short black suit and cropped pants, and her feet were wrapped in flesh-colored silk stockings and wearing a pair of black high heels. Her long hair was a little messy in the evening breeze, her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and her almond eyes with delicate eye makeup were full of anxiety. Such a beauty is just waiting anxiously in the night. People passing by cast their eyes towards this lovely lady, wondering who dared to let such a beauty wait here. Zhou Mei ignored the gazes of the people around her and looked around anxiously, but the familiar figure never appeared. Drip, drip, drip. A car drove in front of Zhou Mei, and the road blocked her view. Zhou Mei was startled by the car horn and was about to curse. But when he saw the car in front of him clearly, his eyes widened. Bugatti X6, the world's top super sports car, although is not the top customized model. There are only a few of them, even in Suzhou. Zhou Mei's eyes widened. She embezzled 800,000 yuan at great risk. The car in front of me, even if I use my rights a few more times, 800,000 yuan would not be enough to buy it. Besides, he had only embezzled the funds once, but he had already pushed himself into an irretrievable situation. It was impossible to scold it. It would be a blessing to look at a car like this a few more times. Zhou Mei began to admire this luxury car. Chapter 13. Going for a ride with Manager Zhou. The poor loser like Yi Jun who threatened me recently would never be able to afford such a car in his lifetime. Just as Zhou Mei was daydreaming, the Bugatti X6 horn sounded again, and this time the car window slowly rolled down as the horn sounded. Manager Zhou, why didn't you respond when I honked at you? Yi Jun looked at Zhou Mei with a playful smile on his face. When Zhou Mei saw the car window rolled down, she began to imagine who the owner of this luxury car was. When Yi Jun's handsome face with a wicked smile appeared in front of her, Zhou Mei was more surprised than happy. Why is it you? Zhou Mei cried out in disbelief. Why can't it be me? Manager Zhou, haven't you heard the saying? Don't despise the young and poor. Yi Jun put away the smile on his face and looked at Zhou Mei coldly. This. Zhou Mei didn't know what to say for a moment. The subordinate who treated her like a grandson a week ago suddenly appeared in front of her, holding her power against him and driving a luxury car that she would never be able to own in her lifetime. It would be impossible for anyone to calm down in such a short time. Manager Zhou, do you want to discuss this? Yi Jun's cold voice brought Zhou Mei back to her senses. Zhou Mei then remembered the most important thing and quickly calmed herself down. What do you want? Zhou Mei's voice was very cold. I just don't understand. For Manager Zhou, 800,000 is only 1 or 2 years' salary. Why would you do something so risky? That's none of your business. The expression on Zhou Mei's face froze. Yi Yun looked as so Mei jokingly. I don't care about it, but what about Manager Zhou's sincerity today? How much do you want? Just name your price. Money? The money you have is not even enough to maintain my car. When Yi Jun heard that Zhou Mei wanted to bribe him with money, he couldn't help but sneer. When Zhou Mei heard Yi Jun's answer, her face became so gloomy that water was about to drip out of it. Yi Jun glanced at Zhou Mei, who was still wearing the same outfit from the company today, and couldn't help but feel a little interested. He smiled with an ambiguous expression and said to Zhou Mei, I do have an idea. Manager Zhou, why don't we get in the car and talk about it? Zhou Mei did not refuse and sat in the passenger seat as instructed. What do you want? Zhou Mei still looks like an icy beauty. Yi Jun looked at her with a smile, then leaned over and whispered something to Zhou Mei. Finally, he blew gently on Zhou Mei's small, round earlobe. Zhou Mei felt like she was struck by a bolt from the blue when she heard what Yi Jun said. What do you think, Manager Zhou? You need to think it over carefully. Yi Jun sat in the driver's seat and looked at Zhou Mei with a smile. I accept. Zhou Mei's cold voice now trembled a little. Well, I'll take Manager Zhou for a ride and see the night view of Shudu. Yi Jun lowered the roof, and the Bugatti instantly turned into a convertible sports car. Yi Jun drove the car onto a sparsely populated road and increased the speed. The summer heat is no match for the cool breeze blowing in your face. Yi Jun seemed to be in a world of ice and fire. He continued to accelerate, and the roar of the Bugatti was filled with excitement. After half an hour, the roar of the vehicles weakened, and the gradually decreasing roar was like the gluttony of a beast after a full meal. As soon as the car stopped by the roadside, Zhou Mei couldn't wait to get out, stumbled while holding onto the roadside lamp, and began to vomit violently. Yi Jun looked at this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. Throw a piece of paper in front of Zhou Mei. Manager Zhou, just take it and wipe it. Thank you, Manager Zhou, for taking me for a ride tonight. After Yi Jun said this, he drove away. Hearing the sound of the steel behemoth roaring away, Zhou Mei finally stopped vomiting and looked at the paper on the ground with an unyielding look in her eyes. A resignation report. Resigning applicants. Yi Jun and Zhou Mei finished their ride and returned home contentedly. After a busy day, Yi Jun came to the bathroom. I turned on the shower and steam filled the air instantly. Yi Jun took a comfortable hot shower, dried his body, put on his pajamas, and went into the bedroom. Leaned back on the bed and enjoyed the comfortable temperature brought by the fully automatic central air conditioning. Yi Jun looked through his mobile phone and checked his savings, excluding some miscellaneous expenses and the actual payment for buying a car and a house. There is only more than 10 million left on Yi Jun's card. Yi Jun frowned as he looked at the balance. It wasn't that he was getting carried away. For him before, 10 million was indeed an unattainable amount of money. But now, I have luxury houses and luxury cars. The monthly expenses for vehicle and house maintenance alone are tens of thousands, not to mention daily expenses. I can't keep wearing cheap clothes and eating takeout like I did when I was living in the urban village. No, we have to make money. Yi Jun made up his mind and soon fell into a beautiful dream. The next day, the sunlight shone through the leaves outside the house, and fell onto Yi-jun's bed. Yi-jun opened his eyes lazily, picked up the mobile phone on the bedside, and saw that it was 9 o'clock in the morning. I have something to do today, so I can't sleep in. Yi-jun quickly got up and began to wash and get dressed. After thinking about where he was going today, Yi-jun chose a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Anyone with a little discerning eyes can recognize the value of this simply decorated trademark. In general, it is simple yet stylish. After Yi-jun finished his work, he got in the car and entered the destination into the car navigation. Shudu, Xi'an Antique Street. Speaking of the antique market in Shudu, the village in the city where Yi-jun found a bargain last time was just a stroke of luck for Yi-jun. That kind of place is totally unacceptable in the real antique world. Speaking of antique markets, there are many small shops hidden among the people. There are two most famous places in Shudu. The Xi'an Antique Street that Yi-jun went to today is one of them, located in the south of Shudu City. Another place is called Shudu Fascia Antique Street, located in the north of Shudu City. Although both places are well known in the industry, they have different focuses. Fascia Antique Street focuses more on the trading of cultural relics and handicrafts after the Qing dynasty. As for Yinxia Antique Street, it deals mostly in vintage antiques. The consumer groups in the two places are somewhat different, but their popularity is almost the same. Please don't think that Fascia Antique Street has lost its value just because it focuses on modern and contemporary handicrafts. Actually, it is not. The prices of works by famous modern and contemporary artists can reach tens of millions, and it is easier to authenticate them, so there are fewer counterfeits. It is the best choice for those who regard antiques as investment and financial management. On Yangtze Street, all the transactions are antiques that are very old. Without extremely strong professional knowledge and eyesight, or even inspection with professional equipment, it is almost impossible to distinguish the authenticity. Antiques are antiques. The most important thing is that they are ancient. Modern crafts are not as valuable as real antiques. However, the ancient antique market here is not as stable as the Fascia antique market, and fakes and forgeries emerge in an endless stream. Those who can come here to pan for gold are those who have absolute confidence in their luck and vision. But even the most experienced drivers can fail in this area. The devil is always one step ahead of the good, and there are endless ways to produce fake and forged goods. Chapter 14. Encountering a porcelain bumping incident. Yi-jun looked up information about two relevant antique streets last night and chose to go to Yinxia Antique Street today without hesitation. It's not that Fascia Antique Street is not to Yi-jun's liking. It's just that there are few imitations and counterfeits of modern and contemporary handicrafts. The market is stable, and the chance of finding a bargain is too slim. Although there are many fakes and forgeries in Yinxia Street, it is not a problem for Yi-jun at all, and the chances of finding a bargain are greatly increased. After half an hour's drive, Yi-jun finally arrived at Yinxia Street. I drove to the parking lot here and took a look. They're all rich people. Yi-jun glanced at the parking lot. Wherever you look, you can see some well-known car models. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Maybach. A burgundy sports car attracted Yi-jun's attention. Bugatti S7 is a new customized sports car released by Bugatti's French headquarters this year, worth $40 million. Although Yi-jun is a rich man now, there's still a gap between him and the top rich people who spend $40 million in cash to buy a car. After finding a good empty parking space for the car, I walked out of the parking lot and into the antique street. The operation mode of Yinxia Antique Street is quite special, as it has formal stores. But there are more stalls on this street, which are spread out in an orderly manner on both sides of the street. Except for the places where they cannot be placed in front of other people's shops, the places are basically full. There is no difference in the clothes worn by the passers-by. On this hot day, some people are dressed simply like Yi-jun, while others are dressed in suits. It looks like a simple market. If Yi-jun hadn't seen the string of valuable cars in the parking lot outside, and the value represented by the logos on some people's clothes, maybe Yi-jun really believed it. It seems that everyone is an old hand. This is not the place for you to show off or flaunt your financial resources, otherwise you will be cheated without knowing it. Yi-jun was not in a hurry and started shopping from the first store on the street. The system blockade was lifted, and a completely new scene appeared in front of Yi-jun's vision. Imitation jade. Value 50. Imitation of Tang Bohu's paintings. Value 100. After looking at a few things, Yi-jun couldn't help but sweat. This is indeed a high-end antique market. Even the fake goods are higher quality than those sold in the urban villages. After looking around the first stall, there was nothing of value. Yi-jun was not discouraged and continued to wander around. Suddenly, I saw a crowd gathering in front of me. Yi-jun happened to walk here and took a closer look. The stall owner, a skinny man with shifty eyes, was saying something to a woman in a threatening manner. "Sister, this is an official kiln porcelain from the Ming Dynasty. You just broke it like this. Do you want to leave like this?" The woman who was stopped by him looked at the stall owner with cold eyes. "So what do you want?" The stall owner was intimidated by the woman's aura. The woman in front of him was much taller than him, with long, straight black hair, a delicate oval face, and long, thin eyebrows. The glass-colored eyes revealed an indifference that kept people at a distance, and the high and straight nose and thin pink lips were like a fallen cherry blossom. She was wearing a burgundy chiffon dress, revealing a large area of beautiful snow-white scenery. The beauty's intimidation caught the stall owner off guard, but the stall owner quickly calmed down. After all, he was not worthy of such beauty, but the money was real. "For today's matter, you can settle it privately if you give me 5 million. 5 million. The crowd around suddenly became lively when they heard this. People started talking about it. "This girl is just being tricked. She has no experience. What's going on? Tell me quickly." I was watching here from the beginning. When the vendor handed the porcelain to her, she actually took it with her hands. "Oh, then you're indeed a newbie. You don't even know the basic rules." When Yi-jun heard this, he couldn't help but sigh that this person was really generous. There are some established rules for this kind of antique transaction. Valuable items like these cannot be received directly with the hands. Both parties need to use a trading table covered with a red cloth. One party to the transaction places the item on it and confirms that it is correct before the buyer can pick it up and have a look. If you directly take the seller's things with your hands, you're handing your handle to the other party. Yi-jun looked at the unfortunate woman with curiosity. Chi-ying. Age, 24. Height, 173 cm. Weight, 53 kg. Measurements, 95, 60, 93. Appearance, 85. Experience, 0. Rating, 89. Secret, I feel inferior because I am an illegitimate child. Yi-jun took a glance at the broken porcelain. Imitation ceramics. Value, 0. Repair value. Estimated repair value, 1,000. Repair. This turned out to be a fake, but it was a very convincing imitation. Seeing the crowd starting to talk, the stall owner felt a little smug. Looking at Chi-ying in front of him, he said with burning eyes, "If you don't give me this money, we can still discuss other ways of compensation." Chi-ying's face was still as cold as ice, and there was a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. "You won't get a penny of this money." "Well, you don't even know my reputation on this street. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this street today." Lier announced his nickname, with a threat in his words. The crowd around them became even more lively, and some people even started filming videos. Yi-jun also took out his mobile phone and started filming. When Lier saw that someone was actually filming, he thought that if the matter became a big deal, he might not get a penny of benefit. He hurriedly tried to disperse the crowd. "What are you guys taking pictures of? Haven't you ever seen an antique? Get out of here." This statement was indeed a bit overbearing, but the people around were about to disperse with the attitude that less trouble is worse than more. When Yi-jun heard this, his expression changed slightly. "Rol." This word touched him. Yi-jun did not disperse with the crowd, but took a step forward, looked at Lier coldly, and shouted, "You are the one who should get out." The sound was neither loud nor small, but it was resounding. The crowd that was about to disperse gathered again. Even Chi-ying, who was watching everything coldly from the side, turned her gaze to Yi-jun. "What do you mean, you little bastard? Are you looking for trouble?" Lier found that the situation was beginning to become unfavorable to him, so he pretended to be fierce and said to Yi-jun, hoping that he would know what was good for him and get out of here. "You dare to touch me in broad daylight? You're selling fake goods to blackmail people. If I call the police, you'll go to jail today." Yi-jun said loudly, not afraid of Lier's threat at all. "Don't talk nonsense. My official kiln is certified by an expert. My certificates are all here." Lier was obviously not convinced and took out a stack of certificates to show to the people around him. On the beautifully packaged certificate, there were a bunch of stamps from experts and a mess of things. Chapter 15, Qing Dynasty Snuff Bottles. It looks very much like that. "Look, guys, I didn't say anything nonsense, but you're the one who slandered me. Are you this woman's lover? Are you trying to get me together?" The vendor showed off the pile of certificates as if everything was under control. The crowd around looked at the documents the vendor took out. It also contains photos of the experts and the porcelain, as well as certificates provided by various experts. These are all relatively well-known people in the industry. Even though the crowd had the suspicion that the stall owner was using fake goods to blackmail the girl, they were reluctant to say it out loud. Chi-Ying was relatively calm before, but she was shocked when she heard Li Er talking nonsense and saying that the young man was his mistress. She glanced at Yi Jun's handsome face and said to Li Er in a cold voice, "Don't involve others. I will settle this account with you." Yi Jun felt helpless that others were intimidated by these certificates and kept silent. Under the gaze of everyone, he walked straight to the pile of broken porcelain, put on gloves, and started rummaging through it. These gloves were specially prepared for appreciating antiques later, but I didn't expect to use them here. What is he doing? The people around him looked at Yi Jun's actions in confusion. Chi-Ying also watched Yi Jun's actions with interest. After a while, Yi Jun found what he wanted from the pile of fragments. Yi Jun picked up the fragment and showed the red words on it to everyone. American Dinah. The people around burst into laughter, and Chi-Ying also showed a faint smile on her face. Yi Jun held the fragment and asked Li Er with a half-smile, "How come there was such an advanced trademark in the Ming Dynasty? Why don't you tell us about it, or save it for later?" The people around also began to denounce Li Er. "You liar. You're extorting people on the street. We must arrest you. Big sister, call the police quickly. Don't let this liar get away." Li Er knew something bad was going to happen, so he dodged in a crowd and slipped away. When everyone saw that the main culprit had slipped away, there was nothing worth seeing. They scattered, looking at the crowd dispersing around her. Chi-Ying looked around and found that the young man who had just helped her out had disappeared. "That guy's quite interesting," Chi-Ying murmured to herself, but there were more important things to deal with right now. He took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and the call was quickly connected. "What do you want, young lady?" "Uncle Li, I just met a thug nicknamed Li Er at Yinshi Antique Street in Shudu." "What do you mean, young lady?" "He said some things I didn't like to hear." "Got it. I'll take care of it." "Thank you, Uncle Li." "Miss, you are too kind." Yi Jun was still strolling on the smoky antique street. What Li Er said just now was very rude, and I taught him a lesson out of anger. In the end, Li Er slipped away and left the scene while everyone was not paying attention. He doesn't have so much time to be a messenger of justice. He has to work hard to make money. After leaving the accident scene, Yi Jun wandered around for another hour. Yi Jun made a small profit and bought several items worth tens of thousands of dollars for a few dozen dollars. One item was a jade pendant with unclear wear and tear that needed restoration. Another item was a completely bargain-hunting Namu pen holder from the Qing dynasty, which was sold by the stall owner as a modern handicraft. The added value of the two items covers my basic expenses for 1 or 2 months. Yi Jun walked to another stall at this time and took a quick look around. There was nothing special. A purple light appeared in front of Yi Jun at this moment. Snuff bottle of Qing dynasty. Value 100,000. Damage 30%. Repair value. Estimated value after restoration 400,000. I thought the introduction ended here, but the system continued to prompt. Host's mental strength has been enhanced. Details of open treasures. Do you want to introduce the treasure? Treasure introduction will not have any real impact. Yi Jun thought for a while. Begin detailed explanation. This snuff bottle was made by the Qing dynasty carving master Xia Kushi, using tourmaline as the raw material, and was exclusively used by the royal family. Special note, the value of this snuff bottle varies from person to person. Yi Jun calmed down and looked at the snuff bottle. It was made of tourmaline. Due to the passage of time, the texture of the tourmaline was affected, and the originally transparent color had some impurities. The carving on the snuff bottle is a landscape painting. Some of the paint has fallen off, but you can tell that the artist's skills are still good. Yi Jun noticed that the system also added special instructions. This is a deal that is sure to make a profit, and it also has hidden value. You must not miss it. Yi Jun quickly retracted his gaze and asked the shop owner, "Boss, let me see your goods." The boss was an old man with a sharp gaze. He said politely, "Young man, feel free to look around. I'll show you anything you like." Yi Jun was not polite either. He first looked at the porcelain, then the calligraphy and paintings, then the snuff bottle, and finally the other items. The boss took the items from the stall one by one, put them on the table, let you look at them, and then put them back. After Yi Jun finished reading, He stood in front of the stall with an embarrassed look on his face. Can't make up your mind, little brother? The boss asked somewhat helplessly. It must be quite tiring for him to go back and forth all this time. I bought this for the elderly at home to play with. I can't make up my mind. Yi-jun said this with a hesitant look on his face. Oh, young man, tell me what the elderly in your family like. I can give you some advice. He likes jade, calligraphy, and paintings, and he also likes to play with small objects. His tourmaline Pisces pendant was broken, and he was so distressed that I came here to look for some antiques for him. Small items? The old stall owner thought about the thing Yi-jun had just seen and took a tourmaline snuff bottle from the stall. Young man, what do you think of this tourmaline snuff bottle? In terms of playing with it, this snuff bottle is much more ornamental than the Pisces pendant. Yi-jun saw the shopkeeper take down the snuff bottle as instructed, and his heart moved slightly, but he didn't show it on his face. This snuff bottle is made of tourmaline, right? There are too many impurities here, and the painting is not quite complete. Yi-jun looked at it with a bit of disgust. The old vendor was a little embarrassed and said quickly, Little brother, there's nothing wrong with what you said, but my snuff bottle is quite old, and I guess it is from the Qing dynasty. In this case, I won't charge you more. You can take the 40,000. 40,000? That's too expensive. Look, this snuff bottle doesn't even have a lid. I have to buy a new one myself. About 500. 500. The stall owner's eyes widened when he heard the price. Are you kidding? This is made of tourmaline. Yi-jun picked up the snuff bottle on the table and showed the stall owner its defects. Take a look at this tourmaline and see how much impurities are in it. I could buy a nice tourmaline with 500 yuan. The boss turned pale. Chapter 16. Sunken Wood Guanin's Statue. 500 is absolutely not a deal. It has to be at least 20,000. No. I can give you 50 more at most. Give me 550. Yi-jun waved his hands repeatedly. In the end, Yi-jun negotiated the price down to 565.5 and bought the snuff bottle. After paying the bill, Yi-jun left, playing with the snuff bottle in his hand. The transaction ended happily. Yi-jun was about to leave with the packaging bag when he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Following the feeling, I saw a fiery red figure staring at me from the stall opposite. Qi-ying. Is she stalking herself? Yi-jun was still guessing Qi-ying's purpose, but saw that she looked calm. He walked slowly towards Yi-jun and soon arrived in front of Yi-jun. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Qi-ying. Qi-ying's voice was very light, without much emotion. Hello, my name is Yi-jun. Mr. Yi just helped me out, but before I could thank you in person, you left. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. No, Mr. Yi, I sincerely want to thank you. Qi-ying lifted her long hair that fell in front of her. Miss Qi, you are too kind. It's my duty. After Qi-ying's thanks, she casually chatted with Yi-jun about other things. I just saw Mr. Yi shopping for his family, so I didn't disturb him. Mr. Yi is really filial. No. Yi-jun said politely. Of course he would not say that he was making it up. It seems that Mr. Yi has returned with a great reward. I think that snuff bottle was what Mr. Yi had set his eyes on long ago. Miss Qi is a good eye. Yi-jun remained calm and composed. Mr. Yi, can you tell me what's the secret of that snuff bottle? A hint of joy flashed in Qi-ying's eyes, and she continued to ask. It's just a small item used by the Qing dynasty royal family. The only thing that's attractive is the tourmaline material. There's nothing special about it. Yi-jun casually played with the tourmaline snuff bottle in his hand. For the royal family? I wonder how much it is worth. It's not worth much, just a small thing worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands? Qi-ying's eyes regained their composure when she heard the price. Hundreds of thousands were not a noteworthy number to her. But the person just now was bought for tens of thousands of dollars. The profit margin from the middleman was so great that even she, a veteran in the business world, could not help but be tempted. After thinking for a while, Qi-ying slowly spoke to Yi-jun. Mr. Yi, I have a deal to discuss with you. Make a deal? What deal? Yi-jun asked in a calm tone. I admire Mr. Ye's vision. I wonder if he has any suitable collections to sell to me. My collection? Yi-jun's heart moved slightly at this moment. He didn't have any collections, but his intuition told him that this should be a good thing. What's the price? When Qi-ying heard that Yi-jun was interested in a deal, she smiled and said, Don't worry about the price, Mr. Yi. I will buy from you at a price that fluctuates 1 to 3 levels according to the market price. When Yi-jun heard the price, he was quite satisfied. The price of an antique can easily be tens of millions, and a price fluctuation of a few levels can result in a difference of millions. This woman, he really has no shortage of money. What do you want? Yi Jun asked. He wanted to do this business. The higher the value, the better. The more precious something is, the better. Qi Ying's conditions are also simple, and she is very wealthy. Yi Jun was also slightly stunned when he heard this condition. How could this girl with such a good temperament look like a nouveau riche? When Qi Ying saw Yi Jun's expression, she realized that there was something wrong with her statement. With a faint smile, he said, "Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand me. I have no choice." Oh, seeing Yi Jun's puzzled look, Qi Ying told him about her own troubles. "Next month is my grandfather's 80th birthday, and our family still has some assets. This is a gift for the old man, and of course the more expensive the better." After listening to it, Yi Jun understood. This was definitely a drama of wealthy families fighting for power. But all I have to do is think about how to make this deal. When giving gifts, it still depends on the recipient's preferences. Not everything that's expensive is good. I know this. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi. Yi Jun pondered for a moment and said to Qi Ying, "My collection does not meet your requirements. Mr. Yi, the price can be negotiated, as long as you are willing to give it up. That's not the problem. The collection I have now doesn't meet your requirements." Yi Jun said with a hint of helplessness in his tone that the collection he had on hand was indeed just 3 items he had just bought in the market. "Then, Mr. Yi, you have to give me a plan." Qi Ying looked at Yi Jun with slightly frowned brows. "I'm going to walk around this Yinxia street for a while. If I find something suitable, I'll give it to you, okay?" Yi Jun made a suggestion. If they really found a bargain, they could trade on the spot to save trouble. As for the system, as long as you don't use the repair function, there's no need to worry about being exposed. From now on, I'm a master of treasure appraisal. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yi first. Qi Ying was actually a little displeased when she heard Yi Jun's words. Even in a famous street in Shu, it was not so easy to find a suitable item. However, Yi Jun looked like a capable man. Qi Ying believed in her intuition and just took it as a way to pass the time. "Then come with me." Yi Jun didn't want to waste any more time here, so he called out to Qi Ying and started moving. Qi Ying quickly followed his footsteps. After walking around for a long time, Yi Jun would not stay in a stall for more than 5 minutes. No more than 5 items were viewed. Such a speed made Qi Ying wonder whether they were strolling on a pedestrian street or an antique street. If she hadn't seen that this person had real ability, she would have thought that someone was setting a trap for her. Yi Jun was also very melancholy. It was not so easy to find a bargain. The few things he saw were indeed real things, except that their value was far from meeting the standards Qi Ying wanted. Moreover, the store owner knows the value of the treasures very well, so it is impossible to buy them at a low price. I soon reached the end of the street, and there were only a few shops left. Suddenly Yi Jun was attracted by something displayed at a shop booth. A wooden statue of Guanyin. Guanyin's eyebrows and eyes are carved lifelike. She holds a jade bottle in her hand and has a compassionate look on her face. What is rare is that it is well preserved, with fine wood grain and no sign of decay. The system panel appears. Sunken wood Guanyin statue. Value, 1.5 million. Damage, 20%. With restoration value. Estimated restoration value, 1.8 million. Details of the treasure. Dark wood texture, a work by the famous Qing dynasty sculptor Wang Fadong, a masterpiece of his later years. Chapter 17, Wisdom Relics. Just as Yi Jun's eyes moved to the jade bottle, a golden light flashed. Relics of a high monk. Value, 25 million. Cannot be repaired. Details of the treasure, locked in the hidden buckle of the jade bottle, covered with gold foil. Boss, please let me see this dark wood Guanyin statue. Yi Jun stood in front of the counter and said to the boss, "Young man, you have good eyesight. Are you trying to ask Guanyin for help?" The boss looked at the young couple with a little curiosity, especially the man. He took the Guanyin statue from his exhibition stand with both hands and respectfully placed it on a table covered with red cloth. This is the rule of the industry. Antiques that involve ghosts and gods must be treated with awe. Yi Jun carefully observed the statue of Guanyin without saying a word. Qi Ying on the side didn't say anything, but this Guanyin looked just ordinary to her. His grandfather was a Buddhist, and he had seen many Buddhist statues made of this kind of dark wood, so they were not rare at all. At this time, Yi Jun was wearing gloves and carefully examining every detail of the Guanyin. Appears very focused. When Qi Ying saw Yi Jun's behavior, Curiosity appeared in her eyes. What is the mystery of this guanine statue? What is the price of this guanine statue? After checking it out, Yi Jun calmly took off his gloves and asked the shopkeeper about the price. Little brother, if you really want it, take the 1.8 million. The boss quoted a price with a smile on his face. Yun faunil slightly. Boss, this price is too high. This darkwood material is not worth this price. It's not appropriate. Then name a price, little brother. The boss looked at Yi Jun with a smile. 50,000 or so. Yi Jun reported a number. The boss's smile froze for a moment. Stop joking, little brother. Yi Jun shook his head and said, the price of 50,000 is given because you are good at carving guanine. This piece of darkwood carved into the shape of guanine only costs a little over 20,000 yuan on the market. The boss said stiffly, little brother, I have identified this item as a Ming Dynasty product. This price is too outrageous. Ming Dynasty? Did you use carbon-14 isotope analysis? The boss was frightened. How would he know these technical means? But he still said with all his strength, yes, it is this carbon. Yi Jun sneered after hearing this. It seems that I gave too much with this 50,000. He turned around and was about to leave. Qi Ying and the boss were both confused by Yi Jun's action. The boss quickly called Yi Jun. Little brother, please stay, what do you mean? Yi Jun stopped and turned around and said, since you said that the carbon-14 isotope test showed that the year was the Ming Dynasty, then it can only mean that your guanine is not made of darkwood at all. The boss looked even more puzzled when he heard this. Could you give me some advice, little brother? You know that sunken wood is wood that is naturally formed when trees are buried underground. It must have been formed at least 2,000 years ago. It's only been 2,000 years since the Ming Dynasty. You said that your guanine was identified as a Ming Dynasty product. The darkwood used to make this guanine statue had not yet formed at that time. I can't believe your explanation. It proves that this thing is a modern craft. After hearing this, the boss' face turned pale. He never thought that he would have his day. 40,000, you won't lose money at this price. Yi Jun pushed the price down further. The boss couldn't help but sigh. Okay. Qi Ying watched as Yi Jun paid the bill and prepared to leave with the box containing the guanine statue. Mr. Yi, I'm afraid this guanine statue is not that simple. Yes, the boss is right. It is indeed something from the Ming Dynasty. Yi Jun looked at the box containing guanine with a serious expression. So, Mr. Yi was deceiving the boss just now. No, this guanine was not originally made of darkwood. Qi Ying blinked. What do you mean? This guanine was made of ordinary namu wood at the time, and then it was buried underground to form a darkwood. Qi Ying opened her pink lips slightly. She already understood. The appraisal is correct. This guanine is indeed from the Ming Dynasty. It's just that the boss didn't realize from the beginning that the original material used for guanine was not sunken wood, which is why he fell into Yi Jun's logical trap. Mr. Yi is indeed capable. How much is this guanine worth? There are only about 1 million guanyens. Just follow me. Yi Jun's tone was not as casual as before, and his eyes never left the box. When Qi Ying saw this scene, she had an idea in her mind. Soon he brought Qi Ying to a quiet room. On this street, there are many quiet rooms open to the public, and you can use them for a period of time as long as you pay. This kind of place is designed to provide buyers and sellers with a quiet environment for conversation. Arriving at the quiet room, Yi Jun closed all the doors and windows. He went to the table again and took the guanine statue out of the box. Qi Ying looked at Yi Jun's mysterious movements, somewhat puzzled. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Just watch it. Yi Jun did not respond to Qi Ying's question. Qi Ying said no more and watched Yi Jun's actions quietly. After Yi Jun took out the guanine, he explored the guanine statue with his hands. Then he rudely took the jade bottle from Guanine's hand. Mr. Yi, this. Qi Ying couldn't quite understand Yi Jun's behavior. She looked down upon the value of the guanine statue. However, due to family reasons, destroying Buddhist statues is still a taboo. It's okay, this one has a hidden button. Qi Ying saw that Guanine's hand holding the jade bottle was still intact, except for a few hidden wrinkles between her fingers. Just now, Qi Ying looked at this guanine. It was fitted together perfectly everywhere, and there was no trace of splicing at all. She did not expect that the designs were so ingenious. Qi Ying looked at Yi Jun, the instigator, who was still fiddling with the jade bottle. I saw him violently break the jade bottle into 2 sides. The jade bottle was split into 2 halves. A golden object fell onto the table. Finally got it. Yi Jun's face, which had been tense when he was dismantling the guanine statue, suddenly showed joy. This is... Qi Ying's icy face revealed a look of surprise. She never expected that there was a secret hidden in this guanyin statue. Yi Jun smiled and put the items on the table in front of Qi Ying. This is a golden bead. Qi Ying looked carefully at the ancient characters engraved on it. Barely recognizable. The wisdom relics of the elder Mingong. Qi Ying's pupils suddenly contracted. The relics of a great monk. Who is this Duke Min? What is the wisdom relic? Qi Ying asked Yi Jun her questions. It is one of the 4 great monks of the Tang dynasty. In addition to the monk Xuanzang, who is well known throughout the country, Lord Min and monk Daoming were also well-known monks at the time. The wisdom relic is the relic from the head, which is the most valuable. Yi Yun patiently explained to Qi Ying. Chapter 18. $35 million. Mr. Yi is truly a god. Qi Ying expressed her admiration for Yi Jun at this time. He could even see the hidden mechanism. He must be a man with X-ray vision or a master. X-ray vision? Qi Ying unconsciously placed her hands on the pair of giant pandas. Miss Qi, you are overpraising me. I'm just lucky. Yi Jun did not take credit for it. In fact, he was just lucky. How did Mr. Yi discover this secret? Qi Ying felt that this matter was beyond her understanding. If she hadn't decided to look for Yi Jun on a whim today, she would definitely think that Yi Jun was conspiring with others to deceive her. If Miss Qi wants to figure this out, she has to find out what the dark wood is most commonly used for. What's it for? Qi Ying looked at Yi Jun with some confusion, as she really didn't know much in this area. Sunken wood has always been considered the best material for coffins, as it can last for thousands of years without rotting. Then what does it have to do with the hidden relics in this guanyin? The guanyin made of dark wood, especially the image of guanyin holding a jade bottle, speaks volumes. Qi Ying was confused. Are these two things related? It is recorded in Volume 3 of the Traveler's Notes of the Pastoral Wind. Using dark wood to make a jade bottle can increase the Buddha nature of the guanyin statue. That's what I thought of. I just checked and found that there's indeed a hidden button on the guanyin statue. The store owner didn't notice it, so I got a great bargain. I am really impressed by Mr. Ye's treasure appraisal skills. Qi Ying looked at Yi Jun with a strange look in her eyes. After seeing Qi Ying finish reading, Yi Jun put the relic back into the jade bottle and reinstalled the guanyin. Qi Ying looked at the guanyin statue with burning eyes. Yi Jun asked with a smile, "Is Miss Qi satisfied with this collection?" "I'm very satisfied. I wonder if Mr. Yi is willing to give it up." Qi Ying's tone was full of determination. She was determined to get this guanyin statue. "Miss Qi, you don't have to make a decision so quickly. You can find someone to appraise it, and then we can talk about the price." "No need. I trust Mr. Yi." Qi Ying waved her hand and rejected Yi Jun's suggestion. $35 million. This is my reward to Mr. Yi. What do you think? Qi Ying has been preparing a birthday gift for her grandfather recently. I have some understanding of this aspect of the market. The last auction price of the relics of an eminent monk was $28 million. It's a pity that I didn't catch it, otherwise the price would have been raised. Plus, Yi Jun Guanyin is worth more than $1 million. This price was rounded up according to the previously agreed upon floating amount. Qi Ying simply rounded it up. Yi Jun smiled slightly when he heard the offer. Miss Qi is destined to be with this guanyin. Your price is very sincere, so let's do it. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for giving up your love. A rare smile appeared on Qi Ying's face. She asked for Yi Jun's bank account number, then made a phone call and gave some instructions. 5 minutes later, Yi Jun received a text message notification. Your blue and white bank account has received 35 million yuan. Yi Jun confirmed with Qi Ying that the money had been received, and then asked Qi Ying to take guanyin out. When I walked out a quiet room, I found several people in black suits waiting outside. As Qi Ying went out, she handed the box to the leading man, who carefully took it with both hands and held it high. Mr. Yi, let's say goodbye here. If we are destined to meet again in the future, please come to Kyoto to talk to me. Qi Ying took out her business card and handed it to Yi Jun, exchanging contact information with him. Yi Jun smiled slightly and responded, See you again if we're destined to meet again. It has been 3 days since I last went to the antique street. Yi Jun earned 35 million from Qi Ying, plus his own original 10 million. The cash on hand now exceeds 50 million. This amount of wealth is a considerable fortune for the upper class in Shudu. After getting the money, Yi Jun did not choose to go out and spend it. Instead, I stay at home and surf the internet and watch movies every day. The 3 meals of the hotel that you book directly for meals are delivered on time every day. As for house cleaning, the housekeeping company comes to clean every day. Yi-jun felt that if he continued living like this, he would be lost in the ocean of comfort. During these days, he also made some plans for the room. Set aside a special room to display your collection. Last time I got a snuff bottle, a pendant, and a pen holder from the antique market. He restored them all and placed them in the collection room. Repairing these insignificant gadgets now has no effect on Yi-jun's spirit. Having not been out for a few days, Yi-jun decided to go out for a walk today, otherwise he would get moldy. I went to the cloakroom, changed into a new Dior suit of the season, and put on a pair of Armani leather shoes. I fixed my hair and sprayed some Channel Men's perfume on. These luxury goods are delivered to us regularly by specialty stores. After a while, a handsome, elegant, and nice young man emerged. Still feeling like something is missing? Yi-jun looked at himself in the mirror and always felt like something was missing. Suddenly wanting to check the time, Yi-jun took out his cell phone from his pocket. 4:50 p.m. It's almost time to go out. Watch. Yi-jun immediately realized that he needed a watch. With my current net worth, I still use my mobile phone to check the time, which makes me look so low. You have to go and buy it yourself. But it seems a bit lonely to go shopping alone. Who should I ask to join me? Yi-jun looked through the phone numbers in the address book. A name was quickly locked upon. Jo-mei. Yi-jun pressed the dial button with an ambiguous smile. Beep. Beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Eh? Yi-jun was a little surprised that Jo-mei dared to hang up on him. Ding, ding, ding. Before Yi-jun could finish his sigh, Jo-mei called back quickly. I was in a meeting. What do you want? Jo-mei's tone was still calm, without the arrogance of the past. See you at the entrance of Starlight Building at 6 p.m. today. Yi-jun stated his request coldly. You're dreaming. Jo-mei's tone suddenly became sharp. Manager Zhou, who are you talking to? I didn't see you at 6 o'clock, you know. Yi-jun didn't say much to Jo-mei. He just informed her. Just like when she notified me to stay and work overtime, I had no way to resist. Now she couldn't refuse. Yi-jun had a simple dinner at home and then went out. The Xinguang building in the CBD area of Shudu is crowded with people even on weekdays. It is one of the best commercial complexes in Shudu. High-rise office buildings are where social elites gather. The 10 floors below are shopping centers, restaurants, and entertainment centers. After get-off work, Zhou may even cancel the company's regular meeting and hurried here. Chapter 19. Manager Zhou, throwing himself into your arms? People in the company are still wondering. Manager Zhou is such a workaholic that he can't even take care of his work. Could it be that someone has an appointment? Zhou Mei stood in front of the road of the Starlight Building, still dressed meticulously. Her face was delicately made up, and she was wearing a short black suit, revealing most of her beautiful arms. She wore a hip-hugging miniskirt, which made her look wealthy. Today, a pair of beautiful legs are wrapped in black stockings and wearing black high heels. Zhou Mei stood quietly on the side of the road, biting her lower lip gently, looking a little anxious. Passers-by will be more or less attracted by this beauty, and their eyes will linger on her. There were even some brave enough to come up and chat with them. Beauty, who are you waiting for? I'd like to buy you a drink. The greasy-faced, middle-aged man was delighted to see the beauty waiting on the roadside, and he approached Zhou Mei with a flattering smile. Roll! Zhou Mei is not someone who is easy to mess with. She felt disgusted when she saw this pig-headed man. You are such a naive beauty. Go have a meal with your brother, and I will take you for a ride later. As the pig-headed man spoke, he swung his BMW key and pressed the key switch. The BMW parked on the side of the road rang. Zhou Mei looked closely and saw a high-end BMW car, which cost about 1.5 million yuan. The pig-headed man looked at Zhou Mei smugly. Have you made up your mind, beautiful lady? I just bought this car. Are you willing to be the first woman to sit on the passenger seat? Roll! When Zhou Mei heard about the word ride, she seemed to remember something bad. Coupled with this pig-headed man, she had to control the churning feeling in her stomach. I think you're not going to accept my toast and will be punished by drinking. The pig-headed man got angry and went up to give Zhou Mei a beating. Suddenly, there was a roar, the unique engine sound of a sports car. Along with the sound comes a supercar with perfect lines and full of explosive power. Bugatti X6. Yi-jun parked the car in front of Zhou Mei and the pig-headed man, and the eyes of the people around them instantly focused on them. There are many knowledgeable people walking around here. Bugatti X6, the world's top supercar, is rare even in the central area of Shudu. Yi-jun lowered the roof and turned the car into a convertible. looking at the man on the side of the road who was about to fight with Zhou Mei. "Oh, what kind of wine does this gentleman have for our manager Zhou?" There was a gloomy smile on Yi Jun's face. The pig-headed man looked at the man driving the Bugatti and realized at the first moment that this man was not someone he could afford to offend. This car alone is worth more than all the belongings in the house. Sorry, I was just joking with this beautiful lady. I have something else to do here." The pig-headed man quickly apologized and prepared to flee the scene. "Go away," Yi Jun said coldly. The pig-headed man quickly ran away and trotted towards his car. Yi Jun honked the horn as he ran on the road. The pig-headed man was frightened and staggered. He quickly stood up and rushed to his car. The people watching the excitement around burst into laughter. "This broken BMW wants to steal Bugatti's girl. This dude is so handsome, driving such a nice car and being so protective of women. What a perfect match. This is a talented man and a beautiful woman." Listening to the discussions around him, Yi Jun smiled without comment. He gave an order to Zhou Mei, who was standing there in a daze. "Get in the car." Zhou Mei sat in the passenger seat with a complicated expression. Yi Jun did not raise the carport again, but drove the car into the garage with the top down. "Manager Zhou, is it time for dinner?" Yi Jun asked Zhou Mei with a smile. "No." Zhou Mei had a cold face and was very frugal with her words. "Since I asked Manager Zhou out, how can I neglect him? I will treat him to a good meal later. He will have a full meal." Yi Jun looked at Zhou Mei's exquisite makeup today and spoke gently. "What do you want?" Zhou Mei's back suddenly straightened, and some prominent blue veins could be seen on her snow-white neck. "What's wrong with Manager Zhou? Do you want to reject my invitation? Then I can only." Yi Jun's words were still lukewarm. However, Zhou Mei understood what Yi Jun meant. Half an hour later, Yi Jun raised the convertible of the sports car and walked out of the car. "Manager Zhou, hurry up. You have to accompany me to the mall. The meal can't be eaten for free." Yi Jun urged impatiently. Zhou Mei walked out from the corner of the garage behind the Bugatti, wiping the corners of her lips with a tissue. Yi Jun looked at Zhou Mei's current appearance. Her long hair, which had been well-groomed, became a little messy. Her makeup was a little smudged, the lipstick on her lips was mottled, and her eyes were looking at herself angrily. 5 minutes, go touch up your makeup." Yi Jun smiled. It's a pleasure to see Manager Zhou looking so messy. In some ways, it feels great. When Zhou Mei heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted, got into Yi Jun's car, took out a makeup mirror, and carefully touched up her makeup. 5 minutes later, a lively urban beauty appeared in front of Yi Jun again. If you look closely, you'll find that this beauty seems to be more hydrated than before. Yi Jun looked at Zhou Mei's finished makeup and nodded slightly. "Let's go." He turned and walked into the elevator room next to the parking space, and Zhou Mei followed closely behind him. 8th floor. Yi Jun said to Zhou Mei. There were only him and Zhou Mei in the elevator. Zhou Mei frowned, walked forward, and pressed the button for the 8th floor. On the 8th floor of Xinguang Building, luxury goods store area. Yi Jun got off the elevator and strolled along the way. Zhou Mei followed closely behind him, not daring to fall behind. The nearby shop assistants looked at the couple with curiosity. This man's clothes and accessories are all luxury items. All of his clothes are new products of the season. His taste in matching clothes is also very good. He is a high-quality customer of this building. This woman has a good appearance. Although the clothes she wears are branded goods, they have nothing to do with luxury goods. Her entire outfit is not as expensive as a man's sleeve. The shop assistants were talking about it. What do you think their relationship is? I think she is a woman kept by a rich second-generation man. It could also be that the sparrow climbs onto a golden branch and becomes a phoenix. Who would want such a rich and handsome guy? This woman is also capable. Zhou Mei looked at the luxury goods in the surrounding stores and secretly clicked her tongue. Even if she was a company executive, a year's salary was not enough to buy 2 bags here. This is not a place where working-class people like me should stay. Seeing the shop assistants around her looking at her, Zhou Mei nervously tugged at her clothes and subconsciously followed Yi Jun closely. Yi Jun suddenly stopped, and Zhou Mei didn't stop and bumped into him from behind. What is Manager Zhou doing? Throwing himself into someone's arms. Yi Jun looked at Zhou Mei with a deeper look in his eyes. Zhou Mei quickly distanced herself from him and looked at Yi Jun with a wary look on her face. Chapter 20. Buying a watch. A famous watch worth millions. Forget it. Even if Manager Zhou agrees, I'm not interested. Yi Jun sneered and turned to go into the store. Patek Philippe. Zhou Mei looked at the sign and felt a little dizzy. The English translation of this is Patek Philippe, an internationally renowned watch brand. Her annual salary could probably buy her a bag in other stores. Well, here, her lifetime salary might not be enough to buy a watch. Jaume looked at the decoration inside the store. The entire store was mainly made of solid wood, with a prosperous and gorgeous European style. The lamps in the store are all sparkling crystal chandeliers, spotlessly clean. The several shopping guides inside are standing solemnly at their posts, waiting for customers to come. For a moment, she didn't even have the courage to step into the store. What are you standing there for? Come here. Yijun looked at Zhou Mei, who was standing at the door with some amusement. Zhou Mei came to her senses at this moment. She quickened her pace and walked behind Yijun without saying anything. Soon a salesperson came up to greet him. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Yijun looked at the shopping guide, who was a middle-aged man wearing a well-fitting retro suit, with his hair combed meticulously. He had an elegant temperament and some of the style of a medieval butler. This is the brand color of Patek Philippe. As a classic top-level luxury brand, the quality and requirements of its service staff are extremely strict. I need to see a men's watch. Okay, please follow me. The shopping guide's eyes quickly passed over Yijun, and she had a plan in mind. She took Yijun to a group of counters. At a glance, Yijun saw display racks covered with tempered glass on the counter made of solid wood, on which were displayed various gorgeous and eye-catching men's watches. Sir, do you need me to introduce you? The shopping guide asked respectfully. Yijun waved his hand, and the shopping guide stood not far from Yijun, ready to be on standby at any time. I started looking from the side of the booth. Patek Philippe 7231 are white gold model. Value, 4.9 million. Damage, 1%. No need for repair. Detailed explanation of treasures. Patek Philippe's second-level master handcrafted it in 1 year. Yijun turned on the system and looked at the list. The price is fine for me, the quality is fine for me, and the authenticity is fine for me. But the problem is that this circle is over. There is no style I like. Yijun waved to call the shopping guide, who immediately stepped forward to wait for instructions. Do you have any simpler and more elegant styles? These are too fancy. Yijun asked with a frown. I'm sorry, sir. The style you mentioned is not available in the new models in recent years. The shopping guide answered truthfully. Do you have this style for sale here? Are the previous ones out of stock? Sorry, this is a new model store. The old models you mentioned may be available at our headquarters or in some watch shops. All right. Yijun was a little disappointed. It seemed that even with money, he couldn't buy what he wanted. The shopping guide then said, Sir, we have a watch shop here that we have been cooperating with. If you're interested, you can go over and take a look. They may have what you need. Tell me about it in detail. This watch shop is our after-sales service. They use old craftsmanship passed down from generations. They have a collection of vintage watches in their store. They may have what you need. Interesting. Yijun became interested and asked the shopping guide for the address. Let's go, Manager Zhou. Yijun drove towards the jewelry store. Zhou sat in the passenger's seat with a cold face and remained silent. She quietly looked at Yijun's handsome face and sighed in her heart. The current Yijun is no longer the young boy who is timid and submissive under his command. Now his wealth allows him to manipulate people at will. Could it be that there will never be a day when I can escape from the clutches of this young man in front of me? Yijun was driving happily. Noticing Zhou gaze, he asked jokingly, Manager Zhou, are you hungry? How about we find a place to eat something? When Zhou heard this, she seemed to be irritated. She quickly shook her head and shrank towards the car door. Yijun looked at this female supervisor who was once so high and mighty and now looked like this. He shook his head with some boredom, ignored her, and continued driving. The traffic conditions were good at night, and we arrived at our destination quickly. Krone Watch Shop. It is located in the central area of Shu City, but it is not a prosperous area. After Yijun parked the car, he found it at the corner of the commercial street. Looking from outside the store, there's just a sign hanging on the door, which doesn't look too luxurious. Yijun brought Zhou Mei into the store. The decoration inside the store is not as magnificent as that of Patek Philippe, and the store is not very large. There are 2 counters on both sides of the store, displaying some watches. There are some clocks placed in an orderly manner on the wall. Yijun took a quick look and saw that they were all valuable items. Opposite the shop door are several workbenches separated by wooden fences, on which are placed some tools and scattered parts. Compared with specialty stores, it is more casual and free-spirited, giving people a more relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. At this time, There was a young female shopping guide next to the counter who was smiling and talking about something with two men sitting at the workbench. Ding dong, ding dong. Yi-jun and the other person walked into the store. The door curtain was connected to a wind chime, and a clear chime rang, instantly attracting the attention of the clerk. The female shopping guide quickly ended the conversation and came over with a faint smile. Sir, how can I help you? I heard you have some simple and retro men's watches, so I came to take a look. Yi-jun said this in a casual tone. Sir, this way, please. The shopping guide brought Yi-jun to a counter, where the displays were not as exquisite as the separate display cabinets at Patek Philippe. Instead, the watches are displayed on the counter like a jewelry store. Sir, these are classic and retro styles. Can you see if there is any that suits you? Well, let me take a look myself first. Yi-jun began to look at the exhibits on the counter. This was not a Patek Philippe store, but it had all kinds of famous watches. Cartier S1093. Value, 2.1 million. Vacheron Constantinte o mie no sutedoi. Value, 1.8 million. Yi-jun looked through the watches, but still couldn't find one that he liked. So he began to wander around the store casually, with a shopping guide and Zhou Mei following behind him. Yi-jun stopped in an area. The salesperson immediately stepped forward and introduced, Sir, these are women's watches. Do you need any? After saying that, he glanced at Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei's heartbeat suddenly quickened at this moment. Yi-jun wanted to buy a watch for her. What should I do? No, I must refuse. Chapter 21 Patek Philippe 130G. No need. Yi-jun didn't look back at Zhou Mei's expression. He just glanced at her casually. After saying that, he started walking around without stopping. Zhou Mei's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. The shopping guide looked at Zhou Mei with some strange eyes and continued to follow Yi-jun. Yi-jun came to another counter. The watches here were different from the ones he had seen before. They all showed signs of old use. This counter doesn't look like a sales counter, but more like an exhibition counter. What is this counter? Yi-jun asked the shopping guide. Sir, these are all famous watches that our boss collected and cannot be used normally. They are only worth collecting and cannot be used normally. Oh, your store is quite interesting. Yi-jun looked at these watches with great interest. The collection value of a watch is different from that of ordinary antiques, and it has higher requirements for completeness. A watch that cannot be used at all will have a greatly reduced collection value. This boss collects these discarded luxury watches as a hobby. Yi-jun's eyes shuttled through the pile of waste. Suddenly, a watch caught his attention. Black enamel dial, white gold case, gold three-dimensional hour markers, and pure black leather strap. Patek Philippe 130G. Value, 500,000. Damage, 70%. Repair value. Estimated value after restoration, 9 million. Details of the treasure. It was handmade by a top-notch watchmaker from Patek Philippe, and the movement was completely damaged. Repair. When Yi-jun saw this string of data, a faint smile appeared on his face. This watch simply suits my aesthetic taste, and I would buy it even if it was a brand new watch. But here's a broken piece. Yi-jun asked the salesperson to take out the watch, and he took it in his hand and examined it carefully. Asked about the price. What's the price of this Patek Philippe 130G? Sir, this watch costs 600,000. I want to tell you in advance that this watch cannot be repaired properly. There is too much damage inside its movement, and this movement has been discontinued for a long time. You buy this watch only as a collection. The shopping guide quoted a price and told Yi-jun the interest involved. 600,000? Yi-jun found slightly. It was much higher than the system price. Although the materials used on this body, including platinum, diamonds, and gems, are worth a lot of money, the price is still very high. Yes, sir. This is our boss's personal collection. If you don't accept this price, the boss is unwilling to sell it. Put up for me. Yi-jun didn't care much about the 100,000 yuan. It was a rare opportunity for him to buy something he liked. Yes, sir. The shopping guide took the watch from Yi-jun and helped him pack it. Yi-jun swiped the card directly and took the watch. Zhou Mei watched the entire transaction process from the side and was deeply moved. Spending 600,000 yuan on a broken watch. This is just too much of a waste of money. Yi-jun didn't have the heart to pay attention to Zhou Mei. He took the things and took Zhou Mei out. Manager Zhou, thank you for accompanying me on this trip today. See you next time. Yi-jun opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, with no intention of letting Zhou Mei get in. Zhou Mei looked a little lonely at this time and pleaded, Yi-jun, I beg you, Please let me go. You are so rich. There is no woman you can't play with. Please be kind and let me go. Yi-jun glanced at Zhou Mei indifferently. Standing in the night wind, Zhou Mei's whole body was trembling slightly, and the arrogant expression on her face became rare gentle at this moment. If it weren't for the unyielding look in her eyes, Yi-jun would probably have believed that this woman was really going to submit. He looked calm. It's getting late now. Manager Zhou, please go back first. I'll invite you out for a drive and dinner next time. After saying that, he drove away. Amid the roar of the Bugatti, Zhou Mei stood in the night, somewhat dazed, thinking. Yi-jun left Zhou Mei alone and returned home. After running around all night, the first thing I did when I got home was to take a shower. After taking a shower, I put on my silk pajamas, took the watch I bought, and went to the treasure room. He placed the watch he had bought on the table and called up the system panel. Patek Philippe 130G. Value, 500,000. Damage, 70%. Repair value. Estimated value after restoration, 9 million. Details of the treasure. It was handmade by a top-notch watchmaker from Patek Philippe, and the movement was completely damaged. Repair. Yi-jun reacted in his consciousness. Confirmed repair. Immediately, the light of repair appeared. Halos of various colors surrounded the watch, and the scratches on it disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only the halo at the core of the watch continues to operate. This repair took several minutes, which was much slower than repairing items of similar size. It seems that my previous guess was correct. The higher the repair value of the item, and the more delicate it is, the more mental energy it will consume. Finally, on the table in the treasure room, a brand new watch was restored. After the repair was completed, Yi-jun felt that his mental strength had become more solid, and he felt that he could repair things of greater value. This sudden feeling made his heart move. He finally found it. The way to increase the upper limit of the repair value is to repair valuable items and continuously improve your mental strength. Repairing items worth tens of thousands of dollars before did not bring this kind of spiritual concentration, but today repairing a 9 million watch can. This shows that this upgrade has certain requirements on the value of the item. Yi-jun was delighted. Discovering a way to improve himself meant that he wouldn't have to take such risks in the future. Thinking of this, Yi-jun realized that a system prompt appeared. Congratulations to the host for solving the mystery of mental power. The repair system is fully open and can be viewed on the host system panel. Yi-jun, daily upper limit of the value of reparable items, 45 million. Spiritual level, level 10. Requirements for improving mental strength. Repair treasures worth more than 5 million. Warning, exceeding the daily repair value limit will cause damage to the host itself, and in serious cases, it may cause the host's death. When Yi-jun saw this series of system prompts, he broke into a sweat. It seems that the last time I repaired the sports car, I forced it to be repaired and almost lost my life. Moreover, this system does not tell you everything clearly. It will only display the corresponding functions after you develop them yourself. I previously opened up a detailed explanation of treasures when my mental power was enhanced. This time, I discovered that the enhancement of mental power might be related to repairing items, so I added a personal detail panel. It seems that I must use this system carefully and develop it attentively in the future. After discovering the new functions of the system, Yi-jun began to look at the trophies he had repaired. Black enamel dial with matte and shiny finishes, gold applied hour markers, white gold case, sapphire crystal case back. It is luxurious yet low-key, restrained and noble. The hands that were originally unable to move are now faithfully fulfilling their mission. I took out my mobile phone and glanced at the time, and it matched the time on the dial exactly. Chapter 22, Class Reunion. The after-sales service for this system is really good. Yi-jun picked up the watch and put it on his left hand. The crocodile leather strap was comfortable to wear, and the platinum bottom felt very smooth when it touched the skin. While fiddling with his watch, he went to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, putting the watch on the bedside, thinking about the fruitful gains of the day, Yi-jun fell asleep contentedly. A few days passed, and Yi-jun still stayed at home all day. Go online and learn some new knowledge. When I have free time, I go out shopping. Daily life is taken care of by restaurants and housekeeping companies, so you don't have to worry about it yourself. That morning, Yi-jun was lying on a lounge chair on the balcony, reading a book. The Wind-Riding Traveler, a travelogue that records antiques, rare treasures, and wonderful sights. Yi-jun was watching with great interest when a phone call came in. A strange phone call from Kyoto? Yi-jun thought about it for a while, but he didn't expect that anyone would call him in Kyoto. After the call was connected. Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Chi-ying. A cold female voice with a hint of smile came, like the feeling of sunlight shining on a snowy mountain. Oh, Miss Chi, what do you want to contact me about? When Yi-jun heard this familiar voice, he instantly remembered the noble and cold woman he had met in the antique street before. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Yi. I'm calling to invite you to my grandfather's birthday party. Yi-jun frowned, thought about it, and refused. It's not appropriate for me to attend Mr. Ye's birthday party with my status. Chi-ying on the other end of the phone let out a faint laugh. What's inappropriate about this, Mr. Yi? To be honest, you traded this gift to me, and I got a great deal this time. That's Miss Chi's own blessing. I'm just an ordinary faux collector. Yi-jun had no intention of climbing up the ladder, so he responded politely. You are too modest. My gift this time will definitely please Grandpa. I am thinking of inviting Mr. Yi to attend. When Grandpa asks about the origin of the treasure, you can help me tell him something. There was a hint of joy in Chi-ying's tone, and it seemed that she was indeed very satisfied with Yi-jun's guanyin statue. Since Miss Chi has mentioned this, I will try to coordinate my schedule. After hearing what Chi-ying said, Yi-jun realized that even if Chi-ying wanted him to help her stand out at the birthday party, it would be difficult for him to refuse her outright. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll text you the date and address of the birthday party later. If you can make it, just call me directly. This is my personal cell phone. I will come out to greet you in person. Chi-ying's voice became softer and mixed with a hint of anticipation. Well, I can coordinate the time. I'll contact you then. After ending the call, Yi-jun saved the phone number. When I added it to the address book, I found that there was an overlap. It was Chi-ying's business card that I scanned with my mobile phone last time. I reset the business card and it was fixed. Looking at Chi-ying's introduction above, Executive President of Shengan Daily Chemical Company, Ltd., Yi-jun remembered that he was bored last time and looked up Shengan Daily Chemical Company, Ltd. This company is a listed company that mainly deals in daily chemical products. Its scale is considered to be a leader in the domestic daily chemical industry. The energy of this company alone is great enough. But behind this company is a real behemoth, Shengan Group. Shengan Daily Chemicals is just a small company under this consortium, but this consortium is the behemoth that can call the shots and control the economic lifeline. This consortium is involved in almost every industry, both in China and abroad. Behind this consortium is the Qi family, a legendary family. There are more than a dozen current members of the Qi family's core positions that can be found on Dunyang alone, not to mention relatives by marriage and nepotism. And the old man of the Qi family is the current head of the entire family. Should I go or not? This high society world. Yi-jun looked at the address and dates sent by Chi-ying. The birthday party would be held in Kyoto in half a month. Let it be. Ding-ling-ling. After finishing the call with Chi-ying, another phone rang. When Yi-jun saw the caller ID, a faint smile appeared on his face. Marco, my best friend from college. Why did you think of calling me? Yi-jun's tone became much more casual. Hasn't it been a while since I last saw Brother Yi? Give him a call. The voice on the other end of the phone was still the same nonchalant voice that Yi-jun remembered. Don't give me that. Tell me, what's the matter? Aren't we planning to have a college reunion? It's been 2 years since we graduated, and everyone wants to get together. Class reunion? Let me see if I have time. That won't work. I have to fly back to Shudu from Kyoto for the class reunion. Brother Yi, you have to come. Marco started yelling on the other end of the phone. You can also get together alone when you come to Shudu. Yi-jun didn't mention the class reunion. We'll talk about it later. We have so many brothers from the university, Lao Li, Lao Zhang, ergo, they're all coming. It'll be so boring without Brother Yi. Mako obviously didn't want to give up on getting Yi-jun to go to the class reunion. Let me think about it. Yi-jun was too embarrassed to refuse his best friend's invitation, but he didn't have much time recently, so he said after careful consideration, well, I'll think about it carefully. We can make another appointment later. Okay then, I'll send you the address and time. We'll contact each other then. After hanging up the phone, Marco's message was sent quickly. Reunion of Class 3, School of Humanities, Science and Technology, Shudu University, 20XX. Location, Shudu Restaurant. Time, gathering starts at 10 a.m. on July 10. Cost, $500 per person. More will be refunded. Less will be supplemented. Yi-jun looked at the notice and fell into deep thought. 3 days later, at Shudu Restaurant, a handsome young man in a suit and tie was sitting on a chair in front of a reception table in front of a banquet hall, cracking melon seeds with his feet up. There were several men and women sitting around him, talking excitedly about something. There was a sign in front of the banquet hall. Reunion of Class 3, School of Humanities, Science and Technology, Shoulda University, 20XX. At this time, a short and fat young woman walked in from the restaurant. When she saw the sign, she came over with a smile on her face. Isn't this our squad leader, Marco? He's getting more and more handsome. Is this Su Yajing? Marco dropped the melon seeds in his hand and looked at the person in front of him. It's an honor for me to be remembered by Ma Shuai. Do you want to register here? No. Please register here and come in and sit down. It's lively inside. Marco accepted the 500 yuan from Su Yajing and registered her on the roster. Su Yajing walked in and Marco flipped through the roster. He complained to the person he was chatting with outside. Brother, you really stood me up today. Chapter 23, 95 points School Beauty. It's good that Yi Jun didn't come. Didn't you see how proud Zhou Yinting and Lu Lei were just now? That's right. It's disgusting to see Brother Yi here. I've wasted my sincerity. All right, stop talking. We're classmates after all, and it wouldn't be nice if people inside heard it. Marco, who's missing? Marco had noticed Yi Jun just now, and now he looked at the list again. Besides Brother Yi, there's only one person missing, Tian Bing. Then don't wait any longer. Come in and sit down. Dinner is almost ready. Ma Ku is the organizer of this class reunion event. No matter how good his relationship with Yi Jun is, he can't let a group of people wait. All the people sitting outside were driven into the banquet hall. After entering the banquet hall, former classmates sat together in groups of 3 or 4. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Some people were chatting, some were listening, and some friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time got together to talk privately. After 2 years in society, this group of people have not yet been completely assimilated into the big dive vat of society. The reason I'm here today is mostly because of the friendship we made in college. However, when people step out of the ivory tower into the big society, they will change to some extent. Let me tell you, when I was parking my car in the garage just now, guess what car I saw? The person who was speaking was nicknamed Fatty Sunday. He was always an atmosphere creator and gossip spreader in school. Now he is sharing something new and everyone's attention is focused on him. What car? Could it be that someone drove an excavator into the garage? Someone joked. Hey, what are you talking about? Bugatti. Bugatti X6. This is the first time I've seen a real car. Wow, it's worth tens of millions. What? Bugatti? Why are you driving Bugatti here to eat? When I think about having dinner in a hotel with rich people, I feel like my worth has increased a lot. Did you take a picture? Show it to us. Shoot it. Fatty Sun is indeed a gossip expert. He took out his mobile phone and showed the supercar in all-round shots, as well as a few photos of himself in them. People around came over to watch the fun. Fuck, this is so cool. It's my dream car, but even in this dream, I feel like I don't deserve it. Yeah, with this salary, I won't be able to make it in several lifetimes. Who among us can't afford such a car? At this moment, a voice interrupted. I think Lu Lei should have bought it, right? Mr. Lu. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on the fat man, sitting in a conspicuous place. This fat guy is short and stocky, with a face full of flesh that squeezes his eyes so tightly that they're almost invisible. The clothes he wears are branded, but they look out of place. This person was Lu Lei, a local tycoon in the class at that time. His family was in business, and he had assets worth tens of millions. In the eyes of the students at that time, this was an extraordinary young man from a wealthy family. In fact, Lu Lei's company is just a small and medium-sized enterprise. The tens of millions of assets are the total value of the company. It would be difficult for him to get even 1 million in cash. When Lu Lei heard these people talking about him, he smiled and said, "This Bugatti is not for people of our class, but I can still afford it for about $100. I bought a car worth 1 million yuan at random. Yinting, you really married a good husband." Someone sighed. Sitting next to Lu Lei, a heavily made-up woman was smiling with her eyes curved. The fat on her body was shaking, making the sequins on her bright red skirt flicker. No, it's not easy for my husband to make money. It takes him half a year to earn 1 million yuan. Last time my husband discussed a project, Zhou Yinting seemed to be well prepared. When she heard someone talking about her, she immediately started her Versailles performance. Everyone was too embarrassed to speak and just watched her perform. Standing far away from the banquet hall door, Marco complained to his other buddy. "You said Brother Yi was a handsome man back then. How could he fall for such a filthy thing?" "Bah, Marco, don't forget that it was you who first called Zhou Yinting the innocent sweetheart. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Marco's face. That was back then. Zhou Yinting was indeed innocent yet flirtatious. Otherwise, how could she have hooked up with a handsome guy like our brother Yi? By the way, is brother Yi coming today? Yi Jun had actually arrived at the Shudu restaurant a long time ago, but he didn't want to chat with anyone, so he just wandered around outside. Regarding the matter between him and Zhou Yinting, he didn't want to have too much involvement with that woman. I was a popular figure in the class back then, and it was Zhou Yinting who pursued me. I agreed to her request because I thought she was well-behaved, cute, and innocent. I thought I was good to her, but who knew that she would break up with me when they graduated? In the end, she got together with Lu Lei, a rich man in the class. We should have parted ways amicably. My feelings for her are not worth mentioning now. At that time, I just felt that it was prestigious to go out with such a well-behaved girlfriend. Who would have known that when they broke up later, the woman who had been so obedient to him before would appear in front of him with a short, fat, pig-headed man. The woman showed off in front of her the new clothes and jewelry given to her by her new man. I was young and energetic at that time, and felt that my enthusiasm was wasted. Now that I think about it, I don't feel anything other than nausea. Yi Jun walked slowly towards the Shuda restaurant. As soon as he entered the elevator and pressed the party floor, the elevator door was about to close. Please wait a moment. A gentle and pleasant female voice was heard. Yi Jun casually pressed the elevator door opening button. A lady hurried in from outside, and the fresh lemon scent instantly filled Yi Jun's nose. Thanks. The woman lifted the hair beside her ear and halfway through thanking Yi Jun, her eyes fixed on him. Who are you? Yi Yun? Yi Jun also saw the woman's appearance clearly at this time. She had a tall and graceful figure, black hair, an oval face with delicate contours, black eyebrows without makeup, a pair of autumn eyes looking at Yi Jun with vigor, a straight nose, and moist lips with lip gloss, which seemed to want to tell something. She was wearing a light green dress with floral patterns and white sandals. She looked pure and extraordinary. Tian Bing. Age, 23. Height, 169 cm. Weight, 52 kg. 3D, 90, 58, 89. Appearance, 95. Experience, 0. Rating, 90. Secret things. Wanting something but not getting it. Instantly, I remembered who this was. Tian Bing, my classmate, was a well-known campus beauty at Shuda University at that time. But at that time, she didn't like to participate in class activities, so Yi Jun and her were just nodding acquaintances. Chapter 24. In this society, being rich is the best. Long time no see, Miss Tian is still so beautiful. Yi Jun joked that after not seeing each other for many years, he felt less restrained when they met again than before. Marshal Yi has become much more handsome now. Tian Bing smiled faintly, looking at the man in front of her whom she hadn't seen for a long time. A young man who was about 1.8 meters tall, with handsome features and a tall figure, wearing a well-cut suit. He wore a black and white metal watch on his left hand and a pair of soft-soled leather shoes, and he looked restrained and noble. Is this the same person as the young man, with clear features and high spirits that I remember? An unknown light flashed in Tian Bing's eyes, and then he regained his composure. Why are you here just now? It's almost time for dinner. Tian Bing took the initiative to bring up the topic. I've been here for a while, just walking around outside. How about you? Yi Jun also responded casually. My home is quite far away, so when I called a taxi, I had to wait for a while, and it was delayed. Yi Jun and Tian Bing were chatting casually as the elevator reached the gathering floor. Marco was still gossiping with someone at the door when he suddenly saw a man and a woman walking out of the elevator. The man was handsome and tall, with an extraordinary bearing, while the woman was gentle and lovely, and she would occasionally lower her head and smile while talking to the man. Okay, I was wondering why these two hadn't arrived yet. Turns out they went out to hook up with each other. Marco was somewhat indignant. No, Yi Jun and Tian Bing didn't even talk to each other when they were in school. At that time, Zhou Yinting was always around him, so there was no chance for women. The buddy next to him interrupted. You know nothing, the goddess has. Marco obviously knew some inside information, but before he could finish gossiping, Yi Jun and Tian Bing had already walked up to him. Yi Jun patted his shoulder hard, and everything was said without words. Tian Bing greeted Marco. Marco, long time no see. Why are you two still together? Please register here first. Dinner is almost ready. It happened by chance. Yi Jun didn't hear the hidden meaning in Marco's words. Tianbing just smiled and didn't say anything. After paying the money, the two began to follow Marco into the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, the main voices now come from Zhou Yinting. Hey, let me tell you, Jingya, this dress of mine was brought back from the country by someone else. It's a new item of the season. Look at this necklace too. It's all new and not sold in China. So, don't say that Lu Lei's family is rich. Having money doesn't mean you can do everything. The last project was done with the help of his brother-in-law's connections. When these words fell into the ears of the crowd, some were disdainful, some were envious, and some took it as a way to entertain themselves. But no one interrupted Zhou Yinting. She and Lu Lei did have the capital to be arrogant. Zhou Yinting's fat lips painted with lipstick were splattered with lipstick, telling of her extraordinariness. Lu Lei stood aside, holding Zhou Yinting's hand complacently, smiling and accepting everyone's envious looks. At this time, a group of people walked in. The two people walking in the middle are a man and a woman. The man is handsome, with extraordinary temperament, and his every move is noble. The woman is bright, gentle, and lovely, and her slight smile is enough to make people dazzled. This is Yi Jun and Tianbing. Following them was the handsome boy Marco and his brother. A few people came into everyone's sight while chatting and laughing. The appearance of Yi Jun and Tianbing was like sunlight shining through darkness or a traveler in the desert encountering a clear spring. After experiencing Zhou Yinting and Lu Lei's baptism of showing off their wealth and affection, it is true that this couple is rich, but the image is really unsightly. Zhou Yinting used to be a little beauty, but now at the age of less than 24, she has started to grow horizontally, and she and Lu Lei look more and more like a couple. Humans are visual animals, so they will naturally feel uncomfortable if they look for a long time. Everyone stood up and greeted the two. This department's school beauties come together. As expected, the protagonist always appears last. Brother Yi, we've been waiting for you. We're going to have a nice drink later. Bing Bing, we've been waiting for you. We haven't seen you for several years. For a moment, the two became the focus of the crowd, and Yi Jun and Tianbing also responded enthusiastically to everyone's greetings. Zhou Yinting and Lu Lei, who were still sitting in their seats, were caught in an awkward situation. Zhou Yinting's face turned pale. These two people came to steal her limelight and were simply not giving her face. This Yi Jun was just the man she had seduced because she saw he was handsome and lusted after his body. Later I realized that in this society, being rich is still the best thing. And even if a man is good-looking, a fancy pillow is useless. Tianbing's clothes are obviously low quality. She is pretty but has ended up like this. She is a useless person. Lu Lei also looked unhappy. He and Zhou Yinting had not received such a level of attention when they first entered the door. This Yi Jun, when he was with his beloved Yinting, was relying on his looks. But didn't Zhou Yinting marry him in the end? It's useless for a poor boy to be handsome. When he gets old in a few years, he will have nothing. As for Tianbing, Lu Lei licked his lips and didn't mention it anymore. After Yi Jun, Tianbing, and everyone else greeted, Tianbing invited Yi Jun. It's too noisy here. When dinner's ready, shall we go sit over there? Okay. Yi Jun followed suit and followed Tianbing. Here, Zhou Yinting and his wife were waiting for everyone to disperse, preparing to say hello to Yi Jun and the others. It was simply ignored. The couple looked unhappy. They were waiting for Yi Jun and the others to greet them, but they left immediately. They had married and lived a rich life. They had to be treated respectfully by others wherever they went, but they were treated badly here today. How could they bear this? Zhou Yinting and his wife sat there with stern faces and stopped showing off. The people around them were glad to finally get rid of the couple's showing off and started chatting about their own things. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was filled with laughter again. Here, Yi Jun and Tianbing sat down in a place not far from the crowd. There were other classmates sitting in groups of 3 or 4 nearby. Yi Jun and the other man were not that impressive. I haven't heard from you since graduation. Yi Jun randomly found a topic to talk about. Yes, I went abroad to see it. Tianbing pinched a strand of her long hair in her hand and played with it, responding with a faint smile. Going abroad? That's great. You should have made a career abroad by now. I only stayed abroad for 2 years. It's not easy for a girl to build a career that way. Tianbing smiled. That's amazing. With my current level of foreign language skills, I can't even ask for directions when I go abroad. Yi Yun pleased. Marshal Yi is still so good at talking. No wonder he had so many fans back then. Tian Bing was amused by Yijun. Chapter 25, Basic Salary of 10,000. Bonus is extra. Fangirl? There is no such thing as a fangirl. The suitor of Tian Xiaohua even came to our professional class to take the class for free. Yijun started talking about the interesting things that happened in the previous school. How come I don't know about this? How can I be so charming? Marshall Yi is talking nonsense again. Tian Bing said in a sweet and naive tone. Our school beauty Tian must have this charm. You don't know how many boys in this class want to pursue you. Yijun continued to joke with Tian Bing with a smile. Among these male classmates, are you Yi Shuai? Tian Bing's voice suddenly became a little low, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yijun while saying this. Yijun suddenly didn't know how to respond to this. When Tian Bing was young, which boy in her class didn't want to be her girlfriend? But Yijun is an exception. Although he is very fond of Tian Bing's appearance, he still likes Zhou Yinting, who is like a little bird and always surround him all day long. Hey, Marshall Yi boasted that I'm attractive, but he himself is not attracted to me. He really says one thing and means another. Looking at Yijun's reaction, Tian Bing burst out laughing. Yijun also smiled and skipped over this topic. Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready. Everyone come and sit down. Marco began to shout in the banquet hall. It was time for lunch. Everyone sat together. There are only about 30 people in a university class, and it is not easy for everyone to come here today. Marco booked 2 large tables next to each other at the Shudu restaurant today, and everyone took their seats. Seeing that everyone was seated, Marco asked everyone to pour drinks, then stood up and spoke. Let me just say a few words. We have been classmates for 4 years. Today we are gathered together to reminisce about our past friendship. Let's eat, drink, and have fun today. Everyone raise your drinks and toast to our friendship. Everyone stood up with their drinks in hand, clinked glasses with the people around them, and drank them all in one gulp. Come on, cheers. Auld Lang Syne. The dinner officially began in a warm atmosphere. After a few rounds of toasts among the group of people at the table, the atmosphere gradually began to heat up. They all started chatting about trivial matters. People started asking about the work I was doing. Because this college is a college of humanities, science, and technology, few people can find suitable jobs. Everyone's work is varied. Marco, you actually became a teacher? Aren't you really going to mislead the students? Me? I just run a small business at home to support my family. I'm in sales, and I'm fed up with my supervisor asking me to deliver results every day. Everyone was talking at the same time, without much concealment. As they were talking, a flattering voice was heard. Look, everyone works so hard, but none of them are as comfortable as Brother Lou's family. The money that big business owners make in a day is enough for us to work hard for a year. The atmosphere at the scene became quiet for a moment, and everyone looked a little awkward. The person who said this was Lu Lei's follower in college. He now works in his company. Judging from the way he is dressed, he can be said to be a successful bootlicker. Everyone was having a good conversation, but with this interruption, the conversation couldn't continue. When Zhou Yinting and Lu Lei heard this, their originally slightly gloomy expressions instantly broke into smiles. Lu Lei looked around with his eyes that were too full of smiles to be seen, and said in a rising voice, "We are all workers. It's not easy to make a little money. I just benefited from my family's influence." Then he narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Jun, who was eating, and said proudly, "Everyone has said where they're doing well. Marshall Yi, don't just focus on eating, talk about it too." Yi Jun was eating the turbot in the bowl. It feels a bit fishy and a bit overcooked. It seems that after getting used to eating meals in 5-star hotels every day, the taste difference when eating ordinary meals is too obvious. Everyone has said where they're doing well. Marshall Yi, stop just eating and say something too. A high-pitched voice reached his ears. Yi Jun looked up and saw Lu Lei looking at him arrogantly. The classmates around him also started to make a noise. They were very curious about the job of this famous person in school. "Marshall Yi, tell me quickly, what are you doing now? He's dressed so handsomely. He must be a male model. You look like a star. You can make your debut now." "I just resigned from Huamao Group a month ago and am unemployed at home." Yi Jun put down his chopsticks and said casually, "I threw this resignation letter to Zhou Mei last time to wipe her mouth. If the resignation procedure is not completed, it should be called voluntary resignation." Yi Jun thought about the process and felt that there should be no problem with the expression. Zili, stay at home and unemployed? What does this Huamao group do? I've never heard of it. As soon as Jun said this, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Although their majors in humanities and technology do not give them an advantage in finding jobs. But a diploma from Shuda University is a solid stepping stone. Now I heard that Jun was working for an unknown small company and chose to resign and has been unemployed at home for a month. For someone who had good looks and good grades during school, this is really a terrible outcome. Brother Yi, have you found a new employer? The salary at Huamao is pretty good, but people always want to move up. Marco came out in time to smooth things over, as he didn't want his buddy to lose face in front of others. No, I'm just unemployed at home. I was too busy before, and I want to take a break for a while. Jun waved his hand nonchalantly. When people around heard this, they thought it was impossible to rest at home for a month. We were all workers, and not everyone in the family owned a mine. It must be that Jun didn't find a job, so he made up a plausible excuse. The way everyone looked at Jun gradually changed. A person like him who couldn't find a job and seemed lazy was not a good candidate for socializing. At this time, a burst of laughter rang out. How can you understand Marshal Ye's thoughts? The salary offered by that company must not be worthy of our Marshal Yi. Hubby, didn't you say you still need an assistant? Ask Marshal Yi if he's willing. Marshal Yi is so cool. It will definitely be an honor for you to take him out. Zhou Yinting smiled and pushed Lu Lei hard with her hand. Lu Lei started to get angry when he heard his wife still talking to Jun. Now, with Zhou Yinting's eyes and words, he instantly understood. Lu Lei deliberately lowered his voice and said to Jun, Jun, I am indeed in need of a life assistant. The job is simple. Just help me deal with the chores in my life. If you're willing to come, I will give you this amount. Lu Lei pointed with his index finger. The basic salary is 10,000, and bonuses are calculated separately. After Lu Lei finished speaking, he looked at Jun with a smug smile. Chapter 26. You two should just get together. The people around were excited. What a good job. The assistant to our boss has the easiest job. He basically spends his time watching TV series in the office, and his salary is much higher than ours. It's indeed a good job. Brother Lu is still a good person. He even thought of his old classmate for such a good job. This week, Ting and Jun had a relationship. It seems that this couple is really open-minded and has a broad mind. These classmates who did not know the truth behind Jun and Zhou Yinting's breakup immediately began to admire the couple's magnanimity. As for being an assistant to a classmate, we are all members of society and have long understood that there are high and low classes in this society. With such a generous salary and a good relationship with the boss, this job is definitely better than working outside on your own. The classmates looked at Lu Lei and his wife with envy and jealousy, and the look he showed towards Jun became somewhat pity. He was a big shot in school back then and was so handsome, but in the end he still succumbed to reality. Meanwhile, Marco and his close friends who knew the whole story suddenly looked unhappy. This couple just came here to perform a double act, and they are here to disgust people in every way possible. Marco, who was sitting next to Jun, looked increasingly gloomy, and Tian Bing, who was also sitting next to Jun, had a gloomy face. But there are some blind people around who are still trying to persuade us. Jun, I think this job is okay. Why don't you give it a try? Yes, Lu Lei's family has a lot of assets. It's a good place to go. I told you not to. Marco next to him finally couldn't hold back anymore and spoke in a deep voice. But Jun next to him patted him on the shoulder and interrupted his speech. I won't go. I saved some money before, and now I want to take a break. Thank you for your concern. Jun spoke slowly, without much emotion. The emotions that everyone imagined, such as ecstasy and rage, did not appear. Just calmness and indifference. All of a sudden, the noisy scene quieted down a little. No one said anything more, and it was not a good idea to interfere too much in such matters. But Zhou Yinting and his wife obviously did not intend to miss this opportunity to show off. Lu Lei said, if Jun is unwilling, forget it. It's better to start working early. There will always be a time when money will run out. Zhou Yinting echoed Lu Lei's words and said, yes, yes. Although we have a good income, our expenses are also high. Just my husband's suit, a new model from Armani, cost more than 50,000 yuan. As she spoke, she stroked Lu Lei's suit with her hand. Lu Lei seemed to sense his wife's intention and sat up straighter. Everyone around looked at Lu Lei, who was short and fat and wearing a tight suit. A suit worth 50,000 yuan might be a year's salary for many people in the working world. Oh, this trademark is Armani's. I've only heard of it before, but I've never seen the real thing. I've never seen this style and material before. Being expensive does have its advantages. Wow, what are these buttons made of? They look really nice. It's made of sapphire. Listening to everyone's conversation, Zhou Yingting answered everyone's questions and at the same time felt the feeling of being the center of attention again. In fact, this piece of clothing is the best one they can use to show off. Zhou Yingting turned her gaze to Yi Jun again, with a smug smile on her face, and finished what she had not said just now. So Yi Jun, living off your savings is not a long-term solution. You still have to find a job. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Yi Jun. Yi Jun was eating salt and pepper shrimp at this time. When he heard Zhou Yingting mention him again, he said slowly, "You're right." After he finished speaking, he continued to eat his food. "This shrimp is okay, you try it." Yi Jun said to Tian Bing, who was sitting next to him. Tian Bing, who had been standing aside calmly, listened to his words, reached out, and picked one up and tried it. "Yes, it's not bad. The braised beef is also good. You should try it too." Tian Bing tried the shrimps recommended by Yi Jun and also recommended some dishes that he thought were good to Yi Jun. Yi Jun looked at Tian Bing's eyes that were about to burst with smiles and also picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks. "Put it in your mouth, chew it slowly, and taste it carefully. It's okay. It's very tasty." Yi Jun nodded at Tian Bing and gave a pertinent comment. Zhou Yingting was extremely angry. Yi Jun was simply embarrassing her. The way Tian Bing and Yi Jun were flirting with each other made her look like an adulterous couple. Although Yi Jun broke up with her, the woman's jealousy never stopped. Tian Bing was prettier than herself. She had always felt that Yi Jun was having an affair with her, but she had never been able to find any evidence. Back then, I was able to successfully hook up with Yi Jun by relying on my cleverness, understanding, and talent. Compared with Tian Bing, I am not as good-looking or as good achieving as Tian Bing. If Tian Bing had taken action, it would have been unknown whether he could have held Yi Jun back then. Zhou Yingting looked at the two of them angrily and said nothing more. Everyone looked at the central figure of this incident. One seemed to have energy but nowhere to use it, while the others seemed to be indifferent. I felt bored and stopped talking about this topic. Everyone skipped the topic and started talking casually again. Because Yi Jun was handsome and a popular figure in the class, he was often mentioned in the topic. "Marshall Yi, how are your relationship problems going?" A girl with a ponytail asked cheerfully. The eyes around him were focused immediately. Yes. Marshall Yi, please share your love experience." "Yeah, let's see what kind of beautiful lady can be worthy of our handsome guy." Yi Jun felt a little embarrassed. These people were too gossipy. At this moment, a burning gaze was also looking at Yi Jun. It was Tian Bing. Her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity as she stared at Yi Jun with a smile. "Handsome Yi, please tell me about your love experience." Yi Jun spread his hands and smiled helplessly. "I'm still single. I haven't met the right person yet. But you school beauty Tian, how are you?" Yi Jun took the initiative and the people around him started to make a fuss. Tian Bing didn't seem embarrassed. Instead, she looked at Yi Jun and smiled sweetly. "That's it. Being single is good. Wow, these handsome guys and beautiful girls are all single. I feel like I'm a winner in life now that I'm married. TSK. Maybe I'm just overwhelmed by the choices. Why don't you two just pair up?" Although there was a small incident in the middle, the class reunion was still quite successful. In the afternoon, we sang and reminisced in the KTV provided by the restaurant. We ended with the song Auld Lang Syne, and then everyone prepared to leave. When we walked out of the KTV, we found that it was raining outside. The weather was supposed to be sunny today, but a thunderstorm suddenly came to Shudu. Chapter 27, Who Sends the School Beauty? Everyone gathered in the hall for a while to discuss how to leave. If there's a car going your way, take it. If there's no car going your way, call for a taxi. Marco made a suggestion here. People started to get together in twos and threes, and some started to call online taxis. For a while, everyone was waiting in the front hall of Shuda Restaurant. Tian Bing was sitting on the sofa in the hotel at this time, alone and quietly. Zhou Yingting, who had been observing her, discovered that she neither shared a car with anyone nor called a taxi. Then he said, "Tian Bing, didn't you drive here? Why don't you share the car with the others?" Tian Bing smiled and said, "I haven't driven for many years since I got my driver's license. I live quite far away, so I won't bother you." "Oh, that's impossible. Come and see if anyone has a vacant seat on the bus to give our school beauty a ride." Zhou Yingting greeted everyone with pretended concern. There were many students in the class who had cars. When they heard that they could send the school beauty home, many men extended invitations to Tian Bing. Tian Bing, why don't you take my car? A silly male classmate took the lead in inviting Tian Bing. Those who hadn't spoken yet looked at him angrily, letting this guy take the initiative. This was not good. Zhou Yinting smiled and said, "What kind of car do you have? How dare you invite our school beauty? Well, let me make a rule. Whoever has the more expensive car will ride in his car home today." Tian Bing's face instantly turned gloomy. What Zhou Yinting said was really unpleasant. What did she mean by the car is expensive, so you have to go with it? The words were too pointed and sarcastic, but Tian Bing's usual good temper prevented her from exploding on the spot. When the men around heard this, they felt something was wrong at first, but the men's competitive spirit instantly overcame everything. Provoked by Zhou Yinting, everyone wanted to compete. "I just bought my car this year, a Roe S13, for 300,000 yuan. The honest man who spoke first was not willing to be outdone and once again took the initiative. "But the price of this car does not mean you will have an advantage just by asking first. My car is a Volkswagen. It costs 350,000 yuan. Audi for 100,000. A Mercedes-Benz costs 600,000 yuan. Gradually, what was originally an activity of sending Tian Bing home turned into a comparison of cars among classmates. After the 600,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz came out, there were no more expensive cars. A slightly bald man of medium build walked up to Tian Bing and smiled a winner. At this moment, a horn sounded outside the hotel, attracted everyone's attention. A chic BMW parked in the parking space next to the hotel entrance. A short and fat man jumped out of the car and ran into the lobby in the rain in an obscene manner. Zhou Yinting's face was full of smiles at this time. "Lu Lei just went to drive, so I'll give you a price. BMW 7 Series, 800,000. But Tian Bing, we have something to do today, so we can't take you there, so you can take Qin Jun's car." The man named Qin Jun had just won the competition and could finally send his goddess home. He felt indescribably happy. When he heard Zhou Yinting's words, he instantly wilted. "The price of this car is more than twice that of my own. The down payment for this car was given by my wife's dowry, and I still have to pay off the car loan every month." Although the chance to send Tian Bing home finally fell on him, he could no longer pretend in front of the goddess. Everyone was once again shocked by the financial resources of Zhou Yinting and his wife. "What the Reichmann? 900,000 yuan. That's several years' salary. This car is so cool. I wish I could buy one." When Zhou Yinting and his wife were receiving envious looks from everyone, a roar of a car engine like that of a wild beast sounded outside the hotel. This sound caught everyone's ears at once. Looking outside, a sports car with perfect lines has been quietly parked outside the hotel. Dark silver body, perfect outline, gorgeous headlights, and exquisite logo. Just parked there, the BMW 7 Series next to it is like a pheasant that can't raise its head. People who were praising the handsomeness of BMW cars just now think that this BMW is simply tacky when they see this car. Bugatti X6. "Damn, that's the Bugatti X6 I saw. So cool," a fat man shouted. This was none other than Fatty Sun, who had said he took a photo with Bugatti after seeing it. Everyone suddenly remembered that more than one person had looked at the photo during the morning chat. "Fuck, is this true? Is the rich man really eating at the same place as me? I feel like I spent 5,000 yuan today for 500 yuan. I want to go up and take a picture. Do you think the owner will dislike me? It's a good deal to look at this kind of car more than once. So cool, these lines, these outlines. This is the smell of money." Everyone was talking about it for a while, but no one dared to go up and take a photo. Given the identity of the person driving such a car, if they were provoked, they would be in trouble. Zhou Yinting and his wife stared at the car with their eyes wide open. It's not that they think the car has stolen their limelight, but there is simply no comparison. The couple understood the value of the car better than most people. Even if they were a family with a little capital and had scraped together the money to buy the car, the dealer wouldn't even look at them twice. This kind of top-level sport car can only be purchased by people with status and position. Because of the target customer service issues, those who drive this kind of sports car are generally the real rich and powerful. What they want is unique dignity. Just imagine, if a person of noble status and a coal boss drive the same car, then the car will be cheap for the noble person. This world says that everyone is equal, but in fact there are clear class divisions. The privileges of some classes cannot be obtained just by having money. You need to have status and position. When the couple saw this car, They didn't even dare to feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction about being overshadowed. Zhou Yinting's eyes were filled with strange colors, and she was imagining that if the owner of this car was attracted by her beauty. Tian Bing was tricked by Zhou Yinting and did not get angry. When she saw Chen Jun waiting for her to take her home, she did not know how to refuse. Ma could try to help Tian Bing out. How about Sister Bing Bing take my car back home? We haven't reminisced for a long time. Tian Bing smiled at this time. Marco is a good man who thinks of everything. That won't do. Marco, what kind of car do you have? We just agreed that whoever has the more expensive car will take Tian Bing home. You can't do this. Yes, that's right. Marco, you can't do such an unethical thing. Zhou Yinting also interrupted at this time. Everyone has just agreed. Marco, please don't join in the fun. You just want to help your good brother Yi Jun get a chance. This matter depends on your ability. Chapter 28. Wouldn't it be more interesting to watch them perform? By the way, where's Yi Jun? I didn't see him driving here today. Yes, he is unemployed and at home. So how can he have a car? I remember his family conditions are not very good either. Even if I can afford a car, it won't be as expensive as 600,000 yuan. I don't see him. I guess he took a ride-hailing car and left. All right. Tian Bing, let Chen Jun take you home. Let's play a little game. You still have to give me some face. The people around started to make a fuss and asked Tian Bing to get into Chen Jun's car. Tian Bing sat on the sofa with a grim look on her face, not knowing how to get out. Marco was also helpless. His car was worth only more than 300,000 yuan. Everyone said it was a game, and he didn't have enough reason to stand up for Tian Bing. Click. The sound of the Bugatti door opening is very crisp. The eyes of the people in the hall were immediately focused on the car door that was about to open. The first leg to step out of the car was a pair of long legs wrapped in trousers and wearing black leather shoes, which was slender, elegant, and full of power. Then a tall upper body slowly leaned out from the car door, wearing a well-cut black suit. When he stood up straight, revealing a handsome face, and slowly walked towards the hall, everyone was stunned. This is Yi Jun. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Yi Jun must have gone to the Middle East to marry a princess. He must have won 500 dozens of times. For a moment, the eyes cast towards Yi Jun were filled with shock, stunned, and puzzled. No one dared to believe what they saw. Zhou Yinting and his wife were completely dumbfounded at this time. They didn't even dare to look directly at Yi Jun. Thinking about how the two of them targeted Yi Jun at the party today, they now just wanted to leave this place quickly. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Jun came to the crowd, and the surroundings instantly became silent. What is everyone doing here? Yi Jun asked with a hint of doubt on his face. When everyone heard this, they were speechless, especially Zhou Jun, who was showing off just now. His face turned as red as a piece of black pig liver. Marco was the first to react. When he saw Yi Jun coming, he was shocked at first, but then he found a breakthrough in the dilemma. With a smile on his face, he walked up to Yi Jun and patted him on the shoulder. Okay, brother Yi drove a Bugatti without telling his brothers. This car has only been driven for a short time. There is nothing worth mentioning. Yi Jun smiled and shook his head, saying with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Everyone was already shocked, and these words made them even more confused. Bugatti, nothing to say? Then what else is there to say? But seeing Yi Jun's calm demeanor, everyone suppressed the urge to roar. Marco didn't know how to respond to this, so he responded to Yi Jun's previous question. We were just discussing here who would take Tian Bing home. Oh, did you come to a conclusion? Yi Jun asked with interest. Marco looked around at everyone with an ambiguous smile. His eyes lingered on Zhou Jun and Zhou Yinting for a while, and he spoke loudly. We have discussed this for a long time and just came to a conclusion. Let brother Yi take Tian Bing home. When the people around heard this, they all agreed. Yes, the class hunk gave the class belle a gift. This is a match made in heaven. Yes. These two are a perfect match, so demons and ghosts should stay away from them. Yi Jun didn't immediately understand how they made the decision, but he couldn't refuse. He looked at Tian Bing and found that Tian Bing was looking at him with a warm smile. She brushed away the long hair that fell on her forehead and smiled sweetly. Would Marshal Yi be willing to give me a ride? Yi Jun smiled faintly and said, Let's go, get in the car. Tian Bing smiled and got up from the sofa, adjusted her plain floral dress, and came to Yi Jun with a faint fragrance. Yi Jun saw that Tian Bing had already stood up and obviously didn't want to stay any longer, so he said goodbye to everyone. Then I will take Tian Bing with me and leave first. See you later. After that, He walked beside Tian Bing like a gentleman, opened the passenger door for her, and drove away. As the roar of the sports car engine gradually faded away, the hall became lively again. According to the previous agreement, those who can travel with others will travel together, and if not, they can call an online car-hailing service. During this period of time, everyone said goodbye and no one talked about Yijun anymore. But the pervasive atmosphere is somewhat unusual. Shuda has a unique charm in the mist and rain. The city known as the 3D magical city looks hazy and dreamy in the drizzling rain. Yijun drove the car at a steady speed in the rain, with soothing music playing in the car. Tian Bing on the side was quietly looking at the scenery outside the window. The rainy scenery in Shudu is still so beautiful. Tian Bing's calm face showed a faint smile, and she sighed inadvertently. When Yijun heard her words, he looked towards the window. As the car was driving on the Yangtze River Bridge, at a glance, the river was shrouded in mist and rain, and ferries were passing on the river, giving a very poetic feeling. Yeah, you haven't seen me for several years. Yijun looked at the beautiful scenery, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It's been a long time. I've been abroad for 2 years, and I don't recognize Shudu anymore. Tian Bing no longer looked out the window. She was sitting in the chair, looking at Yijun with her beautiful eyes, and said indifferently, Shuda has changed a lot in the past 2 years. If you come back in 2 years, you may not recognize the road anymore. Yijun said with deep feeling. It's not just that I don't recognize the road anymore, I don't recognize some people either. Tian Bing's tone suddenly showed a hint of smile, and she looked at Yijun with a smile in her eyes. Yijun smiled helplessly and said, What are you talking about? It's been 2 years since we graduated, so you don't recognize me anymore? Marshal Yi drove a Bugatti, wore a full set of custom-made Armani clothes, and even had a Patek Philippe watch. I didn't dare to recognize him when I first met him. Tian Bing said with a smile. This girl knew about his belongings from the very beginning when they met. Some of the top luxury goods would be impossible to recognize without a certain vision. Take the haute couture she's wearing, for example. Unlike Luley's, which has a glaring trademark, even the Armani logo is embroidered in a subtle pattern inside the collar. This kind of clothes are specially made for truly rich people, and the conspicuous trademark will only make people look silly. Haha, they're just little gadgets. Buy them if you like them. Yijun said with a smile, not caring much. Tian Bing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and said with a teasing smile, Marshal Yi, why didn't you show us your belongings while we were having dinner just now? Yijun pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Isn't it much more exciting to watch their performance than to watch my little possessions? Chapter 29, Item Screening. Ha ha ha, Yijun, you are so funny. Tian Bing thought of the expressions on those people's faces when they saw Yijun's car, and she couldn't help but giggle. It's really exciting to watch them perform. After Tian Bing laughed, she nodded slightly in agreement. Yijun looked at Tian Bing, who was enjoying herself beside him. Her pretty face was filled with smiles. He could not help but feel a little happy as well. He said, I just think it's boring to show off these external things. When Tian Bing heard this, he thought about it for a moment, and the smile on his face deepened. You're right. Tian Bing naturally skipped this topic and started chatting with Yijun. Yijun was driving, listening to Tian Bing talking about some interesting things happening abroad, occasionally adding some of his own opinions, and they had a great time chatting along the way. About 40 minutes later, Yijun drove the car to a villa area according to the navigation instructions and stopped in front of a 3-story European-style villa. Thank you, Marshal Yi, for sending me off today. While thanking him, Tian Bing took out his cell phone from his pocket. Let's change the way we contact each other. The previous social account is no longer useful after we left the country. Yijun looked at Tian Bing's bright, smiling face, took out his cell phone, and exchanged contact information with Tian Bing. Well, it's my honor to serve the school beauty. See you later when you have time. After exchanging contact information, Yijun didn't plan to stay long and said goodbye. Tian Bing stood outside the car window, slightly bent over, outlining a graceful curve, and waved at Yijun with a smile on her face. Okay, next time I'm free, I'll treat Marshal Yi to a meal. Drive carefully. Then I'll wait for your meal. I'll be leaving first. Yijun greeted Tian Bing with a smile and drove away. It was almost dinner time when Yijun got home, so he called the hotel where he had an appointment. After a while, the meal was served. I asked the hotel staff to set the table, and then I sat down at the table to enjoy my dinner. A dish of steamed sea bass, garlic shrimps, boiled cabbage, and a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. Since I was eating alone, the portion of each dish was not large, and together it was just the amount of food a normal adult man would eat. Yi-jun tasted these dishes and compared them with those he had at noon. Tsk, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury. He couldn't help but sigh. Shuda Restaurant is also a great place for ordinary people to gather here. Its decoration and dishes are well known. I have been there several times before, and there were no problems. However, after eating the private dishes prepared by the chefs of five-star hotels for a while, when you go back and try those dishes again, you'll find that everything is not to your liking. The same dish, made by different people and with different ingredients, will result in very different final products. After dinner, the hotel staff will be responsible for taking away the tableware. After Yi-jun had eaten, he sat on the sofa to rest and took out his mobile phone to deal with the messages. When he took out his cell phone, he was a little shocked by the number of messages. Many classmates who had been on my friend list for years sent me messages. Marshall Yi, it's been a while since we last met. Let's get together again. From a classmate with whom I didn't have much interaction. Yi-jun, I have a project here. Are you interested in taking a look? From a classmate who said today he is doing business. The scenery of Paradise Valley here is nice. Are you interested in going there for a visit, Marshall Yi? This was a classmate who used to be quite pretty in the class. Yi-jun flipped through the messages and found them all meaningless greetings and invitations to get-togethers. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his eyes were a little cold, and he casually marked the messages as read. These invitations are a waste of time for me, and it is obvious what these people want. He put down his phone and planned to watch some TV to relax when Yi-jun's phone rang. I changed the cell phone number a while ago and never gave it to anyone except a few close friends. I picked up the phone and saw the caller ID was Marco. Hey Marco, what's up? Yi-jun's voice sounded more casual in front of his brother's. It's Brother Yi. We said we'd go out for a drink. Are you free? Marco asked on the other end of the phone with a hint of caution that he himself did not even notice. Brothers, let's drink. Don't we have to squeeze out some time for you? Yi-jun heard something wrong in Marco's tone and frowned slightly, but his tone did not change. Even if they are good brothers, it would be difficult for them to accept the change from rich to poor in a short period of time. Okay, then tomorrow night at 6:30, our old place in Shuda Times Square, Brothers Food Stall. When Marco heard that Yi-jun agreed, he inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief and told Yi-jun the address of the meeting. Okay, I'll be there on time. Yi-jun hung up the phone without chatting with Marco anymore. He probably didn't have a mood to do so right now. He doesn't want to change anything. Just let everything take its course. Yi-jun tidied himself up and washed up, then returned to the bedroom and fell asleep. The next afternoon, Yi-jun had lunch at home and then went out. It was still early, so we drove to Yinxia Antique Street. This was the busiest time here. Yi-jun parked the car and stepped into the antique street. Walking along the street, Yi-jun turned on the system and started scanning. The shop owners around looked at the young man, who was wearing a simple t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of sneakers, with a handsome face full of youth. Wandering around this street in a cursory manner, without any of the temperament of a buyer, I couldn't help but shake my head. This young man is probably just here to watch the fun. With the attitude that he would not stay in a store for more than 30 seconds, the stall owners did not regard him as a serious buyer. Yi-jun had no idea what these stall owners were thinking, because while he was using the system, he discovered that the system had enabled new functions. Item filter. Yi-jun looked at the instructions and tried to use the system to verify. In the past, they were displayed one by one, but now the system displays a halo on the items. The value of items can be distinguished based on the color of the halo. All white items are fakes. Blue items are of slight value, ranging from 10,000 to 1 million. Purple items are the millions of items. As for the golden items, Yi-jun has not seen them today. However, according to the Guanyin statue purchased previously in the system's instructions, the value of the golden item is at least tens of millions. This value is based on the restore value. That is, a piece of debris seen by the public. As long as it was once an antique worth tens of thousands of dollars, the light it displays will also be blue. The discovery of this function greatly reduced Yi-jun's selection time. Previously, you had to check them one by one, but now you only need to select according to the halo color. Chapter 30 Private Party. This unexpected gain made Yi-jun overjoyed, but unfortunately the journey ahead dampened his joyful mood a little. I walked around most of the street and found nothing. It seems that this bargain still depends on luck. Yi Jun sighed silently, but his heart was not too moved. If he could pick up something every time he came, it wouldn't be long before netizens all over the country would call him dad. As he walked, Yi Jun came to a familiar place. The antique stall where I met Chi Ying last time. The image of the cold-tempered female president flashed through his mind. The Chi family in Kyoto. How is this mess? The scene reminded Yi Jun of his old friend and the agreement he had made with Chi Ying. At this moment, a conversation in the shop caught Yi Jun's attention. An old man in a green shirt was sitting at the stall chatting with a customer. Master Wang-san, where is Lier? I haven't been here for only half a month. How come this stable business was handed over to you? This customer is obviously an old customer and is quite familiar with this street. This Lier has been missing for half a month. His wife transferred the stall to me and returned to her hometown with his son. Master Wang narrowed his bright eyes slightly and spoke slowly with a tone that was a little mysterious. What's going on here? The customer was obviously intrigued and continued to ask. Who knows? You can't offend anyone if you do business honestly. The old man obviously didn't want to talk more about this topic. After hearing what Master Wang-san said, the customer pondered for a moment and said no more. Yi Jun, who was standing nearby, listened to the entire conversation word for word. He did not show any emotion and continued strolling around the Yinxia antique street. I kept wandering around until it was almost time for my date with Marco and the others, but still found nothing. Yi Jun stood at the exit of the antique street, smiled helplessly, and walked straight to the parking lot. It was already past 6 when we arrived at Times Square, and night was gradually falling in Shudu. This square is very close to the university where Yi Jun studied, and was once a holy place for them to have dinner and eat barbecue during their college years. This place is quite old, and there is no large formal parking lot, so Yi Jun parked his car casually in the square. For a moment, this Bugatti became the focus of the square. This was the peak time for students to come here for dinner, and people passing by couldn't help but stop, attracted by this steel behemoth. Fuck, this is a Bugatti? So cool. It's so cool. When I have money in the future, I will buy one too. Can you afford it? You won't be able to buy it even if you work for several lifetimes. That's not certain. What if I suddenly become rich? Wait a minute. Let's go downstairs to eat, and then we'll take a photo with this car after they leave. After Yi Jun parked the car, he got out. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, he exuded youthful vitality, and with his handsome face, the scene reached another climax. So handsome. Which college is this senior from? He's a super rich second generation. Winner in life. Oh, even if I don't have this car, I still want to marry this guy. He's so handsome, like a star. Then go get a contact number. After Yi Jun got off the car, he casually glanced at the crowd around him who were standing there watching. A faint smile appeared on his face. Most of the people in the crowd were college students, some of whom were even his younger classmates. Young people are always full of infinite expectations for the future, and this youthful vitality made him think of his college life. Although Yi Jun was touched, he did not plan to stay here for long. Following the route he remembered, Yi Jun found a brother's food stall that he often visited during college. It has been 2 years since graduation, and this place is still the same as before. The shop inside has a counter and a back kitchen, as well as drinks piled up inside, and a few scatter tables, some of which even have miscellaneous items on them. At the door of the shop, a large shed was built with steel frames and red canvas, with more than a dozen tables placed in it. There is a barbecue grill and a braised food cabinet at the outside of the greenhouse. Recently, Yi Jun has been to places he had never been to before. Without exception, all of them were clean and tidy, with luxurious decoration. But apart from being clean, everything else here is completely unremarkable. Some tables are even missing corners and look very modeled. The counters inside the store were also in a mess. That's great. Yi Jun looked at the shop in front of him with a faint smile and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Yi here. Marco, who had already sat down, saw Yi Jun standing outside the greenhouse and greeted him repeatedly. Yi Jun waved to him and walked briskly to the table. Sorry for the long wait. It was past 6 in the evening in Shudu, and night had quietly fallen. Entering the greenhouse, several high-wattage incandescent lamps illuminated the inside brightly. Yi Jun came to the table, sat down, and began to recognize people. All 4 people who were in Yi Jun's dormitory were present. In addition to Marco and Yi Jun, there are 2 other people in this dormitory, Tian Song and Shen Quan. Tian Song looks like a weak and scholarly southerner, but after getting to know him, you will find that he is an extremely straightforward northerner. Shun Quan looks like a big and strong man, but he is actually a top student and is said to be working in a research institute. When they were in college, Yi Jun and Ma Ke were in the same class and shared the same dormitory. However, Tian Song and Shun Quan are in different majors, so they were not present at the class reunion yesterday. But this did not affect the establishment of friendship among the four. In college, classmates may not have a very good relationship, but the relationship between roommates is mostly good. Hey, Tian Shuai and Shin Shuai, long time no see. Yi Jun greeted his old friend with a joking smile. Hee, Yi Shuai is the same. Wearing this outfit reminds me of the days when you were surrounded by girls from our class and confess your love to them. Class enemies. The short Tian Song started talking about old times and joked with Yi Jun. Come on, there are only 2 girls in your computer department, and they're surrounding me? Why don't you say they were holding hands and circling me? Yi Jun remembered it very clearly. Those 2 computer science girls didn't have enough time to write code all day, so how could they confess their love to him? Tian Song smiled and said nothing. He had almost forgotten this fact, but it was also a fact that he and Yi Jun were surrounded. Shun Quan, who was standing by, smiled and said hello to Yi Jun. Yi Jun, long time no see. Old Shun, why are you still so shy? Shun Quan didn't respond. He just smiled and said nothing. All right. The only one left is Lao Zhao. Let's order first. When Lao Zhao comes, we'll see what else he'll order. Marco suggested after the pleasantries were over. Is Lao Zhao in Shuda now? Didn't he go back to his hometown after graduation? I have to have a few drinks with him today. Tian Song said with a happy look on his face. Yi Jun and Shun Quan also smiled. Chapter 31. Sorry, I'm late. The Lao Zhao they're talking about is from the dormitory next to theirs. His name is Zhao Ting, and he's also their best friend. They established their friendship by playing 5-man games together and eating skewers and drinking together. After graduation, Lao Zhao did not choose to stay in the big city, but returned to his hometown far across the border. After returning, he lost contact with this place. The previous gathering of 4 people was still talking about him. Marco, how did you get in touch with Lao Zhao? Didn't he disappear from the human world? Tian Song asked curiously. I didn't contact him. He called me 2 days ago and said he was in Shudu. I was busy with the class reunion a few days ago, and I forgot to tell you about this. Marco said with a grin. Okay, let's order the food and wait for Lao Zhao to come. If we order later, the food will be served slowly. A few people took the menu and started checking the items. Spicy crayfish, fried snails, grilled fish, braised beef, braised duck head, boiled edamame, and several grilled skewers. 2 more cold beers. Serve the wine and appetizers first, and the main course can come later. Seeing that everyone had almost finished ordering, Marco gave instructions to the waiter who was standing nearby and taking notes. Okay, I'll serve you the edamame and braised vegetables first. The waiter called out quickly and took the order to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. After a while, the wine and snacks arrived. Come on, let's have a drink first. Let's celebrate our reunion in dormitory 502. Come on, do it. Dry. The 4 of them filled their glasses with wine, clinked them together, and drank them all in one gulp. Come, eat the food, and drink the wine slowly. Yi Jun was not polite and picked up a piece of braised beef with chopsticks. There's a reason why this shop has been open here for so long. The beef is made from the beef with fascia on the cow. The marinade is a secret old marinade, and the heat is just right. The first thing you eat is the aroma of beef and the spice of the marinade. The texture is chewy, and the more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes. The beef here is still so delicious. Yi Jun nodded repeatedly while eating. Yeah, I can't even taste this flavor in the Magic City. Marco ate a piece of beef and agreed. Come on, the food in the Magic City is sweeter. You, a native of Shu City, will definitely not be used to it. Aren't you asking for trouble if you go there? While Tanakura was shelling edamame, he complained about Marco. This duck head still tastes the same as before. Chun Quan, who was silently gnawing on a duck head with gloves on, interjected at the right time. Come on, let's go one more. You don't know how it feels to be alone in the Magic City. I'm really happy to see my brothers today. Marco raised his glass again and invited people to drink more. At this point, he couldn't help but show a hint of dejection. Being a stranger in a foreign land. Who has not experienced this feeling? Who can understand its feeling? Come on, do it. Yi Jun filled his own glass with wine and clinked glasses with Marco. This time, only drinking could help relieve the brothers' boredom. Hey, let me tell you, there are suitable jobs for you in Shudu. Why are you so stubborn? Tian Song filled his glass with wine, frowned slightly, and clinked glasses with Marco. He probably knew about Marco's situation, but as a friend, he couldn't comment too much. Chan Quan didn't say much, just clinked his glasses, but his face looked a little more solemn. After everyone finished their cup, Marco felt that he had made the atmosphere too solemn. He scratched his head embarrassedly and took out his cell phone to check. 1850. It was past the agreed time, and Marco muttered in confusion. What's wrong with Lao Zhao today? Usually he arrives first and waits for us. Today is a bit abnormal. After hearing this, Yi Jun frowned slightly and felt something was wrong. Old Zhao has always been the one who takes the lead in going out to play in this small group. In the past, he was the one who found the places to eat and drink, and he was always the first to arrive. But he arrived 20 minutes late and didn't even call us. This was obviously not his style. Maybe there's something wrong. Marco, give him a call and ask. Yi Jun said to Marco. Okay, I'll make a call. Marco dialed the cell phone number that Zhao Ting had called before. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. What is old Zhao doing? Isn't this just making trouble? When Marco heard the voice prompt on the phone, he was speechless. What was this person doing? After Zhao Ting stood them up, Yi Jun and the others fell silent, looking thoughtful. At this time, a hoarse male voice sounded. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry I'm late. A hoarse male voice sounded, and Yi Jun and the others looked over in the direction of the voice. A dusty man with a straight nose and square mouth stood beside the table with a bitter smile on his face. He was wearing a slightly wrinkled shirt, simple jeans and sneakers, and his hair was slightly wet, as if it had just been washed. The expression on his face was not very good. There was darkness under his eyes. He looked very listless, and the forced smile seemed so discordant. The whole person's temperament looks particularly decadent and depressed. Yi Jun almost didn't recognize that this person was Zhao Ting. He was completely different from the high-spirited, generous, and loyal boy back then. Old Zhao, come and sit down. We just started here. Yi Jun pulled a chair from the side to the table and invited Zhao Ting to sit down. What are you doing, Lao Zhao? Your phone is turned off. I thought you were going to stand us up. Marco looked at Zhao Ting and started to complain. I can't let you off like this. Drink 3 cups as punishment. Tiansong also joined in the fun. Zhao Ting, would you like to add some dishes? Shen Quan didn't join in the commotion and handed the menu to Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting waved his hand and did not take the menu. Instead, he filled his glass with wine. The smile on his face deepened. He stood up with the glass in hand and said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long today. I'll do as Lao Tian said. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the glass, then refilled it. This happens again and again. The cups in this store are big. 3 cups are almost the amount of a bottle, but Zhao Ting finished all 3 cups as soon as he finished speaking. All right. Sit down and eat something. Drink the wine slowly. Don't drink it in a hurry. Tian Song quickly spoke to persuade him. Yes, come and peel some crayfish. You could eat 2 kilograms of this by yourself before. Marco also invited him to eat. Zhao Ting did not listen to their advice. After sitting down, he opened another bottle of wine and filled the glass. Just as he was about to raise his glass, a bony hand pressed down on his glass. Eat some food first, and then drink later. Zhao Ting's eyes met the owner of the hand. Yi Jun was looking at him with a faint smile, which calmed his originally somewhat manic heart. Become. Zhao Ting took his hand off the cup, put on plastic gloves, and started peeling crayfish and eating them. Pick out the crayfish covered with chili oil from a pot of red dried chilies. Peel off the hard shell to reveal the jade white shrimp meat. Suck a sip of the chili oil in the shrimp shell, and then swallow the shrimp meat into your stomach. This is simply the ultimate enjoyment. Chapter 32. I told you to get out, didn't you understand? After peeling a few crayfish, Zhao Ting's originally excited state calmed down again. I haven't eaten it for many years. It's not sold in my hometown. Zhao Ting sighed while eating crayfish. Then eat more. You can't get this kind of flavor in Shudu anywhere else. Okay, I'll have to eat a little more this time. Zhao Ting said in a flat tone. With Zhao Ting's arrival, the 5-member group finally gathered together. Everyone was together, reminiscing about the past and talking about the current situation. Is Lao Yi still working in the same company as before? As Tian Song was chatting, the conversation turned to Yi Jun. No, I quit my job. I'm unemployed at home now. Yi-jun did not shy away from speaking it out. Resigned? That's right. The salary at that company was average. Have you found a new one? No. I want to play at home for a while. Tian-song frowned and said, Old Yi, our company allows internal referrals, and the salary is good. Are you interested in coming? I can help you with my connections. When Yi-jun heard this, his heart warmed. This is completely different from getting introduced to jobs by others at a class reunion. It's just about mutual support among brothers. That's not necessary. The nature of your job is different from my previous job. I won't be able to do it well if I go there. Yi-jun politely declined Tian-song's kindness. Well, our research institute. Shin-kwan on the side also spoke slowly. Come on, big brother. Please let me go. If I go to your business, I will be completely blind. When Yi-jun saw Shin-kwan speaking, he waved his hands repeatedly. What a joke. They are doing scientific research, and it would be funny for him to go there alone. Well, I mean our institute doesn't seem to be a good match for you, but I'll ask someone to help you find a suitable job. Shin-kwan finished speaking at this time. Thanks, bro. I really don't need it. I want to start my own business instead of working for someone else. Yi-jun said sincerely. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it for you. Starting a business isn't an easy thing right now. It's hard to make money right now. After hearing what Yi-jun said, Tian-song no longer insisted. Marco, who was standing by, heard the entire conversation and had a strange look on his face. Marco, what's wrong with you? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Zhao Ting, who was standing by, noticed Marco's expression. No, I just ate too spicy food. I need to slow down for a while. Marco's expression quickly changed into a smiling one. You're from Shudu, and you can't stand spicy food? Every time you go out, you ask for spicy food. Zhao Ting was a little surprised. I haven't been in Magic City for a long time. I can't stand eating such spicy food. Marco said somewhat angrily, and then seemed to remember something, stood up, cleared his throat, and said, Brothers, now that we are all here today, I will announce an important news. Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Yi-jun seeing the boy's smug look. He must have some good news to announce. Marco looked at everyone with a smile in his eyes and spoke loudly. Next month. I fucking told you to run, but if I catch you today, I'll break both of your legs. Before Marco finished his words, a violent male voice was heard, followed by 4 or 5 burly men with bare arms and tattoos rushing into the shed and heading towards their table. Zhao Ting rushed to the shed next to the table like a frightened rabbit, lifted the canvas, and tried to slip away. A few big men saw this and quickly sent people outside to intercept them. There was a commotion in the shed, and Yi-jun and his companions couldn't figure out what was going on for a moment. Zhao Ting has always been in a bad state, too abnormal. He didn't say anything, and no one asked. So who could have known that such a thing would happen to him? Yi-jun was the first to react. Takura, call the police first. Marco, Shin-kwan, come with me and take a look. After saying that, he rushed out with several big men. Marco and the others looked at each other and rushed out as well. Tian-song stayed here, as Yi-jun said, and called the police. When Yi-jun rushed out, he found that Zhao Ting had been captured by this group of people. A group of people surrounded him in a corner of the street, and a big man locked his joints and held him in front of him. The other few kept greeting him. Pedestrians passing by all avoided the scene, not wanting to get into trouble. There was no healthy flesh on Zhao Ting's face at this time, and blood was already flowing from the corners of his mouth. If you don't pay me back, you'll have to pay for it with your life. Even if you tear it apart, it'll still be enough to pay for it. I told you to run, and I'll kill you. A bald man who seemed to be the leader shouted and kicked Zhao Ting's knee hard. The hard-pointed leather shoes were enough to break his leg. When he was about to kick Zhao Ting, a long and powerful leg came across and kicked the bald man's leg. The bald man suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. You're looking for death. The bald man fell to the ground, staring at Yi-jun with a pair of tiger eyes that seemed to be quenched with blood. Yi-jun put it on the bald man, and the big men around him surrounded him. Zhao Ting was also thrown to the ground and couldn't get up. Marco and Shin-kwan were also stunned, watching from the side. Yi-jun just rushed up and kicked the man to the ground. But now they are on guard, so a sneak attack like just now won't succeed. The two men gritted their teeth and prepared to step forward to help Yi-jun. But Yi-jun was seen standing proudly in the crowd, glancing at the group of big men. He said in a loud voice, "Leave the people here, and you can all get out." Ma-ku and Shin-kwan were about to collapse when they saw this scene. This Yi-jun looks like a weak person, but he is really good at stirring up trouble. They all heard what Yi-jun said before, which was simply a naked provocation. Without much hesitation, the two ignored Yi Jun's gesture and walked towards Yi Jun immediately. "What did you say, kid?" The bald man's eyes widened with anger, and he climbed up. The younger brothers around him also moved closer to Yi Jun. "I told you to leave our people behind and get out. Don't you understand?" Yi Jun repeated it calmly. "You are looking for death. Brothers, kill him for me." The bald man roared. The big men surrounding Yi Jun began to prepare to take action. Yi Jun smiled and raised his hand, with his index finger pointing in front of his chest. "I'll tell you two things, and after you listen, you can get out of here. The first thing is that we have called the police. It will take no more than 5 minutes for the police to respond. You have less than a minute." After that, a siren sounded. The big men around him suddenly became a little panicked. "What are you afraid of? Just kill him and leave with your men. Don't listen to him dawdling." The bald man was very angry that his subordinates had not taken action for a long time, and he scolded everyone. The big men's emotions seemed to be aroused, and they began to test and prepare to take action. Yi Jun was too lazy to even put on defense and raised his middle finger again, which looked like the scissors hand gesture we make when we take photos, which is also a victory gesture. Chapter 33. Do you treat everyone as your brothers? His eyes suddenly fixed on the bald man, and the bald man was immediately stunned by Yi Jun's deep gaze. Yi Jun had already opened the system at this time, and had already checked all the secrets of this person clearly. At this moment, he spoke word by word, and every word struck the bald man's heart. The second thing happened on April 6th at 9:30 p.m. in the Red Moon Hotel, room 102. Yi Jun paused here and looked at the bald man with a playful look. "Are you going to leave or not? You're looking for death." A loud shout was heard, and a big man standing next to the bald man rushed towards Yi Jun with a steel pipe in his hand. "Ah!" A scream was heard, and the big man who rushed out looked at the person who had let him go in disbelief. "Who the hell told you to do it? Let's go." The bald man retracted his foot that had kicked the big man and shouted at everyone in a stern tone. "What are you doing, brother? Are we leaving now? Take care of this grandson?" Several big men were a little confused. What happened? This kid just said some nonsense, so the eldest brother stopped. "What are you taking? Just pack your things and leave immediately." The bald man scolded impatiently. No one dared to disobey, so they packed up their things and dispersed. Yi Jun looked at the bald man with a smile. He sent the people away, but stayed behind. The bald man rubbed his hands and looked at Yi Jun with a flattering look. Marco and Shun Quan also arrived at Yi Jun's side at this time. "What about those bastards? Are there any laws in broad daylight?" A familiar voice was heard. It was Qian Song coming with several people's guards. "Hey, little brother, look at that." Yi Jun didn't look at him directly, but walked to Zhao Ting's side and said to him, "You can go too. I know your situation. We can talk slowly next time." Okay. The bald man nodded hurriedly, not daring to say anything more, turned around, and slipped away. Soon Tanakura arrived at the scene with his good guards. Zhao Ting was still lying on the ground, unable to move, with blood still oozing from the corners of his mouth. "No, we need to rush to the hospital." When Yi Jun saw this situation, he immediately suggested sending the patient to the hospital. The 3 guards who came also agreed to this proposal. According to the rules, they should go back and cooperate with the investigation of such a vicious fight, but things also have to be prioritized. A young and upright guard saw that these people were all drunk and made a suggestion. "Let's take him there in a police car." "Comrade, where's your car parked?" The righteous guard pointed, right in front of the food stall. Yi Jun looked at the anxious parking situation over there and frowned. He took out his car key and pressed the unlock button. With a click, the Bugatti parked on the street unlocked and slowly opened the door on one side according to the operation. "It's too late. Comrade, your car is already stuck. Comrade, please help drive the car. Marco and Lao Shun, please help carry the person." After Yi Jun finished giving the instructions, he squatted down and slowly lifted up Zhao Ting's upper body from his armpits. "What are you standing there for? Come here quickly. Old Tian, go with the remaining 2 comrades. I'll pick you up later." "Is this your car?" Tian Song and Shun Quan's eyes were immediately fixed on Yi Jun. It was hard for them not to recognize this trademark. With a puzzled look in his eyes, Shun Quan came to Zhao Ting and grabbed his middle. Marco hugged his legs and slowly lifted him up. "I'll tell you later. Let's solve Lao Zhao's problem first." Yi Jun responded to their doubts calmly. Tian Song and Shun Quan nodded and stopped asking questions. They couldn't help asking just now, and now they had to solve the big issue at hand. Yi Jun asked Ma Ku and Shun Quan to stay in the back seat to take care of Zhao Ting. He sat in the passenger seat and said to the guards who were still standing beside the car, "Comrade, please drive us for a while." The young guard looked at the car, swallowed, and said, "This is not appropriate." "What's inappropriate? Saving lives is more important." Yi Jun was a little anxious. Zhao Ting in the back seat suddenly coughed violently and a mouthful of blood splattered onto the leather seat. Yi Jun's expression became a little anxious, and he looked at the young guard earnestly. "Thank you." The guard saw sincerity and eagerness in the eyes, gritted his teeth, and nodded in agreement. "Open the driver's door and fasten your seatbelt." Just as he was about to start the car, he suddenly realized something was wrong and looked at Yi Jun in confusion. Yi Jun then realized that there were some special aspects to driving this sports car, so he briefly explained a few key points. This young guard is indeed an elite. He understood everything immediately and smoothly. 7-0 Omega 7-0 started the vehicle and drove out. The traffic along the way was not very good, but no one on the road dared to cut in on this car. If it weren't for the unique and luxurious carriage, the guards would have suspected that they had driven the wrong car. "We have arrived at Shidu First People's Hospital." As soon as he got out of the car, a nurse came over with an ambulance. It was not because the hospital was greedy for money, but because Yi Jun called the hospital in advance to inform them of the situation. Only after seeing Zhao Ting being sent to the emergency room did they feel relieved. After politely seeing the young guard off, Tian Tsung rushed to the hospital shortly afterwards. After several hours of waiting, the first aid was successful. The patient's internal organs have been injured to varying degrees, but luckily, it's not fatal. He can recover with some care, but if this happens twice, even the gods won't be able to save him. After the operation, the doctor went out to report the situation to several people, but he did not approve of this kind of fighting in his words. Yes, doctor, we must keep him under guard." Marco kept agreeing with the doctor. "Well, the patient is still resting. Please don't disturb him." The doctor left after saying this. "Let's go. We should find a place to rest." Yi Yun greeted everyone. As for Zhao Ting, he found a special nurse to keep watch in the hospital. He was much more reliable than a few grown men like them. Yi Jun and his 3 companions rested in a nearby hotel for one night and arrived at the hospital early the next morning. The 4 people entered the ward. Zhao Ting had woken up at this time, but the injuries all over his body prevented him from moving freely. He was half leaning on the hospital bed, wearing a loose hospital gown, his body and face covered with gauze of various sizes. The nurse was changing his dressing at this time, her face calm, looking out the window. The lifted gauze brought up large pieces of sticky blood, but he couldn't move, as if he was a walking corpse. When Yi Jun and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but frown. After changing the medicine, the young nurse packed up and left. Yi Jun and 4 others were left in the spacious ward. Zhao Ting slowly turned his head to look at them. With a wry smile on his face, he said, "I caused trouble to the brothers yesterday. I didn't expect them to chase us here. I just wanted to have a good meal with the brothers one last time, but it turned out like this. I am sorry to everyone. You are such a jerk. Is there anything you can't just talk about and solve together? Do you still treat us as brothers?" Takura frowned, his tone reprimanding. Chapter 34, Red Moon Hotel. "Old Zhao, you have to explain this to everyone. We will never refuse to help if we can." Marco asked without hesitation. Yi Jun and Shun Quan also nodded in agreement and looked at Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan looked at their words and actions, smiled helplessly, and shook his head. "This matter is too big, and I don't want to implicate my brothers. I will go to complete the discharge procedures and leave Shidu." "Old Zhao, if you don't explain the problem clearly today, you are not allowed to go anywhere." Shun Quan, who had been silent, stared at Zhao Ting's face and spoke coldly. "Leave Shidu? I think you have other ideas. We can't let you do something stupid." After hearing this, Zhao Ting lowered his head and said nothing. "Tell me about it, Lao Zhao. We should be able to help." Yi Jun looked at Zhao Ting calmly and spoke slowly. "Okay, I'll tell you." Under the gaze of everyone, Zhao Ting finally told the truth. Lao Zhao's family runs a small factory. Although it is not large, it is still much better than a group of office workers. After graduation, his father asked him to go back to help prepare to take over the factory. As the only son in the family, he didn't want to be too far away from home, so he went back to his hometown. But after returning, I found that the factory's operating conditions had hit rock bottom, the equipment was old, and the business model also had problems. In order to keep the factory running, Lao Zhao's father went to the bank for a loan to make a comeback, but the bank assessed that the amount he could borrow was just a drop in the bucket. Finally, his father was introduced to a loan shark and borrowed a considerable sum of money. Unfortunately, the factory's decline could not be saved and it still went bankrupt. Zhao Ting's nightmare began from then on. He had to scrape together the foreign debt he had borrowed to pay off the bank, as well as some high-interest loans. But the remaining money was also a considerable amount, so his father chose to divorce his wife and leave her. On a quiet night, the father and son drank together and got drunk. Zhao Ting took advantage of the alcohol to vent his frustration to his father and said a lot of unpleasant words. However, his father just smiled bitterly, drank without saying a word, and let his son blame him. But the next day, when Zhao Ting woke up from his drunken stupor, he saw only a note with crooked words written on it. "Son, I am sorry that your father is useless. You must live well." There were also corpses in the morgue that had fallen from great heights and were shattered into pieces, but had been sewn up with needle and thread, but their faces were no longer recognizable. "I'm the one who harmed my father. I shouldn't have said those words. If I hadn't said those words, he wouldn't have gone that far. I'm an unfilial son. What's the point of me living?" When Zhao Ting said this, tears burst out like a dam breaking and his body twitched continuously. When everyone heard this, they all looked solemn. No one had expected such a big change. Marco sat down beside the bed, held Zhao Ting's hand, and said in a deep voice, "Be strong, bro. Your dad wouldn't want you to be like this. My condolences, brother. Think about what your mother would do if you did something stupid." Takura spoke in a hoarse voice to comfort him. After a while, with the comfort of several people, Zhao Ting's mood recovered a lot. What happened to the group of people who took action yesterday? Seeing that Zhao Ting's condition had stabilized, Yi Jun asked, "This is the main reason now." Zhao Ting snorted coldly and said with a wry smile, "Those people are debt collectors from the loan shark company. My father went there, and they came to me. I gave them everything I could give. This is a bottomless pit. How much do you still need from them?" Shun Quan asked. "The principal is still 2 million, but with the overdue interest, it's already 20 million. Hearing the number of 20 million, everyone except Yi Jun couldn't help but gasp. 20 million? This isn't loan sharking, this is robbery. Tian Song cursed out loud. "Well, we can still raise 2 million for you, 20 million. Marco said this hesitantly. "I still have some money on hand. I'll give it to you later. Let's find a lawyer and take legal action." Shun Quan was a man of action and proposed another solution. "Legal means? It's useless. We tried it." Zhao Ting looked at the reactions of several people and shook his head. Marco and the others fell silent. This matter was no longer something they could solve. Just when everyone was frowning, Yi Jun slowly said, "Maybe I have a way." Several people stared at him at once, with different expressions on their faces. "Brother Yi, manantai kiskiviko hesitate torstai spiak." He saw Yi Jun's car and knew that he was indeed rich, but he could take out 20 million at once, which was probably, "Marshal Yi, you don't want to pay this money, do you?" "Old Yi, we know you can afford it, but we shouldn't give it to you. This is extortion." Yi Jun smiled faintly and shook his head, then asked Zhao Ting, who was lying on the bed with a bewildered look on his face, "Do you have the contact information of those people?" Zhao Ting was puzzled. He was confused by what the others had said. What did Yi Jun mean by "can afford this money"? But he still answered honestly, "They call me dozens of times a day." "Of course they do." "Okay, send me your contact information. It'd be best if it's the bald guy from yesterday." "Brother Yi, what are you doing? You just dealt with that bald guy yesterday. Do you want to beat him up again?" Marco asked hesitantly. "Old Yi, goodbye. That bald guy is the second in command in their company. The people he brought yesterday were just small fry. Don't take risks." Zhao Ting said with a look of disapproval on his face. "It's okay. Just give me your contact information. I'll solve it for you." Yi Jun said calmly. Zhao Ting had no choice but to send the contact information to Yi Jun's phone. I dialed the number directly, and after a while, an irritable voice came. "Who the hell is calling so early in the morning? Are you looking for trouble?" Yi Jun raised his lips in an imperceptible arc and casually uttered 4 words. "Red Moon Hotel." When the other party heard these 4 words, his voice immediately became gentle and flattering. "Brother, I was thinking about how to contact you yesterday, and you contacted me today. Don't you think this is a coincidence? Why did you contact me?" Yi Jun asked in a joking tone. This is not. The person on the other end stammered and couldn't say anything for a long time. Now, Come to Shudu First People's Hospital immediately. Yun spoke coldly. Come to the hospital? What for? No, no, no. I'll be there right away. The other party immediately expressed doubts and then agreed. If you don't mind others knowing whose child is in that person's belly, you can bring more people with you. There was a hint of an unknown smile in Yi Jun's tone. No, no, big brother. It's just me, I promise. When the bald man heard this, he could hardly control his inner fear. How much did this person know? Chapter 35. Show some sincerity. ASAP. After Yi Jun finished saying this, he hung up the phone. The bald guy here, after hanging up the phone, turned over from the bed and wanted to do a somersault, but halfway through the movement, his waist felt sore, and he lay back down. Brother Long, where are you going? Please stay with me for a while. A pair of jade-like white arms wrapped around the bald man in the quilt next to him, and a faint, fragrant breeze blew towards him. The bald man's heart was beating fast, and somewhere in his body was ready to strike. But thinking of Yi Jun's call just now, he suppressed his impulse. Slutty old woman, I'll settle the score with you later. I have something to do outside now. He slapped the woman's arm away, turned sideways, and put on his clothes. Zhang Long, you are just a weakling. The woman was slapped away, feeling insulted at her own charm, and began to sneer. Come on, Annie. If I'm any later, all the shrimps will be gone. Zhang Long laughed at himself helplessly. This matter involved too many things. If people really knew about it, he would be finished. After Yi Jun finished the call, several people looked at him strangely. Brother Yi, do you have any evidence against him? Marco asked the question on behalf of everyone else. I guess so. I'll talk to him later. Don't get involved in this matter. Yi Jun did not intend to tell them about the bald man. If one person knew it, it would be a handle. If more than one person knew it, the other party might be doomed to fail. Old Yi, this is the first time you met that bald guy, right? How do you know his weakness? Shun Quan looked at Yi Jun with a puzzled look. When Yi Jun heard this, he secretly sighed that Shun Quan was indeed thoughtful, and replied without changing his expression. I asked a friend of mine to help me find out yesterday. My friend has some channels in this regard. Everyone immediately realized what kind of people this friend was who could get information from this kind of channel. Old Yi, you've had a lot of experiences in the past 2 years. Takura sighed. Haha, not bad. Yi Jun smiled faintly and didn't say much. In the past 2 years? I got this system just over a month ago. I didn't expect that in just 1 month, it would bring me such a big change. Yesterday, I used the system to open my eyes and saw Zhang Long's secrets. Because of the increase in my mental power, I can now see more secrets in greater detail. This ability is similar to directly reading a person's most private memories. Yesterday, I was quick-witted and looked into this person's secrets in detail. Now, my head hurts a little. Being threatened by the boss's woman to have an affair and borrow sperm, he uses mental power to check the time, place, cause, and effect in detail. This is simply putting his handle in your own hands. After answering everyone's questions, they sat together and chatted a little, mainly to reduce some unnecessary pressure on Zhaoting. Half an hour later, Yi Jun's phone rang. Brother, I'm already in the hospital lobby. Can you see? Zhang Long asked cautiously. Just wait at the entrance of the hall. Yi Jun hung up the phone and said calmly to everyone, I'll go down and deal with this first. You guys stay here and accompany Zhaoting. Brother Yi, I'll go with you. Marco suggested somewhat worriedly. I'll come too. I'll go with you. Yi Yun smiled helplessly. It seemed that everyone was still a little worried about him. Marco and Shun Quan, come with me. Tian Song, you stay here and keep an eye on Zhaoting. Don't let him do anything stupid. Everyone followed Yi Jun's instructions. Yi Jun led the two to the hospital lobby and saw the shiny bald head at a glance. Just watch from here and don't follow us. The two nodded in agreement. Yi Jun walked towards the bald man step by step with steady steps. The bald man also noticed Yi Jun's arrival at a glance. It was hard to forget such an outstanding appearance, and he immediately put on a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Brother, you are here? Shall we talk? Yi Jun glanced at him calmly and said nothing. Brother, look at me. I even forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Long, and I'm the Deputy General Manager of Tianwei Credit Company. After saying that, Zhang Long respectfully presented the business card with both hands. Yi Jun took the business card between 2 fingers and glanced at it casually. Ha! It turns out to be Vice President Zhang of Tianwei Credit. Yi Jun's tone was a little cold. When Zhang Long heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. No, brother. Just call me Xiao Zhang. Yi Jun ignored him, turned around and walked forward, saying, follow me. Zhang Long followed in panic. Yi Jun led his men to the hospital's stairwell, which was a quiet place with few people around. Marco and Shun Quan also moved to a location not far away. A cold breeze blew through the corridor from time to time, accompanied by the unique smell of hospital disinfectant and Yi Jun's cold face. The chill on Zhang Long's bald head penetrated deep into his heart. He looked at Yi Jun's cold face and asked cautiously, "Brother, let's talk. You brought people to beat up my brother. Tell me how we can talk." There was a hint of anger in Yi Jun's cold tone. "No, big brother. I just came out to take a walk. I didn't do anything about Zhao Ting's incident." Zhang Long quickly shirked the responsibility and cursed himself for his bad luck. If he hadn't had an affair with his sister-in-law, he wouldn't have felt guilty in the company and was afraid of being exposed. Why would he have gone out to collect debts and run away, only to meet this play god? Let out some fresh air. Yi Jun looked at Zhang Long with a teasing smile. Zhang Long's face darkened, and he quickly opened his mouth to make amends. "I will take responsibility for this matter. How much do you know about my affairs, brother?" "I know a lot," Yi Jun said lightly. This answer was equivalent to no answer. Zhang Long gritted his teeth, but did not dare to get angry. Yi Jun looked at his embarrassed appearance and spoke again. "If you want to know, just show some sincerity." "Sincerity?" Zhang Long asked hesitantly. Yi Jun raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled, and said nothing. Zhang Long finally showed a smile. "Don't worry, bro. As long as you keep the secret, I can tell you anything." Yi Jun smiled faintly and did not answer. "Do you think this is okay? You only need to use the remaining 2 million yuan of principal to settle your brother's account, and I will give you 500,000 yuan. Zhang Long thought he had made a good suggestion and looked at Yi Jun in a flattering manner. Yi Jun raised his left hand and looked at the time displayed on the watch on his hand. "It's almost time for lunch. With your sincerity, there's no need for us to continue the conversation." When Zhang Long saw Yi Jun's actions, his face turned pale. He was very familiar with the logo of this watch. As a credit dealer, he had seen all kinds of luxury goods. He didn't recognize the style of the watch, but he knew the Patek Philippe logo by heart, so asking him to pay him $500,000 was simply an insult. "It's my fault, big brother. Just tell me the number, and we can talk it over," Zhang Long said with pain. Chapter 36 Sister-in-Law. "Someone knows about that. Forget about my brother's debt, and give him another 2 million. Yi Jun hesitated for a moment and then spoke. This request is a bit too much." Zhang Long's face turned pale. This time he had to give up almost 4 million, which was an unbearable amount for him. Is that too much? You can ask Mao Ping to help you pay for it, or I can ask Li Tianwei for the money." When Zhang Long heard this, his eyes widened and he spoke in a trembling voice. "Who is Li Tianwei?" "He is Zhang Long's boss and the general manager of a credit company. However, this credit company is just a small business under Li Tianwei. This person is also involved in other underworld industries and has a deep background. As for Zhang Long, if he and Li Tianwei were not related, he would not have the chance to work under Li Tianwei. Although Zhang Long was only one level lower than Li Tianwei in terms of company position, he didn't even dare to breathe in front of Li Tianwei. I was wrong. It seems that Big Brother is a gangster. I admit defeat this time." He had already determined that Yi Jun was a gangster, otherwise he would not have had such detailed intelligence. He had no choice but to agree to Yi Jun's conditions, wondering in his heart what gang this man was from. Yi Jun smiled calmly and said, "Get this done before 6 o'clock, and we'll forget about it." Okay, I'll get ready right away. I don't know what career path Big Brother is in, so I can show some respect to him in the future." Zhang Long asked timidly. "This is not what you should be asking. What you should be worried about is what will happen to you if Li Tianwei knows about this." Zhang Long thought of his elder brother's methods and shuddered, with fear in his eyes. Yi Jun secretly sighed in his heart. The detailed explanation of this secret matter was really reliable. It seemed that Zhang Long was really afraid of Li Tianwei. This second-in-command looked like a lackey and was useless. Li Tianwei has accumulated so much power, but Mao Ping still messes around with him. It seems that he is not a simple person. After a brief analysis of the situation, Yi Jun stopped thinking about it. He didn't want to have anything to do with these people. "Once you have done this, don't bother my brother anymore. This matter will always remain a secret to me, but you have to hope that no one finds out." Yi Jun gave some final instructions and then left. Zhang Long was left standing there in a daze, blaming himself for not taking good care of the 2 tails of meat. Seeing Yi Jun walking away, Zhang Long took out his cell phone and made a call. After a while, a soft and charming voice came. Along. Why are you calling me at this time? Just hearing this sound, Zhang Long couldn't help but move his throat slightly and swallowed. Sister-in-law, someone knows about that. What? How could it possibly get out? The female voice suddenly became cold and full of oppression. Sister-in-law, don't panic. This is what happened. Zhang Long recounted the entire story. That's right, Aaron. Just prepare as he says. The female voice on the other end returned to calm again. Does this person need to be investigated? We can. The bald man's eyes darkened when he said this. No, don't make any move without knowing the details. Okay, sister-in-law, I understand. Are you having trouble with money? Do you need me to come? The female voice on the other end of the phone returned to its original charming and sweet voice. Zhang Long immediately thought of that drunken night when his sister-in-law's body slumped in his arms, licked his earlobe gently, blew a fragrant breeze, and said to him in this tone, I want you. Thinking of this, I felt a tingling sensation from head to toe. I have enough money here. Sister-in-law, just erase Zhao Ting's information from the company. Well, thank you for your hard work, Aaron. How's it going, brother Yi? When Marco and the other man saw Yi Jun coming back, they hurried forward to greet him. Let's go back and talk. Yi Jun smiled and took the two of them back to the ward. Arriving at the ward, Yi Jun sat down. Several people focused their attention on him, looking at him expectantly. Yi Jun smiled and said, It's resolved, I guess. We'll wait here for news. You won't give them money, will you, old Yi? You can't help me pay for this. I heard from Tian Song that you are rich now, but I can't take advantage of you. Zhao Ting asked immediately. Although his brother was rich, it was beyond his kindness to use the money to repay his loan. No one's money came from the wind, and he did not intend to take advantage of this huge advantage. Old Zhao, Yi Jun has the leverage over the other party, so he should pay less. You have no money now. Do you really want to be forced to death by them? You're still young, so when you make money in the future, just pay it back to Brother Yi. Ask Brother Yi how much he paid you back, and write him an IOU. You can pay it back to Brother Yi later. There's no need to push yourself to the brink of despair. Old Yi, how much have you paid back to Zhao Ting? You really can't pay this money alone. Several people looked at Yi Jun again. The smile in Yi Jun's eyes deepened. This is a true friend. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. A true brother will not take it for granted that he should pay just because he has money, even though this amount of money is nothing in his eyes. Mr. Zhao, you don't need to write an IOU. I didn't pay for you. Yi Jun looked at them with a smile. What? 20 million is solved without paying? Brother Yi, that's awesome. What evidence did old Yi have on him? Could it be that he was caught stealing the boss's wife? Amid everyone's cheers, Tian Song's words startled Yi Jun. To some extent, that's the truth. Old Tian, please watch less soap operas. Yi Jun complained with some sweat on his face. Thank you, old Yi. Zhao Ting's voice trembled a little. For him, this news was the best news in the past 2 years. After everyone knew the news, they continued to talk about the unfinished topic from yesterday in the ward, quietly waiting for news from Zhang Long. Finally, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a big bald man came to the door of the ward. Holding a stack of documents in his arms, he looked inside cautiously and met Yi Jun's eyes with a flattering look. Come in. Zhang Long received the order and trotted into the ward. Except for Yi Jun, the rest of the people couldn't help but tense up. The ferocious look of that bald guy yesterday is still vivid in our minds. Even if he lowers his head and looks submissive now, no one will think he's a good person. When Zhang Long saw this situation, he immediately cried out that it was not good. He apologized to Zhao Ting on the hospital bed. Brother Zhao, and all the brothers, I was wrong yesterday. Please forgive me and let me go. Zhao Ting snorted coldly and ignored him. Just finish your business and leave. Don't show up in front of my brothers again. Chapter 37. Gentle Social Person. Yi Jun spoke at the right time to avoid an awkward situation. Yes, I'll do my business first. Zhang Long's face was full of fat, but he managed to smile in a kind way. Brother Zhao, take a look at these documents. If there is no problem, keep them. Zhang Long handed the briefcase over with both hands, and Zhao Ting grabbed it. He opened the documents one by one and read them carefully. They were the original loan agreement and his father's signature and seal. Zhao Ting flipped through them slowly, reading each page carefully. He read the pages with signatures particularly slowly. After reading to the end, hot tears fell on the contract. In the end, he couldn't control his emotions. These contracts were the cause of his father's death, but the house had been destroyed, and the only thing his father could leave behind seemed to be the contract that took his life. This brother Zhao, if you have no problem with it after reading it, just keep it. The debt relationship between you and your father and our company ends here. Zhao Ting didn't listen to the man. He held the contract tightly, as if he wanted to keep something. Zhang Long didn't say much and just controlled his temper and waited here. Old Zhao, if there's nothing wrong, just put away. The dead cannot be resurrected. Be filial to your aunt in the future. Yi Jun comforted Zhao Ting, and Zhao Ting calmed down and carefully put the documents into the folder. Brother Zhao, there's one more thing. Zhang Long rubbed his hands and said with some pain. Anything else? I just checked the accounts. I think we don't owe you any money. Zhao Ting said impatiently, not wanting to talk to this guy anymore. No, you misunderstood. Because of the losses caused to you by our company, we have decided to give you some compensation. Compensate? This is too outrageous. I have never heard of a loan shark company offering compensation to anyone. Several people looked at Zhang Long with strange expressions. Zhang Long looked at Yi Jun helplessly, and everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Yi Jun. Yi Jun smiled helplessly and said, "Hurry up and do your business." Cough, cough. Zhang Long cleared his throat, took out a check from his bag, and handed it to Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting took the check in confusion, and when he saw the number on it, his eyes and mouth widened. 2 million. Although the number was written in Chinese, Zhao Ting recognized it at a glance. This is our company's compensation to you. I sincerely apologize for the trouble our company has caused you. I hope you can forgive me. It was indescribable how strange it was to see Zhang Long speaking in such a polite manner. He looked at Yi Jun while saying this. Okay, go ahead. I promised you I'll do it. Yi Jun spoke lightly. Zhang Long was as if pardoned and said goodbye. Marco and his friends also looked at the check curiously, and when they saw the amount on it, they were also stunned. 2 million is something they would have to work hard for many years to earn. Now, they got 2 million in one go. Who could suppress their shock? Old Yi, you did this, didn't you? Zhao Ting held the check and said in a daze that even though his family was rich before, 2 million was still a considerable sum of money when his family was rich, not to mention that he was penniless now. Just keep it. This is what you deserve. This company has harmed you for so long. It should pay the price. Yi Jun said in a deep voice. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to ask for more for Zhao Ting, but considering Zhang Long's situation, he didn't do anything ruthless. If he attracted the people behind the scenes, it would be a loss. I don't want this money alone. Without you all, I might not be here today. Let's divide it among us. Zhao Ting thought about it and made a decision. I don't want it. You keep the money. Why should I give you a share? This is what you deserve. It's my duty as a brother to help you. Yes, you still have to go back to settle your mother and find a job. It's all money. You should keep it. Marco and the others waved their hands, refusing to accept it. Zhao Ting looked at Yi Jun helplessly. This old Yi, this money. Yi Jun had a sly smile on his face, raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Didn't Tiansong tell you that I drive a Bugatti now? Zhao Ting was suddenly speechless. He understood that Yi Jun was joking and just wanted him to keep the money. Okay, now that I know Brother Yi is rich, let's fight the local tyrants. Yi Taheo, won't you treat us to a big meal? That's right. We agreed that even if we become rich and powerful, we will never forget each other. Everyone followed Yi Jun's words and stopped mentioning Zhao Ting's attempt to share the money. Instead, they shouted for Yi Jun to treat them. Okay, it's my treat. Yi Jun raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, with a smile on his face. Looking at the time, it's almost time for dinner. Mr. Zhao, is your injury serious? If not, we could just order takeout. Yi Jun asked with concern. Thanks to your kick yesterday, otherwise I might not be able to get out of bed. Zhao Ting stood up from the hospital bed, put on his shoes, took 2 steps, and was fine. Let's go. I also want to go out for some fresh air and see what high-end place Mr. Yi is taking us to for dinner today. Well, let's go. Yi Jun led everyone to the garage. Yi Jun called a professional car maintenance shop yesterday for Bugatti. Today, there was no trace of yesterday's bloodstains, and the car was filled with the scent of cologne. Wow, I didn't see this car yesterday. It's so cool. This silhouette, these lines. I never thought I'd be able to ride in a car like this in my lifetime. What kind of leather is this seat made of? It feels so high-end. I was vomiting blood here yesterday. My God, that check is not enough for Lao Yi to repair the car. Looking at the bunch of noisy friends, Yi Jun smiled helplessly and said, Come on, how long will it take to brag about a car? Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Yi Jun ignored these people and was about to sit in the driver's seat when he noticed several burning eyes staring at the keys in his hand. He immediately understood and asked tentatively with the key in hand. How about that? Who of you will open it? Let me try, brother Yi. Old Yi, let me try too. We drove this short distance together, you and I taking our turns. Finally arrived at the hotel. When Zhao Ting got out of the car, his eyes were still lingering on the chic steering wheel in the driver's seat. Because of this injury, he didn't get to drive the sports car today, and he felt quite depressed. Old Yi. Zhao Ting carefully put his hand on Yi Jun's shoulder, afraid of hurting him. Yi Jun raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him. This car, another day. Zhao Ting spoke shyly, somewhat embarrassed. Okay, I'll lend it to you for a ride some other day. Yi Jun agreed immediately. It was just a small matter. Old Yi, I love you so much. Out. Zhao Ting cheered and wanted to hug Yi Jun, but his body obviously did not support him. Instead, he touched the wound and cried out in pain. Chapter 38. The Tortured Zhou Mei. Come on. Pay attention. Yi Jun supported him. A few people walked to the entrance of the restaurant while chatting leisurely. The door was paved with white marble tiles. Two majestic stone lions were placed in front of the magnificent gate. On both sides stood two energetic young men in suits and white gloves, looking quite imposing. There were 4 large golden characters written in running script on the door. Haitian restaurant. The decoration of this restaurant is not the best among many new restaurants nowadays, but as a Shuda native, basically everyone has heard of the name of this restaurant. With a history of nearly 100 years, it has received countless dignitaries who visited Shudu, and the chef is invited to attend the state banquet every year. The key point is that the business model of this restaurant is a membership system, and individual customers are not accepted. However, even though it is such a big restaurant, it is always full every day as long as there are members. Marco and his friends all went to university in Shudu, so they knew the value of this restaurant and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Haitian restaurant. I never thought that I would be able to eat here one day. Old Yi, you are awesome. You actually managed to get member here. The waiter nearby had already seen the commotion here, and the Bugatti parked in the restaurant's parking space had already prepared for the reception. When Yi Jun and his group reached the door, one of them immediately came to greet them. Welcome, Mr. Yi. The private room you booked has been prepared for you. Can I take you there? The male waiter half bowed and asked respectfully. Yi Jun nodded slightly and said, No need, I can go there myself. As he said this, he led everyone into the restaurant. The Haitian restaurant adopts the traditional ancient restaurant decoration. The lobby is on the first floor, where lamps covered with exquisite wooden covers are hung in an orderly manner, and a soft light spreads in this spacious hall. There were dozens of yellow pearwood tables and matching wooden chairs scattered in the hall. It was dinner time now, and the seats were full. Everyone here was a respectable person and would not make loud noises, so the whole scene was unusually harmonious. Some imitation ceramics or jade carvings are placed around the hall. There are spiral wooden stairs on both sides, and going up the stairs is a corridor, and next to the corridor are independent boxes. Looking at the decoration, I thought I was watching a TV series. It's so stylish. Marco exclaimed in admiration at the scene, and the others nodded in agreement. Haha, that's interesting. Let's go upstairs to the box. Yi Jun chuckled and led everyone upstairs through the aisle to eat. Suddenly a voice broke the harmony of the hall. Boss Wong, please show some respect. A burst of angry shouting was extremely harsh in the hall. The owner of the voice was wearing an exquisite black dress that exposed half of her shoulders. She was standing with her chest heaving slightly, and her arms hanging at both sides, tightly clenched into fists. Looking at this pretty face again, her eyebrows were raised, her almond-shaped eyes were filled with anger, her sexy red lips were tightly pursed, and she was staring viciously at the middle-aged man sitting next to her. Who else could this be but Zhou Mei? Yi Jun didn't expect to meet Zhou Mei here, but this place is not a place Zhou Mei can afford to spend money. Brother Yi, this woman is so hot. This figure and this face are just exquisite. That's true, but look at the boss she follows. It's not something people like us can imagine. Yes, a toy for the rich and a goddess for the losers. Wouldn't a rich man like old Yi consider buying this kind of top-notch product? Several people in the same group also saw this scene and made comments one after another. This is an eternal topic among men. Yi Jun smiled faintly and said, Come on, I think it's just average. Zhou Mei was looking at Mr. Wong with anger on her face. Mr. Wong smiled instead, licked his lips, and said teasingly with a hint of aggression in his eyes, "Manager, Zhou has a really hot temper." "I like it." Zhou Mei seemed to have reached her limit of patience, and said with an unpleasant expression, "Watch your words, Mr. Wang." "Xiao Zhou, how did you talk to Mr. Wang?" "Sit down and apologize to Mr. Wang." A bald guy at the same table stood up and yelled at Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei looked at the two people in front of her and snorted coldly. He was the first one. Zhou Mei stopped talking halfway. Just now, Mr. Wang made some advances, and she stopped him. But it will be embarrassing to bring this up in public. The bald man's face darkened. Zhou Mei usually looks smart, but why did she become so stupid all of a sudden today when he took her to meet such a big client for the first time? This was obviously not the time to be fussy about it. The bald man filled Zhou Mei's glass with wine and said coldly to her, "Zhou Mei, have a drink with President Wang." Turning around, he smiled eagerly at Mr. Wang and said, "Mr. Wang, don't bother with Xiao Zhou. She is still young and only knows how to work. She hasn't even had a boyfriend in all these years. She doesn't understand these rules." Mr. Wang, who had been turned down by Zhou Mei, immediately understood the deeper meaning behind these words. She looked like a slut, but unexpectedly, she was a chaste and heroic woman. It would be fun to play with such a strong woman. Mr. Wang narrowed his glasses, and his relaxed, drunken face smiled like a chrysanthemum. He looked at Zhou Mei's angry face with lustful eyes, waiting for Zhou Mei to toast him. There were a few other people drinking with him at the table who also started to make a fuss. A heavily made-up woman sat next to Mr. Wang and charmingly put her head on Mr. Wang's shoulder and said in a soft voice, "Sister Zhou, look at what this has caused. Mr. Wang is such a big deal. If Mr. Wang hadn't been a member here today, you wouldn't even be able to enter the threshold here. Why don't you just have a drink with Mr. Wang?" "That's right. Why are you so arrogant? You're just a manager of a small company. Even if you invite your boss over, he has to toast our President Wang." "Zhou Mei, hurry up. What are you standing there for?" When the bald man heard these words, he couldn't help but get a little anxious. This would offend Mr. Wang, and no one could take the responsibility if the order was lost. Zhou Mei still stood there, motionless, her heart filled with hatred. This society was so cruel. Even if she was invincible in the company, she would still be at the mercy of others when she got out. If I had more power, I would pour the glass of wine on this person's face right there and then. How hateful, so hateful. President Wang looked at Zhou Mei standing there and did not urge her. He just wanted to enjoy torturing this strong woman until she had no self-esteem left, and then wait for her to wag her tail and beg for mercy from him like a bitch. Then tonight, he would enjoy this dog meat dinner. At this moment, he had already fallen into a wonderful fantasy. Suddenly, Mr. Wang felt his hair was wet, and something liquid was flowing down from his head. The mellow smell of Matai liquor instantly spread all over his body, and the strong aroma of the liquor made him sober up all of a sudden. President Wang realized what had happened and shouted, "You're looking for death." Chapter 39. What are you talking about, bitch? Except for the furious Mr. Wang, everyone at the table was stunned, and the eyes of the surrounding diners also focused on him. I saw a young and handsome man holding the wine glass that he had previously drunk. He gracefully poured the full glass of wine slowly over Mr. Wang's head. This action left everyone dumbfounded, and no one dared to stop it for a while. It was not until President Wang came to his senses and shouted loudly that everyone else came to their senses. "Where did you get this psychopath from? Security, where is the security?" The woman lying on Mr. Wang's shoulder suddenly screamed in panic. "Come on, guys, surround him and don't let this psychopath get away." The bald man called several men at the table to surround Yijun. Yijun's expression remained unchanged. He put down his wine glass, took out a tissue, and wiped the wine off his hands. He slowly walked to Zhou Mei and said calmly, "Why don't you call the police again? What do you think this place is, kid? If you don't give me an explanation today, the price will be something you can't afford." Mr. Wang pushed away the woman who was wiping the wine off his face and spoke coldly to Yijun. If he hadn't seen that Yijun was strong and healthy, he would have probably gone up to him long ago. "Yijun, you." Zhou Mei spoke behind Yijun with mixed feelings, but she didn't know what to say. "You go sit down." Yijun spoke to her calmly, without much emotion. Zhou Mei found it hard to refuse Yijun's words for a moment. She sat down with a complicated expression, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yijun. "Well, I was wondering why you were pretending to be a chaste woman, but it turns out you are actually a rotten whore with a lover. It's a pity that your lover will be sent to the police station soon." When Mr. Wang saw this scene, He felt like the duck that was about to be in his mouth flew away. He became even angrier and made sarcastic remarks. Hearing this, Yi Jun said nothing more. He picked up the wine glass he had just put down, shook it, and smashed it into Mr. Wang's face. Mr. Wang's sarcastic smile had not yet faded, but blood was flowing from his face. The wine glass shattered on his face, and a lot of residue pierced his face, causing him to scream in pain. Boss Wang, are you okay? Someone is coming. Someone is killing someone. Someone is killing someone. It's outrageous that there is no law in broad daylight. Brothers, tie him up first and wait for the police to come. A table of men rushed towards Yi Jun, but Marco and his entourage arrived in time and created a stalemate with this side. For a moment, no one gave way to the other. The hotel security, led by the manager, had already rushed over here, and the sound of sirens could be faintly heard outside. Old Yi, you said you had something to do. That's it. This isn't how a hero saves a beautiful girl. Tian Song held his forehead in frustration. He didn't expect Yi Jun to be so capable of causing trouble. No wonder, brother, you just said this beauty is ordinary. It turns out to be my sister-in-law. Marco wasn't too worried, as it wasn't a big deal for Yi Jun to beat someone up given his wealth, but he started gossiping instead. When Jomei heard what Marco said, she forgot to refute him for a moment. Instead, she gently pulled Yi Jun's sleeve and said softly, "This is all because of me. You go first." Yi Jun took back his sleeve that was being held by Jomei and said, "Just sit down as I told you to." Jomei's hands suddenly felt empty, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. She sat down according to Yi Jun's instructions. Yi Jun stared at Mr. Wang, whose face was covered in blood. He opened his eyes fiercely. There was a lot of blood in his eyes. It took him a lot of pain to open his eyes in this situation. But he really hated this kid. He stared at him fiercely and said, "When you go in, you will know my method." The threat in these words made Mr. Wang and others sitting at the same table tremble in their hearts, and Zhou Mei's face also changed drastically. Mr. Wang is not a simple businessman. He has considerable power in the upper echelons. I'm afraid that if Yi Jun goes in this time, he will be badly injured if he doesn't die. When Marco and his companions saw the expressions of these people, they felt that Yi Jun was in trouble this time, and their brows were furrowed. Yi Jun was not panicked. He took a step forward slowly. Mr. Wang, who was supported by someone, trembled suddenly. There was nothing he could do. He really didn't know whether Yi Jun would attack him again. At this moment, a string of data appeared in front of Yi Jun's eyes. Wang Liwei, age 43, height 167 cm, weight 88 kg. Evaluation: the founder of Wang's real estate, a sinister person, extremely lustful, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Secrets: bribery in the Golden Coast Project, whether to view in detail. Romantic history, whether to view in detail. Yi Jun chose the Golden Coast Project for bribery and chose to check it in detail. At this moment, Yi Jun looked at Mr. Wang as if he was looking at a naked baby. All his biggest secrets were right in front of him. Looking at Wang Liwei, Yi Jun showed a strange smile on his face and slowly said, Who are you going to ask to deal with me? Secretary Zhu? The 12,538,888 yuan of project funds allocated to the Golden Coast Project last time were a little too little. I'll talk to him when I have time. Everyone was confused. Could it be that Mr. Wang's backer was also related to Yi Jun, and why was the number of this project payment so strange? 8888. Mr. Wang's face was originally covered in blood. If you look closely at this moment, you can only see that except for the blood on his face, he is completely bloodless. Golden Coast, Secretary Zhu, 12,538,888. This is not project money. This is the fee he paid for Secretary Zhu. The 8888 was the gift money he gave to Secretary Zhu's mother on her birthday. He recorded all of this in an account book. Every day, fearing that the truth would be exposed, he would take out the account book to do the math, thinking that if he fell, he would have to take several people down with him. The young man's words were obviously meant to warn him, and he knew it all. Is the truth already revealed? Or was there still room for maneuver? There was fear in Mr. Wang's eyes when he looked at Yi Jun, just like chickens and ducks on the chopping board, waiting in fear to be slaughtered. After Yi Jun finished speaking, he looked at Mr. Wang quietly without saying anything else. At this time, the restaurant manager and the security guards had come over. Seeing a group of people in a stalemate, with a handsome young man and a man with blood on his face confronting each other, he understood what was going on. The manager couldn't help but feel a headache because this hotel is a membership-based hotel and only the rich or noble can enjoy it. Especially Yi Jun, who is a special member. Every special member has the right to enjoy the private room and the service of family meal delivery. And these people, whose names I don't know, are just ordinary members. They're not even eligible to go to the second floor, and even the banquet hall has to be booked in advance. However, if this matter is not handled properly, so many customers of the banquet hall may be offended. This is really a headache. If the boss were here, the manager shook his head, and with an idea in mind, he respectfully said to Yi Jun Xian, "Mr. Yi, the private room upstairs is ready. When do you think you can have your meal?" Yi Jun found it somewhat amusing to see this chubby manager who didn't even mention the fight, as if the person lying on the ground was a dummy. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Didn't you see that he beat up our people? Tie him up and send him inside." The woman standing by was immediately dissatisfied when she heard what the manager said. She thought this restaurant was too snobbish. People around were talking about it. Why is this happening? It was this handsome guy who did it. It's wrong for this guy, but you can't beat him like this. He's going to be crippled. The woman's words stirred up the emotions of the people around her, and she also looked at Yi Jun triumphantly. The restaurant manager looked embarrassed, afraid that this matter would not end well. Yi Jun smiled without saying anything and sighed nonchalantly. Next second, bang, clang. The woman, who was feeling proud just now, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her face. She threw the delinquent to the edge of the table, and blood flowed from her forehead. She looked in disbelief at the person in front of her who caused all this. A roar roared in her ears. "What the hell are you talking about, bitch?" Chapter 40 Manager Zhou, please eat something. Really eat. The woman fell to the ground, looking at Mr. Wong in disbelief. Her blood-stained face looked hideous, and the murderous light in her eyes seemed as cruel as if it wanted to eat her up. "I was fucking drunk and scratched my face. What are you talking about?" Mr. Wong's hand, which had just slapped the woman hard, was still shaking slightly. "Go apologize to this gentleman." Mr. Wong threw an unopened bottle of Matai to the woman and gave her a cold look. The woman shuddered, opened the wine with tears in her eyes, and bowed to Yi Jun. "I'm sorry. I talked nonsense, brother. I toast to you." Yi Jun did not respond to her words, but just said, "It's not me you should apologize to." The woman was stunned and didn't know what to do. Mr. Wong kicked her tender, but hard from behind, and winked at Zhou Mei. The woman remembered that she was the one who took the lead in mocking Zhou Mei. Now things have changed, and she is getting a retribution so soon. She smiled bitterly and said to Zhou Mei, "Manager Zhou, I was the one who talked too much today. I'm going to toast you. Please forgive me." Zhou Mei snorted coldly, just looked coldly at the bottle of wine in the woman's hand, and ignored the woman. The woman smiled bitterly and picked up the bottle of Matai and began to drink it down. At this time, one of the people who came with him said dissatisfiedly, "Boss Wong, this is obviously this kid." Before he could finish his words, Mr. Wong slapped him directly in the face. "Contact HR now. I don't want to see you in the company tomorrow," Mr. Wong said coldly, looking around at the few people who were still in a stalemate with Marco and his companions, secretly hating these brainless people. He shouted at these people, "You're posing like this. Are you trying to bury your mother with this face? Apologize to her now." These people were also confused for a moment, but the two offenders in front had already been dealt with by the boss, so they immediately retracted their stance and stepped aside. This bald man is Zhou Mei's supervisor, and for a moment he didn't know which side he was standing on. He looked at Zhou Mei with a flattering look. Zhou Mei snorted coldly and didn't look at him. Yi Jun looked at the man and frowned slightly. Mr. Wong immediately kicked the bald man on the buttocks and yelled, "You are a jerk who is always causing trouble but can't do anything good. Get out of here now. I will talk to Mr. Zhang tonight. You are better off being fed to pigs than staying in your company." When the bald man heard these words, he seemed to fall into the abyss of despair. Mr. Zhang, the CEO of their company, has a close relationship with Mr. Wong, so firing him is no joke. "Boss Wong, please don't." The bald man knelt down, hugged Mr. Wong's legs, and begged bitterly, "Get out now." Mr. Wong gave the bald man a cold and murderous look. The bald man trembled all over, climbed up, and left in a daze. After dealing with the matter here, Mr. Wong looked at Yi Jun with a smile on his face. Although his face was covered in blood and glass shards, this smile was uglier than crying. "Little brother, I also want to apologize to you and Director Zhou. I was too reckless and didn't take good care of the person. Please see that you are a big man and don't care about the villain's mistakes. Everyone around heard the flattering tone, and those who were talking just now no longer dared to speak. Jing, who had a bitter look on his face just now, also smiled happily, feeling that his decision to protect Yi Jun was a wise one. Just when everyone thought it was going to end successfully, the guards who had called the police earlier arrived. Several guards were already walking towards this side quickly. Seeing this, Yi Jun smiled and said to Mr. Wang, "Just now someone said they wanted to arrest me. I don't know what it's like in there. Mr. Wang, how about telling me?" After hearing this, Mr. Wang knew that the other party would not give up unless he paid the price. He immediately made up his mind and dodged the bottle that the woman was still drinking from. There was only a little bit left in it, but the woman had reached her limit. Mr. Wang pointed the bottle at the ignorant thug and cracked his lid. The guard who was walking towards this side saw this scene, ran over and grabbed Mr. Wang. "Be honest." The guard took out handcuffs and handcuffed Mr. Wang directly. "I thought it was a drunk causing trouble, but this guy didn't even struggle." After the torture, before the guard could ask any questions, Wang spoke first. "Comrade guard, I was the one who caused the trouble because I was drunk. The wound on my face was caused by my fall. I beat up those two people. These people were just watching the fun. I asked you to detain me." The two guards looked at each other in bewilderment. This man was too honest. He admitted everything. If it weren't for the fact that he was dressed decently, they would have suspected that he had a mental problem. Since the prisoners had confessed, the guards simply questioned the people around them, and they all agreed with what Mr. Wang said. No one wanted to cause trouble. The guard called it a day and took Mr. Wang away. When Mr. Wang passed by Yi Jun, he asked, "There's no need to ask the secretary for that sum of money. What do you think, little brother?" Yi Jun looked at the funny scene in front of him and nodded slightly. Mr. Wang laughed out loud. "Thank you, brother. I'll come out and have a good gathering with you and tell you about my feelings." The two guards looked at Mr. Wang as if he were an idiot. They thought this guy must be mentally ill. The farce ended here, and only the small fish and shrimp brought by Mr. Wang were left. The manager stepped forward and said to the security guard, "Why are you still standing there? These people are not members. Get them out now." Several security guards received the order and drove the man out. At this time, the manager seemed to have something else to say. Looking at the crowd still watching, he cleared his throat and said, "Dear guests, I am very glad that you have come to our Haitian restaurant. Our Haitian restaurant has always been committed to providing high-quality food services and ensuring every customer's dining experience. And the rude behavior of the customer just now is contrary to our purpose, so we will cancel his membership." After these words, the scene became much quieter and not many people were talking. In Haitian restaurant, not just being rich makes you a boss. If you want to be a boss, you have to show your real ability. Those who came here were all sensible people. They announced in public that Mr. Wang's membership would be expelled. Apart from the fact that the man was indeed rude, it was also to save face for the young man. After the manager made the announcement, he turned to Yi Jun and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, I'll take you upstairs to eat. Chef Wang is here today, and he will prepare all the dishes for your table." Yi Jun became interested when he heard this. He had only tasted Chef Wang's cooking once this month. He didn't stay in this restaurant permanently. He only came out to show his support when there was something important. "Thank you very much." Of course. The boss has told Mr. Yi to be treated specially. Come to think of it, I haven't met the boss yet. I'll have to arrange a meeting when I have time," Yi Jun said with some confusion. Originally, he came to this restaurant to become an ordinary member to try it out, but somehow he became a special member. After checking, I found that my assets had nothing to do with the special membership. It seemed that this so-called boss was behind it. As for his purpose, Yi Jun didn't care. Anyway, his little capital was nothing worth the person behind the scenes calculating against. He disregarded it as earning a special membership. The manager wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said, "The boss's whereabouts are always uncertain, but I will definitely convey my message to him." Ha, great. Let's go and eat," Yi Jun replied, greeting everyone at the same time. Marco and the others nodded numbly and followed Yi Jun upstairs. What happened in the past 2 days had made them go from being shocked at the beginning to being numb now. Yi Jun walked halfway up the stairs and saw Zhou Mei still sitting downstairs. Suddenly, he got interested and shouted to Zhou Mei, "Manager Zhou, if you didn't eat enough just now, come and eat something more. This time, we're really eating." When some of the diners downstairs heard this, they showed indescribable smiles on their faces. When Zhou Mei heard this, her pretty face flushed and her thin eyebrows slightly frowned. He muttered softly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" But she still stood up and walked up the stairs gracefully. She was wearing a long dress that half exposed her shoulders. As she walked, she exuded a faint fragrance and came to Yijun. Chapter 41. Sichuan Cuisine Chef for State Banquet. Yijun and his group soon arrived at the box called Hua Kai Fu Gue. The area of the box is very large, and the walls are painted with blooming peonies. The painting is extremely skillful and lifelike. Anyone with a little appreciation of art will know that it is the work of a master who has perfectly portrayed the richness of the peony. There are several exquisite peony-shaped chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. There are also mahogany storage tables around the box, with gorgeous peony jade carvings on them. In the middle of the box, there is a rosewood table that can accommodate 10 people and its matching chairs, as well as a mahogany sofa and a low coffee table. The entire design perfectly fits in with the theme of the box, and the decoration style is grand and gorgeous. TSK. Just looking at the environment here, I feel like I can taste the flavor of delicacies from land and sea when I eat white rice. Marco exclaimed in admiration, and the others nodded. When Jomei saw how luxurious this box was, she secretly sighed in her heart. If it weren't for Yi Jun's invitation, she would never have the chance to enter such a high-end place in her life. Yi Jun slowly said, "Everyone, please take your seats. Manager, you can arrange for the dishes to be served." Everyone sat down one after another, whether intentionally or unintentionally, but everyone sat apart. Some people put their coats and bags on the empty seats next to them. Only the empty seat next to Yi Jun was left. Jomei looked at everyone who had already taken their seats and felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. She looked hesitantly at the only empty seat next to Yi Jun with her beautiful eyes. "Haha, sister-in-law, don't be shy. Just sit next to Brother Yi." That's right. Lao Yi found such a beautiful girlfriend, but he didn't tell the brothers about it. "Come and sit down." When Jomei heard this, her pretty face flushed and she bit her teeth, not knowing how to argue. Yi Jun had played tricks on me many times and even had the upper hand over me, but today he came forward to help me out. Jomei was overwhelmed with emotions and didn't know what to do. Manager Zhou, please sit next to me. Don't get me wrong, this is my previous manager. He usually takes good care of me at work. Today, we are just having a chance to have dinner together. Yi Jun spoke lightly with a hint of smile. Everyone understood at once that she had not been caught yet, and they all looked at Jomei with meaningful eyes. When Jomei heard Yi Jun say this, she stopped being shy and walked straight to Yi Jun and sat down, with a faint fragrance blowing towards Yi Jun. Yi Jun looked at this woman, whose pretty face was slightly red and still had a somewhat arrogant expression on her face. His eyes dimmed, and he gently shook his head. Since she was not Yi Jun's girlfriend, Marco and the others simply exchanged a few polite words with Jomei and did not chat any further. Soon the dishes came. A beautiful waitress wearing a cheongsam embroidered with peonies came to the box with an exquisite plate of food. The last dish is announced with the name of a dish. Fuchi Fipian, Kung Po Shiken, Chicken Tofu, Steamed Jiantuan, Fish and Casserole, Boiling Cabbage. The tableware here is very exquisite, but the portion of each dish is not small, more than enough for these few people. It's just this dish. Old Yi, is there any secret to this dish? I bought some hot pot pork chop at the supermarket a few days ago, and this plate of bear cabbage is so big. Tian-san commented on the dishes quickly, not because he wanted to undermine Yi Jun, but because he and his brothers were used to being casual. A strange expression also appeared on Jomei's face. It was a bit inappropriate for Yi Jun to order these dishes when inviting people to dinner. These ingredients are too common. Why just ate downstairs were prawns, abalone, and the like? Yi Jun didn't care about what Tian-san said, but greeted him with a mysterious smile. "Why don't you try this boiled cabbage first?" When everyone saw Yi Jun smile, they unconsciously picked up a piece of boiled cabbage and put it in their own bowl. "This looks bland. Is this a scam by the restaurant?" Tian-san picked up the piece of baby cabbage and put it into his mouth, then stopped talking. With a solemn expression on his face, he chewed the food carefully, then spit it out and swallowed it slowly. He put down his chopsticks, jumped up, slammed the table hard, and exclaimed, "Oh my God, how can cabbage taste like this?" The others had also finished eating the boiled cabbage in their bowls and were looking at Yi Jun in surprise and doubt. Yi Jun crossed his arms with a smile that showed he was in control and asked everyone with a smile, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious, delicious." This cabbage can be made into this flavor. It's amazing. It's incredible. This looks like a clear soup, but the taste is so fresh and rich, even fresher than seafood. Jomei also used a tissue to gently wipe the clear soup that had just touched her mouth, nodded slightly, and agreed softly. It's really good. She expressed it tactfully at this moment, but she was actually complaining in her heart about what kind of prawns and seafood she had just eaten were. They were not even as good as a cabbage. Brother Yi, what kind of cuisine is this? I want to learn how to make it. Marco asked Yi Jun with a smile on his face. Yi Jun smiled slightly. You are from Shudu. Boiled cabbage is a classic Sichuan dish. As for making this dish, forget it. What, this is Sichuan cuisine? No, isn't Sichuan cuisine spicy? Also, why can't I cook this dish? I've been in the kitchen before. Yi Jun continued to explain. Who told you that Sichuan cuisine is spicy? Traditional Sichuan cuisine has 1/3 spicy flavor, and the rest is not spicy. There is also this dish. Yi Jun looked around at everyone and found that everyone was very curious, so he slowly began to talk about it. Use ham, chicken, duck, scallops to make clear soup with mincemeat. It takes a whole day just to make the broth, and we have to use the best and most tender cabbage hearts from the north. After Yi Jun finished speaking, several people were already stunned. Is this process making cabbage? I didn't know and thought they were making missiles. Forget it. I'll just eat it honestly. Next time I go out, I'll splurge and order this dish. Marco backed out immediately and said with a smile that he had just asked Yi Jun in the middle of the meal and that this dish was acceptable if it cost several hundred yuan per portion outside. Yi Jun glanced at him calmly and said, Then you should eat more. This is made by Chef Wang. It won't taste this good if you go out. Who is this Chef Wang? Chief Sichuan cuisine for the state banquet. State banquet? Everyone took a deep breath. If it was a 5-star or Michelin restaurant, everyone could go there if they made some effort. But the state banquet is too far away from me. The manager just said that this table of dishes was prepared by Chef Wang. Zhao Ting's hand holding the chopsticks was shaking a little, and he asked in a trembling voice. Yi Jun nodded silently and said slowly, Yes, Chef Wang specializes in Sichuan cuisine. This table is all made by him. If you're not used to it, how about adding some other dishes? No, I'll just eat this. Chapter 42. Wang Qian, who is good at PUA. Everyone was in the box, eating the food with great interest. He didn't drink much, and after a few rounds of toasts, no one urged him to keep drinking. To Yi Jun's surprise, Zhomei took the initiative to toast everyone with a glass of wine. She stood up gracefully from her seat, holding a delicate wine glass in her slender hands, filling it with wine, and said softly, Thank you all for helping me out today. I'll toast to everyone. Marco and the others raised their glasses and stood up to respond. We're just here to make things happen. You should really thank our brother Yi this time. That's right, Manager Zhou. Our old Yi is the hero who saved the beautiful girl. You should at least give our brother Yi a toast alone. Everyone started to make a fuss, but Yi Jun just smiled and said nothing. Zhomei blushed, clinked glasses with Marco and the others, and then filled her glass with wine. Her beautiful eyes dodged, and she looked at Yi Jun with a complicated expression. Thank you for helping me out today. Yi Jun saw that she seemed to be more pleasing to the eye than usual, so he raised his glass and gently clinked it with Zhomei's glass. Manager Zhou, there's no need to be polite about this kind of trivial matter. After all, I have worked under you for so many years. After Zhomei clinked glasses with Yi Jun, she brought the wine to her red lips, tilted her head back, and drank the whole glass of wine. Her fair neck moved slightly, and a light pink color appeared on her face. Yi Jun did not hesitate and drank the glass of wine in one gulp. Come on, eat some food, don't just drink here. Marco greeted him, his chopsticks in his hand, never stopping. Many of the dishes here are ones I have eaten outside, but the same dishes here are processed more delicately and the ingredients are better. And the food is prepared by the state banquet chef. The taste is totally different from that outside. Old Yi, I regret this. I shouldn't have let you treat us to dinner here. At this time, Tiansong finished eating a piece of kung pao chicken and spoke quietly. Yi Jun had a puzzled look on his face and looked at him with a slightly raised eyebrow. What do you mean? I feel like I won't be able to enjoy this meal for a long time after I finish it. After I finish this kung pao chicken, I might dislike my girlfriend's kung pao chicken and it will cause family conflicts. It was meant as a joke, but no one laughed. They all nodded, with expressions of approval on their faces. Even Yi Jun couldn't help but nod. He was used to the taste here at first, and later he couldn't get used to the food in other small restaurants. Hey, Yutakura. When did you get a girlfriend? I didn't hear you tell me yesterday. Zhao Ting reacted immediately. Oh, stop talking about this. At your age, it's not normal to have a girlfriend. Shen Quan has been dating for several years. Tian Song waved his hand and said nonchalantly, while Chun Quan on the side smiled naively with a hint of shyness. Okay, you guys, pretty quick. Yi Jun also joked, and at the same time said to Zhao Ting, you must work hard when you go back, build your career, and find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Of course, Zhao Ting, was the most popular girl in my class. How could I not find him? After solving these troubles, Zhao Ting seemed a little more lively. At this time, Yi Jun's eyes fell on Marco. When talking about this topic, the boy remained silent and twisted his fingers a little nervously. Although these people are all good friends, Yi Jun and Marco have the best relationship. You can tell from the way they address each other. Marco always calls Yi Jun Brother Yi, while the others all call him Old Yi. This guy was younger than Yi Jun. He had just started school and looked young, so he was easily bullied. Yi Jun couldn't stand it and helped him a few times. Later, their relationship became better and better. Marco called him Brother Yi, and he was willing to treat him as his younger brother. Marco, what about you? Stop playing dead over there. Yi Jun asked with a rare, solemn tone. Marco stammered. I wanted to say this at the party the day before yesterday. My wedding with Wang Qian is next month, and guys, come to the Magic City when you have time. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Ting was the first to cheer. Well done, kid. You kept his secret really well. Congratulations. But after he finished cheering, he realized something was wrong. Yi Jun, Tian Song, and Chun Quan all looked gloomy at this moment. Zhou Mei was also confused. These people have such a good relationship. Why would they have such expressions when they heard that their good brother was getting married? As if realizing that something was wrong, Marco said to everyone with a helpless smile, You guys, since you are willing to jump into this pit, we can't stop you. I will go there when the time comes. Tian Song was the first to speak coldly. Marco, yeah, I'll be there. Chun Quan didn't know what to say, so he just said that he would be there too. Yi Jun remained silent and looked at Marco indifferently. Maka's heart was slightly startled by Yi Jun's gaze, and he asked softly, Brother, Yi Jun retracted his gaze and said calmly, I will go. When Zhou Mei heard this, her heart sank. She could hear the suppressed anger hidden beneath the calm tone. After receiving Yi Jun's affirmative answer, Marco smiled a little, as if he remembered something. What do you think about this, best man? While speaking, his eyes kept glancing at Yi Jun. Tian Song and the others were tactful and didn't say anything. Yi Jun smiled helplessly. Didn't you make an appointment with me a long time ago to let me go? What's wrong? Do you want to change your mind? No way, no way. I'm hoping Brother Yi can come. Marco resumed his playful smile. I might go out for a trip at the end of this month. When I'm done, I'll come over to help. Yi Jun briefly explained his itinerary. Well, I'll be waiting for you all to drink at my wedding in the Magic City. Come on, I'll toast everyone. Marco raised his glass and toasted everyone. Everyone raised their glasses, but affected by the atmosphere just now, no one was very excited. After drinking, everyone tacitly skipped the topic of Marco's marriage and talked about other things. But affected by what happened just now, I felt a little bored. Wang Qian. Yi Jun was still thinking about the Marco incident. Of course, he knew the woman who was going to marry Marco. Back in school, Wang Qian was their senior. She wasn't pretty, but she was extremely cheerful and got along well with others, especially men. At that time, Yi Jun naively thought that Wang Qian was just such a carefree person and thought she was pretty good. But his girlfriend at the time, Zhou Yinting, gossiped with him that Wang Qian was a slut who slept with anyone. At first he thought Zhou Yining was making it up. It was not until Zhou Yinting shyly took out a video of Wang Qian engaging in group sex that he saw through her true nature. This Wang Qian is a female sea king. Later, she seduced herself vaguely. Zhou Yining found out and went to talk to her. After that, she avoided her when she saw her. Marco was different. He came from a small county in Shudu. He was good-looking and had a tender face, but he had never had a girlfriend. Before Yi Jun could notice, Wang Qian had already hooked him up. Later, he tried to persuade Marco earnestly and even showed him the video. They almost had a fight in the dormitory, so only the people in their dormitory knew about it, and Zhao Ting did not tell him. After Wang Qian followed Marco, she seemed to be much more obedient, so no one paid much attention to her. Who would have thought that after graduation, Marco would give up his career here for Wang Qian? I went to Wang Qian's hometown, Shanghai, and left my hometown. Yi Jun once analyzed with Tian Song and Chun Quan, that Wang Qian, was a PUA master. They had a very bad impression of this person who played with her own brothers. Of course, Yi Jun would go this time. He didn't believe that this woman would be a good person. Chapter 43, Zhou Mei. Let me go. They ate and drank some more, and finished most of the dishes on the table. Separation. Tian Tsung ate a full meal, looked at the leftovers, and sighed. Alas, after this meal, when will I be able to eat such delicious food again? Yi Jun was about to say something, but then he thought that if he often invited everyone out to eat, firstly, no one would be willing, and secondly, the relationship might become sour. So he stopped talking. After Tiansong sighed, he seemed to feel that this was not very good and smiled awkwardly. At this time, the doorbell of the box rang. Yi Jun pulled the answering cord next to him, and the chubby manager walked in with a smile. Yi Jun looked at the name tag on the fat man's chest and asked with a little confusion, "Manager Wu, is there anything you want to talk about?" The chubby manager Wu smiled naively and said, "It's like this, Mr. Yi. I just talked to our boss, and he told me that Mr. Ye's guests are also our guests. We have prepared some small gifts for Mr. Ye's friends, and I hope you will accept them." "Oh, how can this be done?" Yi Jun refused verbally, but did not refuse outright. He wanted to see what the boss behind the scenes wanted to do. Now it seems that the boss behind this is targeting him, and it seems that all this is shown out of goodwill. Hearing this, Manager Wu took out a few exquisite cards from his pocket with a smile and said, "These are just a few membership cards of our small shop, not worth much. I wonder if you're willing to become our VIP guests." The manager's eyes turned to Marco and the others. These people were very excited. The value of this membership card was really too high. They could show off if they got it. However, the consumption level was still too high for the working class. Manager Wu seemed to understand something and continued. "Our members' first meal of the month is provided free of charge by us. As long as you can ensure that there is no waste, we will not charge any fees for less than 10 people. We also provide tastings of new dishes every month. Another point is that our card is valid nationwide. We have branches in most cities in China." As soon as these words were spoken, several people looked at Manager Wu's membership card with heated eyes. However, no one took the membership card from Manager Wu, but instead turned their eyes to Yi Jun. Yi Jun said with a faint smile, "Since your boss has taken so much trouble, we can't refuse. And my friend said the food here is pretty good." Manager Wu was overjoyed when he heard this and distributed the cards to everyone. Marco and others also happily took the cards. "Then please go to our front desk reception room to activate your membership. We are honored that you have become our members." Manager Wu waved his hand, and a woman in a professional suit came forward to lead the way. "Brother Yi, we're going first. Do you want to come with us?" Marco asked with an excited tone, holding the card in his hand. Yi Jun smiled and shook his head, but looked at Manager Wu and said, "I won't go. See you in the parking lot later." After hearing this, Marco and his companions followed the woman. After the others left, Yi Jun's smile faded a little. "Manager Wu, please speak if you have anything to say." Manager Wu put on a more respectful smile and said, "My boss asked me to ask, what do you think of Mr. Ye's trip to Kyoto this month?" Yi Jun understood and didn't say anything, but asked casually, "Is this Haitian restaurant also owned by the Chi family?" In the Chi family, Haitian restaurant is not considered a big deal. Manager Wu said with a wry smile that such a national chain membership restaurant was not a big deal in the eyes of the Chi family. "That's true. Tell Chi Ying that I'll be there." Yi Jun had some vague guesses before, so it was not surprising that it was Chi Ying. From time to time, Yi Jun thought of the cold female president whom he met briefly. That experience was quite interesting. Haha, let me thank Mr. Yi on behalf of our boss. It's not that our boss didn't say this on purpose. This industry was only recently transferred to our boss. Yi Jun didn't want to say much to this person, but he secretly sighed in his heart that the Chi family was very powerful. Yi Jun came to the parking lot, and the cool breeze blowing on his face swept away the drunkenness. He half leaned against the door of the Bugatti, lit a cigarette, and puffed it slowly. "I thought that after I had the system and the money, I wouldn't have to work as hard as before. But now things are happening around me one after another. If I were still the incompetent me before, any one thing would be enough to bring me down. Rather than calling this system a tool for making money, it is better to call it a life-saving tool. The greater your ability, the greater your responsibility, and you should plan your future life well." As Yi Jun was thinking, he quickly finished his cigarette, threw the butt aside, opened the cigarette box, and prepared to have another one. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. TSK. This time I can bring my family here for a free meal every month. So delicious. That's right. My mom will definitely praise me for my success when she sees me bringing them here to eat. This is all thanks to Old Yi. The group of people walked towards the parking lot while chatting. Zhou did not participate in the discussion, but when they talked about this topic, her hand unconsciously touched her shoulder bag. Inside was the membership card that had just been successfully activated. She had never dreamed that there would be a day when she would get the membership card of Haitian restaurant. When Yi Jun saw the person coming, his heart, which had been a little depressed because of thinking about things, suddenly became lively. Becoming stronger and being able to take care of the people around you can bring a little joy to your heart. At this time, everyone discovered Yi Jun leaning against the car, with half of his face shrouded in darkness, the corners of his lips slightly raised, a faint smile on his face, and an inexplicable melancholy temperament. Zhou couldn't help but look at Yi Jun, and found that Yi Jun was also looking at her. His eyebrows raised slightly, and Zhou felt her heart skip a beat. This short detail was not noticed by the other people present. After Yi Jun greeted everyone, he began to arrange the itinerary. Old Zhao will have to stay in hospital for 2 days in this condition. I'll take you back later. Marco's home is too far, so stay at my place for a day. What about you, Tian Song and Shin Quan? We both have to go to work tomorrow, and we have used up the 2 days we requested for leave. That's fine, you guys go home. See you next time. After arranging his brothers, Yi Jun looked at Zhou Mei. His deep eyes made Zhou Mei's heart beat faster. He said calmly, Manager Zhou, why are you leaving? I could just take a taxi myself. Zhou Mei's delicate body couldn't help but shrink slightly. Oh, all right, go by yourself. After Yi Jun said this, he did not stay any longer. Zhou Mei's heart was finally at ease. She thought Yi Jun would, but nothing happened. She should be happy, right? But she always felt something was wrong, so Zhou Mei shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Chapter 44, Silly Girl. Yi Jun and Marco sent Zhao Ting back to the hospital and then returned to Yi Jun's home. The designated driver drove the car to Yi Jun's villa, and Yi Jun took Marco into the villa. Wow, is this where Brother Yi lives? Marco's eyes sparkled as he looked at the decoration of the villa with curiosity. Fuck, this sofa must be the crocodile leather sofa from Hermes. This home theater is the latest model from Sony. It's not even sold in China. Marco walked around the living room, occasionally letting out a sigh of surprise. After he had finished walking around, he looked towards Yi Jun and found that Yi Jun was looking at him calmly. Marco looked a little cold and asked hesitantly, Brother Yi, why are you looking at me like that? It's okay. I just didn't expect you to know so many things. It seems that Wang Qian has taught you a lot. Yi Jun's tone was indifferent, and it was hard to tell how much emotion he expressed. Wang Qian likes these. She just wants to take a look and decide whether to buy them or not. Marco's originally high spirits suddenly dropped. Yi Jun raised his hand and waved, interrupting him and staring into Marco's eyes. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I can help you. Marco was a little panicked. Did Brother Yi discover something? He stared into Yi Jun's eyes, struggling in his heart. This matter involves too many huge implications. Even after seeing Brother Yi's abilities today, I dare not speak out easily. After struggling for a while, Maka regained his composure. Brother Yi, it's just a small matter. Don't you know it? When Yi Jun heard this, he sighed imperceptibly and looked away. He said to Marco, It's getting late. You should go to bed. After that, she took Marco to the bathroom and found a new set of bathing tools and silk pajamas for him. Marco followed Yi Jun to the bathroom nervously. When he saw what Yi Jun handed him, he thought about easing the atmosphere. This bathroom is almost as big as my bedroom. I'm not used to it being so bright. Haha, then just enjoy it slowly. Yi Jun briefly explained how to use the bathroom and then returned to the hall. Marco finished a shower with a nervous mood and came to the living room, where he found Yi Jun turning on the home theater and watching something. Curious, he took a closer look and saw the name of the film, and was immediately struck by lightning. Yi Jun heard Marco's movement, turned around and said with a smile, Sit here for a while after you wash up. I'll go wash up too. I just played the movie not long ago. You can continue watching it. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the bathroom. His smiling eyes turned dim after he left Marco's sight. Marco stood there in a daze, watching the contents on the big screen, the Blu-ray level picture quality, and the shocking sound effects. The story above tells the story of fighting against gangsters and evil, which is extremely shocking. Haven't you seen it? I've seen it several times. It's really well filmed. A faint voice sounded beside Marco, and Marco was startled and found Yi-jun standing behind him without knowing when. Marco was breathing heavily, and it was unclear whether he was scared or trying to cover up something. Brother Yi, you scare me to death. Why are you walking so quietly? You were too engrossed in it. Yi-jun spread his hands without comment, turned around, and walked up the stairs, saying as he walked, "Go upstairs and go to the second room on the left. You will sleep there tonight." Soon, Yi-jun returned to his room. He sat on the sofa in the bedroom, changing his relaxed look to a serious one. He held his forehead with his hand and muttered to himself, "These two can't make me worry less." Thinking about how he had opened the system out of concern and seen Marco's private matters and the problems he discovered, Yi-jun wanted to shout out loud on the spot. If I hadn't come up in time, I would have been so scared that I would have given Marco 2 punches. He discovered the truth behind Marco's marriage. Wang Qian has been involved in organized crime for the past 2 years and was discovered by Marco a few months ago. She used her power to demand marriage, tied Marco to a boat, and threatened Marco's family. Even Marco is involved in the action. Yi-jun calmed himself down. This matter couldn't be rushed and needed to be considered carefully, otherwise he would be involved. That night, neither of the 2 people in the villa slept well. The next morning, Yi-jun knocked on Marco's door early. His eyelids were black and blue, and his eyes were red, as if he had gone to steal chickens in the middle of the night. Yi-jun didn't say much. He asked him to pack up simply, and after breakfast, he drove him to the airport. Along the way, Marco was speechless. Yi-jun picked up some random topic to start conversation, but Marco responded without any interest. Yi-jun sent Marco to the boarding gate, and Marco regained some energy and said, "Brother Yi, I'm leaving first. I've thought about my marriage carefully. How about you just? I will definitely come to your wedding, and I can only be the best man." Yi-jun spoke forcefully, leaving no room for Marco to speak. "You should spend this time preparing for your wedding. Don't do things that you shouldn't do. Newlyweds shouldn't get involved in some things. They're dirty." After hearing what Yi-jun said, Marco fell in a deep thought. After a moment, he slowly said, "I remember it." Yi-jun looked at him deeply and left. Marco looked at the figure walking away with steady steps, and his originally dull eyes became brighter. Yi-jun was walking in the airport hall with a heavy heart when suddenly a voice was heard. "Brother Yi, Brother Yi." Yi-jun looked in the direction of the voice. A girl in a pink bubble skirt is waving at herself excitedly. Her long black hair was tied into 2 ponytails, her curved eyebrows were relaxed, and her big black eyes looked at herself with a happy expression. After a brief thought, Yi-jun remembered who the visitor was, and his originally heavy mood suddenly became much better. The little girl shouted and ran to him in her round-toed leather shoes. Supporting her knees with her hands, breathing slightly, the curves of her body are undulating. "Brother Yi, why don't you pay attention to me?" And Ran asked with a pout. "Where is that?" Yi-jun looked at the reckless girl with a smile in his eyes. "I thought you were some silly girl who got lost and was looking for her dad." Chapter 45, I come to find my daughter. "Hey, Brother Yi, you are so annoying." Hearing Yi-jun's teasing, and Rant's lips curled up even higher. Her voice had a little baby tone, but not as obvious as that of a certain actress from Taiwan. "Yehun lafet in silence. This girl is really funny. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. What are you doing here?" Yi-jun suppressed the overly obvious smile on his face. "I'm here to see my friend off. She's going abroad to study. We won't be able to see each other for more than a year." There was a hint of regret and envy in Rant's tone. "What's wrong? Do you want to study abroad too?" Yi-jun heard in Rant's envy and asked jokingly. And Rant's eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded quickly, her 2 ponytails swaying. "Yes, I have saved up all my money, and I plan to study abroad if I have the chance in the future. I have wanted to go to the United States since I was a child and see the outside world." The more Rand spoke, the brighter the light in her eyes became, and Yi-jun was also moved by her positive atmosphere. With the intention of playing a little mischief, Yi-jun asked with a smile, "Little girl, do you know how much it costs to go to the United States for a year? How many houses do you have to sell to save enough money?" And Rand was talking about her fantasy with great interest, but Yi-jun's words suddenly shattered her reality. The originally happy little face fell, and Yi-jun looked at her dejected look and suddenly remembered an emoticon package he had seen on the internet before with a droopy little cat face. Her face, which was a little chubby, was puffed up and her big eyes were looking at Yi-jun like an angry kitten. Yi-jun was immediately amused by his own association. Seeing Yi-jun actually laughed out loud, and Rand said angrily, "Although I don't earn as much as Brother Yi, I will work hard to save enough money. I calculated that the cost of going to the United States for a year is about 800,000. I plan to go for 2 years, that is." After hearing that Rand was really planning to study abroad, Yi-jun gradually stopped smiling and became serious, listening to her chatter. People who have dreams and work hard for them will always shine brightly. Yi-jun looked at the little girl with a little more seriousness. And Rand was halfway through the conversation when she realized that this scene didn't seem suitable for talking. Although it was morning, there were still quite a few people in the airport hall. She stopped talking, stuck out her tongue, and said, "Brother Yi, I'm sorry for saying so much nonsense to you." Yi-jun looked at her and smiled faintly. "It's okay. What you said is quite interesting. It's not dispensable. Go ahead and do it." And Rand felt the encouragement in Yi-jun's words, nodded vigorously, and said, "I will try my best, Brother Yi. By the way, why did you come to the airport today?" "Send it to a friend." "Oh, Brother Yi's friend. He is also an excellent person." "Maybe." Yi-jun thought of Marco's situation, sighed, and agreed casually. The two of them walked towards the outside of the airport while talking. When they reached the side of the road outside the airport, and Rand stopped, Yi-jun asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" And Rand waved her phone at Yi-jun, the Hello Kitty pennant on the phone swaying, and said in a depressed tone, "Call a taxi. Taxis are so expensive, and there are so few online taxis at the airport." Yi-jun suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something, and said with a smile, "Why are you still taking a taxi? I could just take you there." When Rand heard this, her eyebrows slightly frowned, and she said a little embarrassedly, "But my house and Brother Yi's house are not on the same route. I have to walk a lot more. It's a waste of gas." When Yi-jun heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This girl was really an honest child. She sold him a villa and even considered saving fuel for him. "All right, little girl, give your Brother Yi some face. Does your Brother Yi look like someone who needs this little bit of gas money?" Yi-jun pretended to be serious when speaking. This, okay then. Thank you, Brother Yi." Yi-jun smiled and waved, then took and ran to the front of the car. They both sat down. After Rand entered the car, she looked around curiously at the furnishings inside the car and asked curiously, "Brother Yi, this car is different from other cars. It's really beautiful. What brand is it?" "Bugatti." Yi-jun started the car and answered in Rand's questions. "What brand is Bugatti?" "Our general manager drives a BMW, which costs more than 500,000 yuan. How much did you pay for this car, Brother Yi?" And Rand looked at Yi-jun with blinking eyes and asked puzzledly. "Well," Yi-jun was suddenly choked by Rand's question. Maybe this girl was like many ordinary Chinese people, thinking that Mercedes-Benz and BMW were the best cars. After thinking for a while, Yi-jun slowly said, "It's a foreign brand. It doesn't cost much." "Foreign brand? Let me check." And Rand took out her cell phone out of curiosity and searched for Bugatti. "Brother Yi, what is the model of your car?" "X6. Okay, Bugatti X6. And Rand excitedly typed the model of the car into the input box. After a moment, Rand's expression froze as she stared at the phone. 22 million. It's just the official website's quotation, and the official website doesn't provide the purchasing channel, but it marks the special benefits for members. "Brother Yi, this is not much money." And Rand looked at Yi-jun with a strange look. This car is more expensive than the house. How rich is Yi-jun? Yi-jun thought about it. He had spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy a broken shell of the car. This amount of money was really not much for him. So he answered Rand, "Yes." And Rand was completely speechless. This guy was so annoying. Yi-jun's level was no longer a goal she could strive for. However, Rand was still very open-minded. She didn't want Yi-jun's money. With Yi-jun's appearance and character, it would be nice to be friends with him. It's great to be rich. "Brother Yi, do you know Sister Zhao? She is settled in the United States now. She has a big garden villa, so beautiful." And Rand suddenly remembered this incident and shared it with Yi-jun. "Sister Zhao? Zhao Jingxian." Yi-jun's mind suddenly emerged with a beautiful young woman with a slightly melancholy face and a charming look who was drinking with him. The scene of the two of them getting drunk that night left a deep memory in Yi-jun's heart. "Really? That's good. Hey, didn't Brother Yi add Sister Zhao on WeChat? She did post on Moments." Yi-jun smiled faintly and shook his head. And Rand saw that Yi-jun didn't want to talk about this topic, so she stopped talking. Yi-jun drove the car at full speed, and Rand seemed to be such a lively person. The two of them chatted happily while almost arriving at Enran's company. Yi-jun parked the car at the Garfield Trading Center where Enran worked, and Enran said goodbye to Yi-jun with a smile. At this time, in front of the trading center, a middle-aged man's loud, shouting voice was heard. "My daughter works here. Hand her over to me right now." Enran's face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 46 this time, I will be the one who laughs last. The sudden voice made Enran's face change drastically. Yi-jun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged couple standing at the door of the Garfield Trading Center, confronting the staff. This middle-aged couple was dressed very simply, and the man even had a patch on his trousers. At their feet lay a large snakeskin bag, covered in dust and dirt. Next to them, there was a teenager who was obviously dressed relatively well, squatting next to his luggage and playing with his mobile phone. The couple was furious at this point, cursing and trying to rush into the company. "Bullshit. It's working hours now. Where else could she be if she's not in the company?" The middle-aged woman pointed at a staff member's nose and cursed. "We have already inquired. The dead girl is hiding here. Are you trying to stop us from taking her away? I tell you, it's impossible. Let me go in and search." The man's temper was obviously more explosive, and he attacked directly, but the voice was inexplicably shrill. The staff here were furious. How could Enran, who looked such an honest little girl, have such domineering parents? Yi-jun turned sideways and glanced briefly, and suddenly felt something strange behind him. Looking back, Enran's face was pale and her eyes were full of fear. She gently pulled Yi-jun's sleeve with her jade hand and said in a pleading voice, "Brother Yi, can you take me away from here first?" Yi-jun frowned slightly. It was difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. It seemed inappropriate for him to interfere in this matter. But after a little hesitation, Yi-jun slowly said, "Don't be afraid, little girl. I can help you if you need anything." At this moment, Enran seemed to just want to leave here. "Brother Yi, I'll tell you about this another day. Please take me away from here first. Please." Yi-jun was helpless and did not ask the question, taking Enran back to her home. Watching Enran leaving his car with an anxious look on her face, he hurried back home. Yi-jun's heart sank a little. One morning a few days later, Yi-jun got up early. After a quick wash, I picked up the luggage I had packed earlier. Today is August 28th, and there are still 2 days until Chi Ying's invitation arrives. Ever since he asked the manager to pass a message to Chi Ying at Haitian restaurant last time, Yi-jun began to prepare for today's journey. The luggage simply contained a few pieces of clothing, documents, and a few small items that I'd found before, including a small jade ornament and a tourmaline snuff bottle. I had originally planned to attend Mr. Chi's birthday party and buy some gifts, but after looking around in the antique market several times, I found nothing. Yi-jun was also helpless. A good cook cannot cook without rice. He had the ability to appraise treasures, but he didn't have so many real treasures here. I hope Kyoto won't let me down. Yi-jun lahoed secretly. After checking the time, it was too early to go to the airport, so Yi-jun sat down on the sofa in the living room and turned on the TV. The morning news was being broadcast, and Yi-jun treated it as background noise while fiddling with his phone. At this time, a caller ID appeared on Yi-jun's mobile phone screen. Enran. Why did this girl think of calling him? Thinking of what happened a few days ago, Yi-jun frowned slightly and answered the phone. "Hey, Shaolin, what's up so early? Brother Yi, There was a hint of urgency in Enran's tone, but she couldn't continue her words halfway through. "If you have something to say, just say it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Is there something wrong?" Yi-jun asked gently, but the expression on his face was not relaxed. This, Brother Yi, can you lend me 2,000 yuan first? I will pay you back as soon as possible. I promise." Enran finally spoke, with a lot of hesitation and hesitancy in her words. "Borrow money? Did something happen to you?" Yi-jun instinctively felt that something was wrong. The last time he talked to Enran, she didn't need to borrow money for her current salary and living expenses. If she didn't want to save money to study abroad, she could live a very comfortable life. How come he came to me to borrow money these few days? "No, Brother Yi, it's just an emergency, and it's not convenient for me to go to the bank right now. If it's not convenient for you, I won't bother you." Enran did not insist and gave a more reliable reason. "It's okay, I'm just asking. I'll pass it on to you later." "Thank you, Brother Yi. I'll return it to you in a few days." After hanging up the phone, Yi-jun opened WeChat and directly transferred 2,000 yuan to Enran. Enran received it soon. Yi-jun was still a little worried, so he typed and asked, "Are you okay?" And Ran responded quickly. It's okay. Thank you, Brother Yi. Comes with an emoticon pack of a cat, making a fist. Yi-jun looked at this playful emoticon and frowned slightly, hoping that everything was okay. Before Yi-jun had time to put down his phone, another call rang. It's Chi-ying. Yi-jun smiled helplessly. It seemed that this female CEO was very interested in him. Of course, he knew that this woman's interest in him was because his abilities could bring her benefits. If it weren't for the fact that the old man of the Chi family liked these antique items and needed me to show off, this superior wouldn't even look at me. Hello. Yi-jun answered the phone. Mr. Yi, it's me, Chi-ying. The voice on the other end was still cold, but with a hint of unintentional flattery. I know. What's the matter, Miss Chi? I got a message from Mr. Yi a few days ago. I wonder when you will leave so that I can arrange a reception for you. Chi-ying asked with a hint of smile in her tone. You're in luck. I was just about to leave. Yi-jun didn't expect that Chi-ying was so good at finding time. Oh, that's such a coincidence. Chi-ying's tone became a little excited, and suddenly she seemed to have thought of something. Mr. Yi, I invited you this time. Do you mind if I arrange this trip for you? Chi-ying asked with a cautious and flattering tone. Miss Chi said so. Then I will follow the host's wishes. Yi-jun did not intend to refuse. Chi-ying's initiative to show goodwill was not a bad thing for him. Well, wait at home for a moment. I will arrange it for you right away. Here, Chi-ying, who was in her own independent office, received Yi-jun's affirmative answer, and a smile appeared on her cold and pretty face. After hanging up the phone, Chi-ying stood up from her office chair and sent a few commands with her mobile phone. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, Chi-ying's office was on the top floor of the tallest building in a bustling business district in Kyoto. Chi-ying looked outside, and all she saw was the boundless sky, vast and distant. A rare expression of relaxation appeared on her icy face. She looked toward the sky and murmured to herself. This time, the one who laughs last will be me, Chi-ying. Chapter 47. A custom-made luxury car worth 80 million. Yi-jun decided to follow Chi-ying's arrangements and sat at home for a while. Not long after, the doorbell rang. When the door was opened, a man at least 1.9 meters tall, with a resolute face and extraordinary looks, wearing a well-fitting suit and white gloves, was standing respectfully in front of the door. Who are you? Yi-jun already had a guess in his mind. Hello, Mr. Yi. You could just call me Ah-chiang. The boss sent me to take charge of your itinerary. Although Ah-chiang looked quite imposing, he was very polite to Yi-jun in his words. Yi-jun looked at the burly man in front of him and complained a little in his heart. He didn't know what Chi-ying was thinking by finding such a person to pick him up. Okay, wait for me for a moment. Yi-jun turned around and went back into the room. The TV was still playing. Today, a fisherman fished up a bag of minced meat from the Yangtze River near Yanxia Street. The police identified it as human tissue. Please actively provide it. Yi-jun took his luggage, turned off the TV, and left home. When I went out and looked, I saw a Lincoln Extended RV parked quietly on the roadside in front of my door. The man named Ah-chiang stood in front of the car door with his back slightly leaning forward. Seeing Yi-jun carrying the luggage out of the house, Ah-chiang hurried over and took the luggage from Yi-jun. Mr. Yi, please. Ah-chiang opened the back seat of the RV, leaned forward slightly, and put his hands in a gesture of invitation, inviting Yi-jun to sit down. Yi-jun saw the interior decoration of the RV, which was clean and tidy, brightly lit, and filled with a faint fragrance. There were 4 beige leather seats, 2 facing each other, with a low table in the middle, on which was placed a purple clay teapot with a fragrant tea aroma, matching tea sets, and several exquisite pastries. He nodded slightly in satisfaction and sat down in the RV. Mr. Yi, we'll go to Shuda West Airport first. It'll take about an hour. If you need anything, just press the call bell. Ah-chiang showed Yi-jun the location of the call bell and introduced some functions of the RV. For example, you can also watch movies through projection, and the seats have built-in massage functions and can transform into beds for rest. That's right. You go first. After Ah-chiang's introduction, Yi-jun was very satisfied. This car is simply a small entertainment venue. It is perfect for traveling. You can also consider buying one when you come back. Yi-jun opened the system with curiosity and checked the RV. Lincoln's 9.9-meter long custom luxury car. Value, 80 million. Damage, 1%. The damage is minor and not worth repairing. Details. This car is specially customized with strong explosion-proof and bulletproof properties and first-class safety performance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Jun sighed. The money he had was not enough to buy half a car. How rich was the Chi family? He is now considered a small, wealthy man, but compared with the Chi family, he suddenly seems like a second-rate upstart. This trip to Kyoto seems to be more cautious. Yi Jun did not think about this problem for too long. How could his small adventure surpass the accumulation of several generations? Sip the brewed tea and eat exquisite pastries. Good. Yi Jun uttered an exclamation of admiration. Yi Jun, who had a very picky taste, exclaimed in admiration, and the quality of these snacks was evident. Then Yi Jun turned on the massage function and projection of the seat and slowly began to enjoy himself in the car. The driver named Ah-cheong drove smoothly and steadily, and with the excellent performance of the RV, Yi Jun did not feel any bumps on the road. Mr. Yi, we're here. Ah-cheong opened the back door and saw Yi Jun enjoying the massage chair and looking at his mobile phone. The tea and pastries on the coffee table showed signs of having been touched. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. It seemed that Mr. Yi was not averse to his hospitality. This time, he could complete the task assigned by his boss. I just didn't see anything special about Mr. Yi, so I asked the boss to give the order personally and asked me to escort him personally. Oh, are we here already? Yi Jun turned off the massage function, put away his phone, and walked out of the car. I found myself at an airport, but the planes nearby were relatively small, and their styles were not those commonly used by the country's major airlines. Here. Yi Jun looked around. He had been to Shuda West Airport several times, but he was not familiar with this place. Mr. Yi, this is the private parking lot designated by the airport. Ah-cheong answered Yi Jun's questions. Private parking lots are available in many airports, as the name suggests. This parking area is for private aircraft only and is not open to the public. Yi Jun nodded in understanding. It was no surprise that the Chi family had such strength. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Ah-cheong didn't say much and took Yi Jun to the boarding area for a small plane. Next to the boarding stairs of the plane, there were two men dressed similarly to Ah-cheong, standing on both sides. Ah-cheong walked up and asked seriously, "Are you ready?" The two men nodded repeatedly and were extremely respectful to Ah-cheong. After listening to his subordinate's report, Ah-cheong said to Yi Jun, "Mr. Yi, I'll go up and check it out first. Please wait a moment." Yi Jun nodded. After receiving a positive response from Yi Jun, Ah-cheong boarded the plane alone and underwent an inspection. 10 minutes later, Ah-cheong got off the plane and asked Yi Jun to board. "Brother Ah-cheong, I didn't realize you were so thoughtful." Yi Jun and Ah-cheong came all the way to the airport and found that this man was thoughtful and meticulous in both observing people's expressions and speaking and doing things. He was originally a little bit amused at Chi Ing for sending this man, but now he is completely satisfied. Mr. Yi is our boss's honored guest. I have to check every detail carefully. Otherwise, I cannot afford this responsibility. A slightly honest smile appeared on Ah-cheong's face. Yi Jun followed him and entered the private plane. The environment here is more open than the RV we were in just now. The furnishings inside had nothing to do with the planes of the airline that Yi Jun was on. The space inside the aircraft was directly converted into a fully equipped room. There are sofas, couches, coffee tables, a dining table, and a movie projector arranged in an orderly manner. However, if Yi Jun hadn't known that he was on a plane, he would have suspected that he was actually a guest in the living room of a wealthy family. Ah-cheong briefly introduced the purpose of the facilities here and then entered the cockpit of the aircraft. Yi Jun sat on the soft chair on the plane, looking at the floating clouds outside the window. The originally majestic buildings now looked as small as reptiles. This just proves the truth that one can see far from a high place. If you're not at a certain height, you will never know how big the world is and how small you are. With a long sigh of relief, Yi Jun looked at the endless clouds and made silent noises. Kyoto, here I come. Chapter 48, Kyoto Antique Street. Mr. Yi, you can stay here for the next 2 days. After getting off the plane, Ah-cheong took Yi Jun to a 5-star hotel, Tonghua Hotel. Yi Jun looked at the suite prepared here. It was a spacious room with exquisite decoration. It had a bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom. The large floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the bustling Kyoto. After following Ah-cheong around for a few times and getting familiar with the facilities in the room, Yi Jun nodded with satisfaction. Ah-cheong took out the room card and a pair of car keys and handed them to Yi Jun, saying, "I'll be staying next door for the next 2 days, Mr. Yi. You can always contact me if you have any questions." This car key is the key to the car we just drove. Mr. Yi can go out and look around by himself if he needs it. Of course, I can also accompany you. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Brother Chong. Yi Jun thanked Ah Chiang very politely. Along the way, regardless of whether it was Qi Ying's instruction or not, Ah Chang could be said to be particularly considerate to him. And I remember that I had read this person's information out of curiosity before. Xiao Chong. Age, 28. Height, 195 cm. Weight, 80 kg. Evaluation. He was once an elite soldier in the Special Operations Force, and is currently the captain of the Qi family's Shudu security team. He has a very high combat power, is smooth, and values friendship. Secrets. Family massacre. Check for details. Battlefield tragedy. Check for details. If this person is possible, making friends with him or her could be a great help to you. My few mediocre skills are enough to deal with ordinary people, but if I face someone like this, I will be beaten to pieces. Hearing Yi Jun's change of address for him, Ah Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, then waved his hands, smiled innocently, and said, Mr. Yi, you're the boss's honored guest. I work for the boss, so I don't deserve to be called your brother. Yi Jun raised his hand slightly, with a natural smile on his face, and said in a joking tone, We are all young people. I feel uncomfortable when you keep calling me Mr. Yi. I see that you are older than me, so why not change your address? Ah Chang saw that Yi Jun did not look fake, and he was also the boss's guest. As long as he did not overstep the boundaries, it would be more beneficial than harmful to associate with him. After a moment's silence, he said, Since you said so, I will call you Brother Yi. Yi Jun heard the honorific in his tone and knew that this matter had to be done slowly. Yi Jun slapped his head and said in annoyance, Brother, look at my memory. I even forgot to introduce myself. My last name is Yi, and my given name is Jun. Ah Chang was affected by Yi Jun's confused action, and his tone became less formal. My last name is Xiao, and my given name is Chang. It's just that the boss is used to calling me Ah Chang, so... That was my fault, Brother Xiao. I'll trouble you to take care of me for the next 2 days. When Yi Jun heard Ah Chiang introduce himself, he immediately changed his name. Compared to the name Ah Chiang, it is essentially the name of a henchman. Sure enough, when Xiao Chang heard this name, the smile on his face became more real. This young man knows how to behave. Brother Yi, this is what I have to do. It's not a matter of whether it's troublesome or not. Since you call me brother, don't be polite to me. Then let's not talk about this. By the way, Brother Xiao, where's your boss? When you're a guest at a house, you should visit the owner first. Yi Jun did not try to get in touch with Xiao Chang anymore. They had only just started to know each other. Too much is as bad as too little, so he asked about Qi Ying. Well, the boss has returned to the old house today to help prepare for the old man's birthday celebration. The old man wants a big celebration this time, so the boss may not be able to get away for a while. Xiao Chang was halfway through his speech when he looked at Yi Jun's face and found that he looked expressionless and showed no emotion. So he continued, Please make your own arrangements for the next 2 days, Brother Yi. I will take you to the Qi family's old house when the time comes. Okay, then I'll take a walk here for the next 2 days as a vacation. Brother Xiao, please help me convey my gratitude to your boss. Brother Yi is too polite. It's getting late. Go to bed early. After Xiao Chang finished chatting with Yi Jun, they left. Yi Jun lay in the bathtub. The aromatic essential oils and hot water relieved his fatigue. Qi family, Xiao Chang. Thinking of this, Yi Jun opened his eyes slightly, which were closed comfortably. He squinted and stared at the strong light of the bathroom lamp on the ceiling. There was only a vast expanse of white. These people are like the light in front of him, making it hard to see clearly. Yi Jun's intuition tells him that this matter may not be as simple as Qi Ying said. No longer doing such boring actions, Yi Jun closed his eyes again and began to take a bath comfortably. Take one step at a time and see what happens. The next morning, Yi Jun also got up early. I pressed the bell, and room service delivered breakfast soon. As the waiter opened the door and pushed the food cart in, a familiar figure was standing at the door. Hey, Brother Xiao is back from training. Yi Yun spotted Xiu Qiang at glance. He was wearing a white vest, gray sports shorts, and sneakers. The white vest was soaked through, and the muscles on his body were huge yet beautiful, full of explosive power. Yi Jun glanced at the petite waiter who brought in the food and estimated that this guy could fight 100 people. Brother Yi also got up early. Xiao Chang greeted people at the door without entering. I was sweating all over and didn't dare to offend the distinguished guest. Have you eaten? Let's eat together. Yi Jun casually invited Xiao Chang. I've already eaten, Enjoy your meal, Brother Yi. Well, Brother Xiao, please accompany me out later. Yi Jun did not insist and started to eat his breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Chong changed into yesterday's clothes and came to Yi Jun's room to wait. Yi Jun changed his clothes and saw Xiao Chong waiting in the room. He was still wearing the same standard suit and white gloves as yesterday. He hesitated for a moment and said to Xiao Chong, Brother Xiao, you need to change your clothes. Change? Change what? Xiao Chong looked at Yi Jun with confusion. Switch to someone like me. Xiao Chong looked at Yi Jun's clothes. A simple black t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and sneakers. His features are clean and handsome, like a college student. Xiao Chong smiled jokingly. Yesterday you said that calling you Mr. Yi means you are old, but I didn't believe it. Brother Yi, the way you dress makes it seem like there is a generation gap between us. Yi Jun was speechless for a moment and skipped the topic. You should change your clothes first. Brother Zhao's clothes are not suitable for the place we're going to today. Okay, I'll listen. I'm familiar with Kyoto, so where are you going that's so mysterious? Yi Jun smiled and didn't answer right away. After a while, Yi Jun sat in the passenger seat and said to Xiao Chong, who was looking at him curiously in the driver's seat, Let's go, Brother Xiao, to Kyoto Antique Street. Chapter 49, Son of a Bitch. Kyoto Antique Street. When Xiao Chong heard this, his brows frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. He started the car and drove towards his destination. This car is a very ordinary car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, which costs just over 6 million yuan. It has an all-black exterior and a unique streamlined body design. Just as the name Phantom describes, it is mysterious and elegant. But a car of this price is quite ordinary for the Qi family. However, Xiao Chong's driving skills perfectly made up for the shortcomings of this car. This was the third time Yi Jun had ridden in Xiao Chong's car in the past few days. It was fast and stable, and it was truly a pleasure. It would be great if I had a fixed driver like this. Brother Xiao, you drive this car well. Yi Jun praised sincerely. No, it's just average. Xiao Chong said politely, but the expression on his face clearly showed that he was very pleased with Yi Jun's compliments, and he was smiling. This is just average, so I'm just a yellow driver, right? Yi Jun said with some amusement. Brother Xiao was flying a plane yesterday. He has a lot of skills. I learned it because my job required it. It helps me make a living. Yi Jun already knew that he was a member of the Special Operations Forces before, and it was likely that this person could drive any means of transportation in the world. But he did not dwell on this topic. Can you teach me how to fly a plane? Yi Jun was not trying to curry favor with others by saying this. He was truly interested in flying planes. In the pilot selection before the college entrance examination, he had a fever in the final selection and missed the opportunity. Now that he has the opportunity and conditions, he wants to try his original ideal again. Xiao Chong looked at Yi Jun in confusion, his eyes somewhat serious, and said, Flying a plane is not like driving a car. An accident like that can be fatal. You have to think carefully before you learn that. He seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of inexplicable lament in his tone. Yi Jun suddenly thought of Xiao Chong's secret that he had checked out before, the tragedy on the battlefield. Xiao Chong's best brother was killed when his plane was shot down by the enemy on the battlefield. He was flying a fighter plane at the time, less than 200 meters away from his brother, and watched everything being destroyed before his eyes. Yi Jun straightened his expression and told Xiao Chong about his childhood dream of becoming a pilot, but his failure in the selection before the college entrance examination. It may sound hypocritical, but I think people's dreams should be protected and cherished, and they should not be given up easily. Yi Jun told all this in detail. Xiao Chong on the side did not interrupt, but listened silently. But when I heard Yi Jun's last words, protect and cherish your dreams, a strong emotion surged up in my heart. Xiao Chong calmed down his emotions and said with a smile, Brother is luckier than you in this respect. I was selected as the second best pilot in the city. Awesome. Yi Jun was generous with his praise. After all, his performance in the selection test that year was only average. Hearing Yi Jun's praise, Xiao Chong's smile became even more intense. It's a pity that I'm only 1 point behind that bastard in first place, otherwise I would be first. It sounds like bro knows the number one. Xiao Chong hesitated for a long time and said, Yes, I know him. When Yi Jun heard this, he already had a guess in his mind and didn't ask any more questions. Both sides fell into silence. After a long while, Xiao Chong slowly spoke. Brother Yi, I am currently working for the Shudu Qijia Security Company. Our company has professional flight training, and I have an instructor qualification certificate. Yi Jun was delighted when he heard this. Brother Xiao, are you willing to teach me? Xiao Chong nodded slowly and said with a smile, it is unreasonable to refuse customers when opening a business. It is our honor that Brother Yi can come to our place for training. This was said politely, but the tone in Yi Junting's words suggested that Xiao Chong intended for him to teach her personally. This man's professional level was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary flight instructor. Then thank you, Brother Xiao. Now that you have learned it, you have realized your dream. Xiao Chong responded with a chuckle, and looking at the smile on Yi Jun's face, he fell into a brief trance. Yi Jun still has dreams, but what about him? Perhaps his dreams will cease to exist the moment he submits his retirement application. Well, it's a rare occasion that I like a young man, so I, the Army's top pilot, will make an exception and teach him. After getting Xiao Chong's affirmative answer, Yi Jun's chat with Xiao Chong became much more casual along the way. The situation was originally a bit awkward, but now the two of them are having a good chat. Brother Yi, why are you going to this Kyoto antique market? The water over there is really deep. Xiao Chong chatted happily with Yi Jun all the way and inadvertently changed the way he addressed Yi Jun. I also asked about the doubts in my mind just now. Oh, brother, don't you know why your boss invited me here? Yi Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Xiao Chong with a slight smile. This, the boss didn't tell me. I asked too much. Xiao Chong had no intention of finding out the truth. It's okay. It's not something shameful. You'll know when we get there, brother. Yi Jun waved his hand casually, not caring. He does not bother to hide his apparent ability to identify. In front of capable people, he has to show his true ability in order to be admired. If you want to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, be careful or you will become a pig yourself. By calling Xiao Chong along today, Yi Jun also wanted to show off his abilities. But now, asking him to say that he is a treasure appraiser makes him look like a liar. Well then, I'll wait and see what you can do, brother. Xiao Chong became interested in what Yi Jun said. He had to test it out to see if he was a mule or a horse. Only those with real abilities could be his brother. If he was just an embroidered pillow with a flowery mouth. After a while, Xiao Chong's car arrived at the Kyoto antique market, where the parking spaces were almost full. Yi Jun got out of the car and looked around. Most of the cars parked here were luxury cars and supercars. There were even a few top Bugatti supercars, which Yi Jun had only seen in pictures, but he did not expect to see the real thing here. The prices of these supercars all start at hundreds of millions. They're super customized by this company, and there's only one of each model in the world. There are also some low-key and inconspicuous vehicles, if Yi Jun hadn't curiously checked their prices using the system. You would never know that this car, which looks like a car driven by office workers, has actually been specially modified, and its price even exceeds those supercars. On the contrary, the Rolls-Royce they drove looked so simple and unpretentious. It is worthy of being the capital of China, where there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, the number of such a large number of vehicles far exceeded Yi Jun's expectations. Seeing Yi Jun's puzzled look, Xiao Chong smiled cheerfully. Brother Yi, are you wondering why there are so many cars here? Yi Jun nodded slightly and looked at Xiao Chong with a questioning look. This matter is related to your boss inviting you to Beijing. Is Mr. Qi celebrating his birthday? Yi Jun immediately grasped the key point of the matter. Xiao Chong nodded and said respectfully, this old man's birthday has touched so many people's hearts. This Kyoto antique market has been a grand occasion since a year ago. However, with so many people, the quality of the items is bound to be uneven. I brought a so-called appraisal master with me and bought the wrong item here. The boss got really angry. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Don't take it to heart, brother. Yiyun comforted siu kyang softly. Alas, a rough guy like me doesn't know how to understand these things. I was fooled by that master. If I meet a master again, I will definitely show him some power. Xiao Chong became more and more angry as he spoke. Yi Jun smiled helplessly, not knowing how to start for a moment. At this moment, a shrill male voice was heard. Hey, isn't this the dog raised by that bastard? How come we met here? What bad luck? When Xiao Chong heard this voice, his face turned bitter, as he had just been complaining to Yi Jun. An almost tangible murderous aura burst out instantly. Chapter 50, Top Treasure Appraiser, LV Phone. Xiao Chong's sudden change made Yi Jun secretly shocked. This kind of momentum is not something that ordinary people can possess. It is a momentum that can only be possessed by someone who has actually killed someone and licked blood from the tip of a knife. At this moment, Xiao Chong was like an enraged beast ready to pounce at any time. Who is it? Yi Jun looked towards the source of the voice, a young man. He looked good, but had a feminine appearance, with drooping eyebrows and peach blossom eyes. He looked at Xiao Chong with a teasing and mocking look and a hint of sarcasm. At this time, there were two people following him. One was a burly man in a suit and sunglasses. He was strong and powerful. He also stared at Yi Jun and the other two. He was imposing and followed behind the right side of the young man. There was another one, an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a Zhongshan suit, with a calm expression and slightly narrowed eyes. There was nothing unusual about him, but he was standing parallel to the left side of the young man. Master Qi, I didn't expect to see you here. While Yi Jun was observing the three people, Xiao Chong spoke first with a calm face and greeted them. I didn't expect that on such a nice day today, I would run into a mongrel dog when I went out. It's really unlucky. Young Master Qi, half covering his nose, seemed to have smelled something disgusting and spoke with disdain and disgust on his face. Fifth Master, please be respectful. Xiao Chong clenched his fists tightly. The veins on the back of his hands were exposed, and his face was as gloomy as water. Seeing Xiao Chong's behavior, the fifth young Master Qi said with a cheerful tone, What? You, a dog raised by the Qi family, want to fight me? If you dare to take a step forward today, your master won't be able to protect you. While speaking, the burly man in black next to him took a step forward, blocked Qi Wuxiao behind him, and stared at Xiao Chong coldly. Miss Qi Ying has been very kind to me. Today, someone slandered her reputation in front of me. If I can't stand up to defend her, then I, Xiao Chong, have lived in vain for the past 20 years. As Xiao Chong spoke, he clenched his fists, and the crackling sound was frightening to everyone present. He walked forward step by step, saying coldly, If it weren't for the young lady, I wouldn't want to stay in the Qi family. Today, the fifth young master gave me this opportunity, and I will not refuse it. Okay, I'd like to see what Qi Ying's dog is capable of. Just being able to bark is useless. Seeing that Xiao Chong was already thinking about taking action, Qi Wuxiao mocked him, but he felt happy in his heart. Xiao Chong is Qi Ying's confidant and has always been loyal to Qi Ying. When they met alone today, he just wanted to play some fun with her, but he didn't expect that Xiao Chong wanted to fight with him without any provocation. Attack the direct descendants of the Qi family? It has been a long time since I saw such an ignorant person. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Qi Wuxiao's mouth. This was the best opportunity to eradicate Qi Ying's minions. He gave a look to the bodyguard standing in front of him. The bodyguard understood his master's intention and stepped forward. Xiao Chong looked at the bodyguard in black walking towards him, and a slight smile appeared on his gloomy face. He suddenly gained speed, rushed in front of the bodyguard, and punched him straight out, with a set of movements flowing like water. In a flash, he completed the attack. When the black-clad bodyguard saw Xiao Chong coming at him aggressively, he did not think of counterattacking at the first moment, but instinctively chose to defend himself. He stretched out his legs and got into a stance, ready to dodge the attack and then take it down. The bodyguard observed the situation. In terms of the size of both sides, Xiao Chong was obviously a speed type. He dodged his sudden attack. It was easy to control this man. But the next second, Xiao Chong had rushed in front of him, and he had no time to dodge. The bodyguard put his hands in front of his chest to protect his vital parts, ready to take the punch and then fight back. Xiao Chong looked at the bodyguard's actions, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bang! The sound of something heavy falling. The bodyguard in black didn't know what was happening. He protected his vital parts, but now he was lying on the ground, unable to get up. This was his last consciousness. Thinking of this, he could no longer resist the command from his body and fainted. Waist, get up! Waist! Seeing his bodyguard fall to the ground after being hit by the opponent, young Master Qi was already panicked. I just heard that Xiao Chong is good at fighting, but my bodyguard is also an elite talent. Even if he can't beat him, he is more than capable of protecting himself. But he never expected that Xiao Chong would crush his elites. Qi Ying really got a good dog. Young Master Qi Wu thought of Qi Ying's rapid development in recent years, gritted his teeth, increased the strength of his feet, and kicked the bodyguard who fell to the ground. Fifth Master Qi, are you going to apologize, or come and walk with me? Xiao Chong knocked down the black-clad bodyguard with one blow, his expression still calm. It was effortless to beat such an ant. Apologize? Sure, I apologize for calling you a dog. You are indeed extraordinary. There was no sign of panic on young Master Chi's face. He looked relaxed and affirmed Xiao Chang's ability. But, Qi Ying, that bastard, this is the truth. I dare to call her that in front of her. Why? Do you still want to interfere in our Qi family's affairs? Young Master Chi's words made Xiao Chang's face turn ugly again. He clenched his fists again, but this time he was hesitant. There was struggle in his eyes, and he was reluctant to make a move. Seeing Xiao Chang like this, fifth young Master Chi put on a faint smile on his face. Xiao Chang, following a bastard is a dead end. You might as well consider joining my team. I can give you everything that bastard can give you. I can also give you what she can't give you. Don't say that about Miss Qi Ying. Apologize. Xiao Chang's suppressed voice was filled with great anger. Apologize? That bastard deserves that. Young Master Chi Wu spoke again sarcastically with a calm expression. You're looking for death. Xiao Chang suddenly stood up and prepared to rush forward. But at this moment, a hand grabbed his arm. Xiao Chang's heart moved, and he suppressed the movement of raising his hand to fight back and turn his head to look. It was Yi Jun who grabbed Xiao Chang's arm with one hand. Let me go, brother Yi. Xiao Chang spoke in a cold voice, but Yi Jun stopped him, very dissatisfied. Brother Xiao, please be patient. Leave this to me, okay? Yi Jun responded indifferently, but his expression was not calm at this time. Instead, he looked at Qi Wuxiao and the other man with a sullen look. To be precise, it was the old man standing next to young Master Qi. LV Feng. Age, 62. Height, 172 cm. Weight, 61 kg. Evaluation, top treasure appraiser, underworld businessman. Be careful, this person is extremely dangerous. Secrets, the pain of losing a child, see details. Black people eating black people, see details. This is the information Yi Jun saw about the old man. The moment Xiao Chang was about to rush out, he felt a huge danger coming from Lu Feng. In an instant, he reached out and grabbed Xiao Chang. After Xiao Chang stopped, Lu Feng, who was next to Qi Wuxiao, had opened his eyes slightly, but they narrowed again, looking calm and composed. Young Master Qi Wu also saw Xiao Chang being stopped, and a look of loss appeared on his face. Leave it to you? Xiao Chang looked at Yi Jun with a look of surprise on his face. Leave it to me. Chapter 51. The fifth son of the Qi family. Brother, please don't interfere in this matter. Xiao Chang retracted his stance and spoke to Yi Jun in a serious tone. He insulted my boss in front of me. I'll just take action, but I can't involve you, or my boss will skin me alive. As he spoke, Xiao Chang frowned slightly. He had already realized that his action today was reckless. But if I don't take action today, it will be Qi Ying's people who are lost, and the old man's birthday will be in 2 days. If this matter gets out, no one will say that it was young Master Qi who started the trouble. Instead, everyone will say that it was Qi Ying's subordinates who were unable to control the situation, and Qi Ying would be embarrassed as well. Xiao Chang knew what the consequences would be if he took action against the Qi family, but he had no choice but to do it anyway, because he didn't have a better way to solve the problem. No problem. Since I agreed to let Qi Ying come as a guest, there is no reason for the host to be bullied and the guest to stand by and watch. Yi Jun took a step forward and blocked Xiao Chang behind him to prevent him from attacking again. That old man with white hair and beard, Lu Feng, is not simple. Brother Yi. Xiao Chang was about to say something, but stopped himself when Qi Wuxiao on the opposite side spoke. Where did Qi Ying find this little shrimp? How dare he act so presumptuous in front of me? He glanced at Yi Jun coldly, without even looking at him, and said arrogantly, Little bastard, don't offend the wrong person. You don't even know how you died. The old man beside him, Lu Feng, half closed his eyes, letting out the brilliance, carefully looked at Yi Jun, nodded slightly, spoke for the first time, and said in a hoarse voice, Young man, don't make the mistake. Faced with the ridicule and warnings from the two, Yi Jun sneered and ignored them. Instead, he stared at young Master Qi. A series of data panels instantly appeared in front of Yi Jun. Qi Ming. Age, 29. Height, 176 cm. Weight, 65 kg. Evaluation. The fifth son of the Qi family. He appears to be sarcastic and arrogant. In fact, he is quite scheming and extremely sinister, and will do anything to achieve his goals. Secret things. Infatuated with stepmother detailed view. Self-confession detailed view. Playing with young girls detailed view. Seeing the string of data, Yi Jun's heart sank slightly. Qi Ming's provocation just now was by no means out of arrogance or contempt for others. If Xiao Chong had really taken action just now, he might have really fallen into his conspiracy. Looking at this man's secrets, Yi Jun couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. He looked at Qi Ming with a strange and disdainful look. Young Master Qi Wu. Qi Ming looked at Yi Jun with a bewildered look in his eyes. What was going on? He guessed that the other party might be furious or calm. But this look, which was filled with inquiry, curiosity, and a bit of disgust, made him unable to understand the other party's intentions. Your circle is so chaotic. Yi Jun sighed silently in his heart and retracted his gaze. As a respectable citizen who grew up under the red flag, he didn't know that these aristocrats could play so wildly. With a calm expression that concealed his previous look, Yi Jun looked at Qi Ming and slowly said, "Fifth young Master Qi, I think we should just let it go." Puff! Qi Ming, who was confused by Yi Jun's gaze just now, laughed out loud when he heard what Yi Jun said. "Forget it. Qi Ying's capable men injured my men and wanted to attack me." Elder Lu was watching all this. Elder Lu is a person who has a say in front of my grandfather. Qi Ming had a mocking smile on his face and said in a smug tone, "My grandfather is a very traditional person. If an illegitimate daughter lets his men kill her own brother, not only will Captain Xiao behind you be in trouble, but Qi Ying will also be in trouble. I'm solely responsible for this matter. I have already resigned from the Qi family's Shuzhou security team." Xiao Chang's face was cold, and he spoke slowly from the side. "What a joke. Is my Qi family a place where you can come and go as you please? Just wait for someone to come and talk to you about this." When Qi Ming heard what Xiao Chang said, the sarcastic smile on his face became even more intense. "I will talk to the old man about this matter today. We have been friends for so many years, and something like this happened in the Qi family." Alas, Lu Feng on the side also spoke at this time, but stopped talking halfway through his words. Qi Ming's expression became even more proud, and he said to Lu Feng, "Grandpa Lu, you have to explain this matter to me. Private children are not allowed to be in public." Xiao Chang was furious at this time. He didn't expect Qi Ming had this trick up his sleeve. If Lu Feng could really have a say in front of the old man, then today's matter would have been completely messed up by himself. The old man is a man who values his reputation the most. The people under the illegitimate son beat up the legitimate son, and this incident was seen by his old friend. It doesn't matter whether Xiao Chang is right or wrong. Even if there is a great truth, it cannot compare to the old man's desire to save face. Miss Qing might really be dragged down by herself this time. Thinking of this, Xiao Chang's eyes became completely gloomy, and the hostility in his body was restrained and silent, like a quiet catcher in the dark. Lu Feng seemed to have noticed Xiao Chang's change, and he slowly took a step forward and stood in front of Qi Ming. His eyes were wide open, staring closely at Xiao Chang's movements. Yi Jun seemed unaware of the undercurrents around him, but looked at Qi Ming with a slight smile. "Fifth young master, you said that the illegitimate son was disgraceful for allowing others to beat up the legitimate son. Then what do you think of the legitimate son having an affair with his stepmother? What would the old master think of this matter?" "What did you say? That's nonsense." Qi Ming was caught off guard. He never thought that such a thing would be spread out. When Yi Jun mentioned it, he jumped up like a cat that was suddenly frightened. "Fifth young Master Qi, why are you so anxious? I'm just curious about how traditional this old man is. Aren't you the eldest son? You should know. Can you help me clear up this confusion?" Yi Jun looked at Qi Ming with a strange smile, and he was almost pointing at Qi Ming's nose and telling him the truth. "I don't know what you're talking about. Our Qi family is very strict in family discipline. Even if Qi Ying is born as an illegitimate daughter, it is already a misfortune for our family. There will definitely be no such promiscuous things as you said." Qi Ming said this with a straight face and expressionless face, but the people present could all hear the guilt in his heart. Xiao Chang stared at Qi Ming with a strange expression. Qi Ming's stepmother? She seemed to be a lady from a wealthy family, about the same age as Qi Ming. She was originally arranged by Old Man Qi to be the second wife of Qi Ming's father. If the old man knew about this, it would be hard to say. Lu Feng on the side had a very ugly expression, but his ugly expression was directed at Yi Jun. Even with such a big scandal, he was still on the same front with Qi Ming. The reason was simple. Qi Ming's stepmother was his granddaughter. He had contributed to her affair with Qi Ming, but he never expected that the news would get out. Oh, really? Then Mr. Qi should throw away the red mandarin duck belly band as soon as possible Otherwise, the reputation of the Qi family will be ruined. Yi Jun looked at Qi Ming's abdomen. His expression was indescribable. When Qi Ming heard this, he subconsciously covered his abdomen. He instantly realized something was wrong, and his voice trembled slightly. How do you know? Chapter 52, Wiping Ass. Looking at Qi Ming's actions, a strange smile appeared on Xiao Chang's cold face. The old man Lu Feng's face turned even more livid, and he glared at Qi Ming fiercely. Qi Ming was like a quail for a moment, not daring to make sound. At this time, several black cars stopped outside the parking lot. A group of men in black rushed into the chaotic parking lot with swords drawn. They soon gathered behind Qi Ming. Fifth young master, I rushed here as soon as I received your call. I want to see who is so desperate that he dares to touch anyone from our Qi family in Kyoto. The man who spoke was about the same height as Xiao Chang, with a very dignified face and a strong, murderous aura emanating from his body. When he was talking to Qi Ming, his eyes like poisonous snakes were already staring at Yi Jun and Xiao Chang. Looking at Xiao Chang, a sneer appeared on his face. Who am I talking about? Isn't this Xiao brother? What's the matter? Did Qi go crazy and ask you to attack the fifth young master? Qi Gang, don't think you can talk nonsense here just because you were the captain of the Qi family security team. Your surname was given to you by the Qi family. Do you think you're really a member of the Qi family? How dare you criticize the young lady here? Xiao Chang's expression had returned to calm, and he began to mock the man. Haha, Xiao Chang, don't think that you can act recklessly here just because you're good at fighting. If you attack the fifth young master today, no one can protect you. Mr. Qi Gang, you should first ask the fifth young master about his background. Don't wrongly accuse a good person. When Yi Jun heard this, he also spoke. Who are you, kid? How dare you order me around? Qi Gang frowned, very dissatisfied with the person who interrupted him, and decided to deal with him later. Look at my memory. I've been chatting with the fifth young master for so long that I even forgot to introduce myself. Yi Jun held his forehead slightly, looked at Qi Ming, and said in a clear voice, My surname is Yi, and my given name is Jun. It was Miss Qi Ying who invited me to Kyoto to celebrate the old man's birthday. I'm lucky to meet you all here today, so I would like to say hello to you in advance. Qi Ming's restless heart calmed down after hearing these words. Invited by Qi Ying? Although Qi Ying was an illegitimate child who was not presentable, all those who caught her, were capable. Thinking of this, Qi Ming looked at Yi Jun differently. The people around were all related to the Qi family, and they looked at Yi Jun with the same eyes as Qi Ming. The old man Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, then spoke the second sentence. I was short-sighted and didn't recognize Mr. Yi. Today's incident was all a misunderstanding. Let's just forget about it. When Qi Gang heard the old man's words, his brows furrowed. Who's this old man? Why does he act like he is the boss here? It's a pity that no one explained to them the relationship here. Only a very small number of people in the Qi family knew that Lu Feng was Mr. Qi's relative. Qi Gang was not stupid enough to scold Lu Feng, but looked at Qi Ming cautiously. It's a pity that Qi Gang's eyes were not looking at his position. It's a rule of being a servant that he cannot look at his master. He shifted his gaze downwards, waiting for Qi Ming's orders. Qi Ming had just been exposed by Yi Jun for wearing his stepmother's belly band on himself. Now that Qi Gang saw this, he felt even more frightened. A slap landed on Qi Gang's forehead, and Qi Gang took several steps back. Didn't you hear what Grandpa Lu said? This is all a misunderstanding. What are you guys still standing there for? Get out of here now. Qi Ming became angry and started to educate Qi Gang. Okay, fifth master. Let's go right away. Qi Ming covered his forehead and nodded repeatedly. Wait, take this thing with you. Qi Ming kicked the bodyguard who was still dizzy after being knocked down by Xiao Chang. After a while, the man in black who came and went in a hurry disappeared without a trace. Only Yi Jun and 4 others were left at the scene. Both sides were silent for a while, and Lu Feng spoke first. We didn't see you attack the fifth young master today, so please don't mention that matter anymore. How about that? King. Yi Jun nodded slightly. Okay. Mr. Yi is a man of few words. Let's make it a deal. Lu Feng clapped his hands and chuckled. After the two reached a consensus, Yi Jun and Lu Feng exchanged a few casual greetings, while Qi Ming and Xiao Chang remained silent. Then we'll excuse ourselves first. We're here on a mission today. Oh, you came to this antique street? Could it be that Mr. Yi is also interested in this? Lu Feng was a little surprised. It was rare to see someone so young interested in this. It's not a hobby, but I came here in a hurry. I heard that the old man likes this antique, so I came here to see if there's a suitable item as a birthday gift for the old man. Ha, brother Yi, do you think our Yi family is a junk collector? You should just find it and keep it for yourself. Hearing this, Qi Ming, who had been silent on the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just now, Yi Jun got some news from nowhere that forced him to submit, but if he really had the same ability as the Qi family, why would he use such means to threaten me? Judging from this, the antiques that this person can afford must be of inferior quality. Moreover, when it comes to antiques, you can't buy genuine ones just by having money. Good eyesight and financial resources are extremely important. Yi Jun laughed and ignored Qi Ming's ridicule. We've wasted quite a bit of time here. We'll meet again if we're lucky. This time, Yi Jun did not stay and left with Xiao Chong. Ha ha, Grandpa Lu, don't you think this guy is just a bumpkin? He dares to visit the antique market at such a young age. Qi Ming received no response to his ridicule of Yi Jun, so he turned around and ridiculed Yi Jun to Lu Feng again. Who would have thought that this usually silent old man would look at his belly, snort coldly, and say with a sarcastic smile, "Hey, wipe your own ass first." Qi Ming was speechless for a moment, and his face turned red. "Then let's go back and deal with this today." After a moment's silence, Qi Ming asked hesitantly, "Go back. The old man's birthday party is only 2 days away. Look at what antiques you found. Why will my Wan not like you?" Qi Ming was speechless for a moment. The antique he found was an extremely large, night-shining pearl worth hundreds of millions. He thought it would be a great attraction at the birthday banquet. But Lu Feng, his nominal grandfather or great-grandfather, came to his house to check out the night pearl and almost destroyed this thing worth hundreds of millions on the spot. The reason is simple. This night-shining pearl is real, and of such a large size, it is rare in the world. But its origin is not right. It is an object that has been in the mouth of a dead person for thousands of years and is extremely unlucky. If this thing was served at a birthday party with Mr. Chi's keen eyesight, he would be able to see through it on the spot. Then, a happy event can also be turned into a funeral. So what should we do now? We have been here for several days in a row. Qi Ming looked at Lu Feng with a sad face. A strange smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. Follow them. Chapter 53. A vicious dog will never learn its lesson unless it is taught a lesson. Kyoto Antique Street. At the entrance of the Antique Street is an archway with this name written on it. The archway, made of white marble, is very delicate and full of age. The inscription on it, Kyoto Antique Street, is signed by a name that is familiar to all Chinese. Yi Jun still remembers that he had learned a text about him in elementary school. However, the layout of this antique street is no different from that of ordinary antique streets. It's just that the street is a little wider and the surrounding shops are more luxuriously decorated. Yi Jun came to this street. He didn't care much about the environment here, but he cared whether there were any real things here. I hope it's not just a show and my trip is in vain. Yi Jun muttered to himself. Xiao Chong, who was following him, also looked excited at this time. But he was happy about other things. "Brother, what about Qi Ming? Is it true?" Xiao Chong asked with a strange look on his face. Yi Jun nodded slightly. "Great, I finally caught him. This bastard has always been at odds with the boss." After Xiao Chong got Yi Jun's reply, he just wanted to go back immediately to collect evidence and bring Qi Ming to justice. "Brother Xiao, no." Yi Jun shook his head slightly, stopping Xiao Chong from thinking this way. "Why?" Xiao Chong's smile froze a little. "First, I have no evidence, and you won't be able to find it now." Yi Jun began to explain the interests involved. After hearing the first point, Xiao Chong nodded slightly. Even Yi Jun couldn't produce any evidence, so it would be a waste of time if he investigated on his own. Secondly, using this kind of thing to attack Qi Ming, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, this matter will also cause considerable damage to your boss. Yi Jun spoke about the second point in an orderly manner. Xiao Chong thought about it carefully and was a little puzzled. He looked at Yi Jun blankly. "Brother Xiao, you are the one who is confused. Think carefully about the old man's character that Qi Ming just mentioned." "Oh." Xiao Chong suddenly understood. If this scandal were to get to the old man's ears, given his proud personality, he would probably get rid of Qi Ming. However, whoever spreads this news will surely be met with the wrath of Master Qi. I was too carried away. Thanks for the reminder, brother. Whenever I encounter problems with the boss, I can't wrap my head around it. Hee hee. Xiao Chong laughed innocently. "Oh, Brother Xiao, how about your boss?" Yi Jun was slightly curious about the relationship between the two. When Xiao Chong heard this, he stopped smiling, waved his hand, and said solemnly, "It's not what you think, brother. The boss has done me a favor, and I just stayed with her to repay her." There was no specific explanation, but Yi Jun could tell that Xiao Chong had no romantic feelings for Qiying. "I was too talkative," Yi Jun said apologetically. "No way. The boss thinks about making her business bigger and stronger. I think if it were another era, she would become an emperor and have her own harem." Xiao Chong rarely joked about his boss, and Yi Jun smiled slightly when he heard it. He had seen Qiying's methods and social skills. This woman was indeed someone who could accomplish great things. But are we just going to let this matter go today? Xiao Chong thought about the arrogant shouting and cursing in the parking lot just now, and felt a little upset. He muttered to himself, "Who said that's all?" "Oh, what's your idea, bro?" Xiao Chong asked with interest, glancing back inadvertently while speaking. "Brother found out?" Yi Jun raised his eyebrows slightly. "If two people of this size followed us and we didn't notice, I wouldn't have to eat this bowl of rice." Xiao Chong once again glanced at the two people not far behind them. Lu Feng and Qi Ming were blending in with the crowd and picking out something in a store. "These two bastards are coming for us. Should we shake them off?" Xiao Chong frowned slightly and spoke with disgust. "No need, just let him follow. A vicious dog won't learn its lesson unless it is taught a lesson." Yi Jun shook his head slightly and continued to stroll slowly. Qi Ming followed Lu Feng here, and the two of them followed Yi Jun and the others' whereabouts not too close or too far away. But look at Yi Jun. He looked at the goods at the stall and played with his mobile phone for a while, then became excited again and chatted with Xiao Chong. Qi Ming was speechless. What on earth was this person doing here? He would never look at anything for more than 5 seconds. Even the top treasure appraisers would not dare to be so boastful. His way of shopping reminded him of when he and Lu Yuan went shopping. She also looked at this and that, and in the end didn't buy anything just for fun. "Grandpa Lu, I think this guy is just a fool. Let's not waste our time." Qi Ming started to complain. "Shut up." Lu Feng looked solemn and shouted in a cold voice. "Keep following. Looks like we're lucky today." "Yes." Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Qi Ming didn't dare to disobey. Looking at the old man's expression, he didn't seem willing to give him an answer. At this time, Lu Feng did not pay too much attention to Qi Ming's emotions. Instead, he was secretly shocked that this young man named Yi Jun was no ordinary person. He visited every shop along the way and handled everything, although he didn't look at it for long. But they're all real stuff. With such vision and appreciation, even Lu Feng, who has been immersed in this field for most of his life, feels inferior to him. Will I be able to gain something from him today? "Oh, Brother Yi, how can you shop better than a woman?" Xiao Chong followed Yi Jun from the antique street to the end of the street. Yi Jun was in high spirits all the way and did not show any sign of fatigue. But Xiao Chong couldn't bear it anymore. Even if he was asked to go for a training of several hundred kilometers, he might not be as tired as he is now. Shopping is really a high-intensity exercise that tests both physical and mental strength. When Yi Jun heard Xiao Chong's analogy, he sweated. But he replied with an expression that did not change. "I just want to shop for a while longer. I've already picked out a few items. Since Brother Xiao doesn't want to shop anymore, let's just buy some and leave." "Hey, you're really bad. You have seen enough, but you still keep dragging me around." Xiao Chong complained with a bitter face. "Well, don't you want to pick a better one? After looking around, the previous one is still the best." Yi Jun's words were not so confident this time. All right, let's go. Just do it if you see something you like. If someone else gets there first, then it'll all be for nothing, right?" When Xiao Chong heard this, he urged Yi Jun to buy it. Yi Jun looked at the impatient Xiao Chong, smiled helplessly, and walked towards the street again. At the corner where Yi Jun and the others were talking, an old man was carefully examining a ring, and next to him was a bored young man who was looking around. "Boss, this ring. How much is it?" Chapter 54. 80 million ebony Kinara Bodhisattva. Yi Jun took Xiao Chong and went straight to an antique shop on the street. After entering the store, I found that the shop was not very big, and the interior was filled with cabinets containing various antiques and ornaments. In the middle of the shop are several round tables, some of which are covered with red cloth, which are used for antique handling. The so-called handover means that the seller places the antique on the table, and the buyer takes it over for a closer look only after confirming that it is correct. This can avoid most of the problems of fraud in the transaction. There were also several tables with exquisite tea sets, obviously used to entertain guests. As soon as Yi Jun and his companion walked into the store, a middle-aged man came up to greet them. Oh, it's you two again. Do you still want to see that enamel vase? The middle-aged shop owner recognized them as soon as he saw them. No, look at something else. Yi-jun waved his hand and said, Brother, what have you taken a fancy to here? Isn't that enamel vase just now pleasing to your eyes? The owner was a little surprised that these two people went straight to look at his enamel vases the first time they came in. That's the real thing in the store. If the other party is not lucky, then he must have real skills. It's a pity that I left without seeing anything else. Now I came back thinking I came to see the vase, but people want to see other things. There was a hint of amusement in the shop owner's eyes at this moment. Your vase is nice, but I don't like it, Yi-jun said calmly. The shop owner was stunned, as his vase was one of the more expensive items in the shop. Could this guy have figured out some other tricks? Then please go ahead. I am confident about the collection of our shop. Yi-jun had already turned on the system at this time, and all objects were already shining with different colors. After several glances, a familiar golden light came into view, skillfully channeling mental energy into it. A burst of data was displayed. Ebony Jade Girl. Value, 80 million. Damage, 5%. Reparable status. Value after restoration, 82 million. Details of the treasure. This is a top-notch work of the Asen Kingdom during the Tang Dynasty. The ebony has already settled and needs to be dissolved with mercury to reveal its true form. Special reminder, this is a very ominous thing. If you see it in its true form, you must burn it immediately and don't let it spread in the world. This last tip, it's something that has never appeared before. This wood carving gives me a bad feeling. But thinking of the two sticky people following behind, Yi-jun suddenly came up with a plan. Show me this wood carving. Yi-jun narrowed his eyes slightly and pointed at the wooden sculpture of the Jade Girl. The shop owner took a look and found that the wood carving was placed in the corner and had been eroded by time and wind, and its original appearance could no longer be seen. I bought this wood sculpture because of its ebony wood, but no one was interested in it. Now this young man fell in love with this wood sculpture at first sight. Could it be that he has some connections? The shop owner's eyes rolled around as he thought. Then he took out the wood carving and placed it on the Eight Immortals table. Look here, little brother. After placing the wood carving, the owner motioned Yi-jun to check it out. I spent a lot of money on this thing. I asked an expert to identify it as an artifact from the Tang Dynasty. Do you think it's okay? The shop owner still remembered what Yi-jun had mentioned before and the tentative tone in his words. If this thing could catch this man's eye, wouldn't it be more valuable than his own enamel vase? Yi-jun glanced at the shopkeeper's inquiring eyes, smiled, and shook his head slightly. After a careful examination of the wood sculpture, it is no longer recognizable as a wooden statue. Brother, what is this thing? It's a black mass like a stick. Xiao Chong was also watching this thing from the side. He scratched his head when he saw it, and asked Yi-jun curiously. After the previous parking lot incident, Xiao Chong's attitude towards Yi-jun became closer. Although he had not truly verified Yi-jun's ability to identify treasures, he still had some idea of it in his heart. It should be a statue. The material is good, but the appearance is so bad. Yi-jun answered Xiao Chong's doubts, pointed out the appearance flaws of the statue, sighed slightly, and shook his head. Well, brother, look, this outline should be a portrait. You can find a master to reshape it, and you'll make a lot of money. It's not a loss if you buy it. When the shop owner heard Yi-jun's words, he was already unsure, and this made him feel even more sad, but he continued to deceive. Shopkeeper, you're kidding me. It's all reprocessed stuff. Why would I buy it? Yi-jun sneered and asked the shop owner. The shop owner was speechless for a moment. How could a second processed item be called an antique? He had just lost his mind and spoke too quickly, saying what he was thinking. Forget it. Ebony this old is rare. Boss, name a price and I'll take it. Yi-jun spoke with a casual tone, as if he didn't take this thing too seriously. Well, all right. It's rare that a young man likes this old material, so you can take the 400,000. The shop owner sighed, no longer holding out hope for the wood carving, and offered a price that sounded reasonable. 400,000? Yi-jun frowned slightly. It's a bit expensive. How about 300,000? This big piece of ebony would only cost about 200,000 yuan if you go out and buy it. 300,000? The shop owner thought for a moment, but didn't respond. A hoarse and deep voice, full of momentum, came. Brother Yi, I didn't expect to meet you here again. It's fate. When Yi-jun heard this, he was delighted, but he did not show it on his face. The fish finally took the bait. The people who came were Lu Feng and Qi Ming, who had followed Yi-jun and the others all the way and had been observing them for a long time. Lu Feng could see that Yi Jun was trying to take advantage of the bargain. This young man had never made any big moves along the way. He intuitively felt that the wood sculpture must be something extraordinary. After following it all the way, it was time to close the net. Lu Feng walked over calmly with Qi Ming and came to the 8 Immortals table. Uncle Lu, young Master Qi, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Yi Jun greeted him indifferently. Xiao Chang remained silent, while Qi Ming snorted coldly without answering. Only Yi Jun and Lu Feng were left here to maintain the balance of the situation. Brother Yi, what are you looking at here? Can you please open my eyes? Lu Feng's eyes were still slightly narrowed, and he asked with a smile. It's just an old piece of material. Please do as you please. Yi Jun pointed at the statue and said nonchalantly, Well, thank you, Brother Yi. Lu Feng bowed slightly and examined the statue carefully. The shop owner was watching the two people who showed up out of nowhere. The young man looked impatient, and it was obvious from the looks of him that he was not someone who would be easy to get along with. And why does this old man look more and more familiar the more I look at him? The shopkeeper looked at Lu Feng's old but majestic face, which gradually overlapped with an image in his mind. Thinking about what the image in his mind represented, the shop owner couldn't believe that such a big shot would come to his shop. The voice trembled slightly as he asked, You are Lu, the country's top treasure appraiser. Lu Feng nodded slightly, then raised his hand to stop the shopkeeper from speaking any further. With a serious expression, he continued his actions. He scraped some dust off the surface of the wood carving with his fingernails, looked at it carefully in his palm, smelled it carefully, and finally put some into his mouth. After doing all this, his solemn expression relaxed, and he looked at Yi Jun with a warm smile on his face. Brother Yi, can you spare me this wood sculpture? Chapter 55, Struggle. As soon as Lu Feng said this, reactions were mixed. Qi Ming, who was following Lu Feng, showed a look of surprise on his face. It seemed that this was the last big fish that Lu Feng had planned today. Qi Ming's eyes were fixed on the wood carving. Although he didn't understand the intricacies of it, he could vaguely guess the value of the wood carving. When Xiao Chang heard Lu Feng's words, his expression was still very ugly, and his look towards the wood carving became more solemn. The shop owner was already overwhelmed by the surprise. This top treasure appraiser was willing to ask for the purchase. Even if he was not a fool, he could understand the reason. But when he thought of some of Master Lu's deeds, the shop owner's surprise suddenly dimmed a little. Sorry, I still have some use for this old material. Yi Jun said calmly, but did not agree. Ha, Brother Yi, your words are too rude. This wood carving is not yours, right? At this time, Lu Feng was already laughing complacently and spoke to Yi Jun in a sarcastic tone. I've already reached a deal with this store owner. Your move is really against the rules. Yi Jun's expression became solemn, and he looked at Lu Feng intently. Oh, but when I first came in, you were still bargaining with the store owner, and the store owner hadn't agreed to your request yet. Lu Feng spoke slowly and glanced at the shopkeeper nearby with a faint look. The shopkeeper was frightened by the meaning contained in this look. Shopkeeper, tell me, did you promise him this wood carving? No. This guy just offered me 300,000, but I didn't want to sell it. I didn't sell it to him. The shop owner waved his hands and denied it flatly. As soon as these words were spoken, Qi Ming and Lu Feng's faces were filled with smiles. Xiao Chang's expression became even uglier, while Yi Jun still had a calm expression. Okay, in that case, this thing costs 400,000 yuan, so you can pack it up for me. I really like this material. Lu Feng clapped his hands and laughed, giving orders to the shop owner. The shopkeeper no longer had the look of surprise he had just had, and his heart sank. Thinking of the notorious deeds of expert Lu, this guy is a big bargain hunter. Unlike the ordinary bargain hunters, even if something is valuable, he will say it is worthless and buy it up and resell it himself. It's just that this person has a strong background and no one dares to provoke him. They just think of it as spending money to avoid disaster and send this plague god away. Just as the shopkeeper was about to take the wood carving, a slender, strong hand with distinct joints pressed down on the carving, preventing him from moving even an inch. Mr. Lu, since both you and I are interested in this thing, let's follow the rules. Yi Jun held down the wood carving and spoke slowly. Rules? What rules? Lu Feng frowned slightly, his eyes half opened, staring at Yi Jun with a snake-like gaze. When had anyone dared to tell him the rules on this street? Yi Jun was not afraid of Lu Feng's veiled threat at all, and gently picked up the wood carving and handed it to the shop owner. Go and wipe this wood carving carefully with silk and mercury, and then send it back to us. Although it is an ominous object, It is absolutely impossible for Lu Feng to buy it for 400,000. Yi Jun has decided to reveal the true face of the wooden statue and make this old bastard bleed. The shopkeeper obediently took the wood carving, thought a little differently, nodded, and left with the wood carving in his arms. When Lu Feng heard what Yi Jun said to the store owner, the smile on his face faded and his expression became playful. Brother Yi is indeed an expert. I was right in judging you, but it's meaningless if you do this. Mr. Lu, since you ruined my good deeds first, let's each rely on our own abilities. Yi Jun raised his eyelids slightly and responded indifferently, playing with a string of small-leaf sandalwood beads in his hand. Well, let me see how capable you are. Young man, don't let the wind scare you. Lu Feng snorted coldly, but his eyes fell on Yi Jun's rosary. He still remembered that this rosary was the only item Yi Jun bought when he visited the stall before. But after a closer look, I found that this rosary was at most an item from the Qing dynasty. Although the material of small-leaf sandalwood is precious, the value of this bracelet would not exceed 100,000. A number like 100,000 is too insignificant for Lu Feng. Lu Feng calmed his mind and waited for the shop owner to return. At this moment, he also wanted to see the original appearance of the wood carving after the ebony had weathered. Not long after, the owner came back with a happy look on his face and something in his hand. It should be the wood carving, but it was covered with a red cloth. Yi Jun and his companions were originally sitting opposite each other at an octagonal table, drinking tea casually. As soon as the owner appeared, several eyes were instantly focused on him. The shop owner was startled by the look, but he quickly reacted and put the wood carving on the table. Thank you for your advice, little brother. If you hadn't told me to wipe it with mercury, I wouldn't have thought I had such a treasure. He expressed his gratitude to Yi Jun with a happy look on his face, and was secretly delighted in his heart. If these two people had not quarreled, this good thing would never have happened to him. As he spoke, he lifted the red cloth. The statue in front of you is a female statue. Originally, the wood carving looked like a pestle, as Xiaochang described. Now, after being wiped with mercury, its original appearance is revealed. Lifelike eyes and a compassionate look. And there is the graceful posture of this wooden statue, with the pipa held against the chest. It's actually a wooden sculpture of a female jade maiden. When Lu Feng saw the original appearance of the wood carving, he couldn't help but exclaim. As a top treasure appraiser, he rarely loses his composure like this, but the value of this item has far exceeded Lu Feng's estimate. He came to intercept Yi Jun and also saw the secret of the statue, but he didn't expect that Yi Jun's luck was so good. With his keen eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this craft was definitely an antique from the Tang dynasty. The Jade Girl is a magical deity in India. Although it is called the Jade Girl, it has two genders. Moreover, most Jade Girl wood carvings are shown in male form, and female forms are very rare. Moreover, the craftsmanship of this carving can even be compared with the Jade Girls collected in the Indian national religion. Grandpa Lu, Grandpa Lu. Qi Ming saw Lu Feng's dazed look and quickly patted him on the shoulder. I'm Fina, Xiao Ming. This wood sculpture can only be ours today. Lu Feng was brought back to his senses by Qi Ming and spoke to Qi Ming in a deep voice. I see. Qi Ming looked at the wood carving. He was also a person who had seen many antiques, and he could tell at a glance that this wood carving was extraordinary. This wood sculpture will definitely please Mr. Qi if you give it as a gift. The greed in his eyes was revealed without any disguise, and at the same time, he glared at Yi Jun and the other two fiercely. Hey, brother, did you know there was something fishy going on? This statue of a woman is really pretty. Xiaochang looked at the statue with a surprised look on his face. The statue had changed from a gangster's stick to this appearance. The visual impact was too great. Yi Jun couldn't help but laugh at Xiaochang's words. But Yi Jun's face did not show any relaxation. This wooden statue felt too weird to him. After the ebony impurities on the surface were washed away, this solemn Buddha statue gave Yi Jun an indescribable feeling of strangeness. What a woman. Man, this is a wood sculpture. But it's not a real wood sculpture. Chapter 56. The transaction price is 160 million. At this time, Lu Feng and the other person were looking at the statue in amazement, wishing they could take it away right now. After a while, Lu Feng recovered from his admiration for the Bodhisattva statue and looked at Yi Jun with a bad expression. Brother Yi, you said that it depends on one's ability. Tell me what ability we have to decide who owns this Bodhisattva. It's not a matter of showing off my skills. The rules of the antique world are that if two people like an item at the same time, the one with the highest bid will win. I will compete with you. Boss, do you think my arrangement is acceptable to you? Yi Jun said this with a cold expression and put the Buddhist beads he was playing with into his pocket. Accept it, accept it. The boss was rubbing his hands excitedly, waiting for the bidding, completely ignoring the glares Qi Ming gave him. Lu Feng pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Well, I will compete with you. I hope my financial resources are as good as your vision. Of course, I'll make an offer first. 60 million. Yi Jun called out a number lightly. Xiao Chong and the shop owner who were present were all shocked. This seemingly quiet young man actually made such a lavish move. The shop owner, in particular, had gone berserk. 60 million. Even if he was wealthy, it was still a terrifyingly large sum of money. But before they could finish being shocked, Lu Feng and Qi Ming on this side, although with grim expressions on their faces, quickly quoted a high price. 70 million. Lu Feng spoke gloomily. 8,000. Yi Jun smiled playfully and made another bid. 9,000. 100 million. 100 million. 120 million. As the bidding progressed, the competition between the two sides became increasingly intense. The price stopped at the 160 million quoted by Lu Feng. Lu Feng and Qi Ming's faces were already red, since this sum of money was not a small amount for people as wealthy as them. They had no time to care about so many things at the moment. Lu Feng was thinking in his mind that if this Bodhisattva statue was put up for auction, even if it happened to be the old man's birthday, a price of 160 million would already be the upper limit. The two looked at Yi Jun nervously. They could afford the money, but they didn't know Yi Jun's background. What if Yi Jun lifted it up again? The two shook their heads and quickly abandoned this idea. At this moment, Yi Jun raised his hand and slightly pinched his tightly furrowed brows. The expression on his face looked like he had gone through a great inner struggle. I give up. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Feng and the other man breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but they did not feel too much joy of victory in their hearts. Thank you very much, Brother Yi, for giving it up. I believe Mr. Qi will like this gift. Lu Feng smiled slightly and spoke lightly with a hint of sarcasm. Haha, if I had known that it would eventually go to Master Qi, I wouldn't have bothered to compete with you. Master Lu, look, didn't the flood wash away the Dragon King temple? Thank you for your expense. Yi Jun was sitting down at this time, pouring himself a cup of tea with a playful smile on his face, and replied to Lu Feng slowly. Lu Feng's expression tightened and his face lengthened. If Yi Jun hadn't pointed out the key to the wood carving, why would he have spent hundreds of times more to buy this thing? 160 million. Even the richest man wouldn't dare to spend this money as if it were nothing. Thinking of this, Lu Feng and Qi Ming's hearts felt like they were bleeding. It was clearly me who came to steal the show, but who knew that I would have to pay such a huge price to succeed in the end. Fortunately, Lu Feng and Qi Ming took a look at the exquisite and solemn wood carvings on the table and smiled with satisfaction. If you shine at the birthday party, what does 160 million mean to you? Wrap it up for me. Lu Feng gave instructions to the shop owner indifferently, and the shop owner came back to his senses from his great ecstasy. Hearing what Lu Feng said, he couldn't help but frown. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Wait a minute, I remember you haven't paid yet. It seems that Mr. Lu's rules are not good. Cash payment is required. If you can pay in person, then this item will be sold. Yi Jun drank his tea and spoke in a neutral tone. Do you think everyone is as poor as you? Qi Ming snorted coldly, took out a check from his bag, filled in the number, stamped it with his private seal, and handed it to the owner. Go check. This check can be cashed at any Qi bank in China at any time. Qi Ming's entire action was done in one go. If his hand had not been shaking slightly when he handed over the check, no one would have noticed anything. He was actually very angry. He could have delayed paying the money slowly, but Yi Jun's words forced him to pay a huge sum of money immediately. The shop owner happily took the check, looked at Yi Jun gratefully, and verified the check account with the bank. After a while, the shop owner wrapped up the wood sculpture for Lu Feng and the other man. After getting the things, the two men left in a hurry with happy looks on their faces without caring about Yi Jun and the others. On this side, Yi Jun and Xiao Chong were still sitting in the store drinking tea, and Xiao Chong already had a smile on his face. Brother, this old man followed us all the way just to steal that thing and take it away? Yes, I was afraid that I would be exposed. I didn't expect that these two people would lose their minds after seeing the things. Yi Jun chuckled and spoke, his words more casually, mocking Lu Feng and the other man. I've been shopping for so long and found a lot of real stuff, but I couldn't resist buying them. It is to make Master Lu Feng believe that he is also a master-level figure. I originally wanted to trick him into buying some fake goods that he couldn't tell were real or fake. I didn't expect that there was a ready-made ominous thing here that I could use to make use of it. Everything seemed to happen naturally, and Lu Feng and the others had no doubts at all. So you want to teach them a lesson? Is that thing fake? Xiao Chong started to have a lot of associations. If the item worth 160 million yuan turned out to be a fake, one could imagine how embarrassed the two people would be. When Xiao Chong thought of this, his expression also became more complicated. Yi Jun shook his head slowly and said with a mysterious smile, "That thing is real. Although 160 million is a bit overpriced, it is worth it to get them now." Huh? Xiao Chong opened his mouth wide, as if he had been struck by lightning. After a moment, he spoke in a daze. "Then aren't you preparing wedding clothes for them, brother?" Yi Jun continued to play with the rosary beads that he had taken out of his pocket at some point, and said methodically, "I've told you, brother, that's not a real bodhisattva. Just wait for Mr. Chi's birthday banquet. Let's enjoy the show." Seeing Yi Jun's confident look, Xiao Chong had an idea in his mind. He has only known this brother for a short time, but in Xiao Chong's eyes, Yi Jun is much more reliable than many others. "Well, I'll believe you, brother. I'm already looking forward to the day when Mr. Chi celebrates his birthday." Xiao Chong spoke cheerfully and skipped the topic. "Okay, we should go." After drinking the last sip of tea, Yi Jun stood up and asked Xiao Chong to leave. Aren't you going to buy a birthday gift for the old man?" Xiao Chong remembered the purpose of Yi Jun's visit today. Yi Jun smiled mysteriously and raised the rosary in his hand. "I've already bought it." Chapter 57, Small Leaf Sandalwood Rosary. Isn't this the rosary you just bought for 20,000 yuan? Xiao Chong caught up with Yi Jun and asked with some confusion. "Yes, it's the one I just bought." As Yi Jun walked, he threw the rosary up and then held it tightly in his hand. Is there any trick?" At this time, Xiao Chong no longer doubted Yi Jun's ability to identify treasures. The skillful identification he showed in the store just now was enough to make him convinced. He also wouldn't believe that Yi Jun would use something worth 20,000 yuan to fool old man Chi. Yi Jun looked at Xiao Chong's curious and expectant expression and felt like playing a mischievous trick on him. "Throw the rosary towards him." Xiao Chong hurriedly caught the rosary. His heartbeat slowed down for a few beats. He patted his chest after catching it. "Are you trying to scare me to death? Can you throw this thing around? Tens of millions of dollars will be gone if you drop it." Xiao Chong complained to Yi Jun. He had already determined that this was a valuable item. Yi Jun laughed in silence and said with a somewhat joking expression, "Who told you that this thing is worth tens of millions? This is just a small sandalwood rosary. You can get it for more than 10,000 yuan if you negotiate. I paid a little more than that." You're just going to give this to the old man?" Xiao Chong didn't expect that the answer that seemed least like the truth would be the final answer. "If you give a gift worth 20,000 yuan to your grandfather's birthday party, you'll likely be kicked out." Brother, have you ever had a girlfriend?" Yi Jun suddenly changed the subject. When Xiao Chong encountered this topic, he suddenly became hesitant. Yi Jun was shocked by this unexpected discovery. Such a good man didn't have a girlfriend. Could he be impotent? But he didn't say anything about the secret. Yi Jun coughed twice, skipped this embarrassing question, and summed up his experience. When giving a girlfriend a gift, the thought is the most important thing. For example, on Valentine's Day, giving her a bouquet of roses may make her happier than giving her cash. As Yi Jun was talking, Xiao Chong listened attentively, asking about some of the trick from time to time. Yi Jun also answered them one by one based on his meager experience. After chatting for a while, Yi Jun realized that he had been led away by Xiao Chong. "I originally wanted to say that Mr. Chi is so rich, the right things will definitely please him more than expensive things." Yi Jun's eyes swept over the rosary. The light blue light emerged again. Small leaf sandalwood rosary. Value, 18,000. Damage, 10%. Reparable status. Value after restoration, 20,000. Details of the treasure. Ordinary rosary beads carry the mother's deep blessing and love for her son. While Yi Jun was forced to tell Xiao Chong about his love experience, he quietly looked through the words engraved on the inside of the rosary. A string of rosary characters together form this sentence. The believer Qi Zhou only wishes that my son Qi Tianyu will have a worry-free, safe, and smooth life. Before coming, Yi Jun had some understanding of the Qi family. This Qi Tianyu is the current old man of the Qi family, and Qi Zhou is his biological mother. There are mixed opinions about Qi Tianyu, but the only thing that everyone is sure of is that he is a very filial person. Yi Jun was extremely lucky to have this rosary. He was just randomly picking it up at a stall when he discovered the writing on it and was able to purchase it by chance. At this time, Xiao Chong no longer had the interest to ask about the rosary, and Yi Jun did not intend to interrupt his interest, so he did not bring it up again. Their conversation was soon interrupted by a cell phone ringing. It was Xiao Chong calling. Xiao Chong frowned slightly. There was a love guru sharing his experience here, and who was so unlucky to come and interrupt his interest. Picking up the phone, Xiao Chong quickly restrained his expression and became serious and solemn, just like the first time Yi Jun met him. Yes, Mr. Yi is with me. Yes. Okay, I see. Xiao Chong quickly hung up the phone and said to Yi Jun, Brother, the boss wants to have lunch with you at noon. Is it convenient for you? I was just thinking about where to eat. Since Boss Qi has an appointment, it's a good deal for me. Yi Jun agreed readily. So, is there anything you want to eat, bro? I can make arrangements. Kyoto's roast duck is a specialty, but I've never tried the authentic one. Yi Jun thought about it and made a suggestion. Okay then, today I'll take you to try the most delicious roast duck in Kyoto. Xiao Chong and Yi Jun walked towards the parking lot and started making phone calls to make arrangements. Soon, Xiao Chong drove Yi Jun to a mansion in Kyoto City. We're here, Brother Yi. Xiao Chong parked the car and asked Yi Jun to get out. Yi Jun got out of the car and walked to the front of the mansion. It is just like the costume dramas we watch on TV, with red doors, green walls, glazed tiles, carved beams, and painted buildings, and a historical charm that spans ancient and modern times is overwhelming. This is not like the buildings in some scenic spots. Every brick and tile here bears traces of history, giving people an inexplicable shock. There are 3 big characters inscribed in gilded cursive script on the gate. Tian Leiju. Xiao Chong also liked the car at this time. He walked to Yi Jun and introduced it leisurely. This Tian Leiju is the most famous private restaurant under the Qi family. It is a membership-based restaurant, just like the Haitian restaurant. Oh, this mansion is also owned by the Qi family? Even though Yi Jun had seen the capabilities of the Qi family, this mansion could not be acquired without tens of billions of dollars. It was really good to have money. Xiao Chong smiled slightly and replied, There are dozens of such mansions in Kyoto, and the Qi family has dozens of them. Speechless, only speechless. Even though I knew about the power of the Qi family before, the shock I felt when I actually faced it was still real. Is this also a membership-based restaurant? Is there anything special about it compared to Hai Tian restaurant? Yi Jun asked this question with a little curiosity. According to his understanding, the food at Haitian restaurant was already a feast on earth. Was there anything special about it? After hearing Yi Jun's question, Xiao Chong showed a mysterious smile on his face. Brother, you don't know that the Haitian restaurant only serves state banquet chefs. The chefs here are all royal chefs who have been passed down from generation to generation. Imperial chef? Yi Jun became interested. Doesn't this thing only exist on TV? Yes, there's a reason why this place is called Tian Leiju. It means a place where the emperor would come. This was once the place where the emperor would dine outside the palace. Xiao Chong's words made Yi Jun very interested in this place. So bro, what about the members here? Yi Jun asked with interest. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chong shook his head with a bitter smile. I am not qualified to become a member. Even my boss was only recently invited to become a junior member here. Yi Jun was a little stunned. Qi Ying, a female CEO with a net worth of over 10 billion, had just become a junior member. The membership value of this place was really frighteningly high. However, Yi Jun will not be discouraged. It is only a matter of time before he becomes a member here. Chapter 58, Goodbye Qi Ying. Yi Jun looked in the direction of the voice. A beautiful figure appeared in front of the gate at some point. She has long straight hair draped over her shoulders and a cool and beautiful face. He wore a white shirt on the upper body, a short suit on the outside, and wide-leg trousers on the lower body, looking capable and generous. At this moment, he was looking at Yi Jun with a faint smile. No, Miss Qi, you don't have to be polite. Yi Jun waved his hand and responded politely. Come on, this isn't the first time Mr. Yi and I have met, so let's not be polite. It's getting late, let's talk while we eat. Qi Ying was obviously in a good mood and spoke in a more casual manner. Okay, let's go inside and talk. Yi Jun nodded in agreement and followed Chi Xin in. It didn't take long before they arrived at a private room. This private room is located in a courtyard of the mansion, which has several rooms. In the courtyard, there's a large pond with lotus flowers planted in it. Now is the season when lotus flowers are in full bloom. There are also asparagus ferns planted on the roadside, swaying in the wind. A quiet and beautiful scene. Inside the box, there's an antique round table and matching armchairs, and the surroundings of the room still retain the retro style. Whether it is the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, or the ceramic ornaments placed on both sides, all of them are exquisite. After Qi Ying and Yi Jun enter the house, Xiao Chong turned around and wanted to go out and stand guard with the security guard who came with Qi Ying. "Brother Xiao, where are you going?" Yi Jun frowned slightly, with some guesses in his mind, but still called him. Xiao Chong stopped and looked at Yi Jun and Qi Ying with an embarrassed expression, not knowing whether to leave or stay. When Qi Ying heard Yi Jun address Xiao Chong, she was delighted, but she didn't show it on her face. She said to Xiao Chong with a smile, "A Chong will have dinner with Mr. Yi here." When Xiao Chong heard Qi Ying's words, a trace of panic appeared on his face. But he still walked to Yi Jun and sat down as he was told, and the waiter in the room quickly added a set of exquisite tableware. "Ah Chiang, I don't know how many times I've told you that you don't have to be like those people in front of me." Qi Ying sipped the fragrant tea in her hand and spoke to Xiao Chong in a cold voice. "It is the lady's magnanimity to give me face, and it is my duty to respect the lady." Xiao Chong frowned and spoke word by word. "You?" Qi Ying sighed lightly, shook her head, smiled at Yi Jun, and said, "Mr. Yi, Ah Chiang has been with me for all these years. He is reliable, but he is too stubborn. Sometimes I don't know what to say to him. I think Brother Xiao is a nice person." Yi Jun made a pertinent comment. He didn't mind giving Xiao Chong this face. "Really? It's rare that you two get along so well. You two should have a couple of drinks later." Qi Ying was of course happy to see that her men could get along well with Yi Jun. She thought that she and Yi Jun were having dinner alone. Even though she was good at socializing, she couldn't see Yi Jun clearly. She might have to put in some effort to maintain harmony in the situation. Now that Xiao Chong has joined the dinner, the scene among the three of them seems unusually harmonious without me having to deliberately direct it. After Xiao Chong sat down, he didn't feel too embarrassed. It was not the first time for him to accompany guests to dinner. As he was of much higher status than Yi Jun, he was used to it. He led the conversation that had taken place over the morning, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. "Qi Ming? I didn't expect that he would dare to provoke my people." When Qi Ying heard that Yi Jun met Qi Ming when he went out in the morning, her voice became a little colder. "If I have the chance, I will definitely help Mr. Yi vent his anger." "Ha ha ha, miss, you don't know that Qi Ming has already been dealt with by Mr. Yi." Xiao Chong thought of how Yi Jun dealt with Qi Ming in the morning and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qi Ying's eyebrows moved slightly, and she looked at Yi Jun with a strange look in her eyes. She knew very well who Qi Ming was. She had almost figured out Yi Jun's background, but she never expected that Yi Jun could deal with Qi Ming. "Tell me what happened." Qi Ying's appetite was aroused, and she urged Xiao Chong to continue. Yi Jun drank his tea calmly and did not say anything to stop them. Xiao Chong glanced at Yi Jun, and with a smile told him everything about how Yi Jun had used leverage over Qi Ming, and how he had tricked them into buying the Jade Girl wooden sculpture. Although Xiao Chong is a bit stubborn, he has the ability to speak like a storyteller. Qi Ying's pretty face lit up when she heard him. Even Yi Jun, the protagonist of this incident, listened with great interest. Those two bastards, Lu Feng and Qi Ming, thought they had taken advantage of the situation, but they didn't know there was another hidden secret behind it. Xiao Chong's voice stopped abruptly, and Qi Ying and Yi Jun looked at him with some reluctance. Qi Ying came back to her senses after waiting for the next words for a long time. She looked at Yi Jun with a smile in her beautiful eyes. "Mr. Yi is really capable." No. Brother Xiao is exaggerating." Yi Jun shook his head helplessly. Qi Ying thought that Yi Jun was being modest and that Xiao Chong just had good writing skills, as his description of events was pretty close. At this time, she was still curious about the wooden sculpture of the Jade Girl and wondered what mystery was hidden in it. Yi Jun had taken her to see the relics hidden in the jade bottle before. What secrets were hidden in this wood carving that made Yi Jun think it was an improper wood carving? Obviously, Qi Ying was not the only one who had this question. Xiao Chong was also looking at Yi Jun, hoping that he could answer it. Mr. Yi, why don't you tell me what the mystery is in that wooden statue? Then I can cooperate with you to expose Qi Ming. Qi Ying put down the teacup in her hand and looked at Yi Jun with interest. Yi Jun said with a faint, helpless smile, I only know that it is an ominous thing. I still need to look up what the ominous sign is. This system only prompted that the wood sculpture was an ominous object and gave me a very weird feeling. But the system does not clearly state what it is. Even special tips appeared in the system for the first time. Yi Jun was full of curiosity about the origin of the wooden statue. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. When Qi Ying heard Yi Jun's words, she nodded slightly and smiled. I have a lot more expectations in my heart. This old man's birthday party is going to be lively. Qi Ying then talked about the old man's birthday party. If Mr. Yi hadn't come today, I might have been busy at the old house for the next few days. The scale of this banquet. As Qi Ying said this, a hint of fatigue appeared in her tone. As they spoke, an alluring aroma wafted into everyone's nostrils. Look at the dishes, my dear guests. Chapter 59. First-class guard captain of the Ministry of National Security. With a shout, a handsome male waiter in a mandarin jacket and a pretty female waiter in an embroidered skirt came in pushing a food cart. It was obvious at first glance that the waitresses were carefully selected here. They looked extremely capable, with the feeling of the capable maids and servants of ancient times. On the top of the dining cart is a wooden tray, on which rests a fragrant, bright red roast duck. At the bottom is a pot of fresh soup, various side dishes, and some ingredients for roast duck. Two waiters began to set up the table with quick hands and feet. Take out the copper stove hidden in the Eight Immortals table and put a fresh soup pot and various side dishes on it. While setting up, don't forget to introduce it. My dear guests, this soup is made from a 3-year-old duck that has been hanging for 3 days. This beef roll is from a live cow that was airlifted from an Australian ranch. And this baby cabbage is from our organic farm. Listening to the waiter's introduction, Yi Jun nodded secretly. These dishes looked ordinary, but judging from the origin and quality, this plate of pak choi might be the monthly food expense for an ordinary family. After the soup pot is served, it is time for the highlight. Slice of roast duck. The male waiter picked up a uniquely shaped knife and stared at the roast duck with a focused expression. With the knife swung as fast as lightning, slices of roast duck were cut into thin slices of equal size with alternating fat and lean parts. With nowhere to put them, the flying duck meat seemed to be arranged and piled up into a perfect flower shape. Such craftsmanship is truly amazing, and Yi Jun and others were fascinated by it. Finally, the waiter placed the duck head and other scattered items on a separate plate. A large plate of sliced roasted duck meat was left behind, still emitting warm steam. This roast duck is made with 7-month-old Beijing ducks, specially selected and bred by Tian Leiju. It is roasted by our chef Tang using mahogany wood. Dear guests, your dishes are now served. Please enjoy your meal. The dishes are all served. I would like to offer a toast to Mr. Yi. Welcome to Kyoto. Qi Ying poured herself a glass of sake, stood up leisurely, raised her glass to Yi Jun with a hint of smile in her beautiful eyes. Okay, then I would like to thank Miss Qi for the hospitality. Yi Jun stood up, raised his glass, and clinked it with Qi Ying's, and spoke loudly. We drank a round of wine at the beginning. The cups were very delicate, small wine glasses, just to liven up the atmosphere. After the drinking became lively, Qi Ying smiled and greeted Yi Jun. Ah-Chiang told me that Mr. Yi wanted to try roast duck, so I specially ordered the roast duck from Chef Tang here, and Mr. Yi can try it to see if it suits your taste. Xiao Chong, who was standing by, added with a hint of excitement. Master Tang's ancestors made roast duck for the royal family, and this tradition has been passed down for more than 10 generations. Today, it is also thanks to Brother Tui that I am able to enjoy this delicious meal. Yi Jun smiled at what the two said, looked at the plate of roast duck, and smelled the aroma, and couldn't help but feel hungry. Then let me try out the cooking skills of this royal chef. You guys should stop talking and eat together. Yi Jun picked up a piece of roast duck and looked at the pile of seasonings in front of him. There is a condiment plate with sweet noodle sauce and minced garlic. There is a plate of fine white sugar. There are also pickled radish strips, cucumber strips, green onions, lotus leaf pancakes, and separate sweet noodle sauce. Decided on the first slice and tried the original flavor first. The moment you take a bite, a fruity aroma hits your sense of smell first, followed by the taste of the secret roast duck sauce combined with the duck meat, which is extremely delicious. Chewing it carefully, you can feel the crispness of the duck skin, the tenderness of the duck meat, the distinct layers, and the rich taste. After swallowing, the delicious taste lingers on your lips and teeth, leaving you wanting more. Good. Yi-jun nodded slightly and praised sincerely. No wonder more than a dozen generations could stand firm by relying on one hand. This skill is amazing. Qing also picked up a piece of roast duck, dipped it in a little white sugar, chewed it slowly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Mr. Yi, you could try some seasonings to make the flavor better. Yi-jun followed his instructions and tried 2 types of sugar and sweet bean sauce and minced garlic that he had never tried before. The sugar adds the sweetness to the roast duck, and the garlic sweet bean sauce tastes garlicky and slightly spicy. Yi-jun, a native of Shudu, also thinks it tastes quite good. It's delicious, worthy of being a master craftsman. Without waiting for Yi-jun to express his opinion, Xiaochang had already started eating the roast duck, green onions, and cucumber wrapped in lotus leaf pancakes happily, while still praising them. At this time, no one was in a mood to chat. After a round of eating, most of the large plate of roast duck had been eaten. The old duck soup in the copper stove next to it had already boiled, and the few people poured some more soup and added some dishes. Otherwise, eating roast duck alone would not be enough to satisfy 2 grown men, Yi-jun and Xiaochang. Fresh, fresh, fresh. The quality of the old duck soup is evident from the cooking. The soup is clear and not turbid, and it tastes rich and delicious. Xiaochang took a bite and praised it repeatedly, and Yi-jun also nodded in agreement. The dishes here are truly excellent and almost represent the country's top culinary level. Yi-jun compared the food at Haitian restaurant with the food here and couldn't help but frown. The food at Haitian restaurant lacked some maturity and accumulation compared to here. After a while, the 3 of them had almost finished eating. Come on, Miss Chi. I'll toast you a glass. Thank you for your hospitality today. Yi-jun raised his glass towards Qi-ying. Qi-ying's snow-white cheeks were slightly flushed at this time, but her expression was still indifferent. When she heard Yi-jun's words, a smile appeared on her face. Mr. Yi, you're welcome. I'll need your help next. This is a toast to Mr. Yi. After saying this, she raised her head slightly and drank a glass of wine. Okay, Miss Qi is straightforward. I will definitely get what you asked me to do done. Seeing Qi-ying toasting so cheerfully, Yi-jun also drank the glass of wine. I'll be leaving today. I still have a lot of things to do at the Qi family's old house. If you have anything, just look for Ah-qiang. Qi-ying held the chair slightly and slowly stood up to say goodbye. Yi-jun agreed with a smile, and they went out together. Several people walked to the courtyard gate and were about to go to the front hall. At this time, several guards in ordinary clothes blocked their way. Comrades, please wait a moment before moving forward. The leading man spoke politely to Yi-jun and the others. Even though the 2 bodyguards brought by Qi-ying looked on the verge of a fight, he still turned a blind eye. What are you doing? Qi-ying frowned slightly, looking displeased. Miss, this uniform seems to belong to someone over there. Xiaochang noticed something was wrong and whispered in Qi-ying's ear. Qi-ying's expression changed slightly, and she said no more. At this time, Yi-jun was checking this person's data. Zhou Goen. Evaluation. First-class security captain of the Ministry of National Security, responsible for the security of people with special treatment. Chapter 60. Miscellaneous talks on evil Buddha. Yi-jun and his companions realized the identity of this person. They did not say anything more and just waited silently in the place. After a while, an old man with a kind face walked in front, and a middle-aged man with a dignified face followed carefully beside him. They were the first to appear on the road to the main courtyard. Behind him was a group of people wearing the same uniforms as Zhou Goen in front of him. When Yi-jun saw this kind-looking old man, he suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Most people may not be familiar with this person, but his university major is social studies and humanities, and he knows a lot about current affairs. This old man can be said to be a powerful figure in the country. Even if he is retired, it does not affect his status. Qi-ying and Xiaochang's expressions were relatively calm. They had met many important people before, but they did not expect to meet them by chance this time. However, when she saw the middle-aged man next to the old man, Qi-ying's eyes couldn't help but brighten a little. Hey, Mississippi, that's the 3rd master. Yes, it's Uncle San. Xiaochang and Qi-ying discovered that the person next to the old man was Mr. Qi's 3rd son, Qi Guigang, the current head of the Ministry of State Security. Not long after, Chi Guigang brought the old man to the side, where Qi Ying was stopped. He glanced at them calmly and noticed Qi Ying's side, but he remained calm and continued chatting with the old man. His tiny movement caught the old man's attention. Xiao Jiang, is that girl over there your eldest brother's daughter? The old man raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Qi Ying. Mr. Lan, your memory is unmatched. This is my eldest brother's daughter, my niece, named Qi Ying. A rare smile appeared on Qi Guogong's face, and it can be seen that he was quite satisfied with Qi Ying. Is he the boss of your Qijia, Shungan Daily Chemicals? Old Lan narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Yes, Mr. Qi. At that time, Shungan Daily Chemicals was just a second-rate company. After it was handed over to Xiao Ying, she managed it well. Qi Guogong's smile deepened. He felt proud that his younger generation was capable. Haha, I didn't expect Guofu to be so disappointing. It's great that he gave birth to a daughter. Old Lan nodded slightly. He was an old friend of the Yi family, so given his status, it wasn't too much for him to comment on Qi Ying's father. Qi Guigang smiled apologetically and did not respond. He thought that his eldest brother, the old man, could make comments and it would be against the rules if he agreed with him. However, he also disliked some of his elder brother's actions. Never mind, call him over here and let me see him. When old Lan saw Qi Guigang apologetically smiling, he shook his head gently. He thought that it was not necessary for him to interfere too much in other people's family affairs. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Guigang walked to Qi Ying's side, and Zhou Gowen and others who were blocking the road made way for him at the same time. Uncle San, what a coincidence! Qi Ying greeted with a smile. Xiao Ying, why did you come here to eat today? Aren't you busy enough at the old house? Qi Guigang spoke to his well-behaved niece with a hint of relaxation and fondness in his tone. I have a friend coming to Kyoto, right? I have to come out to greet him. Qi Ying pointed with her slender jade finger in the direction of Yijun. Okay, my little Ying knows how to make friends now. You should ask Uncle San to come today. As Qi Guigang said this, he looked at Yijun carefully with eyes as sharp as knives. He just happened to meet Yijun's gaze, and just in an instant he caught the look of surprise and doubt that flashed across Yijun's eyes. What did this kid see that caused such an abnormal reaction? Without giving Qi Guigang time to think, he said to Qi Ying, Mr. Lan is over there. Come with me to say hello. Qi Ying was surprised and delighted to hear that this important person wanted to see her. Uncle San, please let my friend go first. I will go with you. Uncle Qi agreed to Qi Ying's proposal and asked Zhou Gowen and the others to take Yijun and Xiao Chong away first. Mr. Yi, see you in 2 days. Qi Ying gave Yijun one last reminder. This matter was too important to her. Little girl, you're just going to bring a man to meet your grandfather? Without getting your father's approval first. Could it be that Uncle Qi was teasing him? Uncle San, you are talking nonsense. That man is a treasure appraiser. I asked him to help me find the gift item. Qi Ying's face flushed slightly, and Yijun's handsome face flashed through her mind. She quickly dismissed the idea. The gap between Yijun and herself was too big to cross. It turned out that he helped you find the guanine relic hidden in your jade bottle. The expression on Uncle Qi's face was a little subtle. Of course, he knew the object that Qi Ying was looking for. Based on his understanding of the old man, Qi Ying would probably be the star of the show at the birthday party this time. He was happy to see this happen and listen to Qi Ying's account of what happened. However, he did not expect that the master she was talking about was such a young man. I didn't seem to say hello to that young man just now. Xiao Ying, when you have time, ask this young man to come out and sit with Uncle San. Uncle Qi said calmly. Uncle San, you? Qi Ying was stunned for a moment, then reacted and looked at Uncle Qi with a sly smile. Okay, go see Master Lan. Stop arguing with me. Okay, Uncle San, what's in your bag? Qi Ying walked behind Uncle Qi and watched Qi Sanshu holding an object in a black bag, which looked like a mallet. Uncle Qi frowned slightly and glanced at the pocket with a hint of disgust. Nothing, just a bag of dirt. I'll take care of it later. With Qi Guogong's instructions, the group politely sent Yijun and the other two to the door of Tian Leiju. Hey buddy, where are you going this afternoon? Xiao Chong called out to Yijun in a loud voice. Yijun was brought back to his senses by Xiao Chong's words and looked at him with a little confusion. Brother, what's wrong with you? You've been in a daze since just now. Relax a little. In Kyoto, a brick falling down can hit an official. Xiao Chong thought he had grasped Yijun's thoughts and spoke to comfort him. Something's wrong, something's wrong. What exactly is that feeling? Yijun muttered to himself and raised his hand to press his forehead. He didn't care about the appearance of Chi Guogang and Lan Lao just now, but the black bag in Chi Guogang's hand felt too familiar to him. It was the same feeling that the Jade Girl gave him before, and the aura it emanated was even more obscure, dark, and ominous than that of the wooden statue. Because of the membrane, Yi Jun couldn't see anything even after opening the system, but that feeling was real. This feeling is so bad. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Xiao Chong looked at Yi Jun in surprise. Why did he go crazy for no reason? It's okay, Brother Xiao. Let's go back first. I have something to confirm. Yi Jun got on the backseat of the car, took out his cell phone, and started looking through something. Xiao Chong had no choice but to drive back. Brother Yi, we are here. Let's get off the bus. Found it. Yi Jun looked through his phone along the way and finally found this article on the internet. Evil Talk. Chapter 61. 268 square kilometers of luxury houses. After returning to the hotel, Yi Jun finished reading the article Miscellaneous Talks on Evil Things. Finally figured out the origin of the Jade Girl wood carving. After seeing the origin of this wood sculpture, Yi Jun's originally not very firm materialistic thoughts suffered another wave of shock. After some thought, Yi Jun did not choose to tell Qi Ying and Xiao Chong about this. At this time, there was only a day and a half left until Mr. Qi's birthday party. During this day and a half, Yi Jun chose to rest in the hotel. I also learned some fighting skills from Xiao Chong. With such an excellent personal trainer, learning is earning. Brother Xiao, how did you do this? Yi Jun was put to the ground by Xiao Chong again, and he got up and asked Xiao Chong. You can't do that. That's a Shaolin grappling move. Experience, awareness, speed, and strength are all essential. Xiao Chong smiled and shook his head. Aren't you a soldier? How come you know Shaolin Kung Fu? Yi Jun asked curiously. Shaolin is still a martial arts holy land until modern times, but Xiao Chong's experience does not include becoming a Shaolin monk and a disciple. My father was the chief monk of Shaolin Temple, and he left the monastery. Xiao Chong said this with a hint of joking. It was a mistake. I didn't expect there would be such a relationship. Then your mother can't be the nun. Yi Jun has become familiar with Xiao Chong these days, and they would occasionally joke with him. Xiao Chong had a strange look on his face, and it took him a long time to utter two words. No. Oh, what does your mother do? Yi Jun looked at Xiao Chong with interest. He had a hunch that there must be a story behind this. Xiao Chong looked at Yi Jun's reluctant questioning and straightened his neck as if he had given up. My mother is the senior sister of Mount Mei. After hearing this, Yi Jun took great effort to hold back his laughter. This monk and this Taoist nun are able to get along well with each other, which reminds him of some scenes from ancient costume dramas. But seeing Xiao Chong's red eyes and angry expression, Yi Jun did not mention the matter again. It's almost time. We should set off. Xiao Chong took a look at the training room hours provided by the hotel and reminded Yi Jun that today was Mr. Qi's birthday party, and if he went late, he wouldn't even be able to get in the door. Okay, let's pack up and go. Yi Jun stood up. His whole body was sweating profusely, and many parts of his body were sore. This is the result of practicing with Xiao Chong over the past 2 days. But there is still some progress. At least next time I meet a bad guy, I will only know a few kicking moves. Soon, the two of them finished. Yi Jun specially put on a high-end full-body suit he brought with him today, looking formal and elegant. Xiao Chong put on the suit he wore when he first met Yi Jun, a suit and white gloves, like a medieval butler. Today's car is no longer a Rolls-Royce Phantom, but a high-end customized business car sent by Qi Ying. When they arrived at the garage, Xiao Chong opened the back seat door for Yi Jun as if it was his first time. Brother, what about you? Yi Jun looked at Xiao Chong with a hint of confusion. After spending these few days together, he already regarded Xiao Chong as a friend. Brother Yi, I understand that you regard me as a brother. But today is the old man's birthday party, and there are so many eyes watching us. If we continue to get along as usual, it will only make people look down on you and the boss. Xiao Chong sighed slightly and explained the seriousness of the matter. He could feel Yi Jun's respect for him, but since this was related to Yi Jun's face and the young lady's face, there was nothing he could do. Well, I'm sorry to bother you first, brother. Yi Jun felt a little emotional. He said that everyone is equal, but in today's society, there are still clear class divisions. It's not that I feel wronged. Thanks to you, I can enter the venue as your bodyguard today. Look at this grand scene, Xiao Chong said cheerfully. Yi Jun didn't say anything more, as it would be pretentious if he said more, so he sat in the back row. As the car continued to move forward, Yi Jun and his companions had already driven out of Kyoto City and arrived at the suburbs. Soon, the car got off the national highway and came to a path in the forest. Yi-jun looked at the road. There were huge plane trees planted on both sides of the road, and he could hear the sound of birds singing from time to time. The road is extremely wide and paved with thick tarmac. The vehicle drives extremely smoothly and comfortably on it. It would be a pleasure to drive a little further here. Your roads in Kyoto are well built. Yi-jun looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and chatted with Xiao Chong. Oh, this was built with the chief family's own money. If a road is built on this scale, the country will suffer huge losses. Xiao Chong said this without much concern. We'll be near the chief family's old house in a little while. Get the invitations ready, brother. Yi-jun responded by taking out a gold-plated invitation from his pocket. Today is my father, Yi Tianyo's 80th birthday. Especially invites it Master Yiyun. Seeing the title on the invitation, Yi-jun broke into a cold sweat. Chi-ying really wanted to raise her own status and did not miss any details. Soon, the car stopped. We're here, go sign in, bro. Yi-jun got out of the car and looked around. This area is at the foot of a mountain and is surrounded by a large area of vegetation. There is a villa next to the winding mountain road leading up the mountain, and there are checkpoints on the road leading up the mountain. At this time, there were still many people in formal attire welcoming guests in the open space in front of the villa. Is this the chief family's old house? Yi-jun looked at Xiao Chong with a hint of doubt. This villa was indeed magnificent. Hee hee. Xiao Chong suddenly chuckled and looked at Yi-jun with mysterious eyes. This can be considered the chief family's old house. What do you mean? Yi-jun no longer wanted to make random guesses and get slapped in the face. The wealth of the chief family was beyond his imagination. Look at this mountain, bro. Xiao Chong pointed to the mountain in front of him, and Yi-jun followed Xiao Chong's instructions and looked over there. The mountain is towering into the clouds, with lush vegetation, and you can hear the chirping of birds from time to time. Some buildings can be vaguely seen among the lush green, hidden in the fog, and cannot be seen clearly, like a dream. At the top, there is a tall tower that reaches into the sky, majestic and extraordinary. Compared with the several famous mountains Yi-jun has visited, this one is also very impressive. What's wrong with this mountain? Could it be? Yi-jun was just about to say, is this old house on a mountain? Xiao Chong spoke before him. From this mountain as the center, the area within a radius of 30 miles belongs to the chief family's old house. When Yi-jun heard this, he almost choked himself. This was too exaggerated. In ancient times, with such a large piece of land, wouldn't the goal be to occupy the mountain and become the king? Xiao Chong stared at the tall tower and continued to introduce it to Yi-jun with a serious expression on his face. The ancestors of the chief family were hereditary princes in the previous dynasty, and this mountain was their fiefdom in Kyoto. Although it was later owned by the state, the chief family still managed to secure the property rights for this piece of land. The old house covers an area of 268 square kilometers, most of which has been transformed into a circular forest, and part of the park is open to Kyoto citizens, but is not open to the public within 10 miles of this mountain. The chief family members all have their own residences here. The closer to this mountain, the higher the status. This mountain is called Chichen Mountain, and that tower is Qixing Tower. Yi-jun looked at the mountain in front of him and listened to Xiao Chong's words, and was a little stunned. He silently calculated in his mind that this place was in the suburbs of Kyoto. According to Kyoto's housing prices, 1 square meter was 100,000. This gave him a deeper understanding of these 268 square kilometers. For a moment, Yi-jun couldn't find an accurate adjective to describe his feelings. Chapter 62. Brother, you are such a talent. Awesome. Yi-jun still uttered 2 words, simple and unpretentious, but also the most practical 2 words. Ha ha ha. Bro, you're so funny. Xiao Chong was seriously introducing the history and old house of the chief family, but was suddenly thrown off by Yi-jun's 2 words. Let's go and sign in first. With a place like this, the chief family won't have to worry about ghosts. Yi-jun just looked around. Apart from the people registered at the villa, there were basically no other people living in the suburbs. The mountain is so big that even if every woman in the chief family were a high-yielding sow, they could not fill up even 1,000th of it. Hee. Xiao Chong smiled but did not answer. Although he had the same idea, he didn't know how to say it. As they were talking, Xiao Chong brought Yi-jun to the sign-in area in front of the villa. There are quite a few people here checking in, and their attire and demeanor are not ordinary. The receptionist here took the guest's invitation with both hands and used the equipment next to him to check the authenticity of the invitation. After confirmation, check the identity of the visitor and the number of accompanying persons, enter the vehicle information, and enter it into the system for registration. Mr. Gu, we have registered you here. You and your wife are a total of 2 people, and your vehicle is a Lamborghini X21. You're allowed to pass through Chitian Mountain for 1 day. Please note that you must leave Chitian Mountain before 12 o'clock tomorrow. Finally, you are welcome to attend Mr. Chitianyo's 80th birthday celebration. The staff registered Mr. Gu's information and explained the process to him. It seemed as if he was not coming to visit, but to visit the prison. But Mr. Gu was not angry. Instead, he thanked the guest very politely and took back the invitation. He left the registration site happily with a beautiful woman beside him. Yi-jun, who was standing by, saw this process, frowned slightly, and asked Xiao Chong next to him, "What is this access authority?" It is understandable that cars are given half-access privileges after passing through checkpoints, but it seems a bit strange to grant people privileges on such a huge mountain. Xiao Chong explained, Chitian Mountain is equipped with the world's most advanced sky eye system. Even a fallen leaf will not escape monitoring. The authority here is to enter the face into the system so that the system can recognize it and avoid being cleared by Tianshan Mountain's defense system. Defense system? Clearing? There's also this thing. Yi-jun just thought that this was a haunted incident in a deserted mountain, but he didn't expect it to be a future science fiction world. Okay, brother, don't ask me anymore. I signed a confidentiality agreement. Xiao Chong smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was also very secretive about this defense system. Anyway, don't go into Tianshan Mountain without permission. Seeing Xiao Chong's serious expression, Yi-jun nodded slightly and stopped asking questions. Where did this bumpkin come from? He doesn't even know about Tianqing Mountain, and yet he rushes here to cheat people. While Yi-jun and the other man were talking, a person beside them suddenly spoke. It seemed that this person had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Yi-jun looked at the person who came. He was short and dressed in formal clothes, looking very funny. There was a girl beside him, holding his hand, just like a mother taking care of her child. Zhang Yuka. Age, 42. Height, 149 cm. Weight, 50 kg. Evaluation. The CEO of Kyoto Lala Real Estate. A bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Likes to be in the limelight. Is mean and is good at flattery. Secret things. Sexually transmitted diseases. See details. Drug addiction. See details. No, I don't want to see it. Yi-jun saw the secret and closed the panel speechlessly. Looking at the lower body of the short man in front of her, there was a hint of deep disgust in her eyes, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Who the hell are you calling a bumpkin? Apologize to my brother. When Xiao Chong saw this guy who suddenly came to pick a fight, he was furious. There's a reason why he dares to be so tough. Most of the people who register here are people of low status and position. With the ability of his boss, he can easily solve the problem. Whether it was at the instruction of his boss or because of the past few days of interaction between himself and Yi-jun, Xiao Chong decided to teach this shorty a lesson. Haha, brother, why are you so anxious? Are there any people who come to Chitian Mountain who don't know the rules of Chitian Mountain? Zhang Yuka was quite calm and spoke slowly and calmly. Everyone who is well-known should know about Chitianshan. This young country bumpkin, who I don't know where he came from, doesn't even have his common sense. If I can't ridicule others, how can I deserve the title of troublemaker? Oh, you look like a dwarf. Your head and face are almost shrunk. Who sent you the invitation? Xiao Chong responded sarcastically, with no intention of letting this man go. You are so brave. Don't be afraid to tell me this. This is a post sent to me by Master Qi Ming, the 5th son of the Qi family. Zhang Yuka said this with a bit of complacency. When some people around heard Qi Ming's name, they couldn't help but look over at him. These gazes are mixed with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Posts made by different people will lead to different arrangements of the birthday party. This is not just a birthday party, but also a gathering about political rights. This invitation, sent by the eldest son, is more important than almost anyone else here. At this time, the eyes looking at Yi-jun and the other person were a little strange, and even the staff looked at them with strange eyes. Serving according to the dish is the usual style of servants in big families. If they were young Master Qi Ming's guests, they could just be sent away if they had no background. Zhang Yuka enjoyed everyone's gazes, looking at Yi Jun and the others with a defiant expression, and suddenly lowered his voice so that only a few people could hear him, and said, "Why? You don't want to show me the invitation that bastard gave you?" Xiao Chang's originally relatively calm gaze suddenly went out of control, and he was about to attack in a rage. But Yi Jun pulled him back hard, and when he met Yi Jun's gloomy gaze, he just shook his head slightly. Xiao Chang's anger subsided. He looked around and whispered, "Sorry, I was careless. It's nothing, just a clown." Yi Jun said indifferently and took a step forward. But the look he gave Zhang Yuka was still full of disgust, and he suppressed the urge to kick this disgusting thing away. Zhang Yuka looked at Yi Jun with great pride, standing still. The reason why he dared to do this today, besides being driven by his personality, was also because he wanted to please Qi Ming. He recognized at a glance that Xiao Chang was Qi Ying's confidant, who had been waiting here since early morning to provoke him. If Xiao Chang takes action, Qi Ying will definitely be in trouble today, and he will also be able to please Qi Ming. But if I don't take action, I will lose face for Qi Ying. Zhang Yuka laughed out loud as his plan went awry. On this side, Yi Jun whispered to Xiao Chang several times. Xiao Chang's expression became strange, and he stared at Yi Jun. "Brother, you are such a talent." Chapter 63. The Big Man Appears. "Okay, I'll leave it to you, bro." Yi Jun patted Xiao Chang on the shoulder and stepped back. Xiao Chang looked at Yi Jun with a wry smile. "This is such a good thing. Why don't you take it? If your kung fu is not good enough, leave it to brother Xiao, who practices both Buddhism and Taoism." Yi Jun had already stepped back 10 steps at this time, looking at Xiao Chang with a smile. "Come on, I am destined to do this kind of dirty and tiring work." Xiao Chang loosened his wrist and walked towards Zhang Yuka. "What do you want to do? I'm telling you, nothing good will come of this if you take action here today." Zhang Yuka looked at Xiao Chang, who was walking towards him step by step. He looked flustered on the surface, but he was actually secretly happy in his heart. He would get beaten up, and someone would surely come to stop him, so he could win the favor of young Master Qi Ming. He seemed to have seen himself rising to fame overnight. But the intelligence provided said that Xiao Chang was an irritable person. But why didn't he look angry at this moment? It is a kind of disgust, nausea, and disgust like seeing a pile of dog shit. But before Zhang Yuka could think about it, Xiao Chang had already appeared in front of him. "Sir, I see your pants are not worn properly. Let me help you fix them." Xiao Chang's voice was not loud, but everyone nearby who should have heard it. "What's going on here? Two grown men. What are you doing with your pants in broad daylight? Are all of you so good at playing?" Everyone looked at the scene in confusion. Only Zhang Yuka and the girl beside him looked as if they were struck by lightning. The girl seemed to have thought of something disgusting. She broke free from Zhang Yuka's hand, walked to the side, and covered her chest. Zhang Yuka, however, held onto his pants tightly and shouted, "Security! Security! Someone is coming!" The security guards around were rushing over here to ask questions. But in the end, he was not faster than Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang lifted Zhang Yuka, who was 1.9 meters tall, to 1.4 meters like a little chicken. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuka's lower body was no longer covered. An unbearable stench came out. He pressed a point on the back of his spine with his finger, then left him and quickly walked away from this smelly man. The security guard was forced back by the stench before he could get close. The crowd around was suddenly in an uproar. The person who had looked so bright and beautiful just now suddenly turned into a stink bug. The women covered their eyes one after another, while the men present watched with interest. Even people with strong mental qualities cannot withstand this visual and olfactory impact. Damn it, Yi Jun, I'm going to beat you to death." Xiao Chang rushed to Yi Jun angrily and complained madly. Yi Jun dodged his hand that was about to hit him. "Well, go wash up." Yi Jun said this a little angrily. He had thought about feeling disgusted, but he didn't expect it to be so disgusting. Fortunately, Xiao Chang took action. "Fuck, what the hell is this? This is a serious disease, my god. It's so rotten that you don't even go to see a doctor." The security guard at least had some professionalism and found something to cover Zhang Yuka. But they found that Zhang Yuka's condition was not right. His eyes looked crazy, his whole body was twitching, and he was foaming at the mouth. He kept reaching out to the security guard, muttering, "Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me." As he said this, he stood up and fought with the security guard. But the Qi family security guard was 1 in a million, and he subdued him in just 2 or 3 moves. "What is this? Did someone take off your pants and you went crazy?" "I don't think so. It looks more like he's having an epileptic seizure. You guys take him down to deal with it. What kind of guest did fifth young Master Chi invite? Xiao Chong stood up at this time. He had not yet washed his hands. He wanted to deal with the person at this moment. This epileptic seizure is also his method. Epilepsy can be caused by stimulating the acupoints of the human body. The acupoints he hit stimulated the needs of the cerebral cortex and triggered his epilepsy. At this moment, Zhang Yuka was no longer as arrogant as before. He was emitting a foul odor, foaming at the mouth, and twitching continuously. With this thing around, people around forgot to blame Xiao Chong, and some even thanked him for exposing this dirty thing. If they happened to have dinner at the same table with him, wouldn't they be in big trouble? Security, please get rid of this thing quickly. Isn't it disgusting? That's right. Why would the Chi family hire such a person? What if he infects others? What are you still standing there for? Get rid of it. What a disgusting thing. At this time, an old man came out to take charge of the situation. The staff, who had been looking at each other in confusion, seemed to have found a backbone when they saw the old man. The old man had gray hair, but it was meticulously groomed. He wore a black suit, white gloves, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking steady and reliable. But at this moment, he covered his breath with his hands, looked at the security officer with disgust, and directed him from a distance. Several security guards suppressed their nausea and carried Zhang Yuka, who was already suffering from epilepsy, away. As for the girl who was traveling with Zhang Yuka, when she saw Zhang Yuka's disgusting lower body, she seemed to have thought of something disgusting and had already fainted from vomiting. She was also taken away. After Zhang Yuka was dealt with, the scene became a little quieter. But these people were already impatient to leave this place and go up the mountain, and they also had some opinions about young Master Qi Ming, who invited this disgusting thing. The old man was directing how to deal with the matter, and his dark gaze fell on Yi Jun and the others. Yi Jun looked relaxed and natural, but Xiao Chong had a wry smile on his face. Uncle Wan, why are you here at the foot of the mountain to take charge of the situation? Xiao Chong asked the old man with a hint of respect. Okay, Aqian, you kid, if you don't cause trouble for a day, you're afraid that my old bones will not fall apart, right? The old man looked at Xiao Chong, and a hint of smile appeared in his originally cold eyes. Huh, didn't I just help this gentleman tidy up his clothes? How can something like this enter Mount Qitian? Uncle Wan, do you think this makes sense? Xiao Chong scratched his head and said with a silly smile. The old man thought of what had just happened and waved his hand suddenly, interrupting Xiao Chong from speaking. Okay, bring the young lady here to register first. Remember to be quiet today. The old man no longer mentioned that matter, but instead cast his gaze on Yi Jun and looked at him carefully with a hint of kindness. Uncle Wan is one of the supervisors of the old house and is Mrs. Man. Xiao Chong whispered in Yi Jun's ear. Yi Jun nodded slightly and smiled back at Mr. Wan. The two of them came to the registration office and handed in the invitation. Seeing the old man's attitude, the staff became more respectful to Yi Jun and the others. After taking the invitation, he began to check it. After a while, the staff looked at Yi Jun with some surprise. Yi Jun frowned slightly. But is there a problem? Chapter 64. Invited by Master Chi-san. Looking at the subordinates who suddenly came to him, Mr. Wan scolded them in a majestic voice. The staff member shook his head and whispered something to Mr. Wan. Then he took the invitation with a serious look. The beautifully bound black and gold invitation card, with real gold plating and inlaid gems alone, would be worth several years' income for an ordinary family. The moment he received it, the astute Mr. Wan knew that this was not a counterfeit invitation. Of course, this was an idea prompted by his profession, and he had never thought that Yi Jun would use a fake invitation. But when I looked at the content of the invitation, my father, Chiguigang, Mr. Wan's expression froze a little. Chiguigang, the third son of Qi Tianyu, Minister of State Security, the pillar of the Qi family, a man who could shake the entire Kyoto city with just one stomp of his foot. He originally thought that this post was from Qi Ying to Yi Jun, but he never expected that it was an invitation from this big shot. Although Qi Ying and Qi Guogang have a very good relationship, there are certain rules for whom to send the invitation to at the old man's birthday party. Whoever invites the guests also represents his own reputation. Qi Ying is not the kind of person who would ask Qi Guogang to post a message just to raise Yi Jun's value. Then there is only one possibility. That is, Qi Guogang is interested in this guy named Yi Jun. Who on earth is Yi Jun who could arouse the interest of such a big shot? Elder One suppressed his doubts and looked at Yi Jun and the others again with a dim gaze. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the post that the ladies sent? Xiao Chong was puzzled. The invitation was delivered directly to Yi Jun in the afternoon after he had dinner with Qi Ying that day. He didn't go to see it and still thought it was a post from Qi Ying. Yi Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and flipped through the post on the way here. He also knew that it was a post that had just been posted by Qi State. But it was during the confrontation with Zhang Yuka just now that I realized that the posts from different people have different weights here. This cannot be blamed on him. After all, a few months ago, he was just an ordinary worker. How could I understand the rules of this wealthy family? Mr. Wan looked over and waved to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong walked over puzzled and looked at Mr. Wan. Mr. Wan smiled dimly at Xiao Chong, then handed him the invitation and patted him on the head. Mr. Wan, what are you doing? Xiao Chong reacted very quickly and dodged it in an instant. What are you going to do, kid? I wonder if Miss will skin you alive when she gets home. Mr. Wan snorted coldly, but did not show much anger as he scolded Xiao Chong. What's wrong? Look for yourself. General Wan handed the invitation to Xiao Chong, who opened it with a puzzled look on his face. After a moment, Xiao Chong's expression froze. Looking at Yi Jun with resentful eyes, Yi Jun was also very confused. Brother, why didn't you tell me? Was it Master Qi San who sent you the message? Seeing Xiao Chong's resentful expression, Yi Jun forgave him for a moment and said with some hesitation, I just checked it out when I got in the car. Oh, you've got me in trouble, brother. Does this have any impact? Yi Jun was about to ask, but at this time, Xiao Chong's phone rang. When Xiao Chong saw the call, his face frowned even more. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the call. Chong, what are you doing? Uncle San's private plane has arrived at your hotel's airport. Where did you take Mr. Yi? It was Qi Ying's voice, with a hint of anxiety and anger. Well, miss, let me explain. Yi Jun watched Xiao Chong bow and nod in front of a mobile phone, and finally ended the conversation after a while. What happens? Yi Jun looked at Xiao Chong with a smile, and Xiao Chong was about to speak with his head down. An old voice sounded nearby. The guests at the birthday banquet at the foot of the mountain are all celebrities invited by the third generation of the Qi family. As Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest invited by the third Master Qi, he will be picked up by a special plane. And the venue for the birthday banquet will also be different. After Mr. Wan finished speaking, Xiao Chong nodded dejectedly in agreement. Mr. Wan's voice was not loud, and he did not avoid people. When his words fell into the ears of the people around him, the registration place suddenly became extremely lively. Oh my God, I didn't realize that this young man was invited by Master Qi San. Who is he? At such a young age, he shouldn't be an official. I'm afraid he must be the second generation of a wealthy family. A strong family background? You are talking about family background with the Qi family? Even if he is the son of the Jade Emperor, it is not Mr. Qi's turn to invite him. Then I don't know. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Jun. He was tall and handsome, and his clothes were also quite tasteful, but there were a lot of people with the same appearance and dress in Kyoto. Even though Yi Jun was wearing the world's top luxury couture, to some people at the scene, it was just everyday wear. Why would such an ordinary young man allow Mr. Qi San to send him a message? In everyone's eyes, Yi Jun has been shrouded in a layer of mystery. Yi Jun didn't care much about the gazes of the crowd. He just didn't expect that the invitation was so valuable. If he missed this opportunity, it might delay Qi Ying's arrangements. Yi Jun, who was trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful, had never thought about this. Since Qi Ying had invited him to support her, he must do his best. So what do we do now? Yi Jun asked slowly. Let's go up now. The lady will arrange someone to take us to the main venue. A glimmer of light finally appeared on Xiao Chong's gloomy face. That's all there is to it. Yi Jun nodded in agreement. Then please trouble Master Wan to grant us the permission first. Yi Jun turned around and said to Mr. Wan, Haha, Brother Yi, what authority do you need to hold this invitation? I have already arranged it for you. Mr. Wan smiled and shook his head, explaining to Yi Jun. Thank you very much. After saying that, Yi Jun took Xiao Chong and left the registration venue. Sitting in the business car again, Xiao Chong drove the vehicle steadily into the mountain road. Next to the checkpoint leading into the mountain, there are several teams of people standing guard. Vehicles drive in and are recognized and passed by the sky system. A team of escorts in front of the checkpoint saluted and greeted the vehicle. Yi Jun looked at the things on these people's waists. I thought if this recognition fails, then what will happen? We drove into the mountain road. Although the mountain was steep, the road was unusually wide. There were high guardrails on both sides, and the road was paved with thick asphalt. On the side close to the forest, there is a protective net, an extremely tight protective net. What is the purpose of this net? Yi Jun thinks this design is a bit redundant. But he didn't wait for the question. He saw a gorgeous yellow and black fur, and an extremely majestic tiger stomped slowly towards the protective net. Oh! A roar filled with the majesty of the king of beasts spread throughout the entire forest. Chapter 65, Tropical Rainforest. Following a tiger roar, bursts of bird calls were heard. Colorful birds flew out from the woods, chirping nonstop. For a moment, the quiet mountain road became lively. At this moment, Yi Jun finally understood why such a high and dense protective net was set up. Going all the way up, Yi Jun discovered that the mountain was divided into many sections where different animals were raised. Lions, pandas, black bears, macaques. They're divided into different areas, each of which has different enrichment facilities and restores the original environment. They all look full of energy and seem wild and hard to train. Xiao Chong was driving slowly, and Yi Jun just kept looking at him along the way. Yi Jun's face was infected by the environment here, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The last time he visited the zoo was when he was in elementary school. This time, when he saw these animals again, he couldn't help but feel a sense of returning to nature. Haha, everyone in Kyoto says that Kyoto Safari Park is the largest safari park in China, but the real safari park is right here. Xiao Chong looked at Yi Jun with great interest and introduced him with a hint of pride. The number and variety of animals here are among the best in the world. What you see is only a small part. I'll take you around when I have time. That's fine. Yi Jun agreed without hesitation. As the vehicle drove on, we had passed the wildlife park. But what happened next made Yi Jun even more dazzled. Botanical gardens, hot springs, sports halls, golf courses. Such a huge mountain. Not to mention its own value. The cost of its development facilities alone is an astonishing figure. Just now I was secretly saying that this place is desolate. But with so many entertainment facilities, anyone would probably be reluctant to leave. It took us half an hour to drive up the mountain to reach the halfway point of Mount Chitian. There's a large open space and a magnificent building. There were many luxury cars parked on the open space, as well as a small number of private planes. The parking lot for luxury cars is large, but still not as big as a private airport. But even so, there is still a lot of vacant space in this area. At this time, there were still many luxury cars parked, and there were planes in the sky preparing to land. There were many people busy at the scene, wearing the same uniforms as the staff at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chong drove the car into the parking lot, and a staff member immediately came up to guide him a park. After parking the car, the staff came over to guide them to their seats. Although this is a vacant lot, many flowers and plants are planted here, and paths have been built, so it doesn't look so desolate. The waiter led the way in front of Yi Jun, and Xiao Chong stood slightly behind Yi Jun, lowered his head slightly, and followed Yi Jun with an obedient look. After a short while, they arrived at this magnificent building. Yi Jun took a closer look and found that this was not a traditional Chinese palace building. Rather, it is a hybrid building with some Buddhist elements in it. For example, typical Buddhist elements such as the Eight Immortals, lotus, Bodhi, and prayer wheels are depicted on the pillars. Everything is covered with gold paint, and every detail is golden and spotless. The first thing Yi Jun thought of when he saw this building was not luxury. Rather, it's exaggerated. Because some of the stylistic elements are indiscriminate, these sculptures and decorations are all Buddhist, there is no doubt about it. However, Buddhism is also divided into different sections. For example, Asen Buddhism and Tibetan Buddhism have considerable conflicts in doctrines and elements. If you are a devout Buddhist, it is impossible to believe in both. However, this building, a mixture of so many different Buddhist elements, is really too weird. Today this place is being used to celebrate Mr. Chi's birthday. According to Chi Ying, Mr. Chi is a big fan of Buddhist teachings and even believes in Buddhism. The people below must choose the place according to the old man's preferences. Could it be that Mr. Chi likes a place with such a weird architectural style? Yi Jun thought about it secretly, but couldn't come to any conclusion. He just had a feeling that this matter was a little strange. I looked up and saw the plaque with 3 large gold-plated characters. Sushin Hall. When Yi Jun saw the name, he frowned slightly, but said nothing and followed the waiter into Sushin Hall. After a while, they arrived at the main hall on the first floor. The hall was extremely large. There is a high platform in the middle, which has been properly decorated and covered with red carpet. In the middle, there is a large mahogany chair. Behind it is a red wall covered with red ribbons. And in the middle of the wall, there is a big character show. Going down the platform, there are banquets distributed in sequence. After a rough count, there were nearly 100 tables, which barely took up most of the hall, with a lot of open space left. There are many staff members patrolling between each table. Especially near the tables near the middle platform, there are individual guards guarding them. "Sir, please show me your invitation, and I will arrange a seat for you." Yi-jun took out the invitation, and the waiter took it with both hands. "I'm sorry, sir. Your invitation is too high-end. I can't arrange it for you." After looking at it for a moment, the waiter handed back the invitation and said apologetically, "It's okay. You're not needed here. Go ahead." Xiao Chong, who was standing by, sent the waiter away and said to Yi-jun, "The person that the lady arranged to pick you up will be here soon. The lady has something to tell me, so please wait here for a while." "Okay, you go first." Yi-jun didn't mind this question at all. He sat in a seat aside for a while, waiting for someone to pick him up. "Where are you from? You are so uneducated. Why are you sitting in my seat?" Yi-jun lowered his head and played Candy Crush on his phone when he suddenly heard a scolding coming from beside him. When I looked up, I saw a woman with heavy makeup, a fancy dress, 2 exaggerated earrings, and an LV bag. After all, she is a woman, so Yi-jun doesn't intend to bother with her. Then he stood up and said politely, "I'm really sorry, miss. I'm waiting for someone here, and I'm taking up your seat." After saying this, the woman's expression, which was not very good to begin with, became even more out of control. Yi-jun didn't know what he had said wrong for a moment. The woman pointed at Yi-jun and started to curse. "Miss, who are you calling a lady? I think you're a gigolo." Yi-jun was speechless and silently opened the system. Zhang Yu. Age, 27. Height, 155 cm. Weight, 55 kg. 3D, 97, 60, 94. Appearance, 35. Experience, 3,693. Rating, 20. Secret things, peripheral women on top, detailed view. Dongguan past, detailed view. Sexual addiction, detailed view. Yi-jun looked at the string of data and wanted to hold up his chin to prevent it from falling. But he still couldn't control his somewhat stunned expression. When he came to his senses, the woman had already thrown herself into a man's arms and started crying. "Hubby, this is the guy who took my place and scolded me." After listening to the woman's crying, the man glared at Yi-jun. However, Yi-jun looked at his sparsely haired head with pity. "Although I have little hair, it is enough to open a tropical rainforest." Chapter 66, Secret Matter, Silencing Witnesses. "Where are you from, kid? Apologize to my wife." The middle-aged bald man spoke to Yi-jun viciously. "If it wasn't Mr. Chi's birthday party today, I would have cut you to pieces long ago." The man's tone inadvertently took on a murderous tone. And Zhang Yu turned his head his man's arms and smiled proudly at Yi-jun. "When I was a prostitute, I was not a good-tempered person. If anyone offended me, I would find ways to retaliate. When their peers took away their business, they would go find sick clients to have sex with or pierce holes in the condoms they used. I was lucky enough to get married to this husband, who is rich and powerful, but his life is terrible. I thought I was living a life of luxury, but this ungrateful thing actually dared to call me miss. But if you look closely, this guy is quite handsome. If he can come." Zhang Yu thought of something, and his gaze towards Yi-jun changed from resentment to naked desire, and his scarlet tongue licked his lips inadvertently. Yi-jun accidentally met Zhang Yu's eyes and almost shuddered. "I encountered all kinds of weird things today. Your circle is so chaotic." Yi-jun sighed inwardly. But this woman still has to deal with herself. Yi-jun changed his expression and said to the man in a relaxed manner, "Brother, you misunderstood." "What did I misunderstand? Could it be that my wife could tell a lie?" The man was still glaring at him, but his hostility was not as strong as before. He was somewhat curious about how the young man was going to argue. "I just said a few words to this beautiful lady because I thought she looked familiar. You said I scolded her. That's absolutely not the case." Yi-jun shook his head repeatedly, denying the woman's slander against him. "Bah, what nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think looks familiar?" Zhang Yu raised his head proudly, thinking that Yi-jun was trying to get close to him. "Well, let me think about it. 2 years ago, I went to Haitian feast with a brother named Zhang Shuai, the young master of Huatian construction. I think I saw you on a yacht. At that time, you were called Big White Rabbit." What a bullshit feast. What white rabbit. I just graduated from Yojin University in the United States 2 years ago. Husband, smash his mouth. When Zhang Yu heard Yi Jun reveal her past, he became upset. His proud expression turned into a crazy one, and he wanted to tear the man in front of him to pieces. 2 years ago, I was introduced to work as a lady at Haitian Shengyan, and I had an exciting relationship with Zhang Shuai, a man from Kyoto. I call myself Dubai too, and this stage name was chosen on the spot during those few days. During those days, many people were having a good time and were crazy about Dubai too. But the only thing she didn't remember was Yi Jun. With such outstanding looks, if it were me 2 years ago, I would have definitely gotten her. There is no way I would not have remembered her. Husband, what are you waiting for? What nonsense did you hear this man say? Zhang Yu pushed the middle-aged man, but the middle-aged man remained unmoved. Instead, he glanced at her quietly. For a moment, Zhang Yu almost thought that her husband had discovered something. But the next second, the middle-aged man said, "Young man, don't talk nonsense. My wife graduated from a prestigious university. She was still studying 2 years ago." "Really? Then maybe I made a mistake. But you also know this handsome guy, so you can confer it with him when you have time." Yi Jun spread his hands and laughed. "I have something to do, so I'll leave now." "Don't leave. Explain yourself clearly. Explain to my husband." Zhang Yu wanted to grab Yi Jun like crazy, but before she could succeed, her man slapped her hard in the face. "If you don't want to die, just be quiet. I'll deal with you when I get back, you bitch." Zhang Yu was stunned by the slap. How could she not have thought that such words would be believed by her husband? All her years of hard work were ruined. And he didn't notice that his man's hands were also shaking slightly. Looking at the two of them, Yi Jun couldn't help but sigh at the magic of fate. In his look into the private affairs of men, murder to silence witnesses, detailed view. This person dismembered and killed the young master of Huatian construction due to a business dispute. A man who had had an affair with his wife ended up dying in his own hands. The middle-aged man was also in a state of confusion at this time. When Yi Jun mentioned the name Zhang Shuai, the middle-aged man believed 80% of what he said. When he finally pointed out that he knew Zhang Shuai, he was no longer thinking about his wife, but was wondering whether his affairs had been discovered by this person. But this man never targeted him, but wanted to get rid of his wife who provoked him. As for this wife, if it is true as the young man said, that a prostitute pretended to be a college student to marry him, then send her to meet her old lover, Yi Jun didn't think too much and walked towards the beautiful figure walking towards him. Why did Miss Qi come to pick me up in person? Yi Jun took a quick look at Qi Ying's outfit today. Her jet black hair was pulled straight down behind her, revealing a smooth and full forehead. Her pretty face was delicately made up, with picturesque eyebrows, a straight nose, and thin cherry lips painted with a light pink lipstick color. She has less toughness of a strong woman and more tenderness of a girl. She was wearing a black gauze long dress, dotted with tiny diamonds, which sparkled brightly, showing off her proud curves and contrasting with her skin as white as ice and snow and as cold as jade. Qi Ying was obviously in a very good mood, and said with a little smile, "It was my negligence that caused trouble to Mr. Yi, and I deserve this trip." "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Qi. Mr. Yi, please stop being polite to me. You're my third uncle's guest now. I cannot accept your courtesy." Qi Ying's smile continued, and her tone became less cold and more natural. "Oh, I haven't even spoken to Mr. Qi-san yet. How come I'm his guest?" Yi Jun asked with a little confusion. "You'll know when you see my third uncle. I'll take you to the table first." Qi Ying didn't plan to say more, and took Yi Jun to the tables closer to the main venue. The aisle leading to the main stadium was quite wide, enough for a car to pass through. The venue was also covered with a red carpet. Yi Jun and Qi Ying walked side by side. For a moment, many eyes fell on them. "Did you invite any celebrities to come and walk the runway today? The old man knows how to have fun." "What celebrity?" "That girl is Mr. Qi's daughter." "What about the man?" "A lover." "Have no idea. I don't know him." But handsome men and beautiful women are always eye-catching wherever they are, and the two of them attracted a lot of attention as they walked along. Feeling the gazes of the people around them, Yi Jun and Qi Ying didn't feel anything special. Qi Ying was the first to make a joke. "Mr. Yi is dressed so handsomely today. I wonder how many ladies here will be impressed by him." "Miss Qi, you are dressed like this, and the men here will go crazy." Yi Jun entered into an awkward business praising mode. "Haha, we've known each other for such a long time. Mr. Yi, you could just call me by my name." Qi Ying gave a short laugh and brought up another topic. "You can too, Qi Ying." Yi Jun was slightly stunned, then understood what Qi Ying meant. She wanted to develop a relationship with Yi Jun from a cooperative one to a friendship. No matter how sincere she was, Yi Jun would not lose face for her. Yi Jun, I'll leave it to you later. Hearing Yi Jun's name, Qi Ying felt relieved. For Yi Jun, several things that happened recently made her change her mind about using this person for her own benefit. Instead, she changed her strategy and made friends with him first. As they spoke, the two of them smiled at each other, as if they had telepathic connection. Chapter 67. The first person in the Qi family. Xiaojing, why does the young man next to Ying look unfamiliar? An old man with a gaunt face, sitting at the main table, narrowed his eyes, trying to see clearly the young man that Qi Ying brought over. But in the end, he shook his head helplessly and asked Qi Guogang, who was standing next to him, in a gentle voice. Qi Guogang, who had a resolute and dignified appearance, seemed unusually docile next to the old man, and even spoke softly. That's the treasure appraiser Xiao Ying invited back specially for you. Oh, it's rare that Ying is so thoughtful. When Mr. Qi heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he didn't ask any more questions. The so-called treasure appraiser, countless people pass by him every year, but unfortunately, only a few of them can catch his eye. However, he felt a little relieved that his granddaughter, whom he had high hopes for, had this intention. But it was just a slight touch. If today was not the old man's birthday, which made him feel a little touched, his heart, which had already been as hard as steel, would not have had a single crack. As soon as Mr. Qi opened his mouth, everyone's attention at the table was focused on Yi Jun and Qi Ying. If you pick any one of the people sitting at this table, their backgrounds and experiences would be terrifying enough. Even a figure like Uncle Qi San could only serve by the side because of their seniority. Coincidentally, there were two people here whom Yi Jun had seen before. One of them was Mr. Lan, whom I had met once at Tianlai-ju. One is Lu Feng, who thought he had intercepted Yi Jun in the antique street, but was tricked. At this time, Lu Feng recognized Yi Jun seeing him and Qi Ying walking towards him so closely, he subconsciously wanted to make things difficult for the two of them. Third brother, I recognize this boy Qi Ying brought here. Lu Feng looked at Yi Jun, pondered for a moment, and then spoke to Qi Guogang. Qi Guogang frowned slightly. The reason why Lu Feng could sit here was because he was an old friend of the old man. He gave his granddaughter to his fifth brother as a consort. If it weren't for this relationship, he wouldn't even be qualified to stand here based on his personal background. Qi Guogang looked down on this old man. But due to the old man's face, Qi Guogang still responded calmly. Really? I wonder if Master Yi can catch the eye of Master Lu. As soon as Qi Guo opened his mouth, he directly elevated Yi Jun's status. Lu Feng was speechless for a moment, but he still managed to speak. This young man is not bad. I met him in the antique street that day. Unfortunately, he missed a rare item, and in the end, it was sold to me. Strange thing, everyone present was a little curious. Although Lu Feng was barely able to sit at the table, his treasure appraisal skills were impeccable. Anything that he could describe as a wonder must be extraordinary. Even the old man of the Qi family cast a cold look at Lu Feng. Lu Feng was very proud and enjoyed everyone's inquiring eyes. But when he saw Mr. Qi's eyes on him, he didn't dare to show off and quickly said, "Let me keep it a secret for now. This is a good thing that Qi Ming dragged me to. When I present the treasure later, everyone will see the result." After hearing this, everyone stopped asking questions and looked at Mr. Qi with a hint of envy. Such a rare item was actually just a part of the birthday gift. Old Master Qi didn't say much. He took a sip of tea and put it down before it reached his lips. Uncle Qi picked up the old man's tea bowl and handed it to the servant beside him. After changing the bowl of tea, Mr. Qi took a sip slowly. I say, you're still so picky after all these years. You only drink 3 sips of this top-grade Bilyuakun, and then you have to replace it with a new one. What a waste of such good tea. When Mr. Lan saw Mr. Qi's behavior, he couldn't help but make a joke. He and Grandpa Qi have worked together from that era to where they are today, and they are brothers who have been through life and death together. But their family backgrounds are completely different. Mr. Qi is the descendant of a prince from the previous dynasty, while Mr. Lan is just a peasant. This did not affect the relationship between the two at all, but instead, they often joked about it. Hearing what Elder Lan said, the smile on Elder Qi's face had a hint of truth. Could it be that you are like me, brewing good tea leaves 4 or 5 times, and in the end, it turns into boiling water? After the two old men joked around, Some people at the table laughed, while others remained silent. Lu Feng was extremely embarrassed. He wanted to wait for Mr. Qi to start praising Qi Ming, who knew that the old man just wanted to drink tea and ignored him completely. Lu Feng wanted to say something, but Uncle Qi was looking at him with the majesty of a superior, which made him dare not speak. Qi Ying brought Yi Jun to a few tables inside, which were still a long distance away from the table where Mr. Qi was sitting. She also didn't think that her grandfather would ask Yi Jun about the origin of the relic today, but she would not miss any opportunity to please the old man. After Qi Ying asked Yi Jun to sit down, she instructed, "Yi Jun, you can enjoy the banquet here. If necessary later, please help me. Of course, you go ahead and do your work." Yi Jun never thought that Qi Ying would sit here with him. She dressed up so beautifully today and even changed her style, all for one purpose: please the old man of the Qi family. Yi Jun looked at the group of people sitting in the middle of the venue. There was an old man sitting in the middle, wearing a bright red birthday robe, with a gaunt face and full of energy. He was sipping tea and arguing cheerfully with Mr. Lan, whom he had met last time, just like an ordinary old man. But the majesty that was revealed inadvertently made Yi Jun feel nervous. The system is turned on. Qi Tianyao. Age, 80. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 55 kg. Evaluation. The first person to revive the Qi family. A contemporary hero. Secrets. The mystery of life. See detail. Yi Jun quickly read through some of Qi Tianyou's information, and cold sweat broke out on his back. After seeing these materials, he realized that if he dared to leak some of the things he saw, he and even his family and friend would be killed. Curiosity kills the cat. You must keep your mouth shut. Old Master Qi over there seemed to have noticed Yi Jun's gaze and glanced at Yi Jun indifferently. Yi Jun lowered his head and played with his phone, not wanting to meet the old man's gaze. "Lao Qi, what are you looking at?" Old Lan noticed Qi Tianyou's actions. "I felt like something was watching me." Mr. Qi withdrew his gaze and took another sip of tea. "Today, everyone here is from the Qi family. Who dares to come and die?" Old Lan said disapprovingly that the person who wanted to kill the Qi family on Tianqing Mountain might not have been born yet. "Never mind. I'm old now. Maybe I'm just too suspicious." Mr. Qi's brows did not relax, and he took another sip of tea. Uncle Qi quickly took the tea away and waved to the servant to bring a new cup of tea. Mr. Qi waved his hand slightly. "No need. Let's get started." Chapter 68, The Birthday Banquet begins. After Mr. Qi finished speaking calmly, Qi Guigang gestured to the servants. After a while, all the staff in the venue began to take action. The banquet hall, which was originally brightly lit, gradually became dimmer, and the high platform in the middle became the brightest place in the whole venue. The large screen behind the stage projects the scene on the stage with blue light, allowing the guests at more than 100 tables to get a glimpse of the entire stage. Then an elegant middle-aged man walked onto the stage. He was wearing a finely tailored suit, had a good-looking face, and a gentle smile. He walked onto the stage gracefully. "First of all, I introduce myself. Dear soldiers, hello everyone. I am the master of ceremonies for today's birthday ceremony, Qiyu." The deep, magnetic voice immediately caught the ears of everyone present and directed their gazes to the podium. There was even a small commotion at the scene. From his position, Yi Jun could see the platform up close, and when he saw Qiyu, he was secretly surprised. To some extent, Qiyu is even more famous than the old man of the Qi family. This is a regular guest on a news program broadcast by major radio stations across the country at 7 o'clock every day. Yi Jun is a liberal arts graduate, and he watches a certain program frequently. He is so familiar with this person who appears on TV for a long time. This time, he suddenly appeared so close to me that it felt unreal. "Would you like to ask for an autograph?" Yi Jun secretly thought that his mother was a fan of this male host and always praised him for his handsome appearance and manliness. Obviously, there were quite a few people present who knew this male host, but they all remained calm. The name of this male host is also intriguing. It's not easy for Qiyu to get to this point from being a side branch of the Qi family. A middle-aged man sitting next to Yi Jun spoke to Yi Jun while talking to himself. This table was for the guests invited by Uncle Qi, saying there were only 6 or 7 people, all of them middle-aged people. After Yi Jun sat down, he nodded to the group of people, but did not communicate much. Firstly, this group of people were Uncle Qi's friends. All of them had prominent family backgrounds. Qi Ying hadn't introduced anyone to him, and he had no intention of trying to curry favor with them, so he could just nod and greet them. As for this group of smart people, although they were curious about Yi Jun's origins, they didn't want to speak rashly. However, this was a good opportunity. Anyone who could be invited by Chigua Gang as a guest must be extraordinary, and everyone at the table was secretly weighing this in their hearts. Seeing Yi Jun looking at Chi Yu on the stage with interest, a middle-aged man who obviously knew something about the Chi family began to introduce them. But it was obvious that Yi Jun had no habit of gossiping. He just smiled at her and didn't say anything. The middle-aged man was obviously a little embarrassed, but he quickly covered it up. Now that he had spoken, there was no reason for him to return empty-handed. You look unfamiliar, little brother. I wonder what your relationship is with Master Chi-san. The middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth and tried to get some information. Yi Yun fit deplaced. How could he know what kind of relationship he had with Master Chi-san? Originally, it was Chi Ying who sent him a message, so why did it become Master Chi-san? He was also wondering, but he didn't show it on his face. He straightened his expression and responded calmly. I've just arrived in Kyoto, and I've only met Mr. Chi-san once. The other people at the table seemed to be paying attention to the situation on the stage, but in fact they were listening to what was happening on Yi Jun's side. After Yi Jun said this, the expressions of several people became somewhat intriguing. Everyone looked at Yi Jun with a curious look. Why would someone who had met Mr. Chi-san once be sitting here? Yi Jun, what are you talking about with Uncle Wong? Before he finished speaking, a burst of cold fragrance came first. Yi Jun turned around and saw Chi Ying standing beside him. She had changed her clothes. She was wearing a dark red silk cheongsam with a lifelike flying phoenix embroidered in gold thread. The phoenix's feathers are made of thin gold foil, making it look dignified and noble. Chi Ying's hair was also tied into a phoenix bun, with a nine-tailed phoenix yubuyao inserted diagonally. Her eyes and brows were still cold, but with the new makeup she looked even more noble. At this time, she was holding a sandalwood box in her hand. She casually put the box aside and sat down next to Yi Jun. Isn't this Xiaoying? It's been a while since you and your uncle came to sit with me. When a middle-aged man saw Chi Ying, the smile on his face became a little warmer. The others all greeted Chi Ying. A rare smile appeared on Chi Ying's face, and he responded one by one, saying that these were all his third uncle's friends, and his career could not be built without their help. After a few pleasantries, the middle-aged man turned the topic to Yi Jun. I was just chatting with this little brother. Since you know Xiaoying, why don't you introduce her to everyone? As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Yu on the stage said, Now, please welcome our birthday boy Chi Tianyu, Mr. Chi. For a moment, there was thunderous applause in the banquet hall. The middle-aged man also stopped talking, looked at the stage, and started applauding. Chi Ying's hands kept clapping, but she continued with a mysterious smile on her face. Uncle Wong, don't be anxious. You will know who he is soon. Mr. Chi listened to the host's introduction and slowly walked up from the stage. Although he's already 80 years old, his posture is still upright. His face is gaunt, and his facial features are no longer youthful due to the erosion of time, but one can still vaguely see the charm of his youth, and his eyes are deep and bright, as calm as an ancient well. He walked slowly but steadily, without any sign of old age. Soon, he came to the host's side. This is our birthday boy today, Mr. Chi. Now, please welcome our birthday boy to everyone. After Mr. Chi came on stage, the host Chi Yu's originally steady voice showed a hint of excitement and nervousness. Even though he is now a nationally renowned figure, if his profession was not exactly his old profession, he would probably just sit at the outermost table of the banquet and would never have the chance to meet such a big shot. When Mr. Chi heard Chi Yu's words, he waved his hand slightly. The image of this seemingly ordinary and kind old man waving his hand appeared on the big screen. All of a sudden, the scene, which had been noisy because of the old man's appearance on stage, became silent. The host immediately hid behind the scenes, and someone immediately handed the microphone to the old man. Old Master Chi took the microphone, raised his eyelids slightly, and spoke slowly in a calm tone. Thank you all for coming from afar to attend the birthday party of an old man like me. In his concise and to-the-point words, Mr. Chi's calm tone did not reveal too much emotion. But Chi Ying could still tell that her grandfather was in a good mood today. What she planned must take advantage of this favorable situation. Chapter 69. Dragonstone Jade Rui worth 300 million. As soon as Mr. Chi finished speaking, the audience immediately began to applaud. Although they were a group of people who had never met each other before, their applause was unexpectedly unanimous. Some guests even paid special attention to the clapping rhythm of the people next to them, as if they were afraid that they might have made a mistake. "What are you standing there for? Why don't you stand up and applaud?" The middle-aged man, whose wife's real identity was exposed by Yi Jun just now, immediately picked up his nervous wife who was sitting next to him. Zhang Yu, who was originally feeling sad, was suddenly distracted. Seeing the people around them, they all stood up, looked at the old man on the stage with admiration, and clapped their hands in unison. Even her husband, who had been looking at her sinisterly just now, was now clapping enthusiastically. Was this some kind of cult scene? After all, she was born a lady and had never seen the world. How could she know the influence of the Qi family? For most of the people present, they controlled their life and death. The man became furious when he saw this stupid woman and glared at her. Zhang Yu was shaking all over and started clapping along with the crowd. "Okay, now please invite our birthday boy to take a seat. Now let's start the ceremony of the birthday boy's children and grandchildren paying respects to him." Old Master Qi walked to the seat that had been prepared for him and sat down. The servants beside him had already prepared tea and were serving him. The next step is the highlight, where the children and grandchildren celebrate the birthday and present gifts. Many people in the Qi family have been preparing for this ceremony for several years, just to show their talents today. After applauding, the guests took their seats one after another. The dishes had not been served yet, so they ate the snacks and nuts on the table and began to watch the show with great interest. Although the Qi family's fortune is huge, there are only a few people who can offer gifts. The old man had 3 wives and had 5 sons and 4 daughters. Among them, Qi Ying's father, third uncle and aunt are the children left by the old man's first wife. With the children having grown up, the Qi family now has 4 generations living under one roof. However, those who can present gifts on such occasions must be extremely outstanding among the descendants. Otherwise, this process alone will take until tomorrow. Take Qi Ying's father, for example. According to the family tree alone, he had 3 sons, 4 daughters, and countless illegitimate sons and daughters. Qi Ying was the only one who presented herself as an illegitimate daughter. The reason was that because of Qi Ying's ability, she turned a second-rate company into a listed company. When Mr. Qi learned about this, he personally summoned the illegitimate daughter. Qi Ying was also quite good at pleasing others, and with a tiny bit of favor from old man Qi, it was enough for her to live a smooth life in the Qi family. After hearing the host's words, Qi Ying looked at the sandalwood box placed aside and bit her teeth lightly. Whether or not I can win the old man's favor today depends on this one move. "Yi Jun, come with me." Qi Ying's voice sounded a little excited at this time. Yi Yun responded calmly. The people at the table looked at each other with strange looks in their eyes. "Dear uncles and aunts, Xiao Ying will be leaving for a moment." Qi Ying greeted everyone at the table politely, then left with Yi Jun. The eldest son Qi Guofu presented a gift, a pair of jade rui. The master of ceremonies read out the list of gifts. I saw a fat, bald middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walking up with his head lowered. His facial features were handsome, but his cloudy eyes and dark bags under his eyes showed that he was overly drunk and lusty. He looked submissive, like a mouse seeing a cat. Who would have known that he was the eldest son of the Qi family, Qi Ying's biological father, and a high-ranking official in a certain province? He came with a brocade box in his hand and came in front of old man Qi. He placed the brocade box on the treasure table beside him and knelt in front of the cushion in front of the old man and kowed out. "The son wishes his father a long life. May he live as long as the southern mountains." After saying the auspicious words, he looked up at Grandpa Qi with trepidation. The old man's expression remained calm, but his brows were slightly furrowed, indicating that he was not satisfied with his eldest son. As his first child, he was given more love, but he was spoiled to the point where he is now like this. If it weren't for the Qi family as a backer, he would have been robbed of his position long ago, and even his life with men and women was chaotic, with a lot of secret affairs going on. If he wasn't the eldest son today, I really wouldn't want to see this immature thing. Thinking of this, the old man frowned even more, but he didn't want to lose his temper on such a good day, so he gave Qi Guofu a faint look. Qi Guofu was kneeling there nervously, for he knew that his father had been dissatisfied with him for a long time. Since he was a child, he had been afraid of his father like a rabbit seeing a tiger. This look from old Master Qi made him feel as if he had been pardoned. The MC thought that Mr. Chi would say a few words to Uncle Chi, but he just gave him a look. However, he did not dare to comment on Mr. Chi. Hurry and continue the ceremony. Now, please invite our eldest son, Mr. Chi Guofu, to present the treasure. Chi Guofu stood up and looked pleased when he thought of the treasure he was going to give. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with his gift. While opening the brocade box, he introduced it to Mr. Chi attentively. This pair of jade rui was bought by me at the Vatican auction house. It was used by the royal family of the previous dynasty. I'm sure you will like it, father. As they were talking, the brocade box opened and a close-up of the contents of the box was given on the big screen. A pair of jade rui, with no cotton or impurities in the texture, as smooth and delicate as silk and extremely warm, radiating a bright light and with ample water content. The people present gasped, and some who knew the value of the goods even exclaimed in surprise. This is a dragonstone jadeite. My God, does such a large dragonstone jadeite really exist? Oh my God, this is a big deal. Last time, a bracelet made of dragonstone was auctioned for 5 million. Such a big pair of jade rui. It's worthy of being the work of the Chi family. At this time, Yi Jun and Chi Ying were in a lounge behind the platform, where they could watch this scene from a close distance. Yi Jun looked at the pair of jade with interest. Dragonstone jade rui. Value, 300 million. Damage, 3%. Details of treasure. It was used by the emperor in the previous dynasty. It is in very good condition and made of top-grade dragonstone jadeite. Your father, this treasure is extraordinary. Yi Jun took a sip of tea and said to Chi Ying, such a pair of jade rui is worth 300 million. If it is auctioned, the premium will be even higher. This amount is much more valuable than the guanyin that Chi Ying bought from him for 35 million. Chi Ying smiled and shook her head and said to Yi Jun, this matter is not that simple. Oh, Yi Jun was slightly interested. He didn't want to comment on the Chi family casually, but since Chi Ying said so, there must be something interesting to watch. He took a sip of tea and looked up at the platform again. This pair of jade rui was used exclusively by the royal family. They were lost overseas after the incident. My son spent 500 million to win the bid. The 5-clawed golden dragon on it. Chi Guofu became more and more proud as he spoke, and talked about the history and price of the pair of jade rui. There is a sound amplification device on the stage now, so his words give everyone a different feeling when they hear them. But no one dared to question the lies and big talk he said. Most people cast their admiring eyes towards the platform, just when Chi Guofu was enjoying his highlight moment. Without noticing at all, Mr. Chi's expression became increasingly cold. Chapter 70. Remember, be careful with your words and actions. The old man raised his hand with a slightly cold expression, and Chi Guofu suddenly fell silent. He picked up one of the rui, wiped it carefully, and examined the details of the rui with eyes as sharp as a knife. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. Boss, you are thoughtful. This is indeed the national treasure that was lost in the disaster that year. When Chi Guofu heard these words, which were clearly meant as a compliment, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a premonition that something was going to happen. The old man looked vaguely at Mr. Lon at a table below the stage and said, Old man Lon, take this thing back to the Kyoto Museum later and say it's a gift from me. Mr. Lan's face in the audience was not very good when Chi Guofu introduced this item. But after hearing what Mr. Chi said, his expression softened a lot. How can I be so embarrassed to come to your birthday party and make you bleed a lot of money? Old Master Chi smiled and did not respond. Instead, he put the jade rui into the box and motioned the person next to him to put it away. Boss, you go down first. Remember, be careful with your words and actions. Mr. Chi instructed calmly. These words exploded in Chi Guofu's heart like a bolt of lightning. He dared not say more why his father gave away the national treasure that he had bought at such a high price. With a deathly pale face, he left the platform. The scene fell into silence at the same time. Most people did not understand Mr. Chi's behavior, which seemed like a slap in the face. But no one dared to say it. Is this the good show you were talking about? Yi Jun looked at this scene, and he had some idea of what was going on, waiting for the right moment to speak. Father is a man who is too sharp-tongued. He doesn't understand grandfather's painstaking efforts. Although the rui is precious, it violates grandfather's taboo. Chi Ying shook her head slightly, very disappointed with Chi Guofu's behavior. Since this thing is a lost object from that era and a national treasure, it still symbolizes a 5-clawed golden dragon. With so many dignitaries present, if the old man accepted this gift, the meaning behind it would be obvious. In the past few years, my grandfather has asked the Chi family to keep a low profile and wait for the final opportunity to make a big move. Who would have thought that my idiot father would give me such an eye-catching gift today? It was like walking on the edge of a knife. Fortunately, my grandfather acted decisively and donated this hot item. Anyone who tells others about it will admire the old man's noble character. As for my father, he could be used as cannon fodder at any time. Chi Ying only said these words in her heart and did not dare to tell Yi Jun. Some words were too sensitive, and telling Yi Jun too much would only hurt him. Yi Jun heard Chi Ying's faint complaint and did not ask any further questions. Old Master Chi thought that he, the person who had seen his inner secrets, might understand them even better than Chi Ying. The two of them tacitly skipped this topic. A gift from my second son, a pair of Ming Dynasty 8 treasure folding screens. The eldest daughter presents a gift, a flying Buddha. The following gifts were all quite standard, with prices ranging from tens of millions to 100 million. The old man also realized that the atmosphere just now was a little too much, so he was quite nice to his next few children, and even praised a few of them for the first time. The children who received praise and smiles were as happy as if they had won a $5 million prize. According to their family circumstances, their happiness should be described as if they had won $5 million continuously for several years. The guests below were also feasting their eyes. These exquisite items that they usually wouldn't bother to see were shown here in succession by 6 or 7 kinds, and there might be even more to come. The audience's interest was immediately piqued. Third son Chi Guogang presents a gift. The voice of the host sounded again. This was the last person from the second generation of the Chi family to present a gift, and he was the person who had now made the furthest progress in the Chi family's career. Mr. Chi's third son, Chi Ying's third uncle, is also the finale presenter of this generation, and his status can be seen from this. Chi Guogang strode onto the stage with great dignity and a fierce aura as he walked. He walked up to Laozi, holding nothing in his hands, and knelt down in front of the cushion, saying aloud, "The son congratulates his father. May you be blessed as vast as the East Sea and live as long as the Southern Mountains. May the blue dragon bring rain at dusk, and the old tree bear more flowers in the deep spring." Old Master Chi looked at his third son, and the smile he hadn't had time to put off just now when facing his own children had a more genuine meaning. He stood up and held out his hand to help. "Okay, you've grown up so fast, get up quickly." Before Chi Guogang could wait for his father to hold him down, he stood up and helped his father sit down. Grandpa Chi's eyes were filled with smiles. The Chi family had strict family education and produced many talented people, but this third son was so sensible since he was young that it made people feel distressed. The rules and regulations of the Chi family were passed down from the previous dynasty and were extremely strict. However, his son still felt that his family education was not enough and was working on self-improvement. Sensible, filial, capable, talented, ambitious. With a child like this, even Mr. Chi, who has high standards, couldn't help but get closer to this child. Seeing Uncle Chi with empty hands, Mr. Chi looked at him with a hint of mischief in his eyes. "You kid, you came to your father's birthday party empty-handed?" Uncle Chi waved his hands repeatedly and said, "My son just feels that the gift is not as valuable as that of his brothers and sisters, so he dare not show off." Mr. Chi patted his son on the shoulder and said, "Why don't you take out the things? Your brothers and sisters are waiting to see your performance." At this time, the children who had presented gifts before were now sitting around the platform, but their eyes were fixed on Chi Guogang. These people all saw that the old man favored Chi Guogang. Normally, the old man seldom even smiled at his sons, but he got along with his third son like an ordinary father and son. How could they not hate this? No one knows how much of the Chi family's property is in the hands of the old man. If one day the old man passes away, this property... Thinking of this, the brothers and sisters looked at Chi Guogang with less friendly eyes, but because of the old man's presence, no one dared to show it on their face. Chi Guogang glanced at his brothers and sisters sitting below him and snorted in his heart. He naturally knew what dirty thoughts these people had in their hearts. To say that he deliberately tried to please his father for the sake of property is simply nonsense. With the foundation he has created now, it is enough for him to escape from the protection of the Chi family for generations and live in luxury and wealth. But his expression remained calm, and he showed a mysterious smile to Old Man Chi on his resolute face. He took out a stack of documents from his pocket and handed them to Mr. Chi. "What is this?" Old Master Chi took the document, which was still warm, and looked at Chi Guogang with confusion. "You will know when you see it." Chi Guogang replied with a smile and made a gesture to the backstage. The big screen was no longer showing a live broadcast on the platform, but was playing a video. "Wow, what's this?" Chapter 71 Chi Ying, it's your turn. A video was projected on the big screen in Blu-ray quality. The endless blue sea and blue sky complement each other, and seabirds fly by in the distance. The golden beach is under the sun, and the waves are crashing against it. The camera turns and arrives at a group of townhouses. There's a built-in seawater swimming pool and beach volleyball court, where many young girls of different ages play and frolic. There are also various tropical fruit forests filled with a variety of large fruits. The shooting technique is delicate, with bird's-eye views, detailed shots, and hazy long-distance shots. Even though everyone present has enjoyed it before, these views and details are still fascinating. Some people even watched half of it and were excitedly discussing which tourist attraction this was. After seeing the panoramic view from a bird's-eye view, everyone realized that this was an isolated small island in the sea. But what is the meaning of playing this clip? On the podium, Mr. Chi finished reading the document. The joy on his face was very obvious. He handed the document to the person serving beside him and nodded at Chi Guogang. "Yi." Chi Guogang smiled. "Does father like it?" This island was discovered this year. It is located in the waters near the United States. The climate is pleasant, and it is especially suitable for wintering. Chichen Mountain in Kyoto is too hard to endure. Father might as well go out for a walk. Mr. Chi smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Not bad, not bad. This year we will go to Tianyu Island to celebrate the new year." There's a loudspeaker in the venue, and the conversation between the father and son was heard by the guests. However, everyone could only understand every word, but did not understand the specific meaning. Mr. Chi seemed to have noticed this as well and explained it to his assistant. Then, a document was projected onto the big screen. This is a document published by a world body, in English only. Not to mention those who understand English. If you pick any one of them out, they would be able to curse at foreigners. I understood the contents of this document at a glance. To put it simply, the state of Chi just bought out the property rights of this island and named it Tianyu Island, which is the old man's name, and the old man was also the signed owner of the island. All the guests present were deeply surprised by Chi Tiangong's generosity. If it was the jade ruby worth 500 million at the beginning, some people present could still accept this price. However, the ownership of an unowned island is an unattainable dream for those who are already the superiors of the Chinese people present. "Your third uncle, this is such a great move. TSK, 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 tisk." Yi Jun was still chatting with Chi Ying in the lounge. He had just used the system to explain to Chi Ying the antiques given to her by her uncle and aunt. She looked at him with a little more favor. But when Uncle Chi's gift came out, it was a real bonanza for Yi Jun. How could this be explained in more detail? I can't even estimate the price of this island. What kind of treasure can be worth the value of this island? Chi Ying had known about her uncle's gift a long time ago, but the original words her uncle told her were, "I don't have the time to find suitable antiques for the old man, so I have no choice but to spend money." But when she actually saw the island, Chi Ying was also shocked by the generosity of her third uncle. When he said spending money, does he mean billions? The Chi family does have such an island. This kind of ingenuity and thoughtfulness is rare. Considering that the old man would have a hard time in Kyoto in winter, such a place was specially chosen. Firstly, it shows filial piety, and secondly, giving the old man an island named after him on his birthday is very auspicious. Given the relationship between the old man and his third uncle, this was a bit of a trick, but the old man was still very happy. If someone else delivered it, it would definitely not have the same effect. The old man was just trying to save face for Uncle San. It's hard to say how satisfied he would be with such a mere island. Buddha statues and antiques have always been the old man's favorites, and this will never change. Chi Ying's fingertips gently stroked the sandalwood box, and a determined smile appeared on her face. "As long as my father likes it." Uncle Chi was infected by his father's happy expression and also smiled. "Don't spend so much next time. You are busy with work, so focus more on your career. Your ability is the best gift for me." The old man's smile remained, but he gave Uncle Chi some earnest instructions. "Son, I know. I know that father likes antiques and Buddha statues, but I really don't have the time to find good ones to give to him, so this is the only way. Uncle Chi said this with a hint of guilt. He had never thought of hiding his trick from his father, but his father still tried to save face for him. But how could it be so easy to find a really good item? He has many talented people under his command, but when it comes to appraising treasures, there are no detailed classification standards, and even masters can make mistakes sometimes. Moreover, even if they are genuine, some of them may have hidden meanings and are not suitable as gifts for fathers. In addition, he had been exposed to some things recently, and he had developed a fear of antiques. Well, as long as you have this intention. Old Master Chi waved his hand nonchalantly. This son was good in every way except that he was sometimes too demanding for perfection. Now it's the turn of the birthday boy's grandchildren to present gifts. The ceremony here ended, and the master of ceremonies immediately started the next ceremony. Uncle Chi did not leave the platform, but served behind Old Man Chi. A gift from Chi-dong, the grandson of the Chi family. This is a red sandalwood Buddha statue from the Tang dynasty. A white jade statue of Bodhisattva from a Ming dynasty presented by Qi Shi, the third granddaughter of the Qi family. Qi Bei, the fifth grandson of the Qi family, presented a gift, a blue and white jade porcelain stove from the Yuan dynasty. The descendants of the Qi family presented gifts one by one, all of which were priceless antiques, most of which were related to Buddhism, such as Buddha and Bodhisattva. While Grandpa Chi was sipping tea with the service of his third son, he looked at his grandchildren with a calm expression. Although he has many grandchildren, the old man can still remember a few outstanding ones and treat them specially. Qi Jia, the seventh grandson of the Qi family, presented a Tang dynasty statue of the ancient Buddha Dipankara. This Qi Jia is Uncle Chi San's eldest son, an extremely outstanding young man. After kowtowed to Mr. Chi and wished him a happy birthday, he presented his gift. Old Master Chi glanced at the ancient Buddha statue calmly, as calm as ever. However, he did ask his grandson about his career and family, which was unprecedented. All the grandchildren's eyes were red with tears. Work hard, Xiaojia. Learn more from your father. At this time, Mr. Chi patted Qi Jia on the shoulder and encouraged him. Qi Jia was flattered and wanted to say something. But seeing the old man's indifferent expression, he just replied with fear and trepidation. I will definitely follow my father's example and work hard. After hearing this, the old man didn't say anything more. Qi Jia, following his father's gaze, left the platform. Qi Guigang looked at his father's indifferent expression and felt something was wrong. He could see that his father was a little unhappy. He glanced at the various precious antiques casually placed on one side of the table. The total value of this pile of goods must be tens of billions. But there was still nothing that my father liked. Antiques are not necessarily good just because they are expensive. It mainly depends on the collector's preference, especially for people like Grandpa Chi. No matter how expensive the price is, it is just a meaningless number in his eyes. Now it seems that among all these gifts, there's nothing that really makes him happy. Miss Chi Ying presents a gift, a darkwood Buddha. The host's voice sounded again. There was something a little strange about the registration this time. Chi Ying's name was not preceded by any titles such as rank, grandson, or the like. However, those who are familiar with the Chi family know that these titles are only used to address young ladies and young masters who are not included in the family tree. Even in modern society, for some families, illegitimate daughters and sons who are not included in the family tree are considered lowly things. The fact that Chi Ying can stand here and present a gift shows that this woman has extraordinary means. After Chi Ying came on stage, there was a small stir among the guests. Although the Chi family's arrangements did not allow them to have any say, everyone is gossipy. Isn't Chi Ying the illegitimate daughter of the Chi family boss? What's the idea of arranging an illegitimate daughter to go on stage? Please speak softly. If the Chi family hears you, you will be in trouble. This Chi Ying is quite a character. What a pity. It's your turn. Yi Jun was cracking pistachios on the table, reminding Chi Ying, who was still sitting next to him, in a daze. Chi Ying took a deep breath, and a bright smile that had never appeared before appeared on her cold and pretty face. Yeah, it's my turn. She has waited for this day for too long. Chapter 72. Ordinary Guanyin Sculpture? Seeing Chi Ying's sudden change in expression, Yi Jun's eyes darkened. He would not be so self-indulgent as to think that Chi Ying's smile was just for him. Yi Jun, come with me. Chi Ying picked up the sandalwood box, the smile on her face still there, but she didn't look at Yijun, but looked at the steps leading to the platform. She moved lightly with lotus steps and began to go on stage gracefully. Yijun followed him and walked to the entrance of the platform, but was stopped by the bodyguard. Chi Ying gave him a waiting look. Yijun waved his hand gently and stood aside, waiting boredly. On the high platform, when Uncle Chi heard the MC call out Chi Ying's name, a hint of joy appeared on his resolute face. This girl is always good at pleasing others, and her gift might make her father happy for a while. Looking at Mr. Chi's expression, it was still relatively calm, but there was a hint of something indescribable in it. This girl is indeed likable, but Mr. Chi still looks down on her identity as an illegitimate daughter. If it wasn't for her third son suggesting that she show her face, there would be no place for her here today. Thinking of this, he glanced at Uncle Chi indifferently. Uncle Chi-san knew what his father was thinking, so he quickly smiled and said, "Inger is a rare, sensible, and filial child. Father, just wait and see." As he was speaking, Chi Ying had already arrived on the high platform, wearing a dazzling phoenix cheongsam. Her cold and noble face was now filled with a smile as she walked towards him slowly. It was directly projected onto the large blue light screen, and many people in the venue gasped for a moment. The illegitimate daughter of the Chi family is really too beautiful, and her noble and cold temperament is 1 in a million. I heard that she also brought back to life a company that the Chi family had given up on and turned it into a nationally renowned listed company from a small workshop model. Such means made people present not dare to regard him as a vase. His temperament made him more like a queen. You won't know until you compare them. You'll be shocked when you compare them. These are the ladies from the Chi family who just came on stage. He was originally a man of outstanding temperament, a noble family, and had a graceful demeanor. But as soon as Chi Ying came on the stage, it seemed that those women were just a bunch of country girls. Look, the darlings of the Chi family's grandchildren who had just come down from the stage were sitting in a circle, looking at the noble Chi Ying on the stage with hostility. I wonder how these people can get on stage. A granddaughter of the Chi family said, unable to stop feeling sour. I can please the old man and third uncle. If you have the ability, you could try it too. Someone continued, saying that this was fanning the flames. It's just some seductive tricks, just as despicable as his mother. Our Chi family is being corrupted by people like this. I'm telling you to be careful with your words. Today is the old man's birthday. If you offend Grandpa, we won't have a good life. There was some noise in the audience. Chi Ying knew roughly what happened without even thinking about it, but it had nothing to do with her. With a bright smile, she placed the sandalwood box on the treasure table, then slowly knelt down and kowtowed. Chi Ying wishes Grandpa good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a bright future. May he live forever and never grow old. A series of auspicious words kept coming out, and Chi Ying's voice was no longer cold, but carried the cuteness of a little girl. Okay, Ying, get up. A smile appeared on Grandpa Chi's face. Although this granddaughter's status was not very good, she was a rare outstanding one among his grandchildren. Generally speaking, he would inevitably favor her a little more. Chi Ying thanked him and raised her head. Seeing a hint of joy on the old man's face, she laughed secretly in her heart, but still kept a bright smile on her face. I can't even call myself a granddaughter when I pay birthday greetings. In the eyes of this grandfather, although he favors me, I am still not presentable enough. Chi Ying suppressed the thoughts in her mind and picked up the sandalwood box. Grandpa, Ying is going to find something for you this time. Please take a look at it. Chi Ying was not in a hurry to open it, but looked at old man Chi in a naive way. Okay, let me see what kind of surprise you can bring me. Old Master Chi was intrigued by Chi Ying's actions. There was nothing he could do about it. Chi Ying was always good at pleasing him, so he still had a little expectation at this moment. Chi Ying looked at the old man's expression and knew that she had aroused his interest, so she stopped hiding it and opened the box. A compassionate-looking, exquisitely carved statue of a bodhisattva made of dark wood appeared before the public. The camera also gave a close-up in real time. The scene fell into a brief silence. After having seen so many valuable items, everyone was speechless for a moment when they saw this thing. This is a darkwood guanine, right? This material is very ordinary. This guanine is indeed exquisite, but the price is... Many people present were experts, and they could immediately tell that such ordinary material might be worth several million. For the millions of people who came here today, it's just a small expense. In the past, The gifts presented were worth tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions of dollars from Uncle Chi. This gift seemed like a joke. On one side of the platform, two old acquaintances of Yi-jun were also watching this scene. Chi Ming and Lu Feng. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting around them, and next to Chi Ming, there was a box containing something unknown. Lu Feng sat next to Chi Ming with an indifferent expression. The people around him knew that the box probably contained the strange things that Lu Feng mentioned, but no one had the nerve to take a look. Chi Ying took out the dark wood Buddha statue, and Chi Ming looked at Lu Feng with a rather nervous expression. You know, the Buddha statue in his hand was obtained from Yi-jun at high price. Yi-jun is Chi Ying's man. If he helped Chi Ying find some rare items, then the limelight today would be snatched away by that bitch. Lu Feng looked at the gloomy wooden Buddha that Chi Ying took out with a serious expression. But after a while, he relaxed his demeanor and said to everyone with a disdainful look, "This Miss Chi Ying is really interesting. This thing doesn't cost more than 2 million, but she can show it off in front of the old man." When everyone heard this, they looked towards the podium with strange eyes. This illegitimate daughter is really being too reckless. Giving her this kind of gift on this occasion would only bring shame to the Chi family, wouldn't it? On the high platform, the old man's face changed as well. He looked at the gloomy wooden guanyin with a gloomy expression. "Ying, this thing of yours looks to me like an ordinary statue of Bodhisattva from the Ming dynasty." After taking a look, Mr. Chi spoke slowly. He was able to accurately report the age of the antique, which shows that he has a profound knowledge of appraising antiques. But there was a hint of coldness in his voice. In his eyes, this kind of thing was no different from garbage. Why would Chi Ying bring it to him? Chi Ying, who was always very good at observing people's expressions, seemed not to hear the dissatisfaction in the old man's tone and still had a smile on her face. He said to the old man, "Grandpa, you are wrong about this." When the old man heard this, he looked at Chi Ying coldly. This girl was too bold today. After being looked at like this, Chi Ying realized that she was a little too complacent. Uncle Chi looked at me with a helpless smile and shook his head. "Xiao Ying, please show Grandpa the mystery of this guanyin statue." Uncle Chi spoke to Chi Ying and said that he naturally knew the secret of the guanyin statue, so he had to come out to smooth things over. Oh, Uncle Chi means enough to the old man in his heart. When he heard his son say this, he also looked at the Buddha statue with interest. Chi Ying did not dare to hesitate any longer and stretched out her slender hand towards the guanyin statue. Made a move. The crowd at the scene became lively again. Chapter 73. The Wisdom Relics of the Elder Min Gong. Chi Ying gently broke the jade bottle held in Guanyin's hand. The jade bottle then fell into Chi Ying's hands. This action was also projected onto the big screen, and the guests sitting there suddenly straightened their bodies. When I saw it just now, this bottle was clearly made of guanyin, but I didn't expect there to be such a mystery inside. Come to think of it, why would the Chi family give away such an ordinary thing? Everyone present was curious about what would happen next. Seeing what Chi Ying did, Mr. Chi immediately became interested. This guanyin statue is not big, and he just played with it carefully. He did not expect that this guanyin statue actually held such a mystery. Looking at the hand of Guanyin holding the jade bottle, it is still intact. There must be some mechanism arranged in it. However, such a mechanism was not enough to attract the old man's attention. Instead, he looked at the jade bottle in Chi Ying's hand with a distant gaze. Chi Ying dragged the jade bottle, smiled gently, and said to the old man, "Grandpa, please watch." As soon as she finished speaking, the jade bottle was wiped by her hand and slowly split into two halves. A relic wrapped in gold foil appeared in the jade bottle. Chi Ying carefully took out a brocade box, placed the relic in it, and presented it with both hands. When Mr. Chi saw this scene, his eyes deepened. He took the brocade box and carefully examined the words on it. The Wisdom Relics of the Elder Min Gong. Looking at these words and the Buddhist texts engraved in gold foil, Mr. Chi took only a few glances and concluded that this was the real thing. It turned out to be the skull relics of the 4 great monks of the Tang dynasty, hidden in a jade bottle. Old Master Chi carefully examined the relic lying in the brocade box and couldn't help but sigh. The relics are hidden in the pure bottle, and this guanyin is made of dark wood. Mr. Chi has been immersed in antiques for most of his life, and with his profound knowledge, he has figured out the secret by combining the two. Sunken wood is a good object for preserving ancient artifacts. Those who have read Journey to the West know that the water in the jade bottle is the water of creation. One drop of it can save the ginseng tree. The jade bottle contains relics. The meaning is excellent. In Buddhist scriptures, it means transcending all living beings and having eternal life and future heaven. Thinking of this, Mr. Chi looked at the relics and the guanyin statue with a burning gaze. He took the jade bottle from Chi Ying's hand and examined it carefully. It didn't take long for me to figure out the mechanism. This is a unique mechanism lock from the Ming dynasty that had been lost for a long time. I didn't expect to find it on this statue of guanyin. Old Master Chi slowly placed the relic into the jade bottle and said to Chi Ying calmly, "Grandpa made a mistake. He is old and useless." Chi Ying's beautiful eyes moved, and she smiled sweetly and said, "Grandpa is in his prime, and he is still strong and ambitious. This whole family depends on him." The old man was in a good mood after getting a treasure, and couldn't help asking more questions. "Ying, you are thoughtful this time, but I'm afraid that this thing of yours is not something that ordinary people can find. The ingenuity of this guanyin statue would have been so great that even an old expert like him would not have been able to appreciate it if Chi Ying had not demonstrated it first. The person who can discover this secret must be extraordinary." When the old man asked this question, his eyes narrowed slightly. He guessed that according to Chi Ying's character of doing things to perfection, this master might. Sure enough, when Chi Ying heard the old man's question, her face lit up with joy. He quickly said, "Grandpa, you really have a keen eye. I didn't find this object by myself, but thanks to a master." "Oh." The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Chi Ying looked at the old man's expression, understood what he meant, and said, "Grandpa, are you interested in meeting this master?" Mr. Chi nodded slightly. After saying that, Chi Ying walked towards the entrance of the platform to lead Yi Jun in. The audience who witnessed everything were also in a trance at this moment. What exactly happened? Everyone saw Chi Ying take down the jade bottle and open it. Then he took something out and handed it to the old man. The old man muttered a few words. Although there was a loudspeaker, these people were still confused. On the other hand, Lu Feng and Qi Ming looked unhappy. Qi Ming is not an expert, but Lu Feng is an expert. They are closer to the platform and can see the scene above. After taking the jade bottle from Qi Ying, Lu Feng realized that something was wrong. Afterwards, the things were taken apart, and the Buddhist texts and ancient characters on them flashed across the screen. But for an expert like Lu Feng, this moment was enough for him to understand what this thing was. Relics. It turned out to be a relic. They are the skull relics of the 4 great monks of the Tang dynasty. "Grandpa Lu, is this relic as valuable as our Buddha statue?" Qi Ming looked at how Grandpa Qi couldn't let go of the item and asked Lu Feng somewhat unwillingly. Lu Feng shook his head. Qi Ming was about to be happy when he saw Lu Feng's action, but when he saw Lu Feng's solemn expression, he couldn't be happy at all. This relic has been auctioned before, and the final transaction price of the relic of a high monk was less than 30 million. Lu Feng spoke slowly. This price was the price Chi Ying reported to Yi Jun, and it was also the quotation within Yi Jun's system. "So cheap? Ha ha ha! How can Chi Ying's 30 million items compare to my female wooden statue?" Lu Feng glanced at him calmly and said, "The price doesn't explain the problem. The auction of relics has a very small audience. Generally, they are sold by well-known Buddhist temples, and few are collected by private individuals." After a pause, Lu Feng glanced at Qi Ming indifferently. Qi Ming shuddered. He knew that Lu Feng's next words were the key. Secondly, the relics of these great monks are all in high demand. You know that the preservation of these relics is not like other objects. The existing relics of Xuanzang are the earliest known relics, and they are still collected in the National Temple. The importance of the relics of Duke Min is even no less than that of Xuanzang. If your grandfather were to buy them, I'm afraid he would be willing to exchange them for the island that your third uncle gave him. Qi Ming finally understood. The price of this relic was given here not because it was not valuable, but because there was no stock at all. The price was just given here. If this kind of top-quality relic from a great monk met someone like my grandfather, the price he would be willing to pay would be unimaginable. If Yi Jun knew that the system's quotation was based on such an algorithm model, he would probably be so angry that he would beat up the system. But Yi Jun obviously didn't know that he was still sitting next to the entrance to the platform, playing with a tourmaline snuff bottle out of boredom. In fact, he wanted to play with his cell phone more, but playing with his cell phone in such a conspicuous position did not seem very dignified. Watching Qi Ying's treasure offering not far away and the projection on the big screen, At this time, Qing was already walking towards him with a smile on her face. Chapter 74 ye, Master ye. Soon, Qi brought Yi Jun to the old man. Old Master Qi squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Jun. This man was the young man that Qi had brought over just now. He looked good and had the ability, judging from Qi Ying's introduction. He was a rare talent who could find such a rare item. As for what Lu Feng said just now about picking up bargains at the dinner table, Grandpa Qi still had some vague impression of it. The young man who could find such a rare thing was also related to Lu Feng. It seemed that today's birthday party brought him a lot of surprises. Yi Jun came to old Master Qi, the man who had many secrets, who once held a high position and is now the head of the Qi family. He did not show any fear. He straightened his back, looked clear-eyed, and followed Qi Ying with a slight smile on his face. Grandpa, this is the master who helped me get the rare treasure. Yi Jun, Master Yi. Qi Ying introduced to Mr. Qi. Old Master Qi withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and said calmly, "As expected, heroes emerge from youth. Master Yi has come from afar. Please give Master Yi a seat." Although the dedication ceremony was being held on this high platform, everything was done according to the old man's wishes. No one dared to question his decision. Even if he wanted to set fire to the place, no one dared to say no. The old man's order was given, and soon someone brought Yi Jun a rosewood chair. Yi Jun was not polite either, and he bowed his hands to congratulate the old man. This time it was Qi Ying who invited me to Kyoto as a guest. I didn't expect to have the honor to attend the old man's birthday banquet. I wish Mr. Qi good fortune. Okay, Master Yi, please take a seat. Mr. Qi accepted Yi Jun's blessing with a warm smile on his face and invited Yi Jun to sit aside. I heard from Qi Ying that this guanyin statue was found by Master Yi. Master Yi, can you explain to us how you found this rare object? After Yi Jun sat down, the old man slowly asked. At the same time, Yi Jun's face was reflected on the screen. It seems that this rare object has aroused Mr. Qi's interest. Otherwise, why would he show it to a young man at this time? Everyone at the scene looked at the handsome face on the screen with curiosity, but they were even more curious about the story behind how this rare object was found. Since you have spoken, old man, I will tell you the story from the beginning. Yi Jun concealed the matter of the system and the bargain he had found, and planned to meet Qi Ying and buy the guanyin statue. The focus was on how he could see the extraordinary nature of the guanyin statue and the relics hidden inside. This key point did not stump him. After he got the system, he had nothing to do one day and learned a lot of relevant antique knowledge. Originally from the liberal arts department of a prestigious university, he must be smart enough and could learn theoretical knowledge quickly. He explained the relic hidden in the jade bottle in great detail. After hearing this, the people present suddenly realized that this thing was so precious. Yi Jun is eloquent and not stage-frightened, and the whole process went very smoothly. It made most people at the scene believe that he was a man of real ability. Uncle Qi on the stage also nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Qi Ying stood beside Yi Jun and concealed the smile on her face. After listening to this, Mr. Qi praised calmly, "Master Yi is very observant and knowledgeable. He is worthy of being a master. Thank you for your praise, old man." Yi Jun waved his hand politely and did not take any credit for it. He understood that he had only relied on the system to get to where he was today, and he could not afford to be called master. Looking at this old man Qi, it seemed that he wanted to continue chatting with me. Yi Jun felt a little embarrassed for a moment. They were still at the offering ceremony, and they couldn't really chat until the evening. So many people were hungry. But before Yi Jun could think of a solution, Uncle Qi next to him spoke. "Father, you see we still have to go on with the ceremony, or we can talk to Master Yi later. Okay, let Master Yi sit here and give me some advice. I'm old, and there are some things I can't understand." Old Master Qi said lightly that after listening to Yi Jun's story of treasure hunting, he inexplicably developed a little interest in this young man. As for whether this person was colluding with Qi Ying to lie in order to climb up the social ladder, old man Qi didn't think too much about it, nor was there any need to think too much about it. In some places on Mount Qitian, there is no telling how much land has been enriched by these idiots who try to fool themselves. The 5 grandsons of the Qi family presented a gift together, a statue of the Bodhisattva. The MC started calling out the names of the students again. Hearing this name, Yi Jun showed a barely perceptible smile on his face. Qi Ying, who was standing beside him, looked at Yi Jun with worry in her beautiful eyes. But the stage was too focused, so Yi Jun poured the tea in his hand and took a sip, nodded slightly, and exclaimed, "Good tea, good tea." Qi Ying saw Yi Jun's behavior and realized that Yi Jun was sure of it, so she introduced it to him. "This is the top-grade cloud tea that Grandpa collected. I haven't even tasted it before." This is true. This kind of tea is produced from an old tea tree on the top of Mount Huangshan, one of the 5 famous mountains in China. The tea tree is surrounded by clouds and mist all year round, and the extremely low temperature is not a suitable growth environment for tea trees. But this old tea tree miraculously survived, and the top-grade cloud tea, it produced tastes as if it is on top of the clouds when you first taste it, and after careful tasting, it seems as if it is in the mist with a vague and mysterious taste. The annual output of tea from this tea tree, after being roasted by top tea masters, is only 1 or 2 kilograms. The bowl of tea that Yi Jun was drinking was enough to buy a house in a second-tier city. Moreover, even if someone is willing to pay such a huge price, they will not be able to drink it. All the income from this year went into the private treasury of the old man of the Qi family. Seeing Yi Jun drinking so happily, Qi Ying's eyes were filled with envy. It was not just about this cup of tea, but that if Yi Jun could take another step forward, he might be able to get in touch with old man Qi, which would be a step to heaven. Although Mr. Qi was waiting for his grandson to present a gift, his mind was not distracted, and the conversation between the two happened to fall into his ears. "You kid, it's just a few ounces of tea leaves, but it seems like I'm mistreating you. I still have some here. Come get some when you have time and share it with Master Yi." The old man said nonchalantly that he had obtained a satisfactory item, and a few ounces of tea was not a big deal. "Then I thank Grandpa." Qi Ying showed a faint smile on her face, but she was already ecstatic in her heart. When Qi Ming went on stage, he saw this illegitimate daughter who was not allowed to go on stage, talking and laughing with the person that the whole Qi family wanted to please. It took a lot of control for him to keep his expression from looking so distorted. Holding the box, he slowly walked towards Mr. Qi, but there was something wrong with the way he walked. He limped back and forth like a lame man.